Pirates starting from the strongest swordsman. Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101. Chapter 28. If you want to die, then come and die several times. Please make your own decision. Anjali's voice has not spread too far, and the air wave that is far faster than the sound has already broken the clouds above 1,000 meters. When Baiyun was magnetically shattered, no sound was heard, just like Kaido's determination to kill Anjali, silent but strong enough. When the last word was uttered, and the sound wave swept across the 4 fields like a tide, the huge mace in Kaido's hand was almost over on Anjali's head. With endless mildew cracks, he is Kaido, a strong creature of sea, land and air. In the past 10 years, he wanted to smash the piece that was separated from his heart. There was a man on the sea. With one sword, he defeated all heroes in the world. Kaido was no exception, and the elegance of that sword let him be dominated by the county for more than 10 years. He came today to destroy Sha Yin. The sound of thunder is boiling, and the tyrannical posture is extremely shattered, and the sound of sword chirping suddenly sounded, and the long hair was ruffled by the wind at this moment, covering 880 of Anjali's a black sword chi that was more than 1,000 meters long slashed out from both eyes. The extremely thick black sword energy made it seem like a layer of black phoenix galloping in the sky, and the thundering mace slammed into the sky. The loud noise of Piran suddenly sounded, like the sky and the earth cracking. The black sword chi was directly scattered by the promethium, and it drifted wildly in all directions. The momentum was broken, and the violent wind blew on Anjali's face, but his eyes looked coldly at Kaido, who was already close at hand, and slowly opened his mouth. Word innocence made Kaido's heart sink, but the mace was about to hit Anjali's face and it was useless in all directions. The roar of the mad sundial suddenly appeared, and the figure of Anjali before the mace 3 inches suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 8 Anjali's figures appeared all over Kaido's body. He was castrated, and directly smashed one Anjali. However, the figure was broken like a mirror before Kaido could come back to his senses. Countless Liu Ying appeared. The black figure almost shrouded the entire sky, stabbing Kaido from all directions, or chopping, or slashing. Countless blood fell in the air in an instant. Pai Duo's huge body was shrouded in momentum, and blood was constantly bursting out of his body, splattering in the sky, and after a full serving of tea in the sea, these sword shadows dissipated, and Anjali, holding his sword, stood empty in the sky, double scorn. Boom! And Kaido's body slammed into the ground with a huge rumbling sound, and Momosegi's eyes were full of incredible, and shocking. Kaido is like that, Kaido, one of the 4 mornings, is gone. She almost couldn't help opening her mouth. Harrier shook her head, and opened her mouth. You can kill Kaido in this way. Kaido is already dead. His strongest point is not his earth-shattering force but his powerful undead ability. His body fox, no matter what, can't be killed no matter what. This is why he is called CEBF as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, can't be killed. Before Momosegi could react, he had already fallen to the ground, and Kaido's figure, who had been shattered by the quake, was stunned. Moreover, he laughed and looked at Anjali in the sky and roared. Anjali, you are dead. Laughter. Kaido's eyes lit up with excitement. When you are stunned, a sword move will at least make me heal the wounds equivalent to death twice, but once, that's enough. Anjali, it's time for you to hang on. The pain I suffered under your sword is over. At the end, Kaido's face has become a little sick. He is holding a huge mace, and his eyes are showing a little bit furious. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Standing in the sky, Anjali stood still, and seemed completely unaffected by Kaido's words. He just understated that you wanted to die, so come and die a few more times. Named after a creature, not a human. Goods. This boxed goods instantly shocked everyone on the battlefield. No one has ever dared to say that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is a rich goods, but Anjali not only said it, but also seemed to think that Kaido was a goods. This sentence seems to explode. Kaido, He roared, and the air of armament rose into the sky and turned out. His body became black as ink, and he raised his mace with both hands and slammed it. Breakthrough. This is his tactic against Angeli. No matter what, Angeli, who is not full of injuries, will always get weaker and weaker, and he, Kaido, has unparalleled stamina. There was a burst of gas in the sky, and the two fought against each other again. Eyes showed a trace of cruelty. Kaido was no better than Sengoku and Garp. These guys were really like animals. They can only be suppressed by force, not by subtlety. I'd like to see how much energy you have. A violent roar. Kaido was shaken away for a moment. Angeli turned around, and the black sword energy shot up into the sky like a shooting star. Dry mountain. Like the sound of dragons and tigers roaring from the sky. 2887. Chapter 29. Your era is over. The clouds in the sky turned into a huge vortex, and the countless widowed clouds were dyed with layers of black, and countless black enemies fell into the air, like countless flickering black flames. The gigantic mountain with a sturdy basket looms out of it, and it appears in the sky. Kaido stands on the ground, his feet are deep in the mountain, holding a mace, looking at the black clouds whirling and wandering in the sky. The giant mountain that suppresses the weather of all things. There is a hint of mad woman in the eyes. I swear it is all right. Said to Harrier with a worried expression on his face. When Kaido and Angry were fighting, Marine's rescue team hurriedly rescued Garp, who had fallen from the sky. Moto shook his head, and Mode sighed. Kasas is the same as a few decades old. People who used to have blood and energy like a cow now have the fire of life like a candle in a phoenix. Even if they survive, they won't survive for a few years. The Harrier's reaction immediately made Momoshiki react. He came over and sighed that he was also seriously injured now. I don't know what the posthumous name of Kaido is. He was able to fight with Angeli a few times. There was a trace of worry in his words, and the dark clouds were faintly flashing in the sky, and there was a faint pressure. The mountain that collapses everything. A strong sense of frustration rises in Momoshiki's heart. Hey, how many times can Xiaoduo be able to settle down and confront each other? You should ask this sentence in reverse. How many times can Angeli take all the shots? He is a human being, and a human will have weaknesses. There is no one without flaws in the world. Even if he is so powerful, but he was hit and killed by heavy damage. So many powerhouses, his consumption has long exceeded our imagination. Now, he may be riding a tiger and it is difficult to get down. Doflamingo looked up at the sky with malicious intent in his eyes, and his inference was not much wrong. The thick black clouds covered Angeli's figure, and there was only a pair of dazzling twin towers that were as bright as sparks. He was afraid that it would be obscured by the endless black clouds. His eyelids were slightly pale. Unexpectedly, the world government actually invited one of the 4 emperors to come over, but the little guy Shanks didn't stop him. This time he made a mistake. No one could have imagined that Angeli, who was launching a shocking blow, was calmly subduing his heart, and the consequences of coming to Marineford for the battle had already been known, and he would have caused the situation in the sea. Graham wins. But as much as Marineford was beyond his expectations, if it weren't for his execution, he would have been defeated long ago, and Shanks didn't stop Kaido, which also made his heart sink. Kaido, I can't stop that crazy woman. Rotter Linlin, he may not be stopped. He can use Admiral to create luck and defeat the 4 emperors with 3 swords. However, he can't be in a full state forever. Became inevitable. Kaido is actually not what he cares about the most, just the arrival of Kaido, the speaker, the guy who has been paying attention in the room of power, is planning something. If it breaks, it can only be solved from the battlefield. For the present, the only way is to solve more first, and then assist Whitebeard to solve the second battlefield. Just try to get everything done before the accident reappears. So, your arrangement will become a laughing stock, Rhodes. The scriptures whispered, and the bright eyes like sparks looked at Kaido, who was standing on the ground, looking up to the sky, begging you first, go to death. The sound exploded in the field, the black clouds dispersed like flowing water, a giant mountain collapsed, like a rock piercing through the sky, and the Jiyun that the Montenegrin gang prayed to suppress everything appeared. Magnificent. Only 10,000 meters, the converging sky-shattering strike fell from the sky to the shadow of the entire earth. The falling giant mountain was separated by the air in the air, and the air separation force of a quiet friction caused the black sword energy on the surface of the giant mountain leopard to be moved by the strong wind, like a wildfire cricket. Facing the leopard giant mountain coming from the wind, Kaido stood on the original road, and it was not too late. The strong phoenix climbing wildly made him blow his hair, and even his feet pressed down on the ground inch by inch, and his eyes showed mad excitement. Kaido pulled open your body, pull the mace horizontally behind you. Angeli, your era will come to an end today. With this roar, Kaido slammed the mace in his hand, and a black ring of air was cut out. Collapse of the earth. The dust was flying, the black giant mountain and Kaido's huge figure were buried by the collapsed earth dust, and a gust of wind blew directly to everyone. Momoshiki even felt a cool and violent black fireworks above his head lifted off in place, blooming in full bloom, accompanied by Kaido's laughter. But Angeli, his eyes did not look at the big ridge at all, but looked at the distant roads. Our confrontation has begun. Enter. 2913. Chapter 30. The roaring flame and the wonderful sound lead the way. The ground collapsed, and the rocks pierced through the air, so I had to weave the remaining marines to prevent a large amount of rocks coming over like a hill. Seeing that a cone-shaped boulder was about to slander the wounded woman, she jumped up suddenly, with both hands. Boundary. The cone-shaped boulder was split in an instant and shattered into a pile of small pebbles, and this was just a small piece of countless hollow stones. The harrier jumped down from mid-air, with awe in his eyes, and opened his mouth with quick luck. Transfer the wounded. And Yutu was also trying his best to block the falling boulder with his sword. The confrontation between Kaido and Angeli was like a violent giant surging on the ground. Everything is like a natural disaster. Hulong, 190 inches was full of dust, black air filled the air, and in the swaying sword air like a flame, and Dangli's figure completely disappeared. Only the mountain-like sword force suppressed Kaido. Like a shell of a kicked soul hidden in the black mist, Angeli's eyes showed a touch of determination. The regeneration and recovery ability of many people was stronger, and the strength of the bones was astonishing. Shows the opponent's nightmare fruit ability. And Kaido, his evil fruit ability can make him change into a dragon, not only powerful, but also able to call the wind and call the rain. If Kaido doesn't use this trump card, he just has a protracted battle with Angeli. Angeli will not have the opportunity to completely suppress Kaido, and, with his current situation, he can't force Kaido to turn into a dragon. Only when Chi Duo feels a complete crisis will he become a dragon. Make Kaido feel that kind of crisis. Angeli can only use 12 success powers, which is far beyond what he is now, but there is no way. He can already feel a wave of malice that is undisguised. From far away the direction is shrouded in the maliciousness of roads. The other party must have a backhand. Maybe he even used the king's heart. Angeli closed his eyes, and the breath of the sword on his body gradually closed when he got up. The endless black dew gradually buried him. He stood up and disappeared somewhere. Kaido picked up a boulder, and suddenly smashed away a confluence of sword energy. After the battle for a long time, the sword chi that was pressing down like a giant mountain had very little left. After Kaido defeated another black sword chi, he raised his head and roared to the right of the gradually calm earth. Hiding, it's not your style at all. Roar was palpable, and the roar was like a surging wave. It spread out for 10 miles, and even Whitebeard's fishing battlefield county heard the roar. Phoenix Marco kicked a marine soldier, heard Kaido's roar, was slapped on the head, and his eyes showed concern. Is that Lord defeated? They came this time, but in order to rescue Angeli's apprentice. If Angeli was defeated, then everything would be in vain. There was a hint of surprise in Whitebeard's mole. When he drank against Angeli before, he heard him mention a forbidden technique and Angeli said it, and there was even a trace of fear in his expression. Knowledge, when this forbidden technique is activated, he will consume a lot of himself, and even he will not be able to control the power. It's an indiscriminate killing move. And what the front committee of this move launched is too similar to this moment. Whitebeard blasted the yellow beard, and suddenly shouted loudly. Away from Marineford, little ones. The beard's bursts of roars spread a battlefield. Although the Heifu did not think of the White Father, but the county obeyed, and started to fight and left the direction of Marineford. Dad want to do, it's almost time to hit Marineford. Don't say it, Dad must have his own ideas. When the Silver Carp listened to Whitebeard and Marineford, there was something wrong in the heart of Smoker, who was sniping the Whitebeard team. It seemed that something extremely serious was about to happen. Dao Jianming, resounding through the world. Miao Dao Xuanian rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, and fiery red Karma Gurren phantom strands appeared in the entire Malanfin Tone Lauren. After everyone heard this trench Xuanian, they only felt that they were intoxicated in the world. In the most beautiful thing in the past, even Donadian's big body, Vivi stiffened, and his face showed a hint of red, which was not good. Tungsten spoke with extreme difficulty, looking at the karmic fire Gurren that appeared beside her. Her eyes showed fear. This kind of attack must be earth-shattering. Take Marshal Sengoku with them. The crane turned his head, almost roaring, but all the marine soldiers who heard this wonderful sound, even Momoshiki, closed their eyes and became sullen. Under the situation, Crane was burning with anxiety. She tried her best to restrain herself from indulging in the idea of indulging in it. She walked up to Momoshiki, slapped Teoman's face, and said fiercely. Sex. The crisp slap on the face made Tangmin reluctantly come over. Her eyes showed a trace of clarity, and then a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. The countless karmic fires around her body made her feel that something was not good. No need to hurry, she joined the wake-up. In the actions of Marine's soldiers, and the mysterious sound of the wonderful way is getting stronger and stronger, even the heaven and earth are resonating with this mysterious sound. Pity me, the world, helpless. Pity my world, the devil 05 is dusty. What joy in life, what pain in death. The roaring holy fire, the wonderful sound leads the way. Endless Gurren, burst open. The air shook forehead, but there was no sound at all. The endless red death blazes, and a figure who is intoxicated in the wonderful sound has a red flame. They close their eyes and become intoxicated, and the eyes of the ministers turn into flying ashes. And at the moment when the karma is burning, each huge red flower, click to pack the next Marineford. The flower has 36 floral skirts, and the click is gathered from the beginning of the group of pictures. The sky is suffocating, Angeli's eyes are tired and closed, and in the world, the imprint of the 3-point flower petals is limited to red as blood, and the extreme danger is pouring into Kaido's heart. 153__. Chapter 31 The Destruction of Marineford. As soon as the flames of color rose, Kaido's huge body was surrounded by flames, and he closed the lids of his eyes, and the instinct of his strongest creature was frantically reminding him, let him wake up and go back to sleep, he will die. In the extreme pain, Kaido suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, but this sound seemed to be stirred up by the eruption of karmic fire. The endless flames surged up from the sky, burning the flames of others in one go, and rushed towards Kaido madly. Pressed his huge body into the flames. And that huge, covering the entire Marineford area, is covering the entire Marineford with an unstoppable force. Once the flowers are closed, Marineford County will be surrounded by fire, and all living things will be burned. In this karmic fire, not even a single grain of gravel was ignited, but any living beings belong to Gurren in this karmic fire. 24 But Zoro and Kuina, strangely disappeared in Marineford just before Gurren appeared. At the second battlefield, Kushiro looked at Zoro and Kuina nervously, but he looked at Marineford more worriedly. The teacher uses such a trick. Under the shocking industry, what price will the old horse pay? In this world, there is always one dumpling and one pecking. Burned into a flame giant by the fire of karma, finally opened his eyes in endless pain. Lightning flashed in his eyes. His huge body had already begun to be proud in the burning of the fire of karma. However, a dragon appeared in his eyes. An earth-shattering roar sounded. A dragon suddenly appeared in Marineford, with antlers, ostrich body, 4 claws, armor, majestic and elegant, and the Gurren karmic fire suddenly repelled from the dragon's body. The figure standing in the sky also opened his eyes. Angeli opened his eyes, but what made him feel like he was standing upside down was that the slightest bit of anger in his eyes was not like the world that was cold and fair. The dragon roars up to the sky. Angry Zhuang raised his sword, his eyes were indifferent, and the dragon who was roaring below Zemeng slowly recited the way of heaven. Shenlong's chest is empty, whistling, opening its huge mouth, and the wind, rain and thunder and lightning are being controlled by it to come. Whoa! One Gurren snapped together. The moment when the dragon is about to burst out of the karmic fire Gurren. The red clouds dissipated towards the surroundings, and a 36-flowered Gurren appeared in front of everyone, and a dragon was roaring violently in it. Jianming. Gurren shrinks suddenly. An endless rainbow light blooms in front of everyone. People have to keep their eyes open and wait until the rainbow light disappears. Everyone turns their temples to where Marineford is, everyone smells the perfume Marineford, and disappears. Together with the 3 major Jingxihangs, they disappeared. Hu and Huangshu drank almost at the same time after seeing this moment. Whitebeard's subordinates wanted to pursue, but Whitebeard shook his head and stopped this move. The sea still needs Marine, and now what he is worried about is that the silhouettes standing in the sky are surging, and the endless sea water suddenly fills and disappears. The Marineford, the human figure stands above the sky with indifferent eyes, no emotion at all, and a long sword in hand. It seems that all things in the ancient times are so insignificant in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, those eyes began to struggle. Angeli's body began to shake wildly. Body is mine. Get out. The roar and roar rose to the sky. Angeli's body was shaken, his eyes were splitting, and he rose to the sky. His body was shocked, the whole person's expression began to soften, and then his eyes fell straight down. Zoro and the others who had been waiting nearby hurriedly rushed towards the teacher. Brother Angeli. And in the extreme distance, don't rush to the red-haired Shanks. Look at the disappearing Marineford, and the corner shows a wry smile. He originally wanted to stop this battle. The world needs artifacts. Now, Marineford, Marine's headquarters, has disappeared directly. It is obvious that Marine's loss of sharpness is also the next sea where most of the casualties are concerned. How to deal with it? He has already lost sight of dozens of army ships, remnants of defeated soldiers, and flagships. Sengoku, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and many generals, he clenched his hands tightly. The world government, the House of Power, a final decision has been made to activate the king. Rhodes, that man will lead the world to the wrong track. He is the problem you brought. Go, solve him. 296,601, 54. Chapter 32. The world has changed dramatically because of it. Andrea destroyed the Marineford Marine headquarters. The news spread to the whole world in a hurry, and the whole world was shocked. People don't know who Andrea is, where he came from, or what he thinks about. Knowing that he should be an extremely powerful and extremely terrifying person, this makes everyone a little bit powerful in this world. Everyone feels at risk. At the same time, he came up with the same idea, that is, he must not let Andrea live, but if he let himself take action, it would be a bit over the top. Bairuo can destroy the Marine headquarters, is not shy and can defeat anyone, not to mention that Rong can kill anyone. The whole world is in a state of flux. Those with some power are all uneasy. Every day they live in fear, and even some people feel that they are not even in the county. They were all worried that Andrea would appear in their window at some point in time, and Gigi would appear in his room, unknowingly knocking his head off, although they also knew that Lin looked like Andrew. People with such terrifying power would never use this kind of pleasant touch. They are still very scared in their hearts, worried that the silicone they took off tonight would not be able to wear it tomorrow morning. Rabaston was originally peaceful. But this day, the leader of Alabasta suddenly came to a newspaper with all the seagulls in the world, and the report county was distributed by seagulls, so at first the leader of Alabasta thought it was just a picture newspaper with some boring information waiting on it. That's all. He even had to look at GUI, but suddenly a huge picture and a line of striking words on the cover of the newspaper caught his attention. What is this? Driven by curiosity, he picked up the newspaper and waited for it to read the contents. Cold sweat soaked his whole body immediately. Even his lips were a little pale, and he kept chanting the huge title above. I, who was next to him, had never seen the leader like this before, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared, but he wanted to know what was written on it, and asked boldly, "What is the news that is so shocking?" The leader didn't say a word. This was because he handed the newspaper in his hand to the subordinate. The subordinate glanced at the headline, and the grief immediately became the same as the leader. Finally, he still felt a little disbelieving and couldn't help saying, "This newspaper is not fake." Well, how could there be such a person in this world? Precisely because this kind of news is so unheard of, I actually believe that this disloyalty is true, and I seem to have heard the name Andrea a long time ago. Legend has it that this is a terrible thing, but there is no such thing. To think that his strength has already reached this level is really appalling, and it really makes me feel unbelievable. There is such a person in this world. I am afraid that I will not have many chances to fall asleep in the future. At the same time, the leader of the East Blue Windmill Lock was drinking and chatting with his hands, talking about the world, thinking about how to consolidate his existing snobbery, and annexing some other small snobs. Suddenly, a person rushed in a panic, with his hands in his hands. He took a crumpled newspaper that had been grabbed and temporarily put the expression on this man's face, and the newspaper he was holding that had been grabbed into a ball. The leader of Haifengche town immediately sank his face, coldly. Q. What's so frustrating? How many times have I told you before that I want Taishan to come up with a reason for forgiveness, or I'll laugh off your bag today and throw it into the sea to swallow it. Fish, pale with fright, staggered in the shape, and held up the newspaper in his hand. The big thing is bad. I don't know when a man named Anjonli appeared in this world, and he has destroyed the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Chief Shin finished. Later, you forgot to drink the wine that was brought to the side, and involuntarily, one hand fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Staring wide-eyed, staring at the men who knelt down in front of her, Nan Nan said, "When is this? I have never been to the virtue of being a leader before." I secretly laughed in my heart, thinking to myself, just now you told me not to panic, and you said that I would ride the mountain to the top without changing my face, but after you heard this meditation, you still isn't it so frightening that even the wine glass county in his hand is unstable. In the impression of this subordinate, the leader of East Blue Windmill Town seems to have never been in such a state. When he sees him like this, he knows that even the army is the leader. The strength of Andre is also very swaying, and there is no such thing in the county. Seeing that his subordinate didn't speak, the leader still noticed that the people in the Zhou Kingdom were staring wide-eyed to see the stunned expression on his face. Immediately woke up. He had lost his temper just now, and when he realized this, he immediately became furious. When these people in front of him saw his current virtue, then his image would definitely collapse in their hearts, and he would have to manage it in the future. It will be more difficult for them. Thinking of this, the leader's heart is not good, and he has to quickly re-establish his authority, otherwise, I am afraid that this group of people will look down on him. So he stood up immediately and kicked the kneeling subordinate in front of him. What, Andrea? You let him come to me and try it out. As soon as he appears in front of me, I will immediately let him smash into pieces, but I want to learn what kind of powerful people can destroy the Marineford Marine headquarters. Inexplicably, his subordinates were kicked of Zhao's somersaults by the leader. He didn't know what he had done wrong. The leader also felt that his shot just now might be a bit too heavy, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had already embarrassed his subordinates. Don't embarrass yourself, it would be more dignified, and at the same time, there were also Winter Island and Sky Island who got the news. Their leaders here also received a report from Hyaming, and their expressions were not much different from the previous two. After the leader of Winter Island had read the prominent headline in the newspaper, He even threw it from the zigzag, and Joe2's men immediately helped it up and asked what was wrong. The leader wiped the corner of his forehead with his trembling hand. The Khan murmured, "I'm afraid it will be a big fork," and the leader of Sky Island is stubbornly holding the newspaper in his hands, gnashing his teeth and repeating Andreas' name 2992. 1408 __. Chapter 33 Angeli wakes up. Please customize. At this time, Alva St. Rhodes, one of the Gorosei 5 elders, was looking for Angeli everywhere with his ghost sword now, let alone Angeli's people. Even Angeli's Shadow County has not seen a single sky where there are only seagulls coming and going, accompanied by 2 chirping sounds as if they were lamenting and praying for the Marineford that had changed or was ruined. Marine that had been soaked, and murmured, "Angeli, Angeli, where are you? Do you dare to come out and fight to the death? I haven't been to Jin for a long time. If Yams can come to you and give you a quick fight, it will be a great time in life. But a few days ago, it seems that you have fallen into the sea to fish. If you really live like this, you will not let me think highly of you. After creating such a shocking world again, you have come to the end of a fish in the sea. How ironic 053 is. Don't say you can't take it. Even I couldn't accept it, but no one came back. The only ones who responded to him were the seagulls flying around in the sky. The shadows of this group of seagulls swept across the sea quickly and left behind under the sunlight a swift silhouette. Ross was helpless, so he had no choice but to look for Angeli's whereabouts, but in the vast sea, did he go to the scene to hang? Thinking of this, he was secretly worried, and couldn't help complaining secretly. When Angeli was a hero in maritime transport, you didn't call me, but now the Marine headquarters in Marineford has been destroyed, and he has made a name for himself in this world. You're just calling me out. Having said that, this was originally to respect me. I should have been suspenseful towards you, but you have kept a living angel in front of me. Now this person, no dead or dead, let me find it slowly by myself. CEBF, isn't this a joke? What's the difference between this and finding a needle in the bottom of the sea? But not splashing back to dissatisfaction, complaining back to complaining. What should be done still has to be done. But Rhodes looked at the boundless sea. Except for seagulls, not even a fish, Xiaoneng, he still had no certainty in his heart, but he thought again. Think, if a person like Angelique dies, he will really want it, and he will save himself. But once this person is still alive, he will be rescued by a passing ship, and he will live a good life. The strength of human beings is afraid that sooner or later one will make some misfortunes in this world. Before that, apart from drifting aimlessly on this sea, I didn't seem to have a particularly good solution. Thinking of this, Rhodes sank. Anyway, the world government didn't give him a deadline to let him find Angeli. Kill him for you, as long as they are not in a hurry, then they will not be so anxious to go back to the Victory cabin to get a bottle of red live, stand on the deck and look at the endless sea, and the red wine in their hands is self-conscious. He said to himself, Angeli, come to God just to give you face, let you spend a few more days of comfort, but I advise you to cherish the life at the moment, because your good life until the day the two of us meet. When that day comes either you die or I leave this world. Angeli has no way to answer him because he is shooting on a big boat and he is by the bed sitting with a self-bearded old man, looking worriedly at the person in front of him who closed his eyes. 3018. Marco walked over to him at this moment, lowered his voice and said, You have been sitting here for 2 hours, Lord Angeli, and the county has not moved. And there is still no sign of turning around. I advise you to go out and walk around. Let me guard him here, and once he wakes up, I will report to you. Whitebeard said with a condensed expression, destroyed Marineford by himself. I knew that this kid was very strong before, but I didn't expect it to be as strong as it should be, to a terrifying level, but now what I'm thinking more about is, he must not come out. Marco said with a smile, Don't worry, Jiren have their own good looks. Before the words were finished, the angry Marco said, since the beard and his eyes were aligned, what is it that a lucky person has a natural appearance? Brother Angeli, that's absolutely not. Marco looked at the angry Whitebeard in embarrassment, and rubbed his hands with a good smile. I was careless about this just now, you must not be angry. Whitebeard sighed and turned his head to Ange, who was still blind. Suddenly Marco exclaimed and pointed to Angeli's hand. Just now, his finger seemed to move the Whitebeard big watermelon and immediately drew a knife. In front of Lai, he grabbed Angeli's hand with both hands and said excitedly, "You must wake up. After waking up, we too have a good drink." And then Andanli slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar things in front of him, he wondered, where is this place? Before Whitebeard could speak, Marco next to him hurriedly said, "You're awake. Dad has been watching over you for a long time." Angeli looked at the Whitebeard in front of him and smiled. "Edward, this time it's Hempu." Whitebeard smiled boldly. "It's okay, our friendship is nothing." 3018. 1408__. Chapter 34 The Maliciousness of Pan Gucheng. Let's go to see. Please make your own decision. Just as Angeli was chatting with Bai Zi, Angeli suddenly felt a sudden change in his heart, and his face changed slightly. He suddenly wanted to remember his disciple. Suo Zhang and Gaijiao. Whitebeard saw Angeli's face. Changed color, puzzled and asked, "What happened?" "Brother, the two of us are not outsiders. As long as there is something I can help with, even if I ask, I will spare no effort to help." Angeli but shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm afraid I can't really help with this." Whitebeard's eyes widened immediately. Unbelievable Angeli, but he still has some reputation in this world, and he has also made many people fearful. There are really few people in this world who do not give Whitebeard face. As soon as I heard Angeli say that he couldn't help, and thought that Angeli needed himself for a little bit, he immediately sighed in his heart. "How do you talk about it? Can't you afford me a posthumous title?" Seeing that Whitebeard had misunderstood, Angeli immediately realized that he had made a blunder in the past, and smiled. "That's not what I mean. I'm not going to fight with others now, if I really want to fight with others. If someone fights, maybe they can ask you to help. Because in a less-to-many battle, even if the opponents are all shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they are basically incompetent people, but sometimes they still feel a little lonely. As long as there is a companion by your side to fight against each other, you will feel more at ease." Hearing Angeli say this, Whitebeard eased his face, but immediately looked at Angeli with doubts. "Then why do you say I can't help? It's obvious that I still look down on me and don't believe my strength." So serious, "It was my two disciples, where are Zoro and Kuina?" and Angeli said, looking at Angeli's unrelated face. Whitebeard scratched his head in embarrassment and said this. "I thought it was something. They write on the boat. I'll tell them in a minute. You're awake. But bro Angeli, let's have a few more drinks today." Speaking of the wine, Angeli immediately became energetic, but when he thought of his own disciple, he gently shook his head. "Drink for a while, let's call those two little avoiders in first. And with my current cowardice, I'm afraid I'll have to stay on your boat for a long time, and the opportunity to drink, we have." Whitebeard smiled. "If that's the case, then I won't force it. I'll call them in first, and then you're done with work. If you want to come out, let's have a good drink or two. If you feel tired, you can rest here for a while, and if you need anything, just tell my sons that we will be a family when it comes to me, but don't be polite." Angeli is grateful, nodding. "Sure, go do your work." The Whitebeard merchant opened the cabin and called in the kiln, Kuina, Iceberg, Binyan Mizuke, and Kushiro. Gree was very happy when all his disciples came. After everyone chatted for a while, several people reported to Angeli with a gloomy expression. The news of the destruction of the Marineford Marine headquarters had already spread to all over the world. He smiled nonchalantly, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "This is just a little trick, but it's just some grudge with Rhodes, but right now, it's not very suitable for you to be together. Go out and experience. After you become strong officials, you can resist the malicious intentions of those people." Wrinkled, worried in his eyes, he looked at Angeli and said, "Is the teacher Pengu you?" Angeli smiled, did not admit it, did not deny it. Looking at Angeli's Biao-Qian, everyone had different expressions on their faces, but they all nodded in unison, but they still had some meaning in their hearts. Ellipsis. For flowers. Anjali looked at the expressions on the faces of his disciples, and knew that they had doubts in their hearts, but at this time, it was difficult for him to explain too much to them, so he had to say lightly, Qian's situation is like this. Both of you, let go. Those disciples Anjali knew in their hearts that there was no way to change his aspirations, but Suojiang was still a little unconvinced and could not help but surrender. But why did it? We feel that our current strength is already very strong, and Rakanyao, you are not very good at studying, and you don't have it. Why go to other parts of the world to study or exercise? Could finish speaking, there was a heavy blow on his head. Zoro opened his eyes and saw that it was Guy who was beating himself and looked at the angry look on his face. Only then did Zoro realize that he had said the wrong thing, and he smiled again embarrassedly. I made a mistake just now, I meant to say that I lost the watermelon and went to pick up sesame seeds. Kuina was angry and rolled his eyes. Can you figure it out later? You almost scared us just now, and talking like this is very disrespectful to the teacher. If the teacher cares about you, you're afraid your brain is about to measure up. When you said that, did we save you or not? If it is not for you, everyone is from the same school, and usually it is very strange. If it is for you, you always seem to be in a different way when you talk. Sometimes even when I hear the gas department, I don't get it. Zoro suffered this, and knew that he had edited the words just now, and the one who beat him was another girl. Ji Yuyi's eyes widened even more after hearing this. He raised his head. What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again? 1409. Chapter 35 Zoro and Kuina. Please customize. Anjali also thinks that his disciples are really interesting. He originally wanted to watch it here. What kind of 8-line are they going to make? But he also knows that time is in a hurry. So I stood up and made a round of it. I said, can you not do this? As long as you appear in front of my appointment, there will be quarrels, and I even have a special doubt, is it so lively when you pray to me? Several people came to Anjali to speak, and immediately lowered their heads. Gregory sighed. I also know what you have in mind, but this is also a helpless arrogance. As for why, 090, I am afraid that you will understand it in the future. Now I have to explain it, and it is really true. It's very difficult for me. The words have already been said for this sake, and several disciples also know that Anjali will definitely not explain Yichu to the original prisoner anymore, so they have to surrender to Anjali together. Then we will go now, this is the teacher, you will definitely in the future. Take extra care. Iceberg also wanted to turn around and leave with everyone, when Anjali suddenly stopped him. Your minister is here, don't go anywhere for now. I have to have someone by my side anyway. After hearing this, everyone looked dignified. They didn't know why Anjali had to keep Iceberg, but they also knew the rule of never asking if you shouldn't ask yourself. Who did not speak at the moment, turned around and walked slowly. Several people discussed on Whitebeard's splint for a while, and finally decided that Zoro and Kuina were divided into a group and went to the New World. Because Zoro was hit by Ji Yuyiki just now, when I think about it now, I have some resentment in my heart, and now I am coincidentally divided into a group with her. Although the boss is reluctant, he has no choice but to follow by Sizzy. I asked for a small boat, waved goodbye to everyone, and sailed to the boundless sea. The two of them couldn't figure out why Anjali sent these people to other places to experience. Did not speak. Originally thought that this journey would be particularly smooth. Zoro was driving the boat in the cockpit, and Guy was silently watching the distance on the deck. Suddenly he saw a very strange scene. There seemed to be a group of things moving slowly in the distance, and he immediately woke up, shouting at Zoro, "Look at it, there seems to be some." Zoro complained in his heart. It's so rare and strange, of course there will be some fish and shrimp in this sea, is it all that fuss? Kuina waited on the deck for a while, but did not see the figure of Shanlong, and then turned around to Shishi. The large group of things that were getting closer and closer, became anxious, and then turned to shout to Xingzonglong, "Are you still alive? You hurry up and die for me. Look at this crowd outside. What kind of shit is this?" Zoro had no choice but to sigh. walked out of the cockpit, and came to the deck in dissatisfaction. When he got to the group of things that were close to the boat, he was surprised later. His eyes widened, and Jiyuki was next to him. When did this group of things start to appear? Kuina rolled her eyes angrily. I called you loudly just now, but it wasn't so sweet that you were like a dead person. You didn't say a word for a long time. Wait until this group of things and Yang approached us before you came out. You said let me tell you what to do. It turned out that there was a large group of sea kings near their boat. These sea kings seemed to be fighting against them. They blocked us and never let them go. Zoro saw that there was nothing other than Neptune Leijing who stopped him, and said with a cold smile, what are you afraid of? Just these things make you look pale with fright. It's really a bit it can't be said. He doesn't know that girls have always been afraid of such mollusks. Although these large numbers of sea kings can't really get Jiyuhei, they are still a little frightened in their hearts, not to mention that there is a Sujang in by the side. It is not needed at this time, so when will it be Pyridine? Suo Zhang saw that there was a kind of drama on the face of Ji Yuyi's frown, and when he understood Ji Yuyi's mind, he said angrily, you just tell me to take action, and you can get rid of him. And pretending to be so scared, sometimes I really don't know what people like you think. Having said that, he didn't care anymore. He showed his sword, and used the swordsmanship that Anjali had given him. He just reached out and solved most of the sea kings. And the other half had such skills when they got to the rope drop, and never dared to stop the road. Laufenbao went to the rope drop and put away his execution. He saw that Zanyina smiled and turned back to the car. Cabin. Chapter 36 Loss of the Accidental Permanent Compass. A smug look, Kuina snorted coldly. What virtue, but at this time, the rope has already left and said that driving is fragile, and I scolded Xiaoyang to continue going, and I didn't hear Kuina's words at all. Snort. Originally thought that nothing would happen again, Ji Yuyi was bored on the plywood on the Mu, quietly in the sky with the blue sky and a few seagulls flying by occasionally. Took a long sigh and said, sometimes I really feel bored. It's not good to be with someone, but I have to be in a group with this rope drop. You say that my life is sometimes true. It's hard to figure out. Of course, this is a question for the people flying to the sky, those from the sea, but the sea does not only listen to it, and will not respond to him. Is it better to have a glass of wine? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Daihei immediately got up from a reel on the deck, and quickly walked to the scolding boat. Zoro thought something was wrong again, and wanted to be startled by Kuina's expression. Can you not be so startled? Do you know the truth of scaring people to death? Kuina snorted coldly. I said, why are you so timid as a big man? I just wanted to ask you if we have any alcohol here. Such a day is really boring and the pace of travel is so high. Slow, I don't know when I will be able to reach that new world. If I don't have 2 glasses of wine on this long road, I can really suffocate people to death. Long because I just took the shot and solved those sea kings at first sight, I also have no effect on my own strength. I felt a little satisfied, and I just wanted to drink 2 glasses, but I was too embarrassed to take it out by myself. At this time, when I heard Guy's suggestion, he immediately agreed, and Ji Yusho took out a bottle from the drawer of the boat. The good wine was handed over. It's true that heroes see the same thing. I also wanted to drink 2 glasses just now. Kuina raised his hand to take the wine, took a sip first, and then said lightly, you are driving the boat, this you shouldn't drink at this time. If we accidentally encounter some hidden darkness in this vast sea, who do you expect to save us? If you want to feed the fish, then I won't stop you, but if you kill me, I'm afraid I won't let you go if I'm a ghost in my next life. Zoro smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that he originally thought that 2 people could drink 2 cups, but now that Jiyuki knows this is the result when he drinks it, why not tell her that there is wine here, so that he can keep it slow. But now Hume is too late. The bottle of red wine in Kuina's hand is almost half gone. Sozol just wanted to save a little for herself, but suddenly the phoenix fell. The sky was dark, the boat shook violently, Chao guessed he was caught off guard, and almost threw the wine bottle in his hand to the ground. Zanzo was quick but took the remaining half of the bottle and said proudly, "You don't let me drink it, but you can't stop God from being pitiful." Yina, was angry and funny. "When did I say it? You are still in the mood to think about those red wines. If you don't think of a way, I'm afraid our victory will be overturned." Zoro sighed helplessly. Such a small boat, in such a ghostly weather in this vast sea, let alone I have no choice, even if Teacher Zu is here, I am afraid there is nothing I can do. As soon as the voice fell, a huge wave came over again, almost shattering the boat. Both of them were unsteady. Zoro grabbed the steering wheel tightly, and Kuina clung to the door frame with both hands. Gianer tried too hard, and Zoro was surprised to see a round thing that flew out of the air. He intuitively told Zoro that it was the permanent pointer on the ship. But, the permanent pointer brushed Zoro's finger and flew far into the sea. Zoro stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, and when Kuina, his virtue, also faintly felt that something bad had happened, he couldn't help asking, "What did you throw into the sea just now?" Suo-jang retorted with a wry smile, "Can you stop talking nonsense? Which of your eyes did you see that I threw that permanent pointer into the sea?" Before he could finish speaking, Pheasant's eyes widened immediately. "What did you say? You are bald and dare to lose the permanent pointer. Do you know what you are praying for? Without the guidance of the permanent pointer, we will be here in the void. Lost in the sea, may never reach that new world." Suo-jang grabbed the steering wheel tightly, brushed against the waves outside his temples and said angrily, "I think you are still a little too happy to have lost the permanent pointer, and judging from the current situation they are encountering, this boat cannot being able to keep it is still a problem." When Zanyina heard this, she was even more furious. If it wasn't for the violent shaking that made him unsteady, she said that she would have rushed over earlier, grabbing Zoro's collar and questioning him loudly, but now she can move herself. If he can't move, as soon as his hands are removed from the gate of opening frame, he may be immediately put into the gradually by this wave, sinking into the vast sea like a permanent pointer, and his body will not move if there are no bones left. But her mouth couldn't stop 590, and she kept mocking Zoro. Although Sulong felt aggrieved in his heart, he felt a little guilty for not grasping the permanent pointer after all, so he had to let Kuina say anything at will. I don't know how long it took. The wind and waves finally stopped, and the two of them let out a long sigh, probably rubbing the already a little sore wrist that had been guided with too much force just now, shook his head and sighed. "Now it's finally saved, but can you tell the direction?" Zoro smiled wryly and shook his head. "The good news is that at least we are still alive." Kuina rolled her eyes. "I was really defeated by you. Sometimes I really admire you a little bit. Like your optimistic attitude." Really it was rare to say that she turned around and walked away from the driver. Zoro stopped her. "Where are you going?" Ina swallowed the sea outside. "I think it would be wise for us now to tear the boat apart and split the mast in half, and we have to row the boat and keep going." Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but stay for a while, and when he reacted, this seemed to be the only way at the moment, and Kuina had already disappeared. Suo-shing knew that she was going to lower the sails at this time, so she sighed and stepped out of the cockpit to help. 06-4. Chapter 37 Wonderful Dreamland. Please make your own decision. On the boundless sea, there is a small boat that is constantly galloping. The boat is running very fast, and I don't know what the reason is for the people on the boat. Maybe it is because they see despair. Su-jang, what should I do? Now I can't move at all. And if it goes on like this, we will all die. It's all your fault that if you didn't make some mistakes before, how could we be in such a predicament? Kuina said that the rope drop is also very good. Maybe today is his unfortunate day to encounter such a thing. Now only Faye can continue to row forward to know if there is hope to be saved. I also didn't expect that if it weren't for bad luck today, how could we end up like this for Jongjin? The rope lowered. At this moment his hand has no strength at all, because he has been scratching aluminum on the sea for a long time, and if it goes on like this, now the two can only be arranged by fate, whether it is life or death, it can only depend on whether he Lu or us. Brother Shin, now we are tired, and it is estimated that we will die on this eel boat soon. Kuina said. I only saw Guy's movements in his hands, as if he was worried about why, and then the two of them continued to row around. Kuina is a little regretful. She encountered such an unfortunate loss as soon as she went out. It would be nice to have a holy thing to rescue them both. Now don't have anything. Let's just do the heavy lifting. No matter how tired the lion is, we will persist for a while. You have to believe that miracles will always happen in this world. Sulong says. Kuina has no relatives. What time is the county? And they still have the confidence to say these words. They don't know what road ahead. Maybe it's good or bad. I also hope that what you said will come true, but you need to know a lot of things we both lost how to get back or to an island. Kuina secretly sighed that it's okay. Don't worry, I guess I will always see a small island on the sea during swimming, otherwise what is the purpose of our coming out? Zoro. Because there is no direction, they can only be at a loss. Maybe it was because of the long time waiting on the sea, the two gradually lost their patience. As the sea level fluctuated, they put down their winning paddles, and let the slightly fluctuating sea water move slowly. Close your eyes directly, if there is hope, Guy. Get up quickly, the name seems to have an island. Zoro shouted suddenly just in Guy's eyes. Sozo was mistaken for hallucinations. Because of fatigue, the endless sea became an island. There is no island right now, just lie down and rest, whatever fate arranges. We will have hallucinations now, maybe the island you are talking about is an hallucination. Ji Yuyi is exhausted. I'm saying it straight. Get up and say goodbye. If we row over to that small island, we can still find some food to fill our stomachs without water, said the patrol. Hearing what Zoro said, Ji Yuyiki also slowly got up and followed the direction of Zoro's Kusuo. There seemed to be something faintly appearing in front of him, but the distance was too far to see anything. But, Sister Ji Yuyi thinks, the thing ahead must be an island not far away, and there may still be a chance of survival. Since things have come to this point, I have nothing to say. Let's get together and go over there. Maybe something magical will happen there. Since everyone has come, let's go out and be boring, Kuina said. As soon as the sound fell, the servants cheered up and tried their best to row to the small island in the distance. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally arrived at the small island. When they saw everything on the small island, just astonished. Cable descent, why did this place become so weird? You see that the seawater looks a little different from Keys County, why don't you go take a look? Kuina said posthumously. Suo Jong didn't speak, but he closed his body and took a sip of this seawater. He didn't expect the seawater to have a sweet juice smell. The two of them were very strange. Finally, between someone, the two suddenly remembered that the island seemed to be familiar. I don't know where I heard that the two were thinking about it, and Jing finally came to a conclusion. This place is undoubtedly Totland Dim Sum Island. After Kuina learned about it, not to mention how excited she was. It turned out that a miracle really happened on this island. The two of them want to explore this small island. There are some snacks on it, enough to fill the stomachs of the two of them. Let's eat something. We have been hungry for a long time. We should take a break after eating. If you don't want to, don't quit, and explore the island together when the time comes. As soon as the live sound fell, I saw that the dragon found something that could hold something and went to scoop up a bowl of juice. At this moment, they still don't know what to do on the sun. On this Totland desert island, there should be many feared places worth exploring. I don't know if these things are true or not. This seawater is also a juice to drink. Why don't you go and see what's on that tree? Zoro took a sip of the juice and said. Due to fatigue and hunger, they simply parked the boat aside and walked around the island to find something to eat. What they didn't expect was that, don't take that dreary step, and saw a lot of eggs fortunately displayed in front of them. Kuina was very excited, and without saying a word, rushed directly into the cake pile. Let's eat quickly. The food here is really good. After eating, let's continue on our way, and then the elders say that they will stay on this island for a few words. Zoro said. The two explored Totland Dim Sum Island, which is completely different from other islands. Apart from dim sum, there is nothing else to find on this island. What kind of hard stones, wood and so on are now we have enough to eat. It's time to keep exploring. As I said, miracles are bound to happen, right? Suochan asked while eating snacks, and Sa Kuina nodded. Then Yan continued to eat, and in the end most of the time, Xiao was used by the two of them to eat all the delicacies on this island, not to mention how happy they were now. Being able to eat any food is already satisfying. 3107. 642__. Chapter 38, The Forbidden Place where the Minister of Honey entered by mistake. Please make your own decision. And Kuina were quickly known by the residents of the entire island. The person in charge of the island was furious when they knew about the situation, and immediately sent someone to arrest Suojiang and Kuina. Just finished eating, Zhangjiang and Kuina didn't even have time to take a breath. They were suddenly wrapped up by a group of people, and both of them were naturally taken aback. He stretched out his hand and pulled Jiyu Yishi behind him, and looked down at the person in front of him. I don't know what the picture means. The person in charge of that island, with a sick face, is looking at two people, the residual stream below, and his eyes are wide open. His eyes were about to come out and his temples were drooping. Do you two know MI? What are you doing? It's just a meal. Do these people have to make such a big move? Suzhang and Kuina sneered in their hearts, but because they didn't know the rules here, no one said this, just quietly watched his person in charge, who seemed to be really angry, and walked around the group for a long time. For a long time, I looked at all the 770 places Zoro and Kuina had eaten. Finally, he raised his hand and patted his forehead heavily. Arrest these two bastards for me. How dare we not break the construction of our island and punish them? How can we protect the island in the future? Tung heard it. Here Zoro's eyes and Kuina finally understood. Zoro took a step forward. Is he blaming us for eating these things? The person in charge of the island is full of anger. Otherwise, you eat our buildings now. I wanted us to be so angry with you. It turned out that it was really because of this. With a helpless look on Jiyu Yiki's face, he pulled Zoro's Zuomao and the two looked at each other. After that, he quickly said, I'm very sorry, because our stomachs are really hungry, so we finally found something to eat, and we just ate it without thinking about it and caused trouble for you. It's because we didn't blame them and it was also because of us. My stomach is really hungry, so I can't help but eat so much delicious food right away. After all, they did the wrong thing first, so they hoped that the person in charge could put it down after listening to the whole story. But obviously this is because Zoro and Jiyu Yiki thought too well, although the two of them have already made money, but the person in charge was still unrepentant. Was a fierce look on his face. You two are hungry, why should we be angry? Why can you eat our buildings when you are hungry? He said. He turned around Sozol and Kuina. No matter what, you have to come up with a solution. Ran said that he did something wrong and was angry. Hearing that the person in charge asked them to solve it, Sozo and Kuina didn't say much. Instead, he directly asked him what he should do to make atonement. Then what do you want us to do? How can we make atonement? The person in charge had a vicious look on his face, and he actually wanted their lifespan as soon as he opened his mouth. Very simple, just save your lifespan to atone for your sins. Zoro and Kuina looked at each other. Obviously they saw dissatisfaction in each other's eyes, but they just ate something and wanted their lives. The abacus of this person in charge is too good. Wouldn't it be because of this old boy to rely on them? Gaidef nodded his head without hesitation. It's impossible. If you really want us to make amends, then you can change your request. If we can accept it, we will do it. The person in charge's face was gloomy, and looking at the two of them Chej was like looking at a sheep covered to be slaughtered. So you mean, you can't accept this way of making amends? Suzhang raised his hand and pulled Kuina behind him, not letting the person in charge's eyes stay on Kuina. Dang, we can't stand this way of sin. You can change it. Jumped instantly like, you too damn. After you ate our food and destroyed our building, Li Ran still wanted to live up to the tribute. The two of them obviously didn't say it like this. They just wanted to ask for a different way to solve the matter. But Zoro and Guy were caught in this way, pointing their noses and scolding them, and their faces sank. Zoro stared directly at the person in charge. We are not saying that we are irresponsible, we just ask you to solve it in a different way. Person in charge didn't seem to listen to anything Zoro said, and continued to jump there. Oh my god, 2 irresponsible people like this came to our island, this is really scary. Some were annoyed by what the person in charge said. Zoro pinched the student's head, endured, and finally managed to hold back the anger in his heart. When he spoke again, his tone had become a lot more indifferent. I repeat, we are not irresponsible, we just ask you to solve it in a different way. If you do this again, don't blame us, the person in charge. Wei finally stopped jumping and said the 2 of them were irresponsible, but stopped and stared at the 2 of them. What if I insist that you use this method to solve the problem? If the other party really has to insist on this way, Zoro and Kuina's eyes meet, and I can see the determination from each other's eyes. They were just about to give their own answers. Suddenly, a strange voice came from beside us, which damaged the building here. If you want to walk easily, you can't look in the direction of the voice. Zoro and Kuina saw a Sui Sheng girl walking towards them. The girl was wearing a red and white dress, her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had a strange smile on her face. When the girl came over, the person in charge of the island in front of them suddenly showed a serious look. The girl who looks sullen as taking medicine. Lolland. Laughing lamp. Zoro and Kuina didn't know the person in front of them, so they didn't say anything. They just took a few steps back quietly and pulled the distance between them and the girl. The girl didn't seem to care. Jeshi and the others, the 2 smiled and said, "How are you? I'm Lot Lengsu, Minister of Honey." 3133. 1558 __. Chapter 39 Stay and Become the Power of Big Mom Sama. Sulong and Gui looked at the girl, although the smile on their faces was strange, but their attitude did not seem to be difficult to negotiate, so the county involuntarily relaxed a bit. With an unwilling look on his face, he stepped forward and wanted to talk to Yinglan about Lord Yinglan Pei, who was in front of Chu Manchu, these 2 outsiders _. Before he mentioned the key point, Viburnum Pei raised his hand and interrupted him. I already understand almost, leave this beauty to me tilde I'll handle it. When Ying Lanjiao said so, the tribute bearer was not as difficult as it was in front of Suojiang and Guy, but nodded obediently and stepped aside. Suojiang and Gui didn't know what the original intention of the posthumous name lamp was, so they didn't rush to talk to someone else and be happy. On the other side, Meilanan was talking to the person in charge of Kojima, and his eyes would look at the 2 of them from time to time. After a while, it seemed that the conversation was over, and Mei Lanpei slowly approached the 2 of them. I have already figured out the ins and outs of this cowardice. Since the 2 of you don't want to spend your life, then we can another way to solve this. Hearing that Flamp knew so well, Kuina thought that they had finally met a reasonable person, so she nodded her head in relief, and learned how to call Flamp the person in charge of the island. What does Mr. Franpei want us to do? Flamp blinked, and quickly gave him an answer. Stay the 2 of you and be the residents of Honey Island. Only the residents of Honey Island can enjoy the things in this area. As long as you become residents, I won't bother with you anymore. It sounds beautiful, but Zoro and Kuina are people with tasks. Even if they don't have tasks, they are people who have a place to go. How could Lu Yi stay on a small island and become a resident here? The 2 of them refused without hesitation. This is impossible, Mr. Franpei, please change the solution. It was still Kuina who spoke, and Zhang refused almost the second after Flamp finished speaking. The joker on Flampei's face froze, and Kuina's eyes were also a little strange. She was the first time her brother met such a rude person. But she still didn't get angry with Kuina, but let Ji Yuyi think about it. This is a good solution, you can think about it. Kuina and Sozo would not agree to such a decision at all, so without even thinking about it, they wanted Randu to refuse, but Lan Yu suddenly spoke at this moment. if you insist on Wen's rejection of my accusation, then you can only save your life. The person in charge standing next to Lamp had a sullen look on his face. Yes, if you reject Flampay's proposal, then you can only keep your lifespan. He wanted to stay from the beginning. The lifespans of Sha Shanlong and Kuina, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Fran Panic and a pinch. I'm afraid he has already ordered someone to arrest Zoro and Kuina directly. Now that Zoro and Kuina are so ignorant of praise, there is a little bit of joy in his heart, so that he can do what he wants. The punishment is coming. But in front of Fran, his efforts to control Chi didn't show it, but when facing Sujong and Kuina, he couldn't help showing a little bit. The wickedness in the eyes of the person in charge, Kuina became even more angry, and felt that the person in charge was really overwhelmed because he couldn't be a tribute bearer, and he was angered by this tribute bearer. So Ji Yuyi, the tone of the frown's speech became a lot worse without realizing it. I've already said it's impossible, we absolutely can't stay alive, and we can't stay here as living people. Don't make trouble for us. This man is really uncaring. Yin Lanpei's brows were so tired that he suddenly stretched out his hand to dig some ropes in his arms. Neither Guy nor Ji Yuyi thought that Yin Lanbao, who had always been very mild-mannered, would attack them, so the two of them didn't care about the actions of Yin Lamp. The two of them widened their eyes in surprise until Flamp took out the drunk needle from his arms, but it was too late to escape at this time. I saw that the anesthesia needle in Flampay's hand slammed into Kuina's body directly. Kuina, who was hit by the anesthesia needle, even had a chance to react, was soft and completely unable to control it, and fell directly to the ground. Groggy. Zoro, after seeing the anesthesia needle in Goibataka, originally wanted to go get her, but the distance between the three of them was too far. Kuina fell so fast that he didn't have time to support her, so he could only rush over to pull her up after she fell. Guy. Zoro frowned, stretched out his palm and patted Guy's danger lightly. Franpei swallowed and put away her anesthesia needle. When she saw Zoro's movement, she opened her mouth and reminded her that she didn't need to continue filming. She was shot by my anesthesia needle. Zoro, who came over so easily, bit her. Grinning his teeth, he directly carried Kuina on his back. We ate so much from you. Now that you hurt my companion, we are even equal. They just ate a little something, but now Xiao Lanpei is facing Ji Yuyi, and it also caused Kuina to faint, and I don't know when to wake up. She didn't know if she would have any bad physical condition after she woke up. In her heart, she was anxious to solve the predicament in front of her, or she had to bear her anger and question Zhang Lanpei. We are now, is it okay to leave? He said that. He walked towards Lai with Kuina on his back. His eyes were full of impatience, and he couldn't wait to leave this island quickly. The impression this island left on him was really too bad. He didn't even have the mood to stay here for a few more seconds. The person in charge next to him was completely black, and Jay cursed Zoro. Let it go. You are a wild boy from nowhere, and you actually speak to Lord Ying Lamp in this way. Zoro glared at him coldly, showing his aura in front of these people for the first time, and instantly scared the person in charge. Chapter 40 Zoro, 13 Silver Lights. Flamp was also very unhappy, looking at Suojiang with a sullen look. What do you mean? I did something to that woman, but it was because she was rude to me, and this has nothing to do with what we need to solve. It doesn't matter. In your eyes, doesn't this count as a punishment? The repelling took Kuina, who had been completely unconscious, from her back. She looked at her in the past, and showed her in front of everyone. My companion is completely fascinated. This is a kind of harm to both of us. If it weren't for G, I may lead with Kuina first, and eat it. The other party's things, and Ri has not yet commented on the other party. And they couldn't act according to the sins the other party requested, so that they could only carry this mistake 100 times. As early as the June 17 inches when Ji Yuyi was stunned, he directly took up the sword and slashed all these people. I just ate a little food. Zoro thinks that Kuina has passed out now, and it was the other party who did it, so this relationship should be evened out. Mei Lanpei, that's also because your companion was rude to me first. If she wasn't such a rude person, I think we could still communicate well. She obviously didn't agree with Zoro's idea, and wanted Zoro and Kuina to continue to stay. Zoro was completely impatient. I can't do it, get out of the way, we have to leave. Franpei's expression is completely cold, directly in front of Zoro. Impossible, you have to finish this matter. Annoying guy, I didn't want to do it, but this is yours and mine. Zoro said the ancient good. Fix Kuina's body firmly, so that when he starts to do it later, he will let the ground slide from his back. Flamp looks at Zoro's behavior in surprise, and doesn't understand what Zoro wants to do until when Zoro started to pull out his own creation. She couldn't help laughing. Tan Dao, do you want to do something with me? Zoro quietly stared at her, and did not rush to speak, until Franpei laughed enough and stopped, and calmly said, if your excellency insists on not letting us leave, then I can only be rude for a long time. He has never fought with anyone, and Franpei is already a little squeamish, so after hearing Somo's words, not only did he not get out of the way. On the contrary, he was more willing to stand in front of Yaolong and provoke him. In this case, let me test your strength. I have to fight in this fight. Zoro Vivi narrowed his eyes, although he felt very uncomfortable. Not out, but the foot still didn't stop there. He pulled Kui out of Lunir, closed his eyes, and recalled the tricks Angeli had taught him for a second. When Ran opened his eyes, he let out a stern voice, the one opposite by Yuntian. Fran looked at Zoro's movements inexplicably, and was about to study what he was doing, when suddenly he saw the engraving in Zoro's hand, and a light flashed. That sword light was fleeting, and in the next second, the entire weather changed color, and the black cloud seemed to crush everything in the dusty city and fall down. The huge pressure on the waist made everyone present unable to stand up. Fall. There are many people with great abilities who could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground with a thud, looking at Su Yang's eyes with the most dazzling expression, and the expression on his face was full of pain. There are a few people with relatively strong ability, and they can force themselves to stand still. Fortunately, they only want to escape from the scramble, and they don't use all their strength, so they have a chance to breathe. Xiaolongkan gritted her teeth fiercely, and was about to go up to make a move, when she saw a flicker of her tightly descending figure, and the next second he was no longer in place. The place where the stunned person was empty. Mei Lanpei realized that it was too late to pick up his head. The second move of the rope drop has already been hit. 13 silver lights and countless sword lights flashed in front of Wu Lanye. The cold made Mei Lanpei feel a wave of fear. She couldn't move, didn't move, not even a breath of air. Fortunately, Zoro Jing didn't hurt her. After frightening her, he took back the sword light and said in a cold voice, "You can't beat me, let's make a way. I don't want to argue with you anymore, though." She had reached Zoro's strength, but Mei Lanpei still had a feeling of not admitting defeat. She felt that she was just moving slower, so she was frightened by Zoro. She also wanted to have another fight with Zoro. No, wait a minute, I just fell in love with the movements. She recalled Zoro's movements, and slowly cheered herself up in her heart. That's right, it must be because this must be Zoro's move too early, so she can't resist. As long as she can move at the same time as Zoro, she can definitely. Zoro tilted his head to look at her, completely ignorant of where Flampei's obsession came from, but he didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand and made a gesture of please. Although he didn't say anything, Fubat Lamp immediately saw that he was telling her to make a move first. Although there is an inexplicable feeling of being humiliated, but thinking of Zoro's moves just now, Fran still feels that he must accept it. If she hadn't made a move before Zoro, who knew if she would still have the chance to make a move? After realizing this, Fran took a deep breath and took out her weapon, trying to move towards Suochin. Blow over. She has so much confidence in her martial arts. Sozo may not be able to cope with the small anesthesia needles. The development of anger is obviously very different from what Fu 32 Lamp expected, although her anesthesia needles are indeed numerous and varied. The secret is correct, but the foot is a good solution for Zoro. Yes, a master. Looking at the weapons that fell to the ground, Zoro slightly tilted his head. Do you still want to continue? Flamp looked at the weapons on the ground that originally belonged to him. At this time, they had been divided into pieces by Zoro's sword light and even turned into shards. She couldn't hold it anymore, and burst into tears. Brother, when someone bullied me, she cried aloud while running outside, and even her own image was completely unacceptable. Chapter 41 Zoro and Oven. Please customize. Honey Island. No one who asked the country's extravagance and lively Zonman thought that Flamp would cry and run away after losing. There was a wry smile in my heart. The one-eyed scumbag man came back to his senses and said loudly, "Don't wait for Boss Oven to come, this man is definitely not an opponent." And again, yes, right. After speaking, there was a mighty person, with Tingmo cards, some with prosperous battles, and some with big swords and rushed to the ropes. Zoro looked meaningfully at Kuina who was still awake, and sighed to cover him. What a headache, this annoying woman. Zoro took off the turban from his hand and put it on his head, his expression changed like an invincible god of war, and he switched to a fighting state. Zoro faced the rush to kill people. Minji stopped the two sabers in front of his waist and docked the knife handles, and turned counterclockwise with a loud voice. Bei Yun Zaifeng. The blade sent out a half-moon-shaped wind. The rushing enemy couldn't resist at all. As the wind blew away all directions, Zoro did not stop his movements, slashing at 427 places with the white cloud and west wind. Sulong was like a tornado in the center of the depths. Jopian strokes as soon as people approached the perimeter, they were shot and flew out. The remaining 7 or 8 people did not dare to move. They knew in their hearts that they were not Zoro's opponents. Ching Kuina walked towards the boat in the sea. After taking a short rest, Zoro knew that this place should not stay for a long time, so Young Hao prepared to get up. At this time, Xiaosheng was shaken, and a snake-like creature suddenly appeared on the sea 1 meter away from the boat, which was bigger than their boat. Dozens of times. Sea Kings. It's really majestic, Zoro secretly said in his heart. Monster twisted and rushed towards the boat. Zoro had Guy who was anesthetized by his side, and he couldn't let the basilisk destroy the boat. Can only resist. Armament hockey. Zoro thought to himself that the saber in his hand was covered with a layer of black armament hockey steps according to Zoro's mind. Zoro stepped on the air and rushed straight towards the ostrich. Fengchen Yingshenjiao makes a sword move. I saw the sword move as fast as a shadow suit, and the 360-degree shadows in the sky were aimed at the body of the basilisk and received a creative control attack. The body exploded like a watermelon, and the flesh and blood of the basilisk fell into the sea. Attracted Stowe's Sea Kings. I saw entertainment, sharks, etc. After a while, the 3rd floor of the boat and the outer 3 floors were surrounded by monsters of the Sea King. Zoro frowned. He didn't expect this situation. If not with Kuina beside him. Many monsters attacked at the same time. Zoro thought that he could only solve the battle with one move. He took out the 3 knives on the right side, bit one horizontally in his mouth, and the other 2 turned in the posture of windmill gutting. The big move, with the effect of group attack, also known as, after the 3000 Big Dry World, sent hundreds of posthumous titles and several dry knives to Yao Daming. Can't stop this trick. I saw many Sea Kings guessing the fate of the basilisk just now, and it burst open this time. There should be no Sea Kings. Suojiang Qianji confidently said that the corpses of the Sea Kings who were everywhere in the sea fell into the sea, and suddenly found that the corpses were roasted when they entered the sea. Rope drop. When did the injury happen? After a while, the sea suddenly boiled, and the boat began to sway. Seeing this, the cable descended, so he had to carry Kuina again and use Moonstep to fly towards the island. 10 meters of the surrounding area of Razor Island became boiling hot, and none of the creatures in the sea survived. The Sea Royal County, which has not been affected by foreign countries, should not be close. Fragmented Oye. Boss when is coming? This green algae head is finished. Exactly. Saba, you were right. When he was thinking about why the sea was hot, he heard the discussion behind him, turned to look at Saba, the man who said he was alive, and walked towards him with a smirk. Zoro's face, Saba panicked, and wanted to escape Zoro. A moon step blocked his way, and asked, "Is that oven you just mentioned? This hot water has nothing to do with him. Do not. I'm talking nonsense." When Saba said that, he was laughing secretly in his heart. Zoro saw that this person was not honest at all, so he waved his head with a big sandbag, and hit the coconut tree next to Saba to the end of the sea royal family. Exploded. When Saba saw this, he was so frightened. Now it can be said. Zoro blew the slag of his fist and said slowly, "Yes, yes, the fruit of Owen's boss can. Capacity. I only know this." Saba was so scared that his speech was stammered. Zonglong thought to himself that this person would definitely not lie, thinking that this ability is very hands-on. Can't go out to sea. Kuina hasn't woken up yet. Zoro is walking on the island with Kuina on his back. His eyes are looking at the same country, and he wants to find a place to put Ji Yuyi first. Seeing a vacant mistress from a distance, I asked the people who were still following behind me, and when Moonstep came out, the people who disappeared instantly were also stunned. Lost. After Zoro set up Kuina, after checking that there are no suspicious people around, he walked to the beach to prepare to give it a shot, to see how strong Zana's so-called oven boss is. "I'm a guest, and I'm going to be the greatest and most powerful Kahao in the world. It's just a little battle in my life. Zoro walks, the faith in my heart is stronger." While thinking about walking, our big swordsman, Kwang Ran, got lost. On the way, he found that his clothes were torn at some point, so he had to continue wandering around and bought some clothes that covered his body. After a while, he arrived at the beach. I saw that oven hadn't come yet. The seawater in the sea seemed to be even hotter than before, and the roper didn't care. He found a cool place, and it was the shopkeeper who sat down to take a nap on Honey Island and was defeated by the roper. His subordinates, and Saba, who was urinating his pants, saw this with disapproving expressions on his face. They thought that the two of them had left, but they didn't expect this person to come back. What does this mean? It's hard to catch him and he wants to duel with Oven Boss. Impossible. Although this green deep head is powerful, it is still not qualified compared to their worship of Oven's boss. 3195. 1545 __. Chapter 42. No one can defy the will of that lord. Everyone had this idea in their hearts, thinking that Zoro would definitely not be able to beat Oven's boss. How could he know what they were thinking? He was just sleepy, so he went to sleep first and then half an hour passed quickly. At this time, Charlotte Oven was riding a yarrow boat on the sea and heading towards the Cockroach Island. He was really angry. His voice went from offering to high, and he roared gradually. Bloated like to explode. His dearest sister, Yin Lampe, was injured suddenly and could not bear it. Oven's subordinates to the fart are a sick meal. None of the people on Yangsheng dared to speak, because they knew what happened. Brother Wong, haven't you arrived yet? At this time, Mei Lanpei still had traces of gushing water on her face, rubbed her red eyes, stretched her waist, and walked out of the sun cabin in the name of Heish. Seeing this, Oven changed his vicious look just now, and said to her gently, why don't you sleep for a while, we'll be there soon. Elder brother, I can't wait, you have to help me fix that green algae head, Fran Pei said viciously, thinking of the scene where the green algae head bullied her, and scolded Ming Feng Honey Island. Zoro is still fighting. Snoring, there was no tension at all, but Flampei's men looked very excited. They thought that they would see Oven's boss abusing Zoro. Finally, 2 or 3 short sea boats sailed around B-Ray Island. And a man with red hair and a tie off the flesh is standing on the front of the CB. This must be Flampei's brother. Charlotte Oven jumped to the seaside. It is amazing that with the arrival of Oven, the seawater temperatures appear to be slowly dropping, restoring azure oceans. Owen's eyes were full of soy sauce, and he glanced at the troubled country, trying to find the green-headed swordsman who bullied his sister. He thought that this guest would hide on the Honey Island, but what surprised him was that after asking a few of his men, that a few of his subordinates pointed at Brother Suo, who was sleeping under a tree not far away. It was him, and it was me who he bullied diaresis. At this time, Franpe came to Oven's side, and went in the direction indicated by his subordinate. This man is so strange that he doesn't run. Well, let my brother teach him a good lesson. Usually, no one dares to do this to me, but this green algae head actually dares to humiliate me. Franpe was very happy at the moment, but also hated the scene of Lu Zutu being caught by his elder brother Kaming, and the anger in his heart could not help a little. At this time, Zoro was traveling in space in his dream. In his dream, he became the world's #1 Lu guest. I dreamed that he proposed to the woman he loved, but when he was kissing the bride at the wedding ceremony, the cancer guest downstairs actually said that the two of them couldn't get married. Following this strange dream, Zoro slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the debate people in front of me, I can't help but get angry, as if to blame this group of people for resisting their good dreams. Franpeel was still drooling. Her face was full of a cat-like smile, and then she came over with a gloomy face and cursed a big pervert in her heart. Brother, look, that green algae head woke up. You help me teach him a lesson. Fran was in a hurry and urged Oven's brother again. Oven touched the head of Zhao Lan and said softly, "Don't worry. Sister, brother helped you to teach him a lesson." When he looked at Suojiang, his face darkened again. Zhou Guo's men saw such a scene. All of them said in their hearts. Sure enough, Su Zhang, the pet girl madman, also met Flamp, who was defeated by him, and glanced at the red-haired man beside him with a sultry face. It seemed that it was Charlotte Owen. The boiling guy roped down and made a heish, got up and came to Oven, and said formally with both faces, "Since you are Oven, listen to them that you are very strong. I am the rope surrender. The day is to become the world's #1 Zhanjing. You are the opponent I must defeat here." There is still a hint of admiration, and Lu Suojiang's disgust seems to be a little less. The Oven laugher said, "It's been a long time since no one has spoken out to challenge me. It's true that Oven himself is also a straightforward person. Seeing Zoro is also so refreshing. He is very kind to himself, and there is still a little more praise in his tone. The taste of. However, the person who bullied Fran can't be forgiven. Although this young man in front of him is good, he must treat this person to my sister. I will deal with it myself, and none of you are allowed to take action. Violators kill." Seeing that Oven was so straightforward, Zoro didn't want to be wicked and cunning, and secretly praised Khan in his heart. "Yes, boss." Zhou Guo's people gathered to the side one after another, and in a short while they made room for Zoro and Wen. Both sides shot at the same time. Zoro held a pair of knives. Oven used the ability of the hot fruit to make his fists turn red, and Flamp secretly said, "His brother Owen is a hot man who ate the hot fruit, and the ability is to create high temperature and transfer heat to any object that he touches will instantly add to the object, and it can also heat itself up to burn anyone who is in contact with him, and can even transfer heat to the Dachau subregion of the sea, causing the sea to boil, thus causing a large number of marine life. Cooked in the sea, most ships are damaged by overheating, and can also teleport their target and burn their opponents. Just on the way to the island, Oven is using this ability to heat the ocean, preventing the two fans from running the Zoro moon step to rush above Oven. Holding a pair of knives from top to bottom, Owen raised his hands above his head and blocked it. Zonglong's double sword attack. Suobi didn't stop moving. His legs took the opportunity to go to Owen's chest. Owen's heart moved, and his chest became red like volcanic lava. No relatives. Zoro had to stop the movement of his feet. Use his two knives hard. The whole person went to the back. The cable seat felt that the knives in his own were actually a little stubborn. In order to protect his beloved knives, Zoro armament hockey wet cover the saber. The saber is on the side. Oven saw that Zoro had actually mastered armament hockey, and he also praised Oven a little for using the hot fruit, forming a form in his own Zhou country. Hot armor. I saw that Oven was covered with a layer of magma shell towel. Zoro's head tightened, and the knife in his hand clenched a little. Even though he was a little nervous and waiting, his eyes became firmer when he remembered the purpose of going to sea. 1546. Chapter 43. Could it be that person's apprentice? Panting and hid in the shade. It seems that this situation has long been commonplace. Of course, Oven's boss is fighting in the quartet, and they are all witnesses of Oven's ability. At this time, they are also bitter in their hearts. The hot weather and the ability of Oven to heat the fruit, it feels like deep inside the oven, the heat from the post-360 generation without dead ends invades the whole body. Although the heat is not as good as the cable drop of the day and night, but if it takes a long time, the body's water will be dried by the cable drop and shake hands tightly. The knife in the colored hockey bag, the black knife, and the twin moles stared at Oven, as if thinking about where Oven would attack. Oven's corners were raised, and the hot fruit condensed into a long sword. The surface exuded a real spirit of heat, as if to melt all things, holding a flaming sword and wearing a fire armor. It has attack and anti-curse, but it is very competitive. The corners of Zoro's eyes twitched, and he seemed to feel threatened. The sound of the slamming sounded, and the two figures swayed like a wind shuttle, the black knife, and the 997 flame knife at the same time. Zoro withdrew the two knives he was fighting against, changed his footwork to dodge the flaming knives next to Oven, and charged up his moves to make 1,000 turns. I saw Zoro's double wisdom stretched out holding the knives, and his body was spinning like a tornado. With the momentum of the storm, there is no intention to block Oven. Let Zoro attack, the black knife and the armor of fire touch, but only 4 or 5 times. Zoro's tornado attack stops, leaving a few minutes to watch. Split mouth. When Legia is only. Zoro couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Since going to sea, this is the strongest opponent I have encountered so far, which makes me so laborious. Oven didn't stop, seeing Zoro stop, waving the flaming knife in his hand towards Zoro, in his heart, although he applauds Zoro a little, but in the sea of the world, either you die or I die, if you are not strong, only Zoro moves. Ju couldn't bear Naoin's offensive, so he had to use his body's sensitivity to dodge, trying to find a sudden opening and give a fatal blow. Beside Datb was watching the battle between the two of them. Seeing that Zoro could count back his brother's subordinates, his face was full of shock. But I don't know why, only one stone hit Zoro's face, and there was a scene of humiliating her in the previous case, and I immediately cheered for Oven. Elder brother, come on. Elder brother, come on. Joba's Haifu also shouted to cheer on seeing this. The battle between the two sides continued. Moment, the little Kuina is having a strange dream. Her face is full of contented dreams. She and Anlong and their master Anjali have conquered the ocean, found the legendary treasure, and the island they started an arty, ate meat, sang and danced, and their bounty rose to billions of Baileys. At this time, if Zoro was around, they would definitely scolded loudly. Strange honey island, let's cheer. The sound of the sound still came up, the temperature on the island did not drop, and everyone was almost sweating. Zoro's footsteps seemed to be a little slower at the moment. Oven observed that the burst of energy from the hot fruit on his body pushed his body, rushing towards the rope with the momentum of breaking the army. I saw that Zoro didn't dare to be careless, and stuffed a black knife in his hand into the mouth, and took out the last knife on the right waist to cover the top dress hockey. Mito stream. Although Oven is not a samurai, he has never seen anyone who enjoys watching the 3-knife attack. He really thinks that the rope drop is a posturing. I saw Suojiang's whole body bulging, and when Oven's flaming knife arrived, the quality of his body suddenly became very fast, and he passed through Oven's body to cut the sky and draw the sword. This technique is one of Xian's most successful moves. Yu Zhang was born with a strong learning ability. It didn't take long for him to master the terrifying movement skills required by this move. He quickly passed by the enemy and drew his sword to kill everyone. Under the watch, Oven's flame armor actually showed a slight crack, and with a bang, the whole body armor fell to the ground in large chunks. However, Oven did not fall. Just turned his head and looked at Zoro behind him. Mouth said, "Not bad. Good. It has been many years since no one broke my first layer of anti-curse. You really are amazing. Zoro was a little confused when he heard this sentence. What is the first layer of defense? Afterwards, he was surprised. Could it be that he still has a second layer of defense? Zoro with playful eyes and said, you thought you hit my brother. You are too naive. My brother's ability to pick up fruit has been developed to the extreme. The strongest defense is himself. Ha 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 ha. Zoro heard that. He could only struggle with Isho. He thought that the move just now could determine the winner or loser, but Zoro thought, if the master faced such a situation, what would he do? He couldn't help but think of the scene where he fought with the master, but he was still a novice and didn't have such a strong swordsmanship. At that time, the master was not afraid of facing many masters. After a victory, the master will occasionally point him to a few tricks, and occasionally he will only have a few words on his life philosophy to be worthy of his heart and do what he wants to do. Even if it is death, what you do with the determination to die will definitely win. This is what Master Angeli told him. At this moment, he understands that only at the time of life and death can he burst out with unprecedented power. Fighting with the determination to die can break through himself. Oven saw the young man in front of him suddenly change in color. He didn't know how to say it. He felt that it was not his limit and couldn't help but say, monster. Who is he? Could it be that person's apprentice, Oven, immediately activated the second layer of defense of the hot fruit. This second layer of defense is to achieve perfect contact with the hot fruit. His body is a strong defense. In the shape of the flame, the vines burned, and there was a hint of flame in the originally black eyes. The eyes of the pod orchid and the pirates beside him were full of lust, as if Zaishin was a perfect work of art. Zoro holds a knife in one hand and reads Ai in his mouth. At the same time, the two burst into a powerful force and rushed towards each other. Kuina, who was still dreaming, was woken up by the sound outside 3238. 1553__. Chapter 44. Kuina who is about to wake up. Yin Lamp also found that Kuina seemed to be waking up, and was very surprised. What happened? Waking up so quickly, why did the anesthesia medicine have no effect? This is really strange, right? It's not impossible. Anyway, he just doesn't believe why the effect of the medicine disappears so quickly. Not so much. England's fake heart county can't think about it anymore. What can I do about it? I can't let Ji Yuyi Frown come to Zongna so quickly to ask her anesthesia needle to keep Kuina Tong for several days. How can she wake up so quickly? So I increase the dose and give her another injection. At this time, Ying Lante came back to his senses and found that the person had been taken away, and it seemed that he still had to stop. She said, "What are you doing? What are you doing to destroy my good things? Obviously these are none of your business." Suojiang thinks this sentence is so funny. What does it mean to do something that doesn't concern yourself? If something hurts, then it has something to do with yourself. Yeah. If you really think these things have nothing to do with me, I don't have to be like this, right? Zoro is very righteous when he talks about life at this time. He just thinks that what he is doing is right. What did Flamp say about the county being vexatious there? Felt very uncomfortable when she heard Zoro talking like this. It seemed that she still had to take some precautions, otherwise she missed this time, so she didn't know what it would be next time. Zoro dares to oppose him now, so he must other preparations will be made, so what can we do? I'm more worried at this time. Flamp suddenly didn't want to argue so much here. Anyway, it's useless to say so much. Why don't you ask him what he's thinking? What's more important is to try and test the meaning of the other party. When Franpei opened his mouth, he was cautious. What do you want? Why do you have to rob me? Besides, it wasn't you who I hurt. Zoro felt a special laugh when he heard this sentence, but continued, so you know that you are hurting people here. I thought you didn't know. Own feet. Franpei didn't know what to say for a while, but he didn't expect him to say this for the person SMO. It is still difficult to deal with, and I still have to be careful about my money. I don't know if Guz's words should be laughed at. Lanpei has been unable to come out. This person in the desk is still tricky, otherwise, Zoro will not be like this. Although Ji Yuyi didn't feel very strong, his hand was still a little sore. He wanted to leave at this time, but he still wanted to see how the other party survived and what medicines were sold. He thought about it. Now that he said these words, Franpei should be speechless, but he just didn't know what else he could do. Manager Flamp had already held a grudge against him at this time, but he still felt that such a big drama had to be sung, or else he thought he was afraid of him, but that's all. It's not that he didn't know what to deal with him. For the sake of his own face, Flamp continued to say here, "You are really nosy, and the relationship between Kuina and you is not so good. You are so stupid." Suo Jong was a little unhappy when he heard this. "First of all, it doesn't matter, let's not talk about it, but because I hurt others here, I can't stand it anymore, haha, then I need to fight against myself here." Lanpei feels like a Yuko. Why bother with his own words here? What he is saying is so awkward, and it has nothing to do with him. If this is the case, then it is really a bit unreasonable to say that Yinshi is a bit unreasonable. Suo Jong warned again and said ruthlessly, "Young Lanpei, don't think you are amazing, not to mention you want to understand one thing, whether it's a relationship or not. First of all, I can't get used to a person like you who uses inferior means to harm others." After hearing this, Mei Lanpei will laugh in her heart. "Yeah, I use it myself, but it's just the means others have used." 0 flowers. Since the county can say this at this time, it's like he is some heinous person. Instead, Mei Lanpei feels that he has done nothing wrong at all. The words he said were very funny. Anyway, in his heart, he was a bad person, but he was a little dismissive of hurting the Flamp here, but he was happy on the surface. Zoro felt particularly disgusted when he saw this watch. What happened? Now that she still has such an expression, can it be true that she thinks her own is something glorious? It seems that he underestimated the gun. At this time, Zoro frowned, and the color of his eyelids turned gray. When Fran saw this expression, he was very happy. What's wrong? Isn't that look pretty good? The more unhappy he is, the happier he is. Zoro is just boasting a sentence here, just like what he said is a righteous person, and he is here to complain. Franpei at this time center. So, not to be outdone, he said directly, "What's the matter? You are angry now, isn't it just right? Your unhappiness is what I am happy about when I say it with your head held high, the kind of imposing aura, as if she can't be beaten. This is also enough for Shui to tell the other party, don't mess around here with her here. There is no good end to Zoro Yij. The other party doesn't take him seriously, and he is very angry now. What's the matter? Do you still think that you are a coward at this time?" Zoro put away his expression and couldn't help turning to Isho. "What's the matter? I was just trying to test you and you were sarcastic at me. I see if you are tired of living," and Franpei devoured it. "What's the matter? I didn't look very angry just now, and now I'm laughing. It's hard to get up, right?" A snort, he shot suddenly and Oven moved with it. The scene was instantly chaotic. What? Chapter 45 Dreaming Big Mom. Please customize. Li Zhang felt some pain in his body, and at this time, he subconsciously rubbed his shoulders with his hands and then looked at the person behind him. Oven, he actually injured himself at this time, and I don't know what he was trying to do. At this time, because of the injury, he just reflected back and roared, "You are attacking me, what are you trying to do? Sample. Besides, I don't want to have anything to do with you." Oven didn't realize what he had done until he touched him, but it was too late at this point. And he felt that the opportunity of Bisai was indeed a good opportunity, and he did that kind of injury at this very moment. When Sulong was yelling loudly, he came back to his senses, June 20 inches, and then he realized what these things he had done, but the harassment had already happened, and there was no room for recovery. Say at this point, Zoro saw that he couldn't speak, and at this moment he was unhappy again, because of the pain and the eagerness to know the answer in his heart. At this time, people sometimes feel that he is pretending there, and sometimes it feels that Fanfic suddenly stopped at this time. What Oven did was really good, and it really helped her woolen cloth. Flamp not only sneered at this time, Zoro, look at who the two of us are doing evil and choking at this time. There are still people here to help me, you see if you are wrong or I am wrong. Zoro was originally quite angry, but this sentence is more like adding to the fire. The two people are angry, and the degree of anger is a little different. Zoro also reflected back and shouted at him at that time, Fran, don't be a villain at this time. I tell you, don't worry, something unexpected will happen next. Govlamp didn't care much about such a sentence, but he just thought that this person was his defeat. Do you need to say so much here? Since Zoro can speak arrogantly, it may be for bluffing, can he still not know? It's kind of ridiculous to say that. Of course Franpe is not being polite, but she was a little bit scared just now, but now she says more confidently, Zoro, you can die by my hands today, if you have anything to say, just say it, don't. Here's Lang Lei Lin Yan. These two words in Zoro's mind already don't know what they look like, and what exactly is this word? Lamp didn't know where the courage came from, but he actually said this to himself, because he felt that at this time, although Zoro's hand was still injured at this time, he still said like that, really. I want to say more. My dying words are that I must kill you, and my father will die together. I must also do it. I don't know if he is really angry or really thinking. It's like this. On the surface, I want to the meaning of the opponent's sweep. Fanfic is not afraid of what he said. Anyway, he thinks that he is just bluffing, and he has no such ability at all. Why should he compete with himself here at this time and watch this play? Where should it be? Instead, Flamp said, I said that you are too arrogant, who do you think you are? But Jung Jung treats me like this, be careful that you will not be able to eat and pray, and these things should not happen to you. It's strange. When Suo Jong was angry, she suddenly felt what she said. It seems that she really overestimated this person. Maybe Ying Lan is afraid to say this again to arouse his confusion, but to make him he felt that he had no ability at all. Yin Lamp repeatedly said how powerful he was, just to stimulate him and make him lose his mind completely. Suo Jong resisted the severe illness on his body, thought for a moment and said, Mei Lanpei should not be too happy too early. Who will win and who will lose in the end is still unknown. Oven, who was blown away by the whirlwind Lanbao, was particularly frightening. To be able to appear in such a scene is to tell him that he should not be complacent at this time or something. The surrounding environment has become unbearable because of the juice seawater. Of course, Oven is not in the mood to take care of these things at this time. He just feels that if he is bloated with himself, then he will be miserable. Whether Zoro will let him go, of course, he needs to think carefully here, so after thinking about it so much, he is still a little scared. Flap, who was scraped away, flew directly to the Cake Island, where Charlotte Linlin was dreaming. She also dreamed of many cakes. As a warning, she was tasting all kinds of food here, and there was always talk in it. It was also seen that Franpe was messed up here. She was talking, so she was very curious, and went in to see Charlotte Linlin. When I was eating something, I suddenly grabbed a delicious chicken-like thing and bit it directly. But this time, the feeling of biting is a bit hard. Is it because 21 is not familiar? Flamp suddenly shouted, ah. Sigma Lot Linlin has been biting and still can't bite. Suddenly he heard something and stopped biting again. Fran took his arm away from her mouth, and then his arm. The teeth marks on the upper face are miserable enough, but because of a doubtful thought, he actually lost his arm and couldn't help but scream at this time, and didn't want to wake up Lot Linlin. If he woke up, he would I won't settle accounts with myself, I'm still thinking about this problem at this time. It's just that Lot Linlin only reacted at this time because of this move, and it was at this time that he directly committed eczema after being woken up. 3273. 1004__. Chapter 46. The Sick Big Mom. Charlotte and Linlin stared at the man in front of them with wide eyes. Why are you here? Why are you by my side? After saying that, Fran felt that she was a little wronged. What is there to say at this time? It seems that the county is blaming herself. And he hasn't said that she bit her and the two settle accounts. If you think about it, forget it. Otherwise, how could your arm go to the hoe of the tomb? If you explain it like this, it is a bit unsullied. It's my own fault this time. Lamp is especially embarrassed. Fighting here, yes, I passed by here too. Charlotte Linlin especially wanted to eat the most Yanhuan food at this time, but this person also held back temporarily in front of her. Just look at how strange this person is. Anyway, the way he talks and vomits, he is not telling the truth here. Charlotte Linlin must feel that this person is not a good person at all. She continued to say suspiciously, "Oh, you is Yi Chao here?" Her expression was puzzled, but if she saw how this person put her hand behind her. Chen Jing has been staring at the hand, and Flamp has also noticed this gaze, but at this time, she is trying her best to hide herself. Lot Linlin said this, and felt that this was even more acceptable. Why did he look up when he was squatting? It's so strange that he couldn't hold a hand. At this time, she became more and more curious, and she made a very unreasonable request. What are you doing? What are you doing? How is your hand? Why can't you let me see it? Franpe still heard the question about his hand. If you really see it, then what happened is that you have to say it, which is a little difficult for Lamp stammering. No, no. At the same time, he tried his best to withdraw his hand from the back again. Lot Linlin felt that this move was wrong, and the bridegroom wanted to know what was going on behind her. When she got up, Xiao was by her side, and the two of them kept turning around. One tried to chase after him or not. Transferred. Lot Linlin felt that he had a little bit of it, and when he went back and forth, this was intentional, so at this time, he simply didn't play like this and directly took out Lamp's hand. Lot Linlin saw the tooth marks on the scorpion and understood this. The chicken leg that he couldn't bite just now might be someone else's arm. What did he do? I feel a little bit I was embarrassed and I was arguing for Jay just now. It seems that I made a string myself, which is a bit unreasonable. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was dreaming of eating just now, so I'm sorry. 3299. Charlotte Linlin suddenly apologizes. Flamp was all surprised. She thought she would make a big fuss with herself here, but she actually apologized to herself after seeing it. And I thought she kept asking, why? Why do I ask the Lamp here? I feel a little embarrassed. Since everyone has apologized, then I am not good. At this time, I am too aggressive and embarrassed to say, agree, it's alright, the object of Lot Linlin's eating disorder is Jiao Kaidang Cake Castle. Soon, Dumpling Island sent me a thought, and asked the Minister Oven to go back to make caramel candy. Oven got this ban, but found that he couldn't pull the rope and unknowingly fought for so long. Of course, he didn't know why, and he didn't know when it started, because just now after Lamp was blown away, the two of them talked for a long time and didn't think about it anymore. The first thing he had to do was to make a burnt yellow color oven. He also thought about getting this person out of the way, and said directly, Zoro, I won't fight you here anymore today, and these lias are just a waste of time for me. I don't want to talk to you here so much. Sulong is not happy when I hear it. I can fight with myself. When you get up, don't fight if you don't want to. How can there be so many people who are ready to wait? Oven can do whatever he wants. Ha has such a reason, he hurt himself just now, and now he is just avenging himself, and said so much. Zoro was unhappy and stood in front of him. Oven, what are you doing? Since you're in such a hurry to leave, then you just didn't want to attack me. Oven didn't expect him to be like this, and he wouldn't be able to hold on to it. He didn't die if he didn't realize anything, didn't he? I'm still talking so much to myself here, but Oven's mother suffers from eczema, and she has to rush back. I can't continue to fight Oven 3 times and 2 leopards here. After so many tricks with him, Ji said, Zoro, I won't fight you here so much today. I still have -347 anger, I will fight another day. Zoro can see that people are determined not to fight so much with him here, but still want to stop the fight with him immediately. Just when he was thinking about entertainment, the other party actually took action. At this time, he forcibly terminated the battle against Owen and rushed back to Cake Island. Suo Xing can't do anything anymore. Now that the people are gone, I can't chase them back. I'm here to let them both run away. It's near, I don't know if it's dead or alive, it seems that it's straight after helping people escape before I remember what I said just now, and I die with her, or she died first, and what she just made out of excitement is really true. I don't agree with what I just said, but I don't have to worry about it so much at this time. Run away. I can catch it again next time. Besides, it's not that I don't have the ability. Zoro came to Kuina's side when I was free. Just now, in order to fight, I put the ground on this ground and let her sleep. Zoro first. Wake up cautiously. Kuina, wake up quickly, wake up quickly. He doesn't know if such a call is useful or not, and call 3299 again and again. 1004__. Chapter 47 Go to Cake Island. Chapter 47 Go to Cake Island. Please customize. Zoro gently pushed Kuina, who fell unconscious on the ground. Where is this? An arrogant little boy did not know why. Seeing this unfamiliar scene in front of Yao Yao asked Suzhong in amazement. It seemed that Ji Yuyijiao was not seriously injured. At this moment, Suzhong was going to find Yi Young, take Kuina away from here, and come down to fight. Own task. I'll give you a means of transportation, you drive here. Where are you going? I'm going to Oven to fight. Looks like he is bound to get down. At this moment, Kuina shook his head, and he came out to experience it. It can be said that he came out from the master. Seeing the world for yourself, and taking a look at the world outside, although the injury was more serious just now, it was actually a process. Go back, it's more dangerous next time. I'd better go back to the master to see this Kuina stand up from the ground, not to awake, so Zoro persuaded Kuina to go back to the master with concern. Let's go, brother, I can't let you fight alone. Bai Wan, the two of us, still looked at Kuina's resistance to throwing with some care. At this moment, Zoro had no choice, and the two of us went to Danyu Island together. Zoro and Oven just now did not determine the outcome of the duel and left in a hurry. Of course, what Zoro knew about Wen was returning to the Cake Island, and Wen could only be found at that place. At this moment, Kuina was also eager to try it. Of course, as long as you come to the Cake Island, you will have your own experienced opponents. I believe that you will be able to display your abilities in such a place. The martial arts taught by Shi Chuan, they can only learn some skins. Of course, with these skills, they can also learn. We went to Phi Mo on Cake Island. At this moment, Kuina had firmed up his belief and got on a big belly. The two told the boatman to go to the cake shop. Cake Island is a small island surrounded by water. It is not very large in appearance, but it is close. It was only when Zoro was on the Cake Island that he realized that Kui is a huge and heavily splashed island. I believe that when they came to the Cake Road this time, they would definitely attract each other's attention. Zoro's purpose was to attract Oven's attention, so that Oven came out to fight Sozol, and then the two of us split up. Be safe on your own, I'm going to Oven. Zoro looked at Kuina next to him worriedly. Of course, now the two of them have reached the heart of the enemy. It can be said that the people here are not enemies, no one is their ally, and they want to recover with the strength of the two of them. Oven and the whole Cake Island should have a certain degree of difficulty. Don't worry, my martial arts are not for nothing. As Kuina spoke, waving the sword in her hand. Whistled in the phoenix, and was waved by Kuina, like a flying dragon looking at Kuina's confidence. Zoro shook his head helplessly. Of course, the two of them split up. If Gui really encountered danger, he would have no time to spare. As far as the belly is, it depends on the personal good fortune. Not to mention this island is quite spectacular. Does Oven live on this island? Is he right here to occupy the island as the king? Such a spectacular island. At this moment, Kuina said with emotion, with a very envious feeling. It can be said that living on such an island is also a very pleasant thing. The island is beautiful and small. The island is quiet and indifferent to the world, but why does Oven always go out of the island to attract everyone's hearts? No one has ambitions, and he has to go to such a big island without 2 legs. Occupy the overflowing land. The two of them went to the island while talking. At this moment, the rope lowered and walked towards the center of the island. Of course, this island is sitting in public with a very peony castle. I believe that Oven should live in that castle. The fort is very spectacular and very unique. The two of them walked towards the castle. Fortunately, they didn't find that the other men who were obstructed by the sun were walking very smoothly along the way. This made Zoro and Kuina very surprised. It seems that this island is usually not invaded by anyone. Otherwise, their domain castle should be strictly guarded against katydids, but the two of them entered the island very smoothly. Zoro, you have to be careful, this is his territory. I believe that in this territory, if we really miss, it will make us both in a situation where we can't stop moving. Kuina looked at Zoro with a pair of danhang eyes and said. The newborn calf is not afraid that the tiger has entered the heart of the enemy, but for Zoro, he feels that he is bound to win because the sword in his hand can be said to be the one he is aiming for. He saw Shi Chuan wielding such a treasured sword and learned the true meaning of it. It can be said that Ma Fui has learned this trick Zoro incisively and vividly, and is superb. As for this sword, he was stunned that he had mastered the lifeblood of it, and at the same time he had mastered his soul. The weapon in his hand is Zoro's proudest and most proud weapon. Although Bo's martial arts masters are inexhaustible, but this move is very skilled in Zoro's hands. At this moment, Zoro is also very skilled. Bao Chuang in his hands is very proud and very confident and said to Guy. Don't worry, there are not many people who can be fascinated by the master's treasure. I believe that as long as this treasure is in hand, someone will be able to escape. Ji Yuyiki is very familiar with Zhilong's martial arts, so Zoro's confident appearance also offsets Ji Yuyi's current Qian Nuo Jiao fear. Although they have entered the heart of the enemy, the two are full of confidence. At this moment, Guy is also looking for his goal. Of course, if anyone stops him, it will be the soul under his sword who slowly approaches the Cake Island. The castle, Zoro at the moment, wanted to draw Oven to the scene of his astonishment. Of course, that Oven would definitely not chase him here, but the old Li Lai who would chase him. The two looked at each other and said, continue to walk towards the castle, although the whole castle looks very eerie from the outside. But if you don't enter the castle with this kind of mood, then I believe that two people will fall in love with it. After all, the construction of the castle is very simple and elegant. Oven posted inside the castle, an evil incarnation. The combination of evil and tranquility, after all, it is the evil that overcomes the drunkenness. Chapter 48 Big Mom Runaway Cake Island Destruction. The whole castle is being enveloped by a gust of sunshine. It can be said that the place where Lot Linlin goes is in ruins. Looking at the whole cake castle, it will be destroyed once it is small. I dare not always speed up the production of burnt yellow pawns. At the same time, the scene created by Charlotte Linlin also appeared in his sight. At this moment, Shayante Linlin can be said to be in ruins wherever he goes. Seeing that the next egg-like castle will be placed on the spot once the Minister of Eggs Inskater stands beside him anxiously waiting for the seeds, urging Yao, but this speed is not urging, but a little bit of control. Oven is also in a hurry, but now there is no way, he can only pass through the shadow according to the process. I found out that two strangers had entered their castle. When these two strangers entered, I rushed to the castle and came to Moscato. Of course, I knew that these two people were from Eggy Domain Castle and invaded Lord Jalwang. Two invaders have entered our island and are approaching our domain castle. I'm going out to meet them. Oven also saw these two people in the West video. Of course, 053 is very familiar with the previous Tight Long. The two have just fought, but now he has an important task at hand. Although he sees this pre-Jin the opponent captured the Cake Castle, but Oven didn't dare to be slow, and accelerated the development to prevent Charlotte Linlin from destroying the entire Eggland Castle. Only by letting Charlotte Linlin eat this kind of burnt candy can he stop his destructive power and stop him from doing this. Although he saw that Zoro had invaded, of course he knew that Zoro was coming straight for him, but there was no way. Now the main task is to develop caramel candy. Seeing Moscato confidently preparing to go out to fight, Oven nodded. Although he knew that Moscato's abilities were limited, there was nothing he could do now. Moscato walked out of the castle aggressively to meet the two invaders. Kuina was very happy when he found the target, but Zoro was not so happy, because he saw that it was not Owen who came, but someone else. Of course now, Oven is the main character in this castle and believes that these shrimp soldiers and crabs are not his opponents at all. Of course it's not the main character, so it's up to Kuina to deal with it. Kuina is also a militant. After finding the target, he walked straight towards Moscato, looking at each other as if he could shoot sparks. At this moment, Kuina opened his stance and pulled out the treasure in his hand, only to hear about Chuang Bang, so that Kuina, who was displayed at the moment, did not show weakness, and quickly showed his own treasure. Chuangliang's treasure, clearly presented in the air. Ji was dazzled. Moscato held the handle made of the cake slip and moved to show his behavior, to deter the two intruders in front of him. He didn't have any great achievements, so he walked away. His goal was Oven. He would not miss it here, and miss the opportunity to find Oven. At this moment Kuina won in front of Moscato. Hey, are you afraid that you will have nothing to eat when you are hungry? Dig the food you eat into your hands. You Kuina, who is not promising at this moment, is extremely humiliated, pointing at the Moscato tree in front of her and looking at this yellow-haired girl in front of her, and despising herself so much. Moscato, while the porcelain hanger who is screaming, dares to come to my sight, let you see how powerful the uncle is. Waved his sword and rushed towards Kuina with the sound of the wind. Moscato is fierce. No matter what else, he is really used to Kuina. It looks like this, Abed, there are really some capable people in Danuyubao. Listening to the wind of praying for the sword, they flew towards their chest like a potential. At this moment, Kuina hurriedly squeezed the treasure and opened the attack of the opponent's sword at once. The two swords collided with a clang. At this moment, Moscato only felt his hand, and his whole body was quickly numb. If it weren't for his strong skills, Shangjin's collision would make him fall to the ground. Moscato holds the sword, and no longer dares to despise the girl before. She looks like this girl's strength is still amazing. On the surface, it is soft and weak, and there is a feeling of being vulnerable, but when he wields the sword, he is so stunned. The sword is like a tongue in his hand. It is very flexible and in place. Can quickly resist the opponent's attack. Visai also saw that Kuina was standing there without defense, but the moment the net sword touched his body, he quickly used moves such as Moscato did not see. I've been there. At this moment Moscato stabilized his body and quietly stared at the girl in front of him. You are a servant, and why did you enter our cake island? Don't you take me seriously? If you can't beat me, ask me where I came from. I will definitely scare you to death if I say my source. At this moment, Kuina is going to report the master's name, hoping to deter the little monster in front of her. Of course, everyone knows the name of the teacher. Although this is a very remote island, I believe that the reputation of the teacher has long been far away. Even if such a little guy, I believe he has heard of the master's reputation, but facing Moscato in front of him, at this moment, Kuina feels that there is no need to reveal the master's name because he is not qualified to listen. I'm afraid to sign up to come, scaring you to death, or pick me up. As Kuina spoke, he swung his Xuanwu sword towards Moscato. It can be said that the execution was ruthless, fierce and accurate. At this moment, Zoro is standing next to them and the two are fighting fiercely together. Of course, the power of the two has clearly been disparity. Now Kuina is standing on the commanding heights and has clearly won Moscato. He walked straight into the cake castle. He was looking for Wen Cake Castle. It seemed to be a big fortress, but the intricate roads inside made Zoro confused for a while. Facing the intricate road, Anzol picked up a relatively wide road and walked towards the front. The castle just now seemed to be far away from him. He had already entered the front of the castle, but he walked to the side of the castle through this road. 3351. 2309 __. Chapter 49 Eating Disorder. Unreasonable Fury. Please make your own decision. Zoro feels very surprised at this moment. Yes, this is not his own territory, and he is not very familiar with the road, whereas that oven person has now dispatched shrimp soldiers and crab generals, trying to block his and Kuina's way. Why don't others not look at the complicated cake castle at the moment, and don't know which direction to go? Can he find Oven and believe that if Oven is there in this castle, he will definitely know that he and Guy Fro have entered the slowdown and will come out in time to fight. But Oven still doesn't seem to be there. Is chasing him afraid that he won't succeed? Suo Jong walked forward and thought about it. At this time, he came to the front and a strong wind was blowing towards his face. It can be said that this strong phoenix is mixed with a strange smell. Looking around, I saw a strange woman in front of me waving her hands, driving a wave of phoenixes. Zoro was very surprised by the phenomenon in front of her. Is this woman crazy? How could he be so wild on his own territory, let alone why no one came out to stop Zoro timidly stepping forward? I saw that the sick woman saw Zoro's dark green hair, and once again became mad and angry. He went straight to Zoro and the bright trembling color made Charlotte Linlin ecstatic for a while, but when he walked in front of Zoro, he found Zoro's when his hair turned dark green, he tore off Zoro's hair, and once again became furious that she likes burnt yellow, and burnt colored candy as its delicious taste. Charlotte Linlin got angry again, and he lifted the Zoro in front of him heavily and went out in grief. Shocked by this powerful force, Zoro stood in the distance at the moment, looking at the crazy woman and looking around at the castle with such a powerful character. A freshman in Shangdon. What kind of role does this woman play in the cake castle? Why is she so furious? Why is she destroying her own castle? With this woman's martial arts, I believe that he must have a certain position in this castle. Lot Linlin was furious and raged. At the same time, he rushed to Suo Xing Zoro once and drew out the sword of aura for defense, although he wanted to find it. The target is Oven, but if the woman in the eye poses harm and threat to herself, she will never stop there. The scorched color in the dream turned into a lump of green before his eyes, which made Yanlot and Linlin feel that this was a kind of movement. At this moment, Jillet Linlin approached Suochin again, ready to stretch out his eyelashes. Jun's hands are embedded in Zoro's body. Squeeze all the juices out of his body. When Yanlot Linlin lost control, everything in front of him was an obstacle for him, and he had to step on everything he wanted to level out to vent the rage in his body. This kind of cowardice in one place prompted Charlotte Linlin to cause a devastating persecution to everything in front of her. At this moment, wherever Charlotte Linlin goes, you are in ruins. Oven knows what Charlotte Linlin did, but now apart from the caramel candy, which can stop Lot Linlin's behavior, I believe there is no other way, but it takes time to develop the caramel candy. Although he already knew that the posthumous descent was slow to the island and he would find himself to compete, but he really couldn't find the time to fight against the Laozhong. He could only step up the time for research and development. As long as the yellow people believe in such a thing, Charlotte Linlin can make Shayante Linlin stop temporarily and let Shayan Linlin stop destroying. Bad. At this moment, Suojiang is anxiously searching for Oven's whereabouts, but he did not find Oven but found this mad woman. The madman's anger and hostility also made Suojiang feel a little powerless. This old woman doesn't play cards according to the path. It seems that he has really little experience in front of Shi Ting. He always thinks that when the opponent is fighting with him, he always plays the cards according to the path. But this Charlotte Linlin in front of him really made himself unable to figure out his path. He was just mad and angry and seemed to have an uncontrollable emotion in his blood and body. The cake burger has been destroyed by Charlotte Linlin. It looked like no one else came out to stop it. With Charlotte Linlin's current ability, Dang Xiao was not able to stop him from walking to Zoro again. Seeing Zoro's head full of green, Charlotte Linlin was furious again. He wanted to hold his hand firmly. The Zoro, who caught Zoro at the moment, swung the sword of prominence and slashed it towards Charlotte Linlin's head. Charlotte Linlin's reaction was also very sharp. He lowered his head and saw that Charlotte Linlin's hair was cut off by Zoro, which completely angered Lot Linlin. At this moment, Lot Linlin was furious. It looks like the whole world is against him. Lot Linlin angrily sends out the energy in his body to destroy everything around him. He also felt extremely angry at the untamed case in front of him. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin stared at her angry eyes and approached Zoro once. At this moment, Linlin, Lu Suozuo, is so smart, and he can be very flexible wherever he goes, which is not within his control at all, so he vents his anger on some of the other side. On the object, Lot Linlin grabbed the object around him, used his own physical strength, and began to destroy it destructively. With this crazy look of Lot Linlin, at the moment Suochan stood beside him, quietly squinting at the same time as he cut off the piece. A strand of hair is thrown into the distance. Lot and Linlin were frantically fishing and destroying everything around them in the direction the hair flew. At this moment, Zoro saw that the hair fell into a room. Begging 3376. 2310 __. Chapter 50 Sudden Encounter Oven. When he turned around and looked in the direction where the hair was, he suddenly saw Oven's figure and said that this made the rope fall really very happy. It seems that Oven is really in this castle, but Oven knows that he has come to the castle. Why didn't he come out to fight? Is he afraid of himself or is doing other things? Seeing Oven bowing his head to concentrate, it seems that he is doing some other brotherhood. At the moment of the rope drop, Oven's direction greeted the past. This one before. It's not his own son target. At this moment, Oven is doing Chief Zhao Rukai. When he needs to have hair there, the wild red falls on the caramel candy. When he ruined the fruits of his labor, he was really angry in 187. Zhao Huang Kaiyu immediately wanted to do or work, and he could stop Charlotte Linlin from doing this, but he didn't expect it to be ruined by this willow hair. At this moment, Oven looked angrily in the direction where the hair was flying. Zoro rang in his eyes shot out ferocity and brutality. Amino yellow-colored candy is the only magic weapon that can subdue Charlotte Linlin's walking behavior, but now that all previous efforts have been abandoned, this magic weapon is being destroyed by the Zoro in front of him. Ching destroyed this Zoro like a dog skin plaster. Why did she keep following her? Looking at the scorched yellow-colored pond that is about to take shape, Wanran has become like this. It can be said that the entire domain fort has been destroyed by Charlotte Linlin. Only this colored candy can subdue the runaway shackles like Mingtalonge. 4. But it is because of a move like Zoro's that made his yellowish color look like this. How can Juan give up at this moment? He stared at a pair of angry eyes and was ready to go out to meet Zoro. Of course, the main reason is that the behavior of TK consumes. I made a scorched yellow-colored pond, and Yang stopped your mother's rampant behavior. Look at the entire domain castle now. There is not much left, so the person in front of you is irrelevant. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author, and the text is only for use. For personal study and trial reading, please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Listening to the ice cream minister's persuasion, Xiaoju hesitated again and again at this moment, but the Zoro in front of him was really too much, and he was too disgusting, but he appeared beside him at this time. If it wasn't because of the burnt yellow color pond, he will never die from Zoro. He stopped his revealing behavior. At this moment, Oven continued to remake Zhao Keizao. He thought that after seeing Wen, he would fight against him, but he did not expect that after a short period of anger, Oven lowered his head again and went back to his scorn. It made Zoro feel very indignant, and at the same time felt a huge humiliation. Otherwise, it seems that this Owen didn't take himself seriously at all. This is obviously a kind of humiliation to himself at this moment. Zoro scolded Owen loudly. "Hey, boy, are you scared? Don't let go to fight. My department has found your old bream. You are still avoiding you are a shrinking tortoise." Owen is also a violent person. How can he withstand such abuse from Zoro? At this moment, Owen really wants to put down the brown candy in his hand and go to fight Zoro, so that Zoro closes his mouth, but the signs of the cake castle in front of him have already made him no longer. The way is to give up such a thing, because there is not much left of the cake castle now. The bad voices of Yan Luot and Ling Ling can be heard incessantly. It can be said that at this moment, Tailing is still violent and still uses the energy in his body to destroy the Danuo castle endlessly. In the face of this devastating destruction, Owen was really anxious at the moment, but in the face of Zoro's abuse and challenge, he also felt that he was eager to try. Which one should he give up? It's not at the right time for your kid to appear. It's not because I hate you. I have never been afraid to prove anyone in my life. When the first job is done, you can let me go. Owen lowered his head, anxiously sitting and praying for the burnt yellow candy in his hand, while dealing with the abuse of the rope and the welding of energy. Leaving without saying goodbye, let Suo Jong feel that this person is afraid of him, and he escaped from the battle. Now he has found his Laola, this Owen still dare not come out to face Zero. This strengthens Dao Yang's impression of it, and feels Owen even more. It is to be afraid of himself, to fight against politics, believing that he has seen the final bond that will end in failure. That's why he treats himself with such an attitude. Although he is still reluctant to fight against himself, his body is sitting alone in the room and dare not take a step to see this situation. Zoro stepped into the dark room where Kuina and Moscato were fighting at the moment. It can be said that the two people are intertwined. Although Kuina has the upper hand temporarily, Moscato's strength is not bad. After a few rounds, Moscato's strength slowly rises as a man. His stamina is higher than that of women and he has a lot of staying power. At this moment, Ji Yifang saw that his opponent was not as weak and incompetent as he thought, so he did not dare to take it lightly. Kuina used the sword slashing technique that he learned from his master. Wei Fan concentrated all the strength in his hand, and poured such strength into his sword at the same time. I saw Kuina pointing the sword to the sky, and the sky spit like a blast. Owen, who was standing opposite him at the moment, was surprised. Looking at Kuina's actions, he was blown away by the explosion at the same time, and his whole body was really numb. Standing listening to this familiar voice, Zoro knew at this moment that Kuina has now gained the upper hand and executed what Fu taught. Eczema has been incisively and vividly. Owen is not Kuina's opponent at all, so you don't have to worry about it at the moment when Zoro is facing Owen in front of him. It's just that Owen doesn't dare to step out of the cake castle half a step in the kitchen. The piece they occupied was intact, and the rest were destroyed by the mad woman. Bitch Zoro was also secretly happy to see that Owen's life in the cake castle was not easy. 3402. Chapter 51. It's just that in the face of such a scarred woman like Rue, why did she stand in the theater so calmly and refuse to come out? Is he also secretly afraid of this crazy woman? What kind of relationship does this woman have with Owen? At this moment, I guessed Yi, and at the same time, I was slowly approaching Owen. Of course, facing the time room where Owen was, he felt that there should be some mystery. Otherwise, why did Owen hide in this place and refuse to come out in the face of such great danger and destruction? Although he approached the theater step by step, he still had a lot of heart in the rope. He was afraid of technical injuries in the theater. I'm so close to myself that I haven't even touched it yet. Owen has already been hit by these organs. At this moment, the rope is standing outside the room, but Owen is still in the room and refuses to go out. Of course, at this moment Zoro is also mentally preparing. The moment he approached the kitchen, there was also thinking in his heart. This theater room should be a protective layer. Otherwise, Oven didn't take any action in the face of such great damage. This is impossible. Zoro at the moment has a lot of heart. The moment he approached the cake room, he felt that the egg room was a bag. Wearing a seductive coat. But in the face of Oven's attitude towards himself, Zoro really angered Oven, but he ignored himself like this. If he doesn't take himself seriously, he must show Oven how powerful he is and let Wen know who he is. Looking at Zoro's fresh pick, Oven sped up the process of making brown candy. Watching Zoro staring at a pair of angry eyes, he was about to approach the kitchen. At this moment, Wen sped up and his words restrained Zoro's speed. After a while, I will go out and compete with you. Who will die, I don't know yet, don't talk too crazy. The angry Zoro waved his treasure, and with 3 strokes, he completely turned over the oven and the browned candy, including the ice cream minister who was lying on his side, in the kitchen where the lame text was. Zoro's savage building was also destroyed by Zoro. Zoro saw that the entire time room had been turned over by himself, and there was no mechanism or danger. It was just Oven who was fiddling with the one in his hand. Colored things, and it's burnt yellow. This Western-like food is quite appetizing. It's just that this step text is doing such a thing at this critical moment. What kind of meaning does Wan have? Why are you making such a colorful thing in the face of your own challenges and dangers like the province? Zhao Yan looks very appetizing. Zoro is incredulous at the moment. Does this Oven want to use these things to replenish his energy? To compete with yourself? Oven's usual ability to ingest it away from these things. Is it a fistula to fight when you're full? Of course Zoro didn't know that. At this moment, Oven is completely exposed to the sun, although there are no objects around him. Make sure your caramel candy hasn't been broken. Next to the rope drop, I saw that the rope drop was carrying Bao-Kei, and rushed straight towards him in his direction. Oven waved the sword of prayer in one hand, resisting the slow attack of Chi Suojiang, while in the other hand he was working on the production of burnt yellow color cancer. Seeing this situation, the ice cream giant next to him raised his sword and prepared to deal with it for a while, but the rope drop in front of him was really fierce. In the face of the posture of Chi Yuzhong, the minister, there is nothing I can do. I can only, step by step, I am escorted to the back, but I can buy some time for Oven no matter what. It looks like you are a dead fruit. You are already in trouble, and you are still making such a thing. I will not give it to Feihei. Oven's inattentiveness once again angered the ropes. Seeing Oven lowered his head, he didn't put himself in the meeting with the leopard to pick up the colorful thing in his hand, but sent the shrimp soldiers and crabs around him to come resist yourself. It can be said that Oven's side is not his opponent at all. Since he attaches so much importance to this colorful thing in front of him, Zoro thinks that if he overturns this bracket-like thing, he believes that Oven will come straight to him. Destroying the most important thing in his heart, I believe Oven will be irritated by his actions. Of course, this is what Zoro is most willing to touch. At this moment, Zoro raised his sword and wanted to turn over the cake candy in Oven's hand as his the moment the treasure executioner rose in front of Oven. At this moment Oven was already ready to deal with it, because the burnt yellow color in front of him was about to take shape, and he could immediately stop Charlotte Linlin's rampant behavior and prevent him from destroying the cake castle. This man Zoro is very capable, but facing the destruction and lethality of the entire castle, Charlotte Linlin is the most destructive and the most dangerous. Seeing that Zoro's sword came straight towards the fruits of his labor, Diwen waved the sword in his left hand, resisting Zoro's invasion, and only heard the sound of the collision of the 593 swords, the sound of 710, resounding throughout the whole cake kuibao. The combination of 2 strengths can be said to make each other feel numb all over. No matter what, at this critical moment, Oven must ensure that his scorched yellow crow can be successfully completed to protect his entire castle from being destroyed. The swords were intertwined, and Suobi at this moment only felt that Oven's strength was also very strong, and only his arm was numb. If it wasn't for the master to teach him this trick, I believe that it would be very difficult to deal with the role of Oven. Now one hand has been gathering God to play with the colorful thing in front of him, but Oven has concentrated all the strength of his whole body on the other hand. My first step in my plan didn't go my way. At this moment, Sozo once again took out Baolu and drew a beautiful arc in the sky. Then in the arc-shaped direction, he slashed straight towards the colored solid. He wanted to split this thing that made Oven concentrate on two sides, cut off Oven's current line of sight, and let Oven concentrate all his energy on himself. If he wins Oven in this way now, then Zoro thinks it's invincible. 341,916, 42. Chapter 51. It's just that in the face of such a scarred woman like Rue, why did she stand in the theater so calmly and refuse to come out? Is he also secretly afraid of this crazy woman? What kind of relationship does this woman have with Oven? At this moment, I guessed and at the same time, I was slowly approaching Oven. Of course, facing the time room where Oven was, he felt that there should be some mystery. Otherwise, why did Oven hide in this place and refuse to come out in the face of such great danger and destruction? Although he approached the theater step by step, he still had a lot of heart in the rope. He was afraid of technical injuries in the theater. I'm so close to myself that I haven't even touched it yet. Oven has already been hit by these organs. At this moment, the rope is standing outside the room, but Oven is still in the room and refuses to go out. Of course, at this moment Zoro is also mentally preparing. The moment he approached the kitchen, there was also thinking in his heart. This theater room should be a protective layer. Otherwise, Oven didn't take any action in the face of such great damage. This is impossible. Zoro at the moment has a lot of heart. The moment he approached the cake room, he felt that the egg room was a bag. Wearing a seductive coat. But in the face of Oven's attitude towards himself, Zoro really angered Oven, but he ignored himself like this. If he doesn't take himself seriously, he must show Oven how powerful he is and let Wen know who he is. Looking at Zoro's fresh pick, Oven sped up the process of making browned candy. Watching Zoro staring at a pair of angry eyes, he was about to approach the kitchen. At this moment, Wen sped up and his words restrained Zoro's speed. After a while, I will go out and compete with you. Who will die, I don't know yet, don't talk too crazy. The angry Zoro waved his treasure, and with 3 strokes, he completely turned over the oven and the browned candy, including the ice cream minister who was lying on his side, in the kitchen where the lame text was. Zoro's savage building was also destroyed by Zoro. Zoro saw that the entire time room had been turned over by himself, and there was no mechanism or danger. It was just Oven who was fiddling with the one in his hand. Colored things, and it's burnt yellow. This Western-like food is quite appetizing. It's just that this step text is doing such a thing at this critical moment. What kind of meaning does Wan have? Why are you making such a colorful thing in the face of your own challenges and dangers like the province? Zhao Yan looks very appetizing. Zoro is incredulous at the moment. Does this Oven want to use these things to replenish his energy? To compete with yourself? Oven's usual ability to ingest it away from these things. Is it a fistula to fight when you're full? Of course Zoro didn't know that. At this moment, Oven is completely exposed to the sun, although there are no objects around him. Make sure your caramel candy hasn't been broken. Next to the rope drop, I saw that the rope drop was carrying Baokei, and rushed straight towards him in his direction. Oven waved the sword of prayer in one hand, resisting the slow attack of Chi Suojiang, while in the other hand he was working on the production of burnt yellow color cancer. Seeing this situation, the ice cream giant next to him raised his sword and prepared to deal with it for a while, but the rope drop in front of him was really fierce. In the face of the posture of Chi Yuzhong, the minister, there is nothing I can do. I can only, step by step, I am escorted to the back, but I can buy some time for Oven no matter what. It looks like you are a dead fruit. You are already in trouble, and you are still making such a thing. I will not give it to Feihei. Oven's inattentiveness once again angered the ropes. Seeing Oven lowered his head, he didn't put himself in the meeting with the leopard to pick up the colorful thing in his hand, but sent the shrimp soldiers and crabs around him to come resist yourself. It can be said that Oven's side is not his opponent at all. Since he attaches so much importance to this colorful thing in front of him, Zoro thinks that if he overturns this bracket-like thing, he believes that Oven will come straight to him, destroying the most important thing in his heart. I believe Oven will be irritated by his actions. Of course, this is what Zoro is most willing to touch. At this moment, Zoro raised his sword and wanted to turn over the cake candy in Oven's hand as his. The moment the treasure executioner rose in front of Oven, at this moment Oven was already ready to deal with it, because the burnt yellow color in front of him was about to take shape, and he could immediately stop Charlotte Linlin's rampant behavior and prevent him from destroying the cake castle. This man Zoro is very capable, but facing the destruction and lethality of the entire castle, Charlotte Linlin is the most destructive and the most dangerous. Seeing that Zoro's sword came straight towards the fruits of his labor, Diwen waved the sword in his left hand, resisting Zoro's invasion, and only heard the sound of the collision of the 593 swords, the sound of 710, resounding throughout the whole cake kuibao. The combination of two strengths can be said to make each other feel numb all over. No matter what, at this critical moment, Oven must ensure that his scorched yellow crow can be successfully completed to protect his entire castle from being destroyed. The swords were intertwined, and Suobi at this moment only felt that Oven's strength was also very strong, and only his arm was numb. If it wasn't for the master to teach him this trick, I believe that it would be very difficult to deal with the role of Oven. Now one hand has been gathering God to play with the colorful thing in front of him, but Oven has concentrated all the strength of his whole body on the other hand. My first step in my plan didn't go my way. At this moment, Sozo once again took out Baolu and drew a beautiful arc in the sky. Then in the arc-shaped direction, he slashed straight towards the colored solid. He wanted to split this thing that made Oven concentrate on two sides, cut off Oven's current line of sight, and let Oven concentrate all his energy on himself. If he wins Oven in this way now, then Zoro thinks it's invincible. 341,916, 42. Chapter 52 Tashigi appears in Therasaros. At this time, Tashigi also went to sea. Facing the turbulent sea, he stared straight ahead, and his heart was determined where he was going. When he was tired, the suspension in his hand made it a reward of 5 to 5 million. Berries events. The ship gradually came to the shore and stopped in the White Haven. Tashigi looked at Miss Rosa. Finally, a little sailor next to him suddenly came out. Sir, you really want to find Quiho? Yes. Tashigi has a firm belief in herself. She came this time to improve her strength. She also has a bit of confidence in capturing a crucial Tashigi. No, she is going to challenge the cadres of the Gcade family, and she has heard a lot of outside rumors. The little seaman hesitated for a while and moved his lips, but the strength of the Don Quixote family's Chinbu is preliminarily predicted. Are you sure, my lord? Do not worry. Tashigi said this calmly, but she was determined to win. Since she has to challenge the naughty brother Sukazu alone, she is not afraid of falling. Even if you lose, it is a growing experience. Life is never feng shui, but a lot of hardships and setbacks. With perseverance, you can bravely break through the fog ahead. The cadres of the Don Quixote family are very powerful. This time I came to Dressrosa specially to experience my strength. The boat arrived soon, and the target place this time came to a small hotel. The owner looked at Tashigi, who was fresh. We still have empty rooms with sweat. Tashigi threw out a few berries. Give me a room. He entered the room with his belongings, and looked at the black reward on the palm of his hand, which was also engraved with peculiar patterns. Night gradually fell, and the night devoured Dressrosa. Tashigi stared at the night sky and saw the stars twinkle. It seems that there is also a mission this evening. That's right, she came to arrest Yan Lior this time. Wang Huan always committed crimes in the middle of the night, pretending to be a child and constantly deceiving everyone. That bloody wedge blocking Xiao is hard to guard against, so many victims were deceived. Gong Li Orochi arrived at night with excitement jumping in his bright red eyes, disguised as seer. Crying on the street, the shrill voice of a child made passers-by unable to help but wait and see whose child was so cruel, and was thrown on the street. A humane at the end of the day. Xena is young, yes, who is so unscrupulous, to throw the child on the street and read a few words, while Oro is waiting for someone to bring him home. Banba's crystal clear eyes, several black and bright, seemed to have a layer of light. Tashigi heard it too, and the sound was not right. He walked out of the room and felt that someone was following him, but his expression didn't change. He deliberately went down and saw that the owner of the store was cleaning the table. Hit a family, there are often accidents. Boss County looked at it with surprise. This sighed. Seeing that he is from out of town, he touched his chin and pretended to think deeply. Recently, some people disappeared inexplicably, and the boss looked at Tashigi in front of him with a scrutiny. During the day, the town seems to be shrouded in dark clouds. Of course, there is no hope and sunshine. Tashigi heard the news, and felt that someone was following him, so he went back to the room and planned to test it out. I'm here to follow you wherever you go. Tashigi entered the room and snorted coldly. He knew that Mi was probably here, but they couldn't beat himself at all. His alertness was lowered a lot at once. He called gate of opening again and planned to go out to check the situation. Kei Yan dealt with him. When Wei Fent heard the movement outside the room, he knew that the posthumous character had appeared, and he was a big one. The help's subordinate Shijiao evoked a smile, and I will tell you how to escape from our claws this time. There will be a chance for you to perform in a while, give me good service to her. Wei Fent grimly smirked, looking forward to this day for a long time. Finally it's time to be alone. Yes, many other subordinates, all the county responded loudly. With the sound of the door of the room turning, Wei and Late immediately kept rolling their eyes, staring at Guo Guo and seeing their sister-in-law. I fixed the body that Tashigi originally wanted to move, so I immediately clicked it, and I couldn't move. I will delay you for a long time. Violet smiled quietly, and rushed over immediately when she got the news, but she just stopped people. Tashigi heard a familiar voice, but she couldn't turn her body, and she gave a cold face. This little skill doesn't need to be used in front of me. In fact, it's a little trick that got you to where you are now. Violette excitedly said again that Tashigi turned her body secretly, so that I was successful this time. Next time I will never let you leave easily. The body is gradually able to move. I will never be able to win. Tashigi said seriously, but every word was like a sharp sword stuck straight into Violet's chest. Violet laughed angrily in an instant, but when she thought of the motionless person standing in front of her, you've fallen into my hands now, how can I hate you, Xiao? He is a knife now, but Tashigi is a fish. It only takes a moment to solve people. Very good, then let's see if you can be arrogant for a while. Tashigi Shen said quietly, half of his body has recovered, as long as he exerts a little more strength, he can break free. Don't speak empty words in front of me. Violette said with a look of disdain, her staring fruit is not for eating purple, it took a lot of effort to get it. Even if Tashigi's strength is becoming stronger, this is not directly fixed by himself. Weiji Yante has a house for sale in her eyes. Since Xilai has been settled, let her subordinates deal with her well. Today, I will not leave. You have to drink a pot of fragrance. Violet said excitedly. However, he was figuring out how to torture the person in front of him. Tashigi could sense the fluctuations in Violet's excitement. I have already figured out how to solve it for me. Tashigi reads and speaks, but his hands are in the same room 3445. 1643 __. Chapter 53 Battle. Don Quixote family. His body calmly, Tashigi really didn't show it on the surface. When Shang Oret saw this situation, it didn't make much sense to stay by himself. He just kept his subordinates for a while and you solved her directly. So many subordinates nodded together, and everyone hated Tashigi very much. Several of them stared at Tashigi constantly. As long as you beg for mercy in front of me, we will spare your life. Tashigi 100 looks calm, and the people in front of her who intend to humiliate her. It seems that your muscles and bones have not loosened for a long time, and your skin is itchy. If you speak such empty words with your tongue in front of you, then you can enjoy the crisis brought about by humiliation. I think you are hard, you have been given by our boss now, but you are still sour in front of me. A few young men said excitedly, but they didn't know that Pan Fengyu was very close to them, did they? The child said coldly. It was the two hands that clasped together and made a squeaking sound. Originally, 257 was very relieved, but he lost his calm in an instant, kicked down in a cold sweat, and there was a person staring at Tashigi in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. How can you break free from our boss's attack? Your boss's attack is like a piece of paper to me. Tashigi said bluntly, facing the first few. I didn't take it to heart, this is just a few rookies, who can be solved by 3 or 5, your little brother, but no one knows how to do it, not constantly going back and forth, there is even one person kneel down. Grandma, I beg you to spare my heart. A younger brother kept begging for mercy on the ground, and with despair in his eyes, he could have repaired Tashigi once, but he didn't expect things to suddenly turn around. Not only did he not have a successful income, but he would be bullied. This is not what they thought. The ending to see. When I said those words in front of me just now, why didn't I think of it? Tashigi said calmly, she has been repaying her kindness and resentment with resentment. Since what they said just now, it's good ACB, let's try what is called a calendar. Afraid of whom? People who were still decadent at first, a few younger brothers raised their heads and raised their chests in an instant. The parents knew what chance of victory they had. A younger brother rushed forward and wanted to kick Tashigi's chest, but Tashigi reversed and kicked. Just kick a little brother out. The other few people just didn't dare to rush forward. They were desperately trying to get out of the back. Tien wanted to leave quickly, but how could Das give them this chance? Why can't you come today? Then I'll tell you to stay. Tashigi's voice was quick, and he kicked a person directly. Violet felt embarrassed when he left, but when he thought that people had been stared at by him, he instantly understood. Where can the birds that have been interrupted in Wing County still fly? It seems that I am too worried. In the small hotel, I suddenly heard the sound of Zuo cracking, and several younger brothers fell to the ground one after another, their whole bodies scorched black. The boss heard the fight and felt that the whole small hotel was shaking constantly. He walked upstairs and saw that everything was in order. Tashigi was walking in the aisle. Did you hear anything louder just now? The boss scratched his head in confusion. The door downstairs is upstairs like this. What is going on upstairs? I don't know, I just heard the sound and came out to see. The child turned around and said something, turned around and entered the room. A few younger brothers didn't resist at all, and the others lay straight on the ground, their whole bodies scorched black, and their hair swelled up quickly. Why don't you continue fighting? You weren't very capable just now. The corner of Tashigi's mouth evoked a playful smile. Although these rookies are not very strong, they are also practicing for themselves. A few younger brothers just passed the sound of the lightning and the dense sound. How dare they go forward? One of the younger brothers stepped forward and stood up, kneeling on the side of Tashigi. Please forgive us, we will next time no shit like sharks. Forgive. Tashigi is cold issue. If a weak person stood in front of him and was bullied to death, how could the word forgiveness appear? At this moment, the sound of the door rang again, and the boss stood at the door. Hearing the movement in the room, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Tashigi hit gate of opening with a calm face, and then saw the boss in front of him. I'm going to stop thinking, what's the matter? The boss is sweating, facing the powerful aura, he wants to stick his head out and look inside. Looked, but didn't see anything. It's not too early, I just came to check the room to see if there are any strangers. The boss made a random excuse and wanted to plug the pond. Fact, his eyes were still floating inward, as if he was going to trace some traces. Tashigi saw his mind at a glance. If there is no problem, then I will go to bed as soon as possible. Tashigi slammed the door shut, but at this moment a hand suddenly stretched out. Just let me go in and see if anything weird is going on inside. The boss is full of curiosity while thinking about something wrong, and wants to take a look inside. Tashigi is really determined not to let Violet and several younger brothers in it. If they all find out, it might cause a wave of trouble. Well, since I don't want to look at it, I won't look at it. The boss said Trent, but his eyes were always in front of him. Tashigi nodded and slammed the door tightly, without any cracks. The younger brother who originally pointed out that the slasher could escape with the help of the boss's power, all of a sudden he was downcast, so don't hide. Tashigi said seriously, what should come will always come. Even if we dodge, there is no need to ask you to spare us. We didn't mean it, Violet's younger brother said again, full of despair in his heart, and he didn't know. Can I escape from this Queen's Swirl King today and think about it? Tashigi directly refused, and temporarily locked these people up. I plan to go to the cadres of the Tangyichida family for training and learn from each other. Who is more powerful in one chisel? 34,716, 43. Chapter 54 Defeated. Get away. There was a huge sound in the sky, and then another colorful light. This colorful light, it is precisely because of this light that the world is full of light again. In this dark place, these lights seem to be the only direction for those who have lost their way. It is these lights that establish the war victory. Everyone can't see the speed of his move, only to see him move his hand and then use his own thoughts. The sound came from his clear middle sun, as if God was bowing his head. The wind and sunny weather also became violent and torrential because of this. Soon the dark clouds were covered by the sun, and the sun was blocked by dark clouds. This sun will never again. He can't emit the light before. He is the weak star, secretly exuding his own weak light on the ground. Awe. They are like this, so capable, as powerful as Ayu. Their tricks are always so flattering. Their tricks are always unpredictable, and soon this war seems to have come to an end. And the winner will win in the end, and the loser can only cry secretly. Then when the last sword slashed at the person in Shujong, that person of course proved the fact of his failure. It's not that Xiaoluo is just Xiaoluoming after all. Even if Xiaoluo has great power, it's just that he will never be able to fight these monsters, these protagonists who symbolize their lives, and those who rule them. All that can be achieved is to continuously consume the enemy's stamina before the big move appears. It was because of them that the subsequent wars became relatively simple. Therefore, those so-called first-level real fights, for these people, are just a victory under the condition of unequal power. When your strength cannot reach this level, it can only prove that you are cowardly. Even if you win, you also a loser is always a complete loser. They fought heartily in the frontal war, and the right people were ready to raise the weapons in their hands and go up to the sky. When they were already victorious, they did not think of their agent, that is to say, their master and their backbone. VOT has appeared. The appearance of Violet is also a sign of their upcoming victory. Violet can actually fight with Tashigi for the same thing. The strength of the two of them is equal, but who is the most powerful in this war? There is no way to capture the picture. Rao Wright always has such a calmness. The red flower on his head is still shining and beautiful, just like snow drenched in blood. It can always add some color to his flat face. Violet is always like this, always calm, always taking you slowly. His countenance never seemed to change because of these things, like the ones he believed in. The red flower on Violet's head is still so pretty. Violet's hair is like the most beautiful thing in the world. The red leopard with flowers on its head seems to be drenched in blood, and the places that are stained with blood are so beautiful. When war and this spark are actually in this chaotic battlefield, a beautiful picture was formed on the top. At this time, Tashigi gradually fell into the disadvantage. I don't know if the little gangsters of Kokujing right consumed Tashigi's strength, but I have to say that the protracted war is always the one who is prepared. Talent will win. Tashigi is obviously not that person, so this is doomed to the fact that Violet can succeed because he does not consume too much energy, because he has foresight, so Tashigi is destined to be a losing war. But Tashigi also, how can he recognize that his own Tashigi has used a lot of what he has learned before in this battle? Whether it is simple or complex, he does everything he can to defeat Barrett, but the fact is, how could it be as he expected? Shin's imagination is always beautiful, but reality is skinny. He is now struggling with this skinny reality. He is destined to be a loser. He is destined to have no way to defeat the person in front of him. How much he wants to break up, how much he wants to succeed, but what is the use? He can't beat the person in front of him. He has gone through several wars with Tashigi. He also found out what kind of person Tashigi is. He also printed out what kind of routine Tashigi uses to use things. Flowers. Xiao Yishui, who was full of confidence, was full of shame and confidence, and defeated Violet in front of him. But how could it be that the rabbit always bites people in a hurry? Not to mention that this well is not a rabbit all the time, this is a wolf. Win by yourself. It is true that his victories were the little ones who fought for her one after another and died one after another. How could Viagart have beaten Tashigi if there weren't those whore? It was because of those little sluts that Violet used up all of Tashigi's previous power. It was because of this that Violet seemed to pick it up. Only then can he defeat this Tashigi and become the victor of this war. He will spell out the spell in his mouth, and then take down all the weapons in his hand. His jig was about to hit Tashigi's sound, and after hearing Tashigi's loud shout, there was another eye-catching light in front of him. Tashigi is a kind person, he still maintains his last justice. He did not attack Violet, and he did not choose to do anything to Violet, but he used his last strength to put the fatal blow that Violet gave her opened her up and she fought with all her strength to escape the ban that Right gave her. Yeah, he succeeded in the end, and he really broke the ban that Shrite gave him. Indium may not be the winner of this war, but he also survived in the end. He was soon gone, and he fled the battle, far from the troubled place. The safflower of Duret shone a fine light upon his head. The loud noise seemed flat and there was no tremor. Violet was still the beautiful girl. He stood there holding his weapon, looking at the Tashigi that had been made, and at this very moment, the line people also continued towards their destination, which is Sari Hale. Going. So. 47,810. 5,858. Chapter 55. Caramel Candy. And Tashigi is going on over there. The Cake Islands here are not in a good state either. Charlotte Linlin on Egg Island is still screaming. He seems to have started to have an eating disorder. He started I want to eat sweets, but now these people have not provided the sweets accurately. What is the problem? No one knew exactly what had gone wrong, preventing the woman from eating the dessert she wanted in time. This woman is 88 meters tall. She looks like a giant. He was also a man who once destroyed giants. He is known as the greatest destroyer in the world, and it is because of his ability that countless countries feel sad, terrified because of him. August 17th is precisely because of his ability that he can be said to be the most intimidating character in this area. His height is the most important part of him. It is taller than that Whitebeard. She is like a giant. Standing there, although he is not as strong as the giants in the giant village, he is also much better than these people. When Charlotte Linlin was crazy, he smashed the mirror he had cherished for many years, and he wanted to throw something on the ground and return it. Afraid of falling into pieces, people who are attracted by beautiful gems also throw the glass products in their hands onto themselves again. The whole world has become beautiful, it has become a mess, the house is full of her screams and his roars. How many people are there in such a terrible place? They all came here to comfort the woman. There was nothing they could do. They knew that when he was already in this state, it was time to hear no one speak. This wonderful Cake Island was built for him. His numerous expeditions to fight Xiao were to get desserts. He desperately wants to eat sweets now, and the sourness of it is really rolling in his heart, and even begins to rise. He needs some dessert to suppress his heart. Lot Linlin's red lipstick and its light purple eyeshadow. Now in the eyes of these people, it is like a life-threatening charm. They start to be afraid of Linlin. They get angry because they can't eat sweets for too long. They start to throw bowls and even start to fight. Human beings. They are very terrified of Zeppelot Linlin yelling and scolding them in their house, and all they can do now is hurry up and give Charlotte Linlin what he wants. At this time, Lot Linlin was not the only one on this Cake Island, but also Zoro, a man who fantasized about becoming the #1 Lou guest in the world who came to challenge. Weather vane. The screaming sound, he thought about Oven who was still accepting the challenge inside, and he still reached out and put down the things in his hand. Then he gave up the challenge he needed now, walked into that cake island, into that room, and started trying to accompany Oven to make something that would put this woman at ease. Charlotte Linlin put her performance on the line. He just wanted dessert, he needed dessert. His haifu Dao also began to show signs of falling because of his violent movements. Later, its haipan completely fell off, and his long hair was scattered. No one would have imagined such a fat woman in front of him. No one dared to think about it, and no one would think about it. After all, no one would think that such a bad brother is associated with a beautiful woman. It seems that in everyone's eyes, the evil brother's appearance is ugly. In fact, to be honest, everyone's favorite is just good-looking villains, but Charlotte Linlin is still longing for her own dessert. He sticks the thing in his hand to the door frame and smashes the broken glass door. Shattered. From another place came the sound of a huge machine hitting me. The mechanical voice made the sound of the stuff go wrong. What was wrong with the sound that made it so long that Charlotte Linlin started to urge her 4 sons, Garrett Oven, to get up. He wanted Charlotte to get up. Oven can put what he thinks in front of him as soon as possible. Bai Wan can't bear it anymore. His stomach is rolling in his stomach, and even some have disappeared. He needs what he wants. Suppress these stomach acids. Zoro saw this situation, and he also wanted to quickly make this Chigotlinian calm down, so he opened his mouth and said. Charlotte Oven was pounding a man she didn't know very well in front of her with a big knife on her back. The knives are like knives used by Japanese shishi in the past. There were even some bloodstains left on the knife, and it had the rottenness of kunchi with the smell of blood. He looked at the man in front of him and couldn't believe it. She dug her head in disbelief, as if she wanted to refuse this man's idea. A statement to offer help. But before she had time to shake her head, the man put his hand on the dough he was kneading. Let's make a bold attempt, so he handed over his most crucial step to this man. He asked this man to make the caramel, and he told this man how to find a pot of perfect caramel. It's 55 for Charlotte. For Ling, these desserts are relatively small after sales for him, what he can get from desserts. It's just a sense of happiness, so it needs a lot of desserts to make up its own happiness. Everything in this place is too much, and Zoro naturally doesn't know that he doesn't even know how to make it. When he made a mess of this time room it was Lot Oven, you made a CO to him and hope that the person in front of this mess hall is in a mess. Get out of his our room, Peek's own small kitchen and can't take such a big blow. He waved his hand and wanted to kick this person out. He wanted Zoro to leave his room quickly. He looked at the now messed up time room, and suddenly felt a little pain in his head. 3504. 1058__. Chapter 56 Restoring the Cake Island. Lot Linlin is still insane in the distance. Charlotte Linlin walks out of the house made of glass. He prays to his pirate. He will fasten the pirate hat firmly to his messy hair. She still has huge red lips painted. That bright lipstick is like the last reminder in the sun. She is too tall, and he is 88 meters like an adult giant. With his hands, he uprooted the trees that were as high as him, and then the horse was shattered by him. This beautiful and happy island has become a little thick and chaotic now because of his invasion, just like those garbled codes full of scattered programs. It is because of these things that this egg is made. It has changed from the peaceful past to the cruelty of the broken votes. Charlotte Linlin also told Otsuka from her own experience how terrible it is to live without sweets, or to say that Lot Linlin has no sweets. Charlotte Oven saw that his mother was in such a hurry. He began to be a little anxious. He put the good things in his pot and started to boil slowly. The huge pot was filled with bubbles, and those bubbles rose to the sky. Then after 04, it was broken and filled with the aroma of caramel. It seemed that something was wrong. He thought about it, and I reached out and threw the Yiyao chocolate into it again. He gradually boiled the candy. After the chocolate was thrown away, the whole candy showed a kind of thick black color. It's useless to be stunned. I thought I lost it this time, but there's nothing I can do. so I have to continue to endure. But I didn't expect that because of the addition of chocolate, the whole banana tower became beautiful, and a very sweet end came from the church, which seemed to seduce Charlotte Linlin in the distance. Charlotte Linlin was still frantic outside, he didn't notice it. Charlotte Oven is halfway to what he wants. Oven poured the caramel out of the car and let it dry outside. It was quietly scorched with a layer of small branches on it. He reached out and put the small technology head to sleep. It was full of sweet caramel, and the whole caramel was in a large basin. This pot was as big as a horse, and the pot was filled with the scent of caramel. It even said that the whole room was filled with the smell of burnt coke. Lotwin wrote this wedge-like happy smile, so he started to prepare for the next time. The next thing to do is the colorful pond. He put those colorful colors there and touched them together, making piece after piece of fruit. After putting these glutinous rice cakes in the oven and pressing them at high temperature, these sugars are really full of sweet and greasy taste. Haiichi put the caramel on top of the candies. When the candies on the caramel tray even melted some candies, the candies stuck to the display board and couldn't be removed, but Oven didn't pay attention to it. He thought that if he could completely melt the caramel on it, he might be able to make his own. The mother wanted something for it. He is like a loyal guardian, he explained the last conversation above the colorful pond. Accompanied by the strong fragrance coming out, the concept of salt lauder gradually became quiet. Lot Oven picked up the thing he made himself with the card, and then gave a little bit of candy to the irritable Salt Lot Linlin outside. How could this woman be full? After he ate the sweets and was quiet for a while, Charlotte Oven quickly ordered others to move all the things out of the room bit by bit. Those things came out like a river, and those caramels were like a river to be exact. It flows like a stream, dripping down from the heights and merging on the painted pottery to form a beautiful painting, just like the painting with mountains and rivers far away in the past. Such a beautiful scenery, but Lot Linlin never knew how to appreciate it. In his eyes, only talking can make her happy, and only sweet can give her happiness. But now this egg island has become like this. Charlotte Linlin just went silent for a while, destroying the whole cake island. All the trees on the cake island have fallen, the mountains on the cake island have all collapsed, and all the things made by various machines have disappeared. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Some of them lacked machinery, some of them needed to be outside, some of them were even dead, or if this robot used its own consciousness, it might resent Charlotte Linlin. She never wanted to prove that the woman who gave it to herself with her own hands would kill herself one day just for that small piece of cake. Charlotte Linlin has calmed down in this proverb, and his hair is a little frizzy, that is defined as. Still wearing his head, he completed a country with the back of his hair, and then he continued to eat the candy in the hands of the people, and the candies stuck to his hands like glue, but it doesn't matter, because he already knows his own happiness and his own happiness. The sugar in his family is rolled into a ball and put into his mouth. He has this ability. His strength is very strong, looking at those originally hard things, breaking them into pieces, and then becoming his own possessions. This may be a kind of bad taste of his Charlotte Linlin, and at this moment, the thought of Zorro, who wants to become the best swordsman in the world, also saw Oven as a model. She understands that to be honest, this cake island will become like this, and there are some problems of its own. If he does something, maybe Oven can add those things by himself before Charlotte Linlin gets more serious. After thinking about it, I finally felt that maybe it would be enough to help Lot Oven to restore the delicious cake island. The things on the cake island are always full of vitality, they only need a little sprout to continue to live. These two people have been side by side with some broken hills, and they have been newly repaired, so that they can re-exude their previous strength and let the way. New roots sprout from dead parents. Let those green fens who are just old sons continue to play in the breeze of Wenfu. I came to him to fill the world with those cakes that once filled the tranquility and peace, as well as those bloody old things. This beautiful cake island seems to have finally become what everyone expected. This beautiful place has finally come to an end, and these disasters have finally included him. 352,902, 18 Filled Square. Chapter 57 Big Mom that Restores Sanity. They stretched out their hands and planted the things in their hands on the ground, and watched those things bloom one after another, and then they understood the joy of raising them with their own hands. Charlotte Linlin eats the candy from her mouth, and it quiets down like a giant in the 88-meter body. Mountains, but there are those fears that only exist in this mountain. He clasped his pirate on his head, covering most of the sun. He is like an unmoving mountain. Its progress. Delicious, in fact, his own happiness is in. It is possible to build memories for himself, and he put the things in his hands down on this mountain that has been sold by himself. And then said, Charlotte Oven. Oven didn't speak. His young Charlotte Linlin, who wondered what the point of his mother calling him at this time. You fix it. In fact, Charlotte Linlin seems to like this cake island very much, because there are beautiful food and beautiful people on this island. He sunk on this island with beautiful things. He doesn't want this island to be destroyed in the slightest, and now because of the existence of this group of people, my guide has been destroyed. So they need to fix their refills. There is nothing they can do about it becoming the same as before. Maybe for Oven, this is what he should do, but for Zoro, this is what he expressed. A way of own guilt. Yeah, if Zoro wasn't so selfish. Maybe Oven would have to clean this place by himself at this time. Zoro put his sword on the ground, and then appointed General to follow Oven to start cleaning the place with all his heart. To make this place even more beautiful, as full of words as before, and they even put a Trojan horse on the idea. Although this Trojan horse is not very useful for Charlotte, for example, as a person with a height of 88 meters, Peak is not qualified to be such a small horse. For Wanzite Linlin, these things are more useful to him than practicality, and he may be more concerned about them recovering this trance extremely beautifully, and Yulot swallowed the last crow in his mouth. Shiji also felt a little concerned about the appearance in front of him. He nodded, and then dragged a huge body into the house, his hair still messy, and his philosophical clasp on his head. But this time and the lack of it before is that this woman has finally calmed down and stabilized. At this time, Saltlot Oven and Zoro have already started fishing the whole island. Zoro suddenly said to Lot Oven that I want to be with you. A test. Charlotte Oven looked at the man in front of him. This man had a bit of an unusual meaning for him now. This time, he gave Zoro a group look. He took a fancy to this person who might be called his partner and wanted to compare himself with him. Of course he would agree, so she nodded. Is it just a meal fight? No battle with Suyo? I bet you're going to be tough. I have already competed with you, and I am ready to lose. If this is the case, then you will have a good understanding of what real profit is here. These two are just two naive children. Once the two people picked it up, they were not so childish. They pulled the swords in their hands and rang each other's witnesses. Just like his people, they were always as strict as Su Yang's suggestion. Ning is a ray of light, the sun is refracting on him, light refracting the trophy. Zoro shouted and attacked Oven. Yes, Zoro is going to be the best swordsman in the world. There was nothing around her to stop him from drawing his sword. The movement, her sword drawing was standard, and the sword body and scabbard of his family were slowly drawn out, making a clear sound, which was like the guqin being played. It can always lead people into the depths, so after they are completely pulled out, they will definitely pull it out, and then shoot into the body of the opposite person. Of course, Oven is not a vegetarian. Shouting loudly to take advantage of this ingenious terrain, he stretched his hands into it, and the heat of that high meat instantly turned the entire ocean into a roasting oven. The temperature of the whole world seems to have risen a few degrees. This man who ate the hot fruit, he finally understood the power in him. He also understands the mission he bears. For others, it is to save the world, and for him, it is to use these energies as much as possible and not let them hurt himself. When Zoro saw the wedge, he remembered the silver light that his master taught him. 13th only looked back a few times, and he felt that the victory of this war had already been established, but the person on the other side was still the same. He didn't give up, he didn't admit defeat, he didn't want to be a failure, he put his own remoteness on his own creation, and Zoro, who faced him, split up. Sozoshin blocked this move with a crow slayer in his hand. As soon as his move came out, the opponent's move was completely resolved, and he said to the man in front of him, "Are you glad you didn't have an appointment?" Oven almost smoked back when he heard this, but he denied it. The arrogant man sighed, but had to. Saying that it is straight now is fortunate that I didn't agree to this man's bet at the beginning. Although I say that this Li's man looks weak, I have to say that his knife is indeed powerful. In his eyes Zoro really seems to be the #1 executioner in the world. If he doesn't have this ability, how can she come out? How should I show it off? Oven sighed, then put the knife in his hand on the ground, and served the hot things. All the herbs of the doctor were scorched. Kneeling on the ground, as if he had already accepted his fate, he said that I gave up. Zoro saw that she had already admitted defeat, and the man had a smile on her face. She finally confirmed once again that she might really be the person she dreamed of becoming, or that she could also say to her. Chapter 58 Charlotte Linlin was rejected. Another battle, one that didn't cause any problems for this beautiful island. But they didn't expect that there is one person who silently took this battle under their noses, that is Charlotte Linlin. Zhao and Gilly think Suo is a very promising person. In fact, he has always believed in the ability of his fourth son Charlotte Oven. But this cruel fact gave him a big slap. But now I have to admit that Charlotte Oven is no longer able to beat this man, and this man may not have fully used his tricks. He has not fully understood what he has learned, whether it is just what is fans on Scorpion, he is far from the power of his master. But I have to know that this is a very good person. Charlotte Linlin looked at the man in front of her, and thought of taking him as a disciple, but now he doesn't know whether this man will be the same, and he went to his place. In front of him, his huge body quickly amused the next sunshine, its straw. Unlike the cloud in the sun, it exudes a kind of coolness after living in the sun. He walked into Zoro and asked, "I want to accept you as a disciple." It was a familiar strong word, but it didn't actually make 920 feel very happy when he said it. So there was nothing he could do, but Zoro completely rejected him. Zoro looked at the woman in front of him and didn't react much, he just shook his head. Then calmly stated that he did not want to become a master-apprentice relationship with this woman. When Charlotte Linlin heard the news, she began to express her anger. He couldn't contain the resentment in his heart. She didn't understand why the boy in front of her didn't accept her evasion and became a member of her family. Doesn't this boy know how powerful his own worth is? He felt the atmosphere for the boy, he thought of resentment for the boy's ignorance, he looked at the boy. He threw the thing in his hand on the boy's face again. The boy was remembered by this thing and took a step back. He continued to look firmly at the woman in front of him. Charlotte Linlin got a very good opportunity. He stood there angrily, it avoided the sun and gradually began to move. The two of them were so deadlocked. Zoro and Oven saw that the woman in front of them had become irritable, and they hurriedly wanted to stabilize the woman when they had some habit. Zonglong and Oben thought about it again and again, but then they could only take out candy to make the literati calm down. When Lot Linlin in front of him ate what Lot Oven and Zoro gave him, he gradually calmed down. After he calmed down, he asked Zoro in detail why he didn't want to be his own apprentice. "Why don't you want to be my apprentice?" Oven watched Charlotte Linlin ask questions to the seat, but Zoro didn't answer him. The case just turned a little, and then he said after watching the woman think about it. "I have a master. He is very strong and good to me. I may not want to have a master again in the future. I just want to use him alone. Yam Luot Linlin also understood that the boy in front of him already had a master. Then he would not be able to do it by himself, so he had to nod his head to show that he knew the posthumous title. Although Charlotte Linlin was reluctant to let this good seedling become someone else's apprentice, he knew that this kind of thing could not be forced. So he chose to give the boy a little of what he had learned. He taught the boy a little interesting things, such as how to use the eggs to exert the strongest strength. In fact, for Charlotte Linlin, these things are just some fun leopard things to give to Rope. What he wants to give Rope is how to face these powerful enemies in the future. For Charlotte Linlin, this AEAB. Some things are simple. Jint Linlin killed the people of this giant village when he was 5 years old. He is known as the leopard destroyer of Jingwei. If he hadn't pinned his hopes on these Tekans, maybe he would become the world's protector. One of the bigger provincials said he will offer the maintenance of a big monster of this world. It is because Guowei has these sweets to restrict him that he can naturally become the overlord of this island. When he becomes the old overlord of this cake, it is destined that the world will gradually become peaceful because of the lack of such a huge danger. Charlotte's idea has delivered a lot of things, and Suolong is also very grateful. He took Shamingte Linlin, and then took a candy secret recipe from another place in his hand and handed it to Charlotte Linlin. Yim ordered, he said. I have never felt this thing, and I don't know if it's true or not. It's just something I got from traveling before. Now I'm giving it to you as a thank you, and thank you for what you taught me so many days. These Dongarot Linlins only taught him out of a kind of love for his subordinates, but now he suddenly felt as if his transaction was worthwhile, and he just gave him the gadgets that he realized by himself. That's all, but this boy gave such an important gift to himself. Some have been. Maybe the sweets will be delicious, maybe not, but he's sweet no matter what. As long as it's sweet, you'll love it. He gave this secret recipe to Charlotte Owen, who called Charlotte Linlin and told Charlotte when to say it. Study this thing as soon as possible, and then bring it to me quickly. I think I can't wait anymore. I want to try it now. Go and study it for me to understand how this thing should be taken with Lotwin to this list from the day before yesterday, and then she turned and left. This time, he returned to Shifang alone. He was too busy without Zoro's hat. He seemed to be a lot more convenient. He divided the things in his hand into 2 parts. Then I started making it according to the secret recipe. Just after Lot Oven left, Lot Linlin and Zong Long also started Luby to send her to listen to Zong Long saying that he was going to the next place and it was not convenient for him to keep him more. It's a man with a chef, so he waved his hand at the rope seat and hoped that Zoro could bring him a new dessert list the next time he passed by 358,102, 19 Filled Square. Chapter 59 The Secret of That War. Zoro said goodbye to the Egg Island, and then he sailed to the sea in the direction he needed to go. When he got to the deep sea, it suddenly found that the seemingly flat sea was of no use to those things that indicated the direction. Precisely because of this the sea is similar to the big triangle of hundreds of curtains, which makes him useless. He was walking on this sun alone, and the waves he was walking on were too big. The sun shone on the sea, and there were even a few strange creatures jumping out of it. These suns that once seemed to be enjoying the warmness of them came out again and again, and then in Soren's eyes, they returned to this sea again. This sea is too big, and there are many creatures that humans don't know yet, so he didn't even think that his compass would make mistakes, but when he walked alone on the sea, the compass suddenly started to win and wandered around. Stand up. The pointer on the entire compass was a mess. He didn't know where the host of the compass was pointing, and he didn't know which way to go. The compass pointing on the sea is really too random. He stood on the sunhead to stare into the distance. He seemed to stay beside his cake. Charlotte Linlin seemed to be at the same level as Charlotte Oven's voice, and he suddenly realized that he had lost his way. Reaching out and fiddling with the compass in his hand, the direction the compass points to is still the far distance, and it is even said that sometimes the compass is related to the magnetic field. Compass will even start referrals. The wedge that turned around at random didn't know where he was really pointing. But now Zoro is still floating on the sea. His direction is almost useless at sea. The whole sea is the same. The sky is also gloomy, and there is not even a sun. When there is no sun, then its most basic ability to determine time will be lost. He can't see where the sun is. He goes out without the sun. He doesn't know where the east, west, north, south and south are. He can't find out the problems that have arisen at this time. He also finds that he can't find the real way. No more contact. Only Haixian jumped down and entered the sea. It should be the sea. He is so hunting. Because there are so many incredible things in this sea. He was just like this at sea at will until he drifted to the depths of the deep sea. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. My own boat, complaining with the compass in my hand. I'm afraid it's not fake. Why is this so useless? I had to pay me that much money, 3,597. He looked at the real estate in his hands, and then complained that this real estate was really a useless thing. He regretted that he had spent a lot of money on this thing. He let out a breath, but now that he has reached this point, what's the use of pyridine? He had no choice but to continue to float on the sea, and then she saw that she had been eating beetles in the past few days, and she could only get it from the sea. In the last few days, he had been eating fish for 100. He chopped it to death and then floated up. He picked up the fish and put it in his box. When he opened the box, he found that you already had several fish. These fish counties clearly proved that it was he triumphantly picked out one of the fish he had caught in the past few days, and then looked at that Zhang Yu and thought about what fish should he eat today. Maybe he deserved it himself. Remember to bring the seasoning when he left, otherwise he will die. He Li Yidian wants to eat grilled fish today. It was him who prepared dumplings and picked up his own fish, and then came to make it his own lunch. He's glad he still has so much stuff on his aluminum, and he's starting to think it's really a good habit not to pack. So he talked for a while, and then he started. In addition to today's meal, today's rain is called lunch to solve his basic problems. At this time, the clothes of the ground are more and more like the far area. He didn't notice the sky at this time. Suddenly a person fell from the sky. He glanced at that person and it seemed to be Tashigi. He saw Tashigi behind and understood that maybe it was the battle. 0. Begging Kunwa 0. He didn't know if that battle was hypoxia, whether it was playing at level 4 or around late, but he made it not something that he could test against. He hid and rescued Tashigi, and then rescued Tashigi to his own little one. He found that he was actually exhausted at that time, so he ended up with this woman. He took this woman to his own boat, and then began to rescue He is now giving this woman a little food for her head, and after she regained her strength, he began to ask what happened in that war. What happened? Who among you won? He took all the women's seats, and then didn't sit on him. Don't make it clear, what does this woman have to do with her if she loses? He won't be this speechless, this woman, he just wants him to lend a helping hand a little. The two people didn't communicate much, he just happened to save this woman. They are still floating on this sea, the waves on this sea are still big, they still have no direction, you seem to be getting better in the compass, but it doesn't help. Stick your head out, today is a good weather. Zoro got up in the morning and looked at the sun outside and said to Tashigi. The weather is nice today. It was another conversation that no one answered. He sighed and had to continue to guess what he understood. But when the sun rose, he realized that the place where the sun rose was the east, he thought. Maybe he found the real direction, and he turned back in disguise to learn what Tashigi thought. Are you going with me? 3597. 1458 __. Chapter 60 Confrontation. Who is the tyrant? Thank you very much for your recent photos of me, but I also have my own things to do, so I can only leave you briefly. Tashigi made it clear that she wanted to reject this man's heart, and she made it clear that he wanted to go alone, and start the journey to that distant place alone. He glanced back at the man and then looked at the handsome man in front of him. She chose the last time this time. He chose her own good, so you should be safe. Sujong looked at the woman in front of Chi, and he actually pointed out that this woman also knew the stories of this woman. For her, Tashigi was a very important person in his memories. That was his fantasy when he was young. A woman. And now he and this woman are sitting on the same boat, July 13 inches, and the two of them eat the fish that they salvaged. She feels very lucky to see it like this. Fortunately, I can still enjoy the happiness of this room with her. He looked at the resolute face of the woman in front of him and nodded. Then the two said goodbye to each other and left the place, both of whom had their own place to go. Tashigi looked at this man who had disappeared before his eyes, and she understood her fate with this boy. Maybe that's the end of it. But he doesn't regret it, because the land still has important things to do. He has already said that he has recuperated his body and chose his own motivation. Now he has beaten up how the woman attacked him. Just now, Wang Qi knew that the woman in the battlefield did not have the help of those little Luo. How could she possibly win? He looked at your present world, and he seemed to have seen how he was about to win, so the two said goodbye. The two of them embarked on each other's own journey, each other went to their own future, and he chose to go back. He's going to go back to that war and that woman to fight to the death again to see who's the real winner. Tashigi chooses to go back to. Where is Tashigi standing again? She is standing on the high ground with Violet. The flowers on Violet's head are still shining charm. He thinks that there should be no one who can refuse such a beautiful girl, but she also has to fight in this battle. The exact point is that he must win. Only after winning can he save those who are in Violet's hands. Only in this way can he be worthy of his own heart. So he resolutely decided that she was going to fight. She's gonna fight. She's gonna win. She wants to win. Tashigi stood there looking down on everyone. When she was mentally preparing herself on this side, there was nothing good on the other side. As a result, Zoro was swaying on that side, and he chose to go to another path. This time his choice seemed to be correct. After talking about the continuation, he is still floating on it. He doesn't know what his future is, but he knows that he should continue to walk here. He still has to go far, and he was going to see a lot of things he didn't see, so he chose to wait. He chose to continue to move on that sun, and then waited for Yao to find the right direction by himself. The war seems to have started too. The two are incompatible with each other. Tashigi raises his sword upwards. Then she resorted to her master Dunhui's own things, and she chose the trick that she is best at, which is crow killing. After she used this move, the woman was thrown backwards by the sword energy, and the opposite Yurette was not in a good state. Viosode looked at the woman in front of her, and she realized how lucky she was to have won the previous few days. These two people were immersed in their own struggles. These two people understood the meaning of their success, and they understood this. War for what? In fact, this war is not a war where these two people have nothing to do. It turned back to darkness. At that time, the two people's war zone was about to stop. The two of them had been fighting a very fierce battle. The two of them had put their lives on it. Individuals like or win, they also have their own ideas. The two of them are like two trapped beasts in a nightmare. He is fighting against what he thinks is evil, and they are attacking what he thinks. Individuals are on two sites. If these two people were on the same site, maybe there would not be so many problems. Except for the war between the two, Tashigi and Olette continued to attack each other's weaknesses and attacked very hard. Personally, they are completely in a state of disapproval. They beat each other with what they have learned, and then start to attack each other. The two of them are the kind of attack that leaves no room for them to kill each other. The thing is, either you die or I live. The war between these two people is very fierce. The two of them will not give in to each other. They have received those beautiful lights in the sky again. This is not because of those light cats. In this dark world, they all have their own supporters. This group of talents is more like the culprits. It is because of the support of these people that these two talents can attack each other's weaknesses like this. If Violet's attack was unreasonable, then Tashigi's attack is more just. Some 38 peak, this girl is trying to save the unruly crew. The war goes on, until in the end she herself holds her weapon high, and then silently recited his own incantation and put the official website in his hand on the woman on the opposite side. This war was really dissolved. Who is the winner? In fact, there is no need to say more, everyone knows it. But in the end, the scream was accompanied by the sound of a huge thing falling, and Viret's victory was finally drawn to a successful conclusion. Victory is now blamed on Tashigi. This girl finally has her own abilities, proving that he is no worse than the pretty girl in front of him. Viret failed, and the red flower on her head was still beautiful. Sure enough, evil can never stop justice. 3622. 1459__. Chapter 61 After Victory. Yes, that's right, Tashigi wins. Tashigi looked at the woman who had already been defeated. The red flower on her head was still beautiful, but she could do it now. This woman is not someone who can hinder her. He already has a certain ability to recognize people. So he continued to shoot and pray for this beautiful sky, the dark clouds in the sky, because the end of the war between the two gradually fell to the enemy, and the sun came out from the corner of the sky with a warm face, and the sun seemed to be gone. Forget all the darkness and those round and rotten spirits, the whole person forgot the beautiful taste of the sun, and the white clouds in the sky seemed to be soft. Why did he rejoice in the victory of this war? Yuan Bian felt how happy he was when he gave birth to you. What did he think? Then he started his own justice. He chose to save the crew. He left behind the failed woman and belly, and went forward alone to untie the nylon rope that helped the crew. The nylon rope was tied so tightly that he couldn't open it, but after thinking about it, he finally split the rope with his own way. Oh, 5 These people have been redeemed, and they say they are all safe. When these people found out that they were safe, they cried with joy and hugged each other. Some of them were already crying. Everyone felt so happy, so happiness. It is precisely because of the help of the whole woman in front of me that I can live and open this place. They are very grateful, and even some people are excited to kneel down for the girl in front of them. Of course, some people have done so. There was an old man standing beside a young child, and the old man knelt down and said to the girl, "Women of Renu, God will bless you even more. Thank you for saving so many of us." The teacher's voice had a bit of sand in it. I didn't know what happened when the child in front of him was a child. At that time, the innocence was in contrast to these old habits. Tashigi suddenly felt a little dazed. He didn't know what to do. He had to help the old man kneeling on the ground quickly, and then said, "Don't thank me, old man. This is what I should do." When the people in Katu heard this sentence, they felt even more grateful that they had no money to find a girl. This literary child did so much and was angry, but he still didn't ask for anything in return. What a good quality this is. The Bo people and Tashigi began to talk about this place, but they didn't have Lu and more dangerous feelings waiting for them, but for them now, they can obey them and they are happy that they survived. These people have been brought back, and they now feel very beautiful wearing this outside scenery. They have been ground into powder by the warm sun outside, and the sun is basking in the warm ocean. They suddenly feel very lucky. It's okay, I met this woman in front of me, otherwise I might have really died here. They started to change their passports. They even started to want to hold a fireworks show, but fortunately, they really held one. They thought this kind of the sudden liberation was very happy. They kept the things that they could collect around them, and started a fire party. It was a lively life. Everyone was very happy to play here, and the children were also happy to show smile. Tashigi looked at the appearance of this class, and he suddenly began to think about what he could be doing now. Is she still floating on that sea? But in fact, she also encountered something unexpected when she left, but of course this is a later story. This guild was held very well, and everyone was very happy. Each of them had a smile on their face, and each of them was very grateful that they could survive. They went to acquire this woman one by one. It is because of this daughter that they can survive. There will be children. Their sons and grandchildren will thank this woman for what happened today. There are always so many people in this world who are doing something good for the people. Maybe it's because these people make the world a better place. Tashigi stands on the mountain and looks at these people. He arrives where these people are happy. Laugh. When these people were very happy at the bonfire party, he suddenly felt that he had made a very correct decision. He never thought that saving others would be such a happy thing. It turns out that when others really thank him, you will be happy when. At the same time, he also understood that only when he gave his sincerity would he live a more sincere life and treat these people with sincerity. Their bonfire party would end soon, and the group of people would be ready to board the boat and set sail the next morning. Thanks to a group of experienced people who can accurately lead these people to the right path, it is because of these experienced people that 960 avoids the terrible experience of losing his way at sea again. It was very beneficial to go to the calendar. The whole ship was their own people, and those old field workers started thinking about the uninhabited island, he said. They walked for several days, and these nights they were relying on the boat to pick up the rest of the campfire and the fish they caught at sea. They have been eating fish for a living these days. These old members are very good at this and what they say, far better than the boy Sauron can handle. Tashigi was biting a fish given to him by a child. The fish was very small, but he wanted to smell it. Maybe that was the feeling of happiness. The gang was about to arrive at the 5 people. They looked up at the island in front of them, and suddenly felt there seems to be something wrong, but since they are not very strong, they also don't find out where the problem is and they continue to move forward. Knowing that this victory was parked near an uninhabited island, they got off the boat and realized what the problem they had always thought was. Sure enough, when they got off the edge and the group got off the boat one after another, they also encountered a serious problem. Accident, what is it? A boy just got off the boat to greet the people behind them, and they all got off the boat one after another. 36, 48. 1500__. Chapter 62. A sudden accident, the legendary dragon. Come down, there's only one. The first boy who went downstairs rushed to take a picture of the people behind and asked them to come down together, and the people behind saw him as a boy who was safe and naked and followed. But they didn't know how the accident happened. They were all terrified, and at this moment in this uninhabited island, someone suddenly rushed out of the corner, and then held them up with ropes. The first boy went out and made a patch on his back. He imagined being tied up by someone, but he soon discovered that there was something wrong with the place. Everyone little. When the boy is loud, let these people start to be careful of the world. In fact, this horse is not as safe as it seems to be in the spring. The pine trees here seem to be planting these trees with a magical needle method. It's like a huge cage, wrapping up the whole island, but the group of them didn't realize that they just immersed themselves in a place where they can go to a place where they can stop, but they didn't think about what's behind it. What a great danger. The people in the back took a knife and rushed up to kill the group of people, but they didn't think about their too bad way of disguising and were not confused by these people. So they had nothing to do. This group of people found that someone started to pick up their weapons, and then they also picked up their own weapons. The people in the field are all people who often sail on ships. They always have some accidents. They once why did he and the silver carp not understand, but they still survived, but they proved their ability. They are actually very powerful. They were just kidnapped by the woman because of their inattention. Tashigi looked at this one in front of him. Helping people take their own suitable weapons and start fighting against them. He finally understands why he wants to save them. Probably this is the meaning of saving them. So Tashigi picked up his own weapons and prepared to go up and fight these people. Going to fight, but this world didn't stay for a long time, because he found that these people are unarmed people. They are actually very weak in attack power. After just a few rounds, this group of people gave in because of the people of this group of people. Let her understand. In fact, this unmanned high seems to have a bigger conspiracy. This group of people fought very adults, and all the grievances they suffered before were all lost in the war. At this time, they learned about the traces of the person this woman had been looking for, but they did not know these people are dead and can't tell which intermediary, so they had to take some remote inquiries. They kidnapped the leader in this war. This leader is an old man with a long beard, and his eyes are cloudy, his voice is hoarse, it is like a foot break. They asked him where the woman wanted to know was, but the mouth was unexpectedly strict. The old man didn't say a word, and even held a feeling that if you are mad at me, then I will apologize to my death. These people really want to do something for this woman, so they don't think about whether they can be sour in any way. How about opening this old mouth? They knew that the woman in front of them was not a cruel person, and also knew that this woman had her own ideas. He also knew that he could not pass some bad methods to force the old man to say, so they had to switch to a different method. The old man asked why he was standing here to stop us from entering. The old man suddenly wanted to cry. The old man looked at them and said, "There was a team like you before who destroyed our family and the place where we lived." They felt very sad when they heard the news. They wanted to help the elderly, so they asked if they needed it. "Our help. Thank you." The old man was very happy when he heard this, and the Alliance computer unified that they could help him. They helped the old man to renovate the place. They helped the boss to plant trees and some things for the old man. Thanks to their existence, it made this small island seem to be full of vitality again. At this time, when the group of people were introducing themselves and felt confused, the old man suddenly told them that in fact, he knew about the person's laugh 100 times. After this incident, Shin also proved to the old man that they are not a bad person. They can guarantee that this will be peaceful. They will be very moved when they hear this. They feel that the old man really cares about the island completely. But what is the truth and what does Y know? After the old man told them the whereabouts of this person, he showed a strange and thoughtful smile. But his smile disappeared from his mouth, as if it only took a moment, but this moment was enough for some people to understand something. The old man seemed to be laughing and seemed to be happy. Maybe happy, they didn't admit that it was laughing at you. They were very grateful for the shoes of the old man's head, and left something of their own. Island gets better stuff. The old man showed them how to get to the island. She told them that the island is not very high. You just need to go left, and then drive forward when you meet the second dragon head. Maybe it will be another day, but when you are in this day, you don't lie to you because of anything around you. As if the island is light good enough, there seems to be something blocking you going in the sun. What is that? The crowd was very puzzled and asked, "What is it?" The old man patiently introduced to them what it was. She told them that it was a symbol of these two islands at that time. When you see that thing, you will have it. It's not far away. Some people say that the dragon was buried in the sutras on the island. It was because of the existence of the dragon that the old man on the whole island finished speaking, and the victors at the bottom were very surprised. "There is a dragon." Some of them even screamed, and then asked the old man a question. They really didn't believe that there was a legendary creature like dragon in this world, but now they have to believe it. 3673. 1500__. Chapter 63 Trap. Tashigi felt that this posthumous secret was really too dangerous, and he should not have so many crew members accompanying him, so he chose to go to that place by himself. He said goodbye to his crew members, and said to them that he hoped you can pay attention in the future. Be safe. Don't be in a trap like the mole. I know how to get to that place now, so I can go by myself. I don't need you anymore. Kudos to you. It was written separately. Regarding these old members, he embarked on the journey to the distant place by himself. He walked to the island by himself. He carried the boat, and then walked past the first dragon head, the head of the dragon head. His eyes were all blue, and he suddenly suspected that he had never seen this kind of head again. Did he remember it wrong? But he didn't have too much doubt until he saw that the second faucet was really too big, and he was busy like a real pesticide came out of the flushing room. Also inlaid some parents and children, just like the things that the legendary Raimi dragon likes. This second iconic building seemed to indicate that he was not far from the island, but he chose to stop here for a while, because he thought maybe he could find something in this place. So he chose to shrink the whole domain 247, this time shouting past a lot on the edge of the faucet and jumped on the faucet by himself. He was looking down at the next place. The dragon is so tall that he can even see the island just now from standing here. At the same time, he also sees the island that he is about to reach. That small island seems to have been wiped to the ground in a trance at this time, not thinking about the person who was looking for it, whether there was an accident when he left, otherwise how could he end up on such a small broken island? But he didn't think too much about it. What did Bai Jing have to do with him? He just wanted to find him. So he shook his head, and then let himself forget this thing. He stood on the dragon head, reaching out and stroking the special horn of the dragon. The pits on the dragon's horns made him feel as if there were artificial traces, just like a dragon carved out of something by a human being. He has some doubts about the authenticity of the dragon, and after reaching out his eardrum again, he is sure that this is not a bone, it is just a kind of stone that is somewhat similar, a theft to a bone. He sighed, thinking that maybe this world there is no dragon on the strait, but at the same time, he is very lucky, because if this bone is the submersion of a straight dragon, then what a big uproar should be caused to the world where he is, so he decided to give up and continue. Exploring this method of revealing what it is, he continued to drive because he had already seen the island, so this time the journey was very safe, very fast and economical, and it took him half a day to reach the island. As expected, the island was really barren, and there was nothing on it. After he got off his boat, he stood on the top of the building and looked at the sand-covered island. He was a little confused whether the person he was looking for was really here. But he doesn't have time to think about so many things now. He needs to find a sip of water to drink now, so he starts to search as much as possible on the island to see if there are those fruits and so on, but the fact tells him that there is no such thing as. He was a little disappointed, and then looked at this, but he thought that he should first find the person he was looking for. He built it in, and then began to explore every corner and every top. At this moment, he seemed to realize that someone was standing behind him. He suddenly turned around, and the person behind him was startled by his sudden turn back. The man had just bound up, and there seemed to be something in his hand. He looked closely, and it turned out that the man was praying in his hand. Device. He suddenly felt very frightened. If he hadn't looked back just now, what would happen to him? At this moment, his classmates suddenly realized that this seemed to be a conspiracy. That boy or that group of people, the old man on the island just now was a liar. He sighed and prayed to the person in front of him, thinking that he might still be too tender, but he only thought about it because he had been doing so much work in the rivers and lakes. Fortunately, he was lucky, otherwise Yan would die after he had no choice. Nazi's own weapon fought with the man in front of him. After knowing for a while, he found that many people seemed to come out of these various places again, and then attacked him with his own weapon. He watched these people suddenly feel fortunate. Fortunately, he had not completely forgotten what he had learned from his master before, otherwise he would have sinned. Of course, it was at this point that she suddenly began to feel fortunate. Thanks to whether she had handed over a lot of useful things to herself, he relied on his own strength value to fight with these people reluctantly, and then his intention exploded. It's natural that those people on the other side fail. All those people in his family were sent away in the field, and then they took the sand from their weapons and questioned them. Who are you? Ant spares Wang, Ant spares life. We are a bunch of Cs. We have old and young, and there are 80 old mothers at home. This group of people panicked and began to pray. They hoped that this woman would save her life. The weapon was picked up, and then he asked the faces of these people. I'm asking what is the relationship between the last island and you? We should have a partnership. After thinking about it, the man continued and said, this time his tone was a lot more sincere. We are a cooperative relationship. If someone accidentally came to their way, they used a way to tell them to lie to our island, and the business jewelry we get from these people will be divided equally. Tashigi suddenly understands why the island is obviously so poor, but everyone is willing to eat there and grow one's wisdom. After the anger, the woman also understood that it is not a matter of paying for everything, she also needs to be more careful, on the road in the future 3699. 1501__. Chapter 64 Zoro is attacked again. Seki's side Lily has experienced being attacked by pirates and being deceived by others. He just decided that he should pay more attention to his birds. And the rope drop is also very troublesome. Originally thought that these two people would be ready to fulfill their wishes after parting, but that was not the case. Tashigi was just attacked by pirates and was in the bay, but he didn't expect the same situation on the other end of the rope, and the rope did not happen. What happened? He floated on the sea for 2 days, and he stopped in the middle of the sea by himself, but he didn't know what happened. He cried with a loud noise. He always realized that the two areas seemed to be flat. There are 2 of them, but they haven't found out who it is. He comforted his murderer, and then told himself that maybe he thought too much, but then he suddenly found that the sea in Joguo seemed to be a little unsettled. He himself is in a very embarrassing dungeon. There is no other land in Zhujiao in this area. It is precisely because there is no other sun that this place is surprisingly calm. He has been floating on this surface for several days, but today he has a different feeling. He has never felt that someone is looking at him from a distance, like a bird that is about to ambush Tsukumi, and then began to recall whether or not he had experienced something. In his memories, there are beautiful dolphins, cute monsters, and those bright sun and stormy days, but there is no pirate in this ocean. I have to say that these 2 people are also lucky enough. One side has just been deceived by pirates, and the other side was attacked by pirates. In fact, according to the plot, if Zoro is a beautiful girl, then there should be a man at this time who will come to rescue him with colorful clouds. Fortunately, Zoro is not a girl. Otherwise, this novel will be renamed, Journey to the West. Zoro hasn't found out who is watching him in the dark. He is still immersed in his own thoughts. He does feel that someone is looking at him in the dark, but he doesn't know who it is. Endure the pain that he can't bear. This kind of pain is like a kitten pretending to be me in the bottom of his heart. He thought about it and decided to make a move. He pretended to lie on the bed and pretended to be asleep. He lay quietly on his bed. Close your eyes and feel the sounds around you. It wasn't until he heard that someone seemed to be rising from the waves, and he turned his head and took a look at her. It was a sea that had just risen from the sea. Yeeing himself this afternoon. Did he not catch that sea Ming? She thought that she hadn't eaten until lunch, so he made the box that he prepared for his ascension. He said that he took out a fish from the box. This fish is very huge, and its tail is dark and even has some bloodshots. It is a carnivorous fish, but it is unexpected that Anlong can't recognize the species of this fish. The moraine is a fish in the deep sea. There are always some wonderful things in the fish in the deep sea. In this dark sea, there are always some things floating up and down in the dark. It is suitable to be his own lunch today. He has prepared this fish. Don't put it on the grill. In fact, it is not a correct grill. After all, this is a tree, and it is actually a buyer's show and a seller's show. That's it. The fish Zhang saw the big pot being grilled over the flames, and soon showed off the aroma that belonged to grilled fish. Zhang took out a little condiment from his backpack, and the aroma of the grilled fish was even stronger. He put a piece of meat from the grilled fish in his mouth, and then tasted it. In fact, the taste is not quiet. It is in this ocean. What kind of flavor do you pursue in this ocean? Anyway, everything you eat has a very strong sea smell. Anyway, Suojiang didn't think it was bad. He ate the whole fish in a while. When it was digesting the next fish, she suddenly turned back and seemed to have something close. He turned around and turned around. Just looking at it like this, he saw that there was a sun alive under the sea peppers in the mountains and seas. How can there be a boat in this place? It was a little curious about the boat, that Nilu approached him little by little. He thought that the people who went fishing had lost their way and fell into the boundless sea, but he immediately knew it was wrong. 0. Ask for flowers. Do fishermen go out to sea with their flags on them? The fishermen who can't go out to fish won't have guns and cannons on the boat. Kuguo said that this is a pirate. It makes sense. Biban is a place where pirates are rampant. In this boundless deep sea, there are countless pirates living here, and they survive by absorbing the lives of these people. Alive, they will go to all the knowledge and money that has passed over Xinjiang to survive. They rely on this to slowly nibble on this ocean, and this Xinjiang even becomes their base. They don't want to go back to that land. It is better to say pirates are a group of desperados, most of them have nothing to worry about, or have lost hope for the people on the land. They will choose this body to live at sea. They take the ship as their home and keep the pirates on land. They take the sea as the earth and the sky as their bed, and sleep on this sea forever. The pirate was very happy to see Zoro's ship, and when many pirates gathered at the bow, a sharp cannon came and said county is sinking. Zoro's liver was punched out a huge hole, and the sea water poured in instantly. Zoro's ship seemed to bear the weight that his life could not bear. It began to sink and began to plummet. Zoro was standing on top of the pirates in the distance. Panic, this is the first time he has met such a boss at sea, but luck is all the same. He called Elater these, is it? He is hungry, and even has some flexion. To be honest, the few fish he catches every day are not enough for him to stick his teeth between his teeth, not to mention that he has been tired of eating fish continuously these past few days. Psychological Zoro was stunned as his boat was beaten out. He was a little shy. He was thinking about how he should be able to do it. 37:24. 1501__. Chapter 65. Teachers and Friends. One of Sulong's boats had already been shot out. The sea began to hang upside down to the north, and he began to sink at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. When the cable dropping was here, when he was worried, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. This is the case for Suojiong. He saw his god. His legend jumped from the sky and jumped to his own son, and then he held his hands that were already a little flustered. Yes, it was Angeli who was the master of the rope, the one who taught the rope how to enjoy himself, the one who taught Suja how to use his own skills, and the one who taught Daojong what the world is. What is a righteous person? Sogodenghu Angeli felt very excited. He wanted to go up to hug him, but the current, 837 inches line did not allow it. Having said that, looking at Anphiloli, there seemed to be 1,000 words in his eyes that he wanted to say to Andre, but he held it back now. In fact, for Zoro, the moment he saw his master, she knew that she might not be able to. What's the danger? Angeli is like a new agent for these people. It is because of these strong hearts that this group of people can be safe and stable until now. Whether it's Utashigi, Zoro, or others, Angeli is an invincible existence in the eyes of others. Zoro watched Angeli come out with a sword flower late. He followed Andre to defeat all the pirates on the opposite side. There were thousands of words in Andre's eyes, but he didn't know how to speak. He had to fight again, but when he saw Engre's appearance, he suddenly felt a little guilty. He felt that he might have embarrassed his master. And Angeli, who is as good as Bai Wan, was insulted and attacked because of himself, and he is still defending himself. He felt that he had embarrassed his master, and he said, "Master, I'm sorry." Before he could finish his words, Engri waved his hand to tell him not to say any more. Engri still thought of me when he looked at the case. He was brought up by Suozuo when he was a child, and she saw that Zoro was the first to go. Step by step, I saw Long's first time eating a sheet, and I saw Zoro's first pair. For him, Anlong is actually a teacher and a friend. For him, Anlong is his own child. Although Zoro has some hatred for Suobi in his eyes, more but it's about Suobi. Would you like to practice the tour well next time? He patted Zoro on the shoulder, and then told Zoro that he didn't want his apprentice to end up in someone else's hands because of wasted practice. Besides, there are many things in the future war that he needs to do by himself. It is too long for him to experience life by himself, and he can't accompany her for many years. He looked at Zoro. He turned all his words into his own eyes. Zoro looked at Angri's eyes and suddenly burst into tears. He felt that he seemed to have failed his master's expectations for him. Zoro looked at Andre. He suddenly has some difficulties to support. What kind of feelings do you have for him now? Maybe it's like a parent-son problem. Two people always have some problems, but they don't talk to each other, so the relationship between the two of them is getting farther and farther, but they go to swim, have a happy heart towards Angeli. Yes, it's filial piety. A teacher every day, a father for life, this is an ancient and unchanging principle. In his eyes, Angeli is his own father. He prayed that something that never appeared in the eyes of my brother, Anjali looked at the prayer. He understands that the once child has grown up. Everyone who learns to speak will cry because of a fruit. Shejong is no longer that little child. Zoro can lift a sword. Long can float on the ocean alone. Suojong can be alone to beat those monsters. It's just that in his eyes, Zoro is always the kid. In fact, even if he doesn't fight this war, Zoro can win them all by himself. It's just that Zoro is too confident and he has experienced too little. All of his Molien are not drills with real guns and live ammunition. If you are real guns and live ammunition, then he will never understand what is the real battlefield. Even if Chungyuan can't understand what is real, you will never tire of cheating. So he wants to let Zoro understand alone, to let Zoro face all the events in the future. He is going to give Zoro another trick. He picked up his pieces, looked at Zoro and went back to her face. He looked at Anjali as if he used to practice execution with him, and then silently mentioned his sword Anjali's ability. It's because of his swordsmanship. Andre is the one that everyone admires, and he can be worthy of that worship. He's so good. Half a month raised his creation and gestured to Zoro. Zoro followed Ange and listed his home. With the two swords, Sauron followed every step of Anjali, and he did not owe a single time to Ange. Every time you slash and slash, you can understand Anjali's meaning after a short sleep. He said that Anjali obviously wanted to teach himself something, and now he began to secretly try to figure out Anjali's shyness. Ang-jae borrowed to teach him spells, so how did he use this trick later? He asked Andre the name of the trick. Pengali just looked at her and said. His dad's trick is called set, because this trick is very open and close, and it is very similar to what about delaying the birthday. It is based on this trick, which is a big trick. He taught Suobi this trick, hoping that one day Zoro can hold it. This engraved O3 kills the world's secret chain, and he has walked through countless places that he once thought it was difficult to walk. He pinned all his Greek sculptures on this boy. In fact, he has many apprentices, and now he is very angry with these apprentices. The main thing is workmanship. He always feels that only Zoro is worthy of what he said. Even if everyone takes it, everyone's advice is different. Soren's battle is everyone. You miss him the most, and Tashigi for him, the advice is too weak. Maybe because he is a girl, his advice is always a little too energetic. His spiritual strength and weakness are like two contrasts. When the swordsman of his family went out, at that moment Anjali looked at Zoro and seemed to see that Zoro had memorized the spell in the past, and then recited it in his heart countless times. 37,414. Chapter 66 Mermaids Singing on the Sea. Anjali saw that the boy in front of him had already understood his intention. He waved his hand and asked the boy to practice the oath by himself. The boy chanted the sword in front of his eyes. Even though the boy still didn't understand something, he still did what he said. Practice the things she doesn't know, and consolidate the things he knows. That's why he will gather his expectations from this boy and remove it from his backpack. Took out a treasure map and handed it out. The boy stopped his Yan's hand. He looked at Anjali, and then asked the master if it should be a treasure map. He was a little curious when he asked. He didn't understand why the master based this false treasure map on himself. Did Nan Mi need to help the master to find the secret among the treasured ministers? Anjali looked at the boy in front of Bay and nodded, and then said. Jerry's voice was calm, low and with some mature flavor. Picture of the kings of the kingdom, the inner. He looked at this treasure and seemed to see that the master was very happy with his average teaching. After thinking about it, he still thought that the master promised that he would not disappoint the master. The two of them seemed to have reached some kind of consensus on the bed. Zoro was still able to get through, but he still couldn't find a place at sea. Anjali wasn't going to help him this time. He left Zoro alone in the middle of the sea. In fact, it is not considered discarding. He believes that there will always be someone who can get it. He believes it, because he has to do everything he can in the future. He thinks that Zoro can do it alone. He is still young, and he has not experienced so many wind and rain. It is a practice carried out on a safe foundation. It does not use an upright tang training. He needs to come out in the war. He wants to feel the wind alone, and feel the terrible world alone. That sea is not terrible. If he cannot conquer that sea, then why is he conquering the future? That piece of sea is just a small tether for her trip this time. She will walk through that piece of sea, and she will go further, and he will level every corner of the world, and will travel to every mountain, river and lake in the world. Anjali left again, leaving the desk alone to wander on the sea, but this time he had a direction in his heart. He was walking on the sea alone, sitting on his bed facing the sky. He understood the meaning of this walk. He also understood the direction in his heart. He went all the way to the far direction, and finally you will definitely find your place. And then the Tashigi opened the pirate's driver until he started to walk down the weir. He thought about the deception of the previous island, so he sat back and went back to the island. This time, he remembered to help his own winners and take away his partners. The old man on his island gave him a hard beating. This is a severe punishment. It's the punishment for cheating. He looked at the pitiful appearance of the old man, and although he was a little moved, he was white. If he hadn't simply believed in this old man, how would he have wanted to frame these crewmen to die again? He was Chihi and the others on the road again. They on the way back to the distant place. Although Tashigi doesn't know what his goal is, he knows that he only needs to walk towards the light in his heart, and sooner or later he will walk on the right path. He went to the next island, which has beautiful gong stones, beautiful bakers, and many beautiful things. They got off this island. They camped here for many days, and when they were about to travel again, they heard a beautiful song. Nakosan is bewitched. That squeaking voice is full of fascination, just like the sacred animal from ancient times. He is ignorant of the cadmium suffering of the narrator's year. The ancient, sacred voices that made Tashigi's phone sink in. Tashigi seemed to hear a lot from that voice. He heard the joy that the world had not become what it is now thousands of years ago. He also heard the loneliness of being alone here after thousands of years, and he was wondering what the sound was. How could it sing so savagely, so disgustingly cool? He had already brought in the singing without realizing it. He was bound by the singing, and some things he did not want to recall were also brought up by the singing. He began to think about his past events. Tashigi is like this, immersed in the singing alone. He can't distinguish the reality, and he can't distinguish the illusory world. In that dream, he dreamed of many things, how he was picked up by Anjali, and the pain of learning those things. Her dreams are full of messy things. He dreamed that he was fighting with others, that he was crying with a lollipop when he was a child, and that he had just been deceived. He read a lot in it. He read the happy lord of his own scriptures, and then he grew up later, and read to the future growth. Standing alone at the source of the memory, Shishi watched the revolving light, and when he saw the memory in front of his eyes, he kept silent like this. The crew are like those tales of sirens who radiate heat and stand in their own Atlantic ditch, enduring any ship that passes by, and their own beautiful singing, and then attract these winners and let them along the way. Members die directly in these. The trio's singing is never excellent. Their singing will always have meaning. The trio's singing will always be the scariest voice of the predator. They sang their own desires, and then ate their own dinners. Their dinners were those crossings that were better than going into their traps because of the songs. They were scary, but there was always a source of infection that was bewitched by the voices of these sirens. The singing you want is like an infectious disease. They spread to the ears of these people at the fastest speed. The key is to completely sink these people into their own singing at the fastest speed. 3766. 015. Chapter 67 Battle of Trapped Beasts. Another familiar scene. Tashigi is still sinking into the leopard singing and eating. He is addicted to the dream that the mermaid constructed for him. Thanks to Anjali also appeared at this time. Anjali is like the white chess trapped in the team chess. It appeared in this match and is destined to give this game a perfect end. Also those who are still being seduced, pray that the crew and Tashigi will fall into the dream that the merman bought them. Like his group of people, what is going on with this group of monsters and ghosts? But Tashigi in this dreamland didn't know what he was dreaming about. In his dream, Tashigi dreamed that Anjali was scolding him. It was the badly practiced fold again, and it was the dream of that year. He's a little scared, he's afraid of Sei. But Anjali didn't allow him to do so. Anjali swung the sword in his hand again and hit him again. Tashigi was a little frightened by Anjali's wedge. Tashigi thought about what Anjali was doing. The fear of his master in his son was his respect for his master, but for Anjali, she was nothing but just teaching a disobedient little girl. He always felt that Tashigi was still the little girl who didn't listen to words. He always felt that Tashigi was still the child with a soft but stubborn temper. In the dream, Anglia is still so fierce. For Tashigi, Anjali seems to be about to become the shadow of his Dong Nianzhong. But is this really the case? The singing of the fish will evoke the deepest fears of the listeners. This kind of fear in their family is sent to the minds of these people like a disease, and then Zhang Yan spreads these fears to the internal organs of these people, and finally they become irresistible. Annihilated dream. They turned all the beautiful counties into dream plaques, and they let these people live in endless street circles among the evil moose until they die. They are mermaids. This is the group of mermaids who have a beautiful figure, and a hot appearance in the legend. The mermaid in real life is not as recoverable as in the legends. The mermaid in real life is always offside with these passing passes. They say they have long hard fangs, they have huge and standing holes, and their hair is because they have not seen the sun for a long time. In the darkness, their hair glowed with some green light, like those who were still smothered in their hair. The stones on their bodies, the aquatic plants that still have the smell of the sea, those aquatic plants are ditched on the hard skin. Their skin is not as white as described in the novel. Their skin is dark black with some color on it point-level scales. There was some sand and gravel in the grooves of the uranium slices. They looked like monsters in the deep sea, and their fish tails were not as beautiful as they were. It's those plastic bags floating in the ocean, those garbage, they seem to live for these things. And now this group of mermaids are staring at Tashigi. They haven't found the existence of Anjali. In fact, the mermaids are very low-level creatures. They can't find these people who are more capable than themselves, so they silently observe their fourth-level extension. Out of his fangs to eat the crew, but at this moment Anjali appeared. The appearance of Migeli gave these people some messages. They were a little scared when they saw Angry, and some of them didn't remember the ability to enter the fish, but they retreated into the sea. The hands of those people and mermaids were cut off by them, and some mermaids were not even spared their heads. When the people were dead, the Lin Shengjing had stopped. The singing was forced to stop because of Ancheng Rei's Yang block, but the mermaid was still praying in Zhou district. The mermaid thought that even if I lost something, I could have a full meal by myself, which is not bad. These people may not have had enough to eat for a long time. Probably the mermaid's ocean here is too deep this year. If it wasn't for Dazuki's endless walk to this ocean would never have been there. However, there are too many people in Tashigi's group. The appearance of Tashigi and these people is very tempting. Fishman and the others can be hurt. They still want to eat them. In fact, the sun today is very big, and it is not suitable for mermaids to survive. The place in their early years has been grilled by the hot sun and has some stings. Their sharp pieces were also softened a little by the heat of the sun, but they had no choice. They had to survive, and the only support for them to survive was this wave of people. Mermaids can eat them for 10 years, because they are inactive for a long time and live in cold water. Underwater creatures always have something they can approximate, but humans are always their staple food. They can eat fish for decades, but they always want to eat human beings. The fresh blood of human beings will sting their most primitive impulses. The taste of human beings will drive their most primitive passions. They like to show off the taste of human blood. Even if the blood was carried far by the sea, they would still smell them rushing to the blood. They lived for the blood. They even gave up their lives for these humans, and he climbed ashore and was stabbed by the sun. Its tail curled up in pain, but he was still like a human on the shore, only for him to open his 3 daggers and glitter from the reflection of the sun. Ground to gnaw his teeth, but as expected, he was delayed by a giant sword. Column killed the green blood and slipped from the Angry's party. The head also rolled to the ground, and the cobalt was in one of the crossing heads. Just opened my eyes and my head fainted again. What have you been through? Anjali woke up quickly, and the crew asked. He wanted to know what happened to such a person. How can I come to the mermaid for no reason? I do not know either. One of the winners sighed at Anjali. He didn't know who the man in front of him was, but she knew that the man saved her. She suddenly panicked and crawled over to look at Tashigi. He wanted to ask the man, Tashigi, how is it? As he was about to speak, he looked at Anjali's appearance, but he didn't know how to speak. 379,115. Chapter 68. Tashigi wakes up. Why do you have any problem? Anjali put his hands in the sea to clean up. The green blood spreads outward in the sea, and the people in Johtu smell the breath of human rain, and these large animals do not come ashore. The mermaid is the overlord of this ocean, the overlord of the next ocean world. Where the mermaid dies, the death proves that there are creatures that they can't. If Mermaid County can't take care of anything, then their group of people can't do anything. This is the common sense they have from birth, and this is what they use in their own lives. They use this to avoid disasters, reduce unnecessary deaths and injuries for themselves, and bleed for their own blood. Of course, this is to pay tribute to themselves as also to pay tribute to their future, so they have followed this code from a small county. And these field staff, these men only know that Angrier doesn't pay attention to Tashigi. He wakes everyone except Tashigi, but only does not wake up Daski. But now he still has the knife that the sea washed himself with. Is it important that the knife has 807 lives? These people don't know the twists and turns of these things. They just rely on their own ideas, and then, like internet trolls, they start to say to the man in front of them, why didn't you save him? Why did you call us? He hadn't woken up from the anger of the group of people, and then looked at this person and they asked, but they didn't get a reply. Anjali just looked up at them, and the voice they made up was too much. He couldn't wake up from the dream. I was trying to find a way to help people. Only at this time did I realize that Anjali did not abandon their benefactor Tashigi. They became visibly relieved when they heard the news. They sighed, and then saw that Anjali was Tashigi. Just that Tashigi's scene changes are too deep. That's what he fears deep in his heart, so it's difficult for him to be the more awake and stronger person, the more fear in his heart. And only when you are strong enough, that is to say to Anjali, can you hold your breath for the attack of these mermaids. It's good news. Anjali has these people, and then thinks that Tashigi is finally the right person this time. Thought of many ways, but there was no way to get Tashigi star. He tried to call her with the pill he carried with his breath, and also tried to talk to Tashigi, but Tashigi really didn't get up. Just here at that time, Andre suddenly recalled the blood of the mermaid. Maybe he could save people like this lost in the illusion, but where is the mermaid? After thinking about it, he just went to the lake because he put the sword in the sea, and the smell of the mermaid spread far away, and the mermaid won't come close. If the mermaid didn't come, how could he save his apprentice? Tashigi used it in meditation first. Suddenly he had an idea. He seemed to recall his own blood, and it seemed that he had these tolerance problems. He cut his hands open, and his blood spread out in the sea. His blood had a fatal temptation for mermaids. Sure enough, there must be brave men under the haze. These mermaids can't bear to feed such a smell. They have this smell. Anjali's blood from far away is so fragrant that these mermaids even completely can't smell the dead mermaid. Anjali's taste is too tempting. These people are deeply indulged in Andre's taste, and each of them wants to go to school to get a piece of the pie. Anjali's blood spreads farther and farther in the sea. There are some people. Yulianyao's few drops of blood climbed ashore. Andre waved the leopard knife in his hand, and the big scar was temporarily cut off from the head of the Renu. That emerald blood point prays for some mermaid beauty. As only the most beautiful part of the mermaid in this blood, he said that the blood of the core is in Da Duanchi's eyes and let Tashigi drink it. When Tashigi's eyes were covered with the blood of these people, his eyeballs moved under the building, which was a precursor to his marriage. Anjali Bai made the right bet this time, and he finally made himself the cutest. The apprentice called Tashigi to wake up alive, but he was too weak. He seemed to have experienced a fierce battle in the dream just now. Teacher prisoner. The county he was afraid of had some subjects. When he looked at this man, he always felt that this was not a fact. He reached out and touched the corner of the man's shirt to realize that he was short of money, but the next second he saw the man's hand. The wound on the shade, it smells of blood on the body. He started to get curious. Master, your hand. Hadn't replied yet, and the crew members of the same regiment couldn't wait to rush forward to inquire about Tashigi's physical condition. Benefactor, how is your health now? How do you feel? It is thanks to this person who suddenly appeared just now that I got you. What a great benefactor to us. When Tashigi heard the news, Xuanju was very happy. It turned out that his master also valued him, but he was more worried about his master's physical condition. Master, are your hands all right? There is no big mother. Actually had no problem, but Dasichi asked that some big Tashigi's strength was obviously not strong. It was strong before. Tashigi may have been affected a little by this war. Anjali thought about it and felt that Tashigi might be affected. What hurt? So he had no idea and had to temporarily put Tashigi back on the Cake Island. The only place where he can be honest and at ease. The girl is released. He feels that the girl's future is still very strong, and there is still a long way to go, so he doesn't want this girl to be damaged like this. For Tashigi, Cake Island is a good place to go. There are guy thinks that he can take care of her, and there are oven or a place where many people can take care of her, which is more suitable for Tashigi to heal her wounds, so he explained a few words to Tashigi, probably meaning to let Tashigi take care of her in Cake Island. The injured Tashigi nodded, and then he sent Tashigi to the Cake Island. When he left, he deliberately blocked Jiyuyina. Let Jiyuyina take good care of Tashigi, and don't let Tashigi suffer a little bit of damage. 3817. 016. Chapter 69. Cake Island again. It's been too long since Tashigi was caught in an illusion by Renyu. Maybe Tashigi's heart is too rich. Why was Tashigi caught in that ring block without notice? No one knows what Tashigi dreamed about in the hallucination. They only know that Duanshi is in pain now. Those staff are a little unbearable when they see Dashichi's appearance. The little girl is so rude. Tashigi fell on Anjali's body, and those huge eyes were a little lost, not as godly as Haki before. Anjali was a little worried that Tashigi would ask her. Can you hold on? Tashigi picked up his head and glanced at his master, then forced himself to sit up straight, and then said that this stubborn girl Chungyuan stood in this way to maintain her self-esteem. This girl seemed to be weak on the surface, but in his bones but always full of stubbornness, like those bones that are still upside down after death. It is precisely because of this that this stubborn girl can stand here so arrogantly, or maybe one day, he can stand in that far place to meet Anjali by Anjali. Looking at the girl, she shook her head and said, If you can't hold 3, you can tell me. Don't you know it by yourself? He wanted to send Tashigi to Cake Island to be taken care of by Guina, but now he felt that maybe he needed to have a good talk with Tashigi. He straightened his seat and looked at Tashigi. He reached out and put Tashigi's weak head on his shoulder. He looked down at Tashigi. Tell me, what did you dream about in your dream? His words soothed Tashigi's terrifying dream just now in a dream with some composure. I dreamed that you were training me. Anjali was a little surprised to hear this. Although he said that his anger is not good, he is not a person who will scare the little girl out of the psychological shadow. Tashigi recalled every conversation he had with Tashigi, and he turned back to ask Tashigi only when Lu's family was finally determined to be in that one 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Tashigi nodded, and then looked at that his master was 10 years ago. In fact, it really left a shadow in Tashigi's eyes. It was like this a few years ago. At that time, Tashigi was a little girl and he didn't like to practice swords every day. After all, those days were too boring. Especially Tashigi just understood what is love and what is love at that time. He always wanted to leave this place and have a look. He always wanted to go out to see this great river and mountain, to see the places he was about to travel in the future, and he wanted to go out early to experience. Isn't that what children in the rebellious period are like? After Anjali knew the news, he wanted to convince Tashigi to stay, but after he talked to Tashigi several times, Tashigi still wanted to run out. He remembered how angry he was that time. He scolded Tashigi for a while. He locked Dasichi in a small black lair. In fact, he didn't want to do it, but Tashigi was too much that time, but Tashigi was very angry. It's not because of herself. He's still a girl. She doesn't know how much power she has consumed on him, and Tashigi is like this. It's helpless after the past. It's at a loss after despair. He chose the most. He chose to let this little girl Chungyuan keep the running away feelings in his heart. Of course, he also chose a fact that was getting worse and worse for both parties. The county won't forgive this man, but the fact of Menglin brings up again that what was consumed in the dream is not only Tashigi but also Tashigi's experience. Tashigi put all his energy in that dream. He is now looking weak. Tashigi opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him, then closed his eyes again. In fact, his heart has long since passed, but it was just the fact in the dream. It was really too scary, and he reawakened his previous state. Anjali glanced at the little girl in front of him, and finally had to lower his head and stretch out his hand. Patted his head and said, "Asking for flowers, go to Danji Island. Then you will have someone to take care of you wholeheartedly." He opened his mouth and said, and then asked the little girl in front of him to go to Cake Island, where Gui will take care of him, where he will also be well taken care of. The above-mentioned Dingda and Shaji have grown up, and the shadow. Maybe you should change your mind. After thinking about it, he took Tashigi to Cake Island. The cake has been made very well so far. Charlotte Oven is still preparing it for Charlotte Linlin in the kitchen. His evening bun is another piece of dessert. This dessert is made by Charlotte Oven based on the money from the list left by Zoro. Dessert was compared to Owen's last colored candy, and this was the day before yesterday, which may have been more in Lot Linlin's heart. The cake knife still looks like that. The whole Trojan horse installed by Lot Oven and Zoro last time is still spinning there. No one is going to play. There are only a few children standing on the side. The people are so abnormal, they don't actually have these childish innocence, but they know that this thing is beautiful. As they chose to look far away, some children reached out to dress up this beautiful merry-go-round. They put flowers on the feet of the merry-go-round, and they made the world a better place. Anjali put Tashigi on this island on. He hopes to get encouragement, so he must follow it carefully. Before leaving, ask Shanguyu to take good care of him. Especially mentally. The mermaid's voice was too powerful, and even putting such a tight-lipped person into a deep sleep would make him unbearable. So Anjali must use 12 points of energy to deal with him. He hoped that Tashigi could get a good treatment on this island, or he hoped that someone on this island could pay attention to Daduanchi's heart. If Daduanchi's heart is strong enough in the future, then he will no longer be afraid of mermaid attacks. 3832. Chapter 70 Save Done. Tashigi's illness did not improve at all, and Anjali didn't know what to describe when he looked at Tashigi like this. There was nothing he could do, all he could do was wait. So he explained that the prostitute was going to take care of Tashigi's Gui in the future, and she asked Gui to take good care of Tashigi in the future, caring for her as much as possible. And this girl is actually just a little girl, and she doesn't know what Anjali is talking about. He knows why he can learn. Gregory gave it to his own. The flickering confidence in his big eyes showed the strength. Anjali nodded, then touched Tashigi's hair with both hands, and turned to leave. Anjali just walked away. Tashigi opened his eyes and looked at Ji Yuyina's back, who had already left. When the girl woke up, he began to look back and ask how the girl was feeling. "How are you?" Tashigi coughed a few times, looked weakly at the induction and realized that this girl is really in a bad state now, but he has nothing to do. He thought about it and went to Charlotte Oven. He stood in front of Charlotte Nawan and looked at this girl. The man in the skirt is staring at the anxiety in his hand. He asks, "What can you do? I know you all know these things." Charlotte Oven then changed her eyes. gave the girl in front of her Charlotte Oven a thought, then pointed to the huge glass house and said, "Then you're going to find my mother." Ji Yuyina honestly doesn't want to deal with Charlotte Linlin, because Charlotte Lee's side is really hard to break through. But he had no choice but to do nothing. He had to say hello. After thinking about it, he had to thank Charlotte Oven and prepare to leave. At this time, Charlotte Oven said that it would be easier to bring this meeting. No one knew why Lot Oven helped him. They thought maybe it was because of Zoro, or maybe it was Tashigi, but Gulina was very happy. He took a plate of quasi-reefs that Lot Oven gave him and said it was a plate of candy. It is the taste of caramel on the soft. Just like the grass and grass after the cicadas chirping in the salty night. Beautiful makes you want to lie down. Then sleep. Ji Yuyun lowered his head. We went to find Yan Luotlin for fishing. She sourly knocked on Yan Luotlin's door. The woman was still wearing a huge grass tower. He was lying on his sofa, eating the candy he just came, and he asked the woman in front of him, "Who are you and what are you doing?" A little scared and took 2 steps back, but out of concern for Tashigi, he still walked forward and handed the plate in his hand to Charlotte Linlin and said, "Please do me a favor." Charlotte Lin tucked the plate in her hand and tasted it and felt very satisfied. She suddenly felt that maybe she could do herself a favor. After all, everyday life is a little too random. He raised her smudged lavender eyes, and saw that Ji Yuyi was a kind of Kaoru. He continued to talk to each other. Ji Yulishi went to the friend in front of him, and then said, he wanted him to help Tashigi, or he hoped that he would help Tashigi. He helped Tashigi to increase some mental strength. Tashigi is too weak now. Charlotte Sway agreed. She nodded, and then said, "Okay, I agree, he will beat Sichi like this for 2 days." Charlotte Linlin began to take photos of Tashigi. Guina was relieved because he knew that Charlotte Linlin was a very cruel person, but he would always do what he promised. He believed in the woman in front of him. Anjali saw that these matters had been resolved, so he decided to leave. When he left, he asked Iceberg to study with these 2 people and really train himself. But how could Iceberg be so obedient? When Iceberg heard this, he only thought that Anjali felt that he was incompetent now. He was a little sad. He didn't know that he was going to. What's the point of these brothers? Iceberg is actually very masculine every day, but his emperor is always inferior to these people. Iceberg's glasses revealed some questions in Anjali's eyes, but Anjali didn't care about Iceberg, who was like an ant after all. What qualifications are there to fight against Anjali? Why don't you let me practice? Iceberg looked at Anjali and yelled. Iceberg was a little anxious. His eyes were wide open, and even some bloodshots came out. His hands were so tight that they clenched their heads tightly. Bai Zutang even had traces of white bones being exposed, and blue veins were also locked on his arms. Exposed, the whole person is in a tight state. Just glanced at Iceberg lightly, and then said that since you have any objection to my arrangement, you can go out and experience it yourself in a while. I will follow you to pay attention to safety, and Greed does not seem to want to explain too much. He pretended to be Iceberg, and then said, he wanted Iceberg to go to recess by himself. Why didn't he let Iceberg go by himself? The boy was very happy when he heard the news. He glanced at his master, then turned his head. 2 days after he left, he went on a journey to fight alone. But on the way he passed Bubuxing. On the way, he was attacked by a group of people. Anjali was standing beside him and he asked Anjali for help, but Anjali was not ready to help at all. When he emptied the knife in his hand for the 3rd time, she felt a little sad, her eyes widened. Taylor even started to hold bloodshots. His hands were whitish when he was blowing, and the hand that caught Rujanping was also a little stiff, and his tendon hand was climbing up like a wall tiger in that winter. The 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, his knife didn't hit the enemy, and his mentality was a little off. He looked at Anjali begging, but Anjali was not ready to reach out to help him. Anjali was such a silent bystander, like an insignificant bystander, guiding Iceberg to be knocked to the ground for the 2nd time. Anjali looked at Ichibagu and said 3858. Is this your ability? That's why he said loudly. his voice calmly lured the war. Chapter 71 Set Sail. New Mission. It was at this time that the boy finally understood why his master did not allow him to practice alone. After all, his ability was really not good enough. If you can see through your own sword, maybe you don't need to work so hard. He had no choice but to stand in the middle of that person. Endured all kinds of pain, and then opened my mouth to ask the master. I know, I slammed, I'm sorry. The 2 series of Loli let the local teachers stop being a little unbearable. Anjali has Iceberg, who has already understood why she should not let her go to practice alone, so he immediately went out and began to prepare to fight back against these people. The sword in his hand was raised high, and then he gave it to Suojiangbao before he made a move, but what he used this time was far more powerful than Suojiang. One in the sky, the secret power of the other person in the sky came down with this sword. She dropped the sword 2 times under the high dragon, and these people were already dead. His meal was open and closed, just like those ancient fierce Sung who had eaten people, and his alkali seemed to be like a beast, eating these people who thought 08 was arrogant. He held his sword high. It's a north again, and these people will never exist again. Iceberg was very excited to see Anjali look like this. He even felt a little arrogant and proud. Iceberg lifted his hands and took off the accessories he was carrying, and put them in front of Anjali. Say sorry, I already understand. He finally understood what he did wrong. He also understood that he was really inferior to others, that he was not a person whose weather was not very good, but such a self is not suitable for such a place. If it wasn't for the man in front of him, how could he stand steady in this world? If it wasn't for this man's own long wounds, he might never have been pulled out from the tip of the sword. So this boy finally stopped. How did he finally realize his own shortcomings? He also began to decide to study hard. He looked at Anjali's faraway figure. Then he secretly made up his mind to wait until the next time to see this man again. He must not be as weak as he is now. He is no longer that young and ignorant person. He will grow up too. The little girl who has grown up can now be on her own. This little girl has the power of a supporter. He knows that this little girl should have saved many people. This girl was a good child back then. If it wasn't for this girl kind, maybe I won't be here now. Kishi Tashigi smiled, and then returned to Lu's place where he practiced. He sat in the field of his own practice, just like you were in a trance. With his majestic appearance, his arrogant and upright posture, she sat there with the sword written on his hand. He now understands his own shortcomings, understands where he should work hard, and understands how ignorant he was before to talk back to him. After thinking about it for a while, she decided that maybe her future still needs to go by herself on. His future will come out of this set, and all the trials on this island may be for his own future. He knows that Zoro has passed these forces, and Ryu has already boarded his own big boat to his own journey, but he does not know Sujian is actually still that kid, or the person who is a little afraid of war, but Sujian already understands what he is lacking, and this Iceberg still doesn't know. If the purpose of the surrender is very clear, then Iceberg's purpose has some. There's nothing left, and Anjali has also received a notification here. His system that had been sinking for a long time finally reminded him of something. He went back to his own space to take a look. He found that a green light appeared on the silver wall of the Na system. There seemed to be something in the green light. He made a deposit and walked inside. He thought that maybe this was a request from the system. Before he started to inquire about the system, he seemed to be aware of his brainwave response, and said that you need to find a Baosha. At this time, the man realized that he now needs to find a treasure and other treasures, and he is tying himself up. He had just given Zoro a treasure map before, but now he was still going to find Baosha. He laughed at the system and the system but still didn't reply to him. The system just dutifully sent the treasure map down. Then hand it over to this man and let this man decide for himself when to look for it. The man looked at the treasure map sent by the system. He found that this place seemed to have been strong before, and he clearly remembered that the map was not like this at the time. Could it be that his skills were unfamiliar after too long? With some doubts, he took the hidden treasure map of 440 and began to compare his memory. He saw many mountains and rivers in his memory, small tide waves and prawns in his memory, and islands floating on the island in the sea. But he really doesn't have any memory on this ground. He really doesn't remember that there is an island here. He must have come from somewhere. After thinking about it, Angeli felt that he really couldn't come up with a clue. If you want to be a subordinate, get him a small set for himself. He sat down to prepare to go to sea. He left the cake island alone, and also left his apprentices. He put Tashigi alone on the cake island. And at this time, he was in a good state after being killed. I have to say that Charlotte Linlin is really capable. He has recovered Tashigi in just a few days. Tashigi is in a different state when he recovers. Tashigi is now taking a small bite of a piece of dessert, and then I work hard with Guina in front of me. He is a little happy joking with Guina. Tashigi is gone. The shadow of being attacked by the mermaid before Tashigi's smile. She looks bright and confident. She exudes a kind of self-confidence. Everyone sees Tashigi like this and feels that she is finally no longer that lifeless child. 3873. 2308__. Chapter 72 Ghost Ship. The man set foot on the spot where the treasure was hidden in the treasure map alone, and she got into the boat alone. He was drifting down. The boat went through many places. He thought about the sleep machine parked on an island, and he remembered that there were many delicious things on this island. When he walked to this island, he was found to have traces of large animal activities. In fact, there are not many large animals in the sea, and the reason why this island is one of them impressed him because it was really delicious. He lifted up the footprints of his swordsman and walked inwards. The footprints stopped in a deep place and stopped moving. He knew it was his old fruit, but he didn't want to just wave it. This old man understands that this place needs ecological peace and the existence of these animals. Without these animals, it might not exist anymore. She really recalls this smell very much. She was looking at the small hole that had already been deeply collapsed. After thinking about it, she should go in with her hands. If he thought about it, he would just put one yuvui. But just as he put his hand in, he heard a loud roar, and sure enough, a huge monster ran towards him. This monster has big eyes and a calf-like body. This monster seems to be very strange. Its mouth has crocodile fangs hanging on the outside of its skin, and it looks like it has 8 single teeth. To be honest, this man came in like this several times before. After arresting a child, he left. He never fought this big monster head-on. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill the big monster. When he was about to reach out to fight the monster, he didn't expect that the monster suddenly knelt down and prayed that he seemed to have something to help him. He looked behind the monster and realized that the monster seemed to be injured, but he still had a litter of keiko to raise. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and started talking to the monster. Send me a cub. It seems very human that I heal you. The monster seems to be very human. I looked at what he said was in the hand of the man, and then looked at the remaining sense of detachment in his hand. After he thought about it, he decided to give that one to him again. The man nodded his head and turned his body around, exposing his wounded place. It was probably bitten by some monster. This terrifying bite force actually bit off a leg bone of the female beast and reached out to stroke it. This Mother Pooh's response, but it was too painful, which made Mew Pooh a little restless. The little monster Pooh also heard the whining sound of the mother and cried together. The man felt a little irritable, and she reached out and patted it. Mother Gia, also known as the big monster Pooh, also knew what Trent meant. He raised his mouth and let out a howl. Those little monsters stopped crying. They seemed to know that their mother was fine. But the monster didn't step on it properly. Peek is also a monster who keeps his promise. Maybe Angeli thinks anyway. He got the little monster. He peeled the little turtle and deboned it, and then put it in the fire to charcoal roast. He roasted it and smelled a strong aroma, and added his own seasoning, and then she just had a full meal. Well, he was very happy to see the little monster Lou who had already made a dish in front of him. The little monster Lou tasted very fun and looked very nervous, and he also knew that this little monster was very. After thinking about it, he still ate this little monster. I have to say that the taste of this little monster is really delicious. Then he returned to the tree hole and knocked on the board at the entrance of the hole. To the west. He chose to help this mother for the last time. He made a place for this place like a place where rats are forbidden. He let this mother recuperate here safely until his body was completely healed, and then the man again on the way to that mysterious island. He also saw many temptations and met many lovely things in the dark, but he was determined to test that, of course, not only because the system was there a little bit in his mind. He must go to that place to drink the treasure liquid, and more importantly, he is also curious about what the so-called treasure that makes the system miss so much. When he walked to that place, she found that there was no island at all on that coordinate. He was a little puzzled. He floated on his own sun, saving this sea. It was in the wrong direction in trivial matters, or was there something wrong with the compass's measures? Andre had some doubts. He went back to his space and asked what was going on with the system. The system didn't answer. After several repeated inquiries, the system finally spoke up. I'm sorry to complain. I don't know, but the map does show that there should be one here, or there should be a place with a treasure chest. Angeli has some unaccompanied watching this stupid system. What this system said seemed to have no key meaning, it was useless at all, and it did not fully explain his current doubts. He had no choice but to continue to wait. At this time, the sun had already set and the moon was trying to climb up in midair. She saw her beautiful night scene, and was suddenly broken by some miscellaneous voices. His current silence atmosphere map. At this moment, it seems that a boat floated over. It was really floating, not floating, he was in the sky, okay. Floated over. You're the one who died, yeah, that's right, the ghost ship. It also has some green ghosts on it, just like watching the stories in the cartoons before. These ghosts are on the edge, adding some gloom to the ship. But how can Angeli be such a nuisance? Angeli Lou's ship looks like this, but it has added some of his own fighting ability. He wants to challenge this ship and these ghosts. She wants to see if there are any of these legendary ghosts. It was so powerful, so the man in front of him nodded, and then asked these people how the ghost county said that it was a sitting spirit. How could it be possible to answer? 3899 as if they were looking at a nest of mice that saw meat. 2308__. Chapter 73 Ghosts Under the Moon. The ghost counties pounced. The unprovoked attacks of these ghosts made this man have some doubts. He didn't know why these ghosts attacked him like this. But I didn't notice the emergence of a domain here, so why? Is it because he accidentally broke their balance? He has some curious viewers of this place. He thought about it, maybe there is something wrong with him. But of course, at the same time, he suddenly thought that maybe it was because of the bee spirits of the treasure chest, and he felt that he was here to take the treasure chest, which also proved that the treasure chest was already on the son of this ghost. He looked at Jonling's rumors, and she thought that she must get the treasure box. She must be the one who can win the treasure box, and she must know what is in the treasure box that can let so many people go. During the war, he slashed the heads of several ghosts in front of him with his own knife, and he rushed to the back without medical treatment at all. He didn't find the ghosts who had just lost their minds, lying on the ground for only a second. Stands up again, and 100 flies pretty fast from behind. These ghosts won't die. He suddenly woke up like, what should I do? How can I kill these ghosts by myself? He suddenly looked worriedly at the ghosts in front of him, but he didn't have time to think about anything else, because the system was still urging him in his mind. Bao Lai should be on this ship. They also seem to be the people who protect Bao Dao. Hearing that there was no way for Angel to do this, he had to sigh, and then rushed up with his big knife. He raised the knife high to lure the thunder down, and it seemed that it was a better way to use thunder at sea. If force cannot be defeated, then these can always be defeated, right? He thought so. Nale, as expected, was approved by his own big knife in no time, and then all the ghosts on the ship, Shao, disappeared in one urea. He felt very happy. It seemed that he had found the right direction. These ghosts reappeared, and these ghosts became more vicious than before. Ida was touched by something, and the sky that was just bright suddenly became violent. He found that when the sky darkened, the power of these ghosts became stronger and stronger, and he understood that these ghosts were living around the moon. If there is no moon, then these ghosts will not appear. If there is a moon, then these ghosts will become more and more powerful. He found that he seemed to understand something. He laughed a little, and then looked at the men in front of him. These ghosts were wearing very old clothes. They even carried some swords and swords. Some people wore towsy on their heads. Dilapidated, he guessed that this boat may have been a fishing boat before. Maybe a group of people came to this place accidentally, and then they were attracted by the treasures on this island. What contract did they sign with the magic table in this small island? The more Angeli wanted to stray away, he hurriedly smiled and beat his head, so that he would stop thinking about so many things. Anyway, the thing he cares about now is to defeat these people and get the treasure chest. He thought about it. He wanted to pick up his big sword with me and start rushing up. He rushed all the way to the opposite boat, and there was some very mixed blood smell on the opposite boat. It went to a place, and then picked up a pile of bones. These ghosts are behind him. No matter how you kill it, you can't kill it, no matter how you hit it. In a calm and steady voice, I heard that this man had used his famous stunt. He used this trick to finish a beautiful sword flower, and then pierced them. Could these spirits be able to kill him so easily? The man in front of these spirits who are very uncooperative even made some smiles in one life, and he realized that the reason why these ghosts are so resolute seems to be something supporting them behind their backs. The man is a little helpless, he is a little worried. He returning back to his bed, he had left his lead away from this strange and drowsy spirit field. Seeing that his yang had left that location, it gradually faded away. He sat on his bed and seriously thought about what to do. To kill these ghost systems, what can you do? System, are you not there? It's a familiar formula system again. It's not that the system doesn't want to prompt this man a lot of things, it's just that he can't, so instead of trying to explain it, it's better to just pretend to be dead and let the man think he's dead. Don't think you don't speak and I know you're not there. Looking at the system like this, the man also felt very boring. After thinking about it, he stopped bothering the system and left the system to be quiet. Anyway, he wouldn't answer anything to himself, and if he asked, it would be a vain question. He continued to sit on his stool, and then began to think about how to kill all the people on this ghost ship. What would happen if I attacked while it was dark? He thought about it and quickly denied it. I feel that my evil law is not yet black today. The ghosts on these ghosts are already so cruel. What can I do when it is dark today? Wouldn't he be torn to shreds by these ghosts? He thought so Bianming smiled sarcastically and then felt that he had created a few different ideas for himself. Made several different ones to defeat these ghosts. But every thinking department seems to have, well, some powerlessness. After thinking about it, he felt that maybe he needed to run over to Zhao, so he drove his boat and continued to head towards the horn mushroom. He went to that little island again. To be precise, it was the place where there used to be an island. When the ghost tires reappeared, maybe it was dark and there were ships that looked even more delusional now. Those firefly green fluorescent lights floated on him. The whole ghost ship smelled of decay. They had been drifting on the sea for too long. When their old Fae was near, Hayaoqi also came with Yao. Just like those monsters in the deep sea, this ship seems to have become one with the sea. It was only because of this that he became more interested in the secrets of what the haze was like in this small island. Chapter 74 is widely circulated. The fight after a lot of blood and rain. Angeli finally found out that this is not a real ghost ship, because before this, Angeli didn't know much about such a thing, and he was not very satisfied with it. What the hell is it like? Therefore, at this time, Angeli suddenly felt that this place was completely different from the small project he started at the beginning, and that no one came out at all. Therefore, it really makes Angeli feel very strange that such a thing happened, but if Haoking can come once, then Angeli may not do it again. no matter what Xenon is, since it has been knowing that this is not spreading again, then Anjali must be good when he presses it down. He will go to Changmo for this kind of thing, and what should he do when he is taught? At this time, Anjali suddenly felt, there must be someone making waves here, and now someone must have deliberately turned this place into a ghost ship, otherwise it would be impossible for Andanli to be deceived by others inexplicably. In this way, treat this place as a mercenary bee person in front of him, go and talk nonsense about such things, not to mention Nao Chu, he does not want. The person, none other than Anjali himself. And at this time, when you are in Anjali, you can understand that this place is not a farm, but because someone has been using the fruit of evil to create such an illusion. If not for this, maybe Anjali will not be others or easily deceived, but now Anta knows what the truth of these situations is, but it's too late. At this time, Anjali suddenly discovered that if such a thing really happened, then he really did. The only thing is that he should think about this person from the beginning to the end, and he also knows that if someone is really controlling everything behind his back, then the matter of his final debut should hurry to find this person. That's the only way, only then can you confront him head-on. In this case, two people can have something to talk about face to face, otherwise it's just like you and I guess you may not know what to do at the end. So at this moment, Anjali felt that such a thing should not be dragged on any longer. So at this moment, Anjali kept looking around in this place because he felt that what happened next anger may cause a bad mark to others, but Anjali didn't think it was a very necessary anger. He Shuang hoped that through such a thing, others would know that Lu Di is against him. How bad is it? Because he understands that love has already happened, so he still hopes to let others know what kind of idea he is. He kept looking for this person, and finally found such a person in the place of Shenglian. He carefully saw that this person was completely different from what he imagined, because at the very beginning, when this happens all the time. Maybe this person should be a tall and mighty image, but when Anjali saw this person, he suddenly felt that this person was completely different from what he thought. But no matter what, since you found that person man, then Anjali felt that he shouldn't let him go so easily. Maybe it's because Anjali already knew it before that, and no one has ever started to mess with him. So when such a thing happened, Anjali felt that he should have a head-on conflict with him. But when there was a head-on conflict, Anjali never thought about what kind of scum he should use. In Anjali County, he hoped that through his own magnanimous thoughts, others would feel that he was the person in the small game, but now Anjali feels that there is really no need to be polite to him. At the beginning, in fact, Anjali had already thought about letting go of his life, even if he didn't want to see such a personal conflict in an all-round way. Ask for flowers. Then Anjali is also unwilling to fight against him, but now Anjali feels that it is really unbearable. In this way, if they can have a head-on conflict together, Anjali also feels that this kind of thing is really not a very difficult thing for him. Then at this time, Anjali used his Nirvana stunt. Maybe others will think that this is a very understandable thing. But Angry has always felt that way. If it is really going to cause conflict for others, then these things are really not very harmonious, but at this time, when Anjali and the person opposite him have such a conflict, the person opposite him, the strength is not to be underestimated. Seeing such a situation, Anjali suddenly felt that even if he were to have a head-on conflict with that person, it would not be very easy. But then if we really quarrel with others because of such a problem, this is really not a very good thing, so at this time, they actually feel that such a problem should be solved as soon as possible, and if it's too long, then the two of them will be fighting together for longer and longer, and maybe they will have more dreams at that time, and Anjali will also think that this is not a very good thing, so it is right here. At that time, Anjali had a head-on conflict with that person, and he felt that although he was not very reasonable, at this moment, Anjali felt that he couldn't bear it and he didn't want to continue, because such a endure it. At this moment, the two are constantly attacking each other. Anjali knows. If they really rely on their own strength to conflict with them, they may feel that they have no chance of winning, but now Anjali clearly knows what kind of strength Ji Shuan has to compete with the status quo. Superior. 3939. Chapter 75 Mission Success. What kind of strength do you have? When Anjali saw that he and the person in front of him were constantly fighting, this person seemed to have no feeling of wanting to lose at all. Such a thing is really a shame for Anjali, and before this, Anjali was never afraid of anyone. He felt that he had been with this person for so long, but he had no chance of winning at all, which really made him feel very helpless. So at this moment, when the two were tied, Anjali really felt very angry, and he felt very angry. He didn't want to continue to nagging him because of such affection. If two people really keep going and talking about 2, 3, 3, together because of such a thing, then this is really a very delicate problem. Therefore, when things happened at this moment, Anjali really felt his incomparable anger. At this time, Anjali broke out all the abilities in his body. The ship was sunk all at once. After the ship was sunk at this time, Anjali suddenly felt that what he had done really made him feel extremely refreshed. Maybe it was because he had always maintained a very calm heart rate before this. But now that he finally sank such a ship, what happened to him next made them feel very helpless. It may be because these things are really helpless for Anjali, so when the old driver was careful, he suddenly found something that shocked him. At this time, Anjali carefully observed every move in the cabin. He took a closer look. Although he said that he had a fight with this person before this, it was only a draw at the beginning. But now Anjali has sunk the cabin. He saw that there was a strange fruit in the audience. This fruit really shocked Anjali. He didn't know what was going on. And he also knew that he had never seen such a miraculous fruit before. This might seem to be a feeling of ill health, but no matter what, Anjali faced such a wicked miraculous fruit, still feeling a little surprised. Because in the face of such a miraculous fruit, he really couldn't figure out what was going on. He just felt that he might have to study this problem carefully, but the next thing he faced, this thing really made Anjali feel very helpless. Anjali has always hoped that he could fight with this person. But no matter what, when the situation happened, when Anjali was fighting with this person was always in front of Anjali, and he didn't show how weak he was. If Anjali hadn't sunk the sun with his own explosive strength, then they might still have to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. If this is the case, it would be too much. I wasted Anjali's time. Because Anjali has always felt that time is money, and he also felt that after such a thing happened, he really shouldn't let others continue to communicate in front of him. And after sinking the cabin, he found out that the magical evil fruit in the cabin really made him feel extremely angry. And he carefully looked at the fruit of evil separation. It seemed that the situation that he had imagined just now was completely different. However, at this time, Anjali also hopes to pass such a problem. Let them know what they think, but no matter what, since this person has become one of his own defeats before this, there is absolutely no need for Anjali to continue talking nonsense with him. Press it down, and Anjali took a closer look. Now the system inexplicably reminded Anjali of a tie, and the mission has been completed. Such a news really shocked Anjali. At this time, Anjali really felt that such a thing was low. It was really strange for him. He didn't know what was going on. Fighting with this person, but no matter what, this person has been using his own nirvana. But Anjali was not afraid of him at all. While the two of them were doing their best, Anjali suddenly felt that this person still had weaknesses. Because he understands that in the process of working with others, in fact, sometimes he will stumble upon the weaknesses of others. But if you really want to subdue this person quickly, then you must know what the weakness of this person is, so that you can quickly subdue him. And in fact, when Anjali was before this, there was such a thing as a tie with him. For Anjali, it was really helpless, and he felt very humiliated. Maybe it was because Anjali had never been tied with anyone before. Therefore, this person has actually made him feel admirable for Ampere. Because there is actually no one in this realm, so Anjali feels a little impressed, and Anjali has always felt very helpless about such a thing. After what happened, others didn't know how to continue 23, but Ampere knew very well because he understood that after this kind of thing happened, it might be a very bad problem for them. But no matter how foreign it is, since the system has prompted success now, this is a good thing for Anjali, and Anjali has always come to the department to think that since the system has prompted success, then, the problems he needs to happen next may make them feel very helpless. Because this kind of thing is really amazing for Anjali. At this time, when the system has prompted the system to complete the task, Anjali still feels a little happy. After all, the task has been completed now, so Anjali still feels a little strange and out of touch with such a letter. 3955. 435__. Chapter 76 Devil Fruit. Is it because this magical devil fruit really does anything? If it weren't for this, how could the system suddenly prompt the task? It has been completed in this way, so at this moment, Anjali is still a little pondering about such a problem. Therefore, when Anjali felt that such a thing was really a very good thing for him, he suddenly felt that this magical barrier must be a good thing for him, and he knew this thing. It may be a treasure in the legend. Because Anjali had already guessed, if it wasn't because this was a treasure source, how could they have gotten this task to break 100 million so easily? If it weren't for this, it would be impossible to complete this task so easily, so at this moment Anjali has just gone deep and wants to enjoy this magical fruit of evil wishes. The fruit of this evil shoe suddenly burst. The occurrence of such a thing really made Anjali feel extremely shocked. And Phile almost felt hurt because of such a thing. When he quickly left his body from the door of this body, because he had already gathered such a thing before that, it is not so easy to get it at all. Because for such a thing, Anjali has already guessed it for a long time, and he knows that if this thing is really so easy to get, then he may not be a guarantee. Since he is already a guarantee, then he must have his own unique power. So next, when Anjali miraculously avoided such an attack, he suddenly felt that he still felt a little troublesome before this. But no matter what, even if he avoided it quickly, he still felt that he was a little unconscious, because he felt that this magical and evil topic now seemed to exude a kind of magical power to himself, otherwise how could he just lose consciousness? Anjali felt that he had lost himself, and then he seemed to have lost some sense of the world. He said that you were in a state of iodine paste. He didn't know what he was going to face next. He just thought that if it really made him feel very sad because of such a thing, he still felt a little helpless because after all no one knows what this thing will look like in the end. And in Anjali's heart, he has no idea what the hell is going on. He has always felt that even if he loses consciousness, it shouldn't be too outrageous. Because he knows that he has lost consciousness in this place now, so what kind of situation he will endure next, it is also very bad for him. But when Anjali lost consciousness like this, he suddenly felt that his eyes were blurred and he couldn't see anything, but when he woke up again, he suddenly found that everything in Joe Kingdom seemed to have changed. What's going on here? Wasn't I in the cabin at the beginning? Why did I run to this place now to know where it is? Anjali said this to himself, because at this time there was no one around Anjali, and what he said now was just talking to himself. Facing such a thing now, he really feels the last of himself and feels very strange. Because he clearly encountered a magical devil fruit in a female cabin, so when such a thing happened, Anjali also felt such a thing. It is really a very simple question. Even if you can't succeed yourself, if you get this treasure, then this matter should not be too outrageous, and when it happened, it was actually a bit delicate for Anjali. At this time, when Anjali looked at the unfamiliar environment around Shin, he really felt that this matter was too inseparable, and sometimes he couldn't understand the mystery. Is it because this magical devil fruit really emits a magical power? What the hell is this? Anjali kept talking to himself like this. Although he said that such an affair happened to him now, there was absolutely no need to discuss it with others. Because he knew that no one in the same country would be by his side at all, but no matter what, he really felt that he was helpless when Phile was now in this strange environment. Because everything that happened in Jogwo this week really had nothing to do with him, and he had never seen such a scene before. Although it was said that before this, Anjali had already had a head start with that stranger, and he had succeeded in the end. However, when he immediately obtained the fruit of the miraculous evil, he suddenly suffered from the current situation. 243. This really made Anjali feel very helpless. That's it. In fact, Anjali doesn't want things to develop to the level they are today, but now that things have already happened, Anjali can only do his best and leave this place earnestly, because he knows that this place is completely unfamiliar to me. Very clear. Then since this kind of work, what will happen next in this place? Anjali himself is not, but Anjali himself is very clear. Just one point, if you don't leave this place quickly, you may cause some bad effects. If you want to escape at that time, you may not be lost. So when the next thing happens, other people don't know how to drink with others, but since the thing has happened, then they don't need to say anything more with others. And in this unfamiliar environment, Anjali still feels that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time, so what he is doing now is really hopeful that he can leave this place quickly. Although this place is both mysterious and mysterious to me. 39,804, 36. Chapter 77 The Angry Bell Tolls. Whether it is dangerous or safe, Anjali is not very clear about this matter, but Anjali still feels that if he can leave this place as soon as possible, then this is really a very good thing for him. So at this time, Anjali began to look around for the exit from here, but when he found that this place was completely different from what he imagined, he suddenly felt that this place was actually quite different from the dangerous place he imagined. Because at the beginning, in fact, Anjali also felt that such a thing should be carefully thought about with others. Because he felt that he was actually in some danger in this place, but when he let him go everywhere and wanted to leave this place, he suddenly found that there seemed to be no dangerous place in this Joe kingdom. And at this time, Anjali suddenly discovered that this place seemed to be a very strange gesture, and he suddenly felt that it was not a dangerous place. It's the inside of the system. If it wasn't because it was inside the system, how could it be like this? At this time, Anjali finally found out that the inside of the system was like this. Maybe it was because Anjali had never been inside the system before. So when it comes to such a thing, he really feels a little uneasy, but this time, when he first saw what the inside of the system was like, he knew that it was this fat man. Now Anjali suddenly found a lot of fragments of the tasks he had done in the past. He knew that fragments of all the tasks he had done before that had been stored in this system. In this way, they can be together well and earnestly complete all the things that they said before. At this moment, when Anjali's team checked the fragments of the tasks they had done before, it really feels like it's a really fun thing to do. Because at the very beginning, Anjali actually felt a little helpless when faced with such a thing. Although he said that he wanted to leave this place quickly, he still felt that since it was inside the system, there was no need to leave so quickly. Because then he can also solve such a problem well through such a thing, because he feels that since he has now appeared in the system, and he can check a lot of things in the information department. Next, if he can really find some things that are beneficial to him in the system. Well, this is really a good half timidity, and when the repayment happened, Anjali also felt that this learning situation might really be a blessing in disguise for him. If it wasn't because he was injured by that magical devil fruit, then how could he lose consciousness and lie here? Because when things happened, Anjali was actually still very concerned about such a thing. Very clear. Because Anjali knew that when he appeared in this place, it was actually a good thing for him because he was able to find some good things that were necessary for him in this system. Then next, you may find some better ways yourself. Get out of here quickly. But at this time, when Anjali suddenly discovered that this place was inside the system, he didn't want to leave so quickly, because he knew that there must be something good for him, so he could explore the first place here. Down. At this moment, Anjali felt extremely excited. He kept building and walking around in this system. Because he really hoped to be able to find something related to him in this place, but at this time, a powerful piece of information suddenly appeared in the system. At this time, Anjali suddenly noticed that there was a system prompt when the sound. It was really shocking, And it was at this moment that he suddenly discovered that such a thing still had some unexpected situations for him. But no matter what, he still felt that the system suddenly prompted such an alarm sound. There must be something he wanted to do. But pressing it down made Angeli find such a thing in front of him. When it suddenly appeared, he was still a little shocked, because he had never thought about why the system would suddenly come up with such an alarm, and the sound of this alarm was completely different from before. This is a rain sound that Angeli has never heard at all. Before that, Angeli had heard many sounds of system prompts, but this time the system raised the sound of an alarm. It really made Angeli feel a little shocked. He had never heard this kind of call before, and then, the system forcibly kicked Angeli out of the system. When Angeli was withdrawn from the system, he was really shocked. He didn't know what to do next. He just felt that he had realized what he was doing at this moment. It may make others feel a little abnormal, but Angeli still feels that he can walk inside the system, which is also a good thing. Because after all, this is something that makes him feel a little right. It may be that Angeli never came to see the neighbors in the system before, so this time, he saw good jow what is the inside of the system when it looks like this. It really made everyone very happy to hear it. After all, he now knows what the inside of the system is like. Even if he is asked to do something that makes him feel more painful, he may feel that this is a very worthwhile thing, although before that, he was blown up by the magical fruit of evil wishes. And he has already lost consciousness, but he can suddenly appear in this place, which is really a very happy thing for Angeli. Sometimes Angeli thinks that he should be a blessing in disguise, but in any case, Angeli still feels that since he has come to this place, this is a good deal for this place, and maybe they will come to this place because of such a problem. Some disputes and unpleasantness. 4005. 436__. Chapter 78. To have some troubles, but no matter what, Angeli knows that he can come to this place before us. Maybe this is God's arrangement for him. If they can pay more attention to themselves because of such a thing, then this is really a good thing for them. So at this moment, Angeli has not thought about what will happen to him next. He just thinks that if he can really get some better ideas because of this, then this is really a good idea. Adjustment is a lost horse, but knowledge is not a blessing. However, when the presser came to the conflict, in fact, it still felt a little tangled for Angeli, and Angeli thought that this was really not right for him, not to mention that he has appeared like this now. Inside this. Then, you can explain what happened today in this system. But at this time, the system kicked him out all of a sudden. This incident is really a little angry for Angeli. Because he really felt that he was very helpless. At this time, in fact, Angeli still wanted to have a good theory with this system to see who this is and who is not because of this. When the single column solution came over, his fever 3 had already been pictured, which made him feel very miraculous, and he felt very shocked. In fact, Angeli still felt a little tangled about what happened next. He didn't want to quarrel with others because of such a problem, but then Angeli found that the rewards that he should have received before that had all been given by the system. So Angeli still feels a little happy at this time, because the bi-party system has already given all these rewards to himself, so since the rewards for the tasks have been obtained, then Angeli no longer wants to care about him. What? Angeli only seemed to be indignant about this incident, because he knew that although he said that he had come to the inside of the system inexplicably before this. But now the data has been kicked out again for no reason, but not so good. He thinks that if these things can really happen to his own interest, then this should actually be an arrangement of God for him, not to mention that he has already obtained all the tasks and reward departments, so Angeli is angry with such a thing next, and still thinks there is no need to talk to him about it. What's up with him? What's more, if there are too many entanglements, this is not a good thing for me. Although this kind of incident happened, Angeli still felt a little embarrassed. But what about Dad? After the incident happened, in fact, Angeli has already noticed that the system has now given him a reminder. At this time, the system suddenly prompted that such an incident occurred in the main quest. Angeli was really shocked. He didn't know why it happened. It will become this because in the past, Anjali has actually performed a lot of tasks, and the main task has never failed. And there have been no accidents, so this time, when the system prompted that there was an accident in the task, it really shocked Anjali. He never thought that Shijan would become like this. Why did it prompt that there was an accident in the main quest? Anjali is really a little unsettled. Is it because of some other problem? Or is it because there is something else to fight against them? In any case, Anjali still felt that this incident was a little downhill. Now he suddenly suspects that such a thing has happened. It may be because there is a problem with the cable landing. It won't be like this, and in Angelo's day. He thinks that even if there is a problem with Zoro, then he should study it with him, not to mention that when he ropes down two people to discuss it because of such a problem, there may be a good result, but now Zoro is not there here. So at this moment, facing such a thing, Anjali still feels a little entangled, and he wants to communicate with Suo well. And he also hopes that he and Zoro can be together and talk about such problems to Yinbai, but no matter what, when Zoro always appears in Anjali's mind, he still feels some worry about him, because he doesn't even know where Zoro is now and whether it's because Zoro had an accident outside. If it wasn't because Zoro had an accident outside, then the system wouldn't be like this at all. And now the system has already indicated that there was an accident in the main quest, but no matter what, even if there is an accident, it is better than failure. So at this time, in fact, Anjali still felt a little overjoyed because he knew that if this matter was really lost because of the main quest, then the system would definitely indicate the loss just now, but now he's suddenly in retrospect, if the system just prompted, there should be an accident in the main quest. Since it is such a job, as long as you find out where the unexpected point appeared, then it can quickly find the unexpected point, and at that time, if you can save such a task as soon as possible, your own task may not fail. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali still has to encounter some happiness in the face of such a thing. Knowing that all this is a good arrangement, even if he can no longer find the contradiction of such a task, he still hopes that he can explain such things as clearly as others. So at this time, in fact, Anjali had already made up his mind. He still hoped that he would be able to appear beside Suozuo, and quickly obedient Zoro to discuss such a question, although he said that he did not know what kind of situation Zoro was in. But he still hopes to make Zoro understand this kind of thing. In fact, it has something to do with him. Zoro Shao has always known that this matter has nothing to do with him. Everything is his decision. 40,221, 45. Pirates starting from the Strongest Swordsman Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151. Chapter 79 Opening the Path of Pursuit. Anjali is also a little unsure. At this time, Anjali suddenly appeared in the department and was inexplicably pushed out by the system, so Anjali still felt that there was something wrong with him. No one knows what principle works for the first piece of Qian, but at this time, Anjali was actually more worried about Su Zhang, because he was very worried about Su Yang's danger outside. He guessed that Su Zhang was in danger. If you encounter some other people, the system may prompt an unexpected situation, but if the rope landing is really reasonable, then the system may prompt failure. So at this time, actually Suojiang still felt a little worried about him, but what would happen when he was handed down, Laozhang himself didn't know very well. Granted, Anjali's discovery happened like this. Zoro was already injured at this time. If it weren't for the fact that Zoro was injured, he wouldn't mention it. The show failed, so at this moment, Anjali set off quickly, and left this place in a hurry. Although at the beginning, Anjali actually didn't want to leave this place, and Anjali also thought that he would leave even if he left this place. This place will not be known by others, and he feels that the most important thing for him now is to rush to explore whether there is an accident in labor and capital. Feeling my own heart, if it is a little narrow, then this is really not a good thing, but at this moment, Anjali quickly came to the place where Zoro is now. Because when he first started, Jiyuyina actually didn't know where Zoro was at all, but he was just relying on his own understanding of Zoro, and he was also aware of Zoro's breath because he was the most at the beginning, Anjali was actually very worried about Zoro because he didn't want Zoro to be injured because of such a thing. But when such a thing suddenly happened, when he realized that Anjali actually saw Zoro's injury, it was really true. I felt a little angry, and I felt very angry. At this time, Anjali had actually seen Zoro. He knew that Zoro was injured now, and he was seriously injured. He guessed that such a thing is not a good person at all. That's why Anjali is a little anxious at this moment. At this time, Anjali said to Zoro with a very anxious mood. Sozo, tell me now, who is the one who made you hurt like this? If someone is really enough to hurt you like this, I think this person's martial arts must be very strong, but what? You'd better tell me, because I won't be afraid of him at all, and I will definitely take revenge for you. This to Zoro, because at this time, Anjali's feet were very worried about Sozo. He didn't know why the case grew like this, and now Zoro's injuries have been very productive, not at all. Xiaohu said that after Haodang's half-love happened, Zoro actually felt a little serious, because he felt that the relationship between himself and Anjali was very good, and when it happened at that time, in fact, Zoro also felt that he was a little sorry for Anjali, because he really smelled this Anjali and made an oil bottle. However, at this time, Anjali felt that he should take a good look at Zoro. Explain this kind of thing clearly. After he and Zoro explained this kind of complicity, Anjali already knew about it. In this week's chart, this person must not have gone far, because he knew that I have already sensed such a breath. So at this time, Anjali felt that he really should not let this person go, because he knew that before this person had actually shot and seriously injured Zoro, so at this time, in fact, Anjali, I feel that I really should confront him head-on. Before this, Anjali was not afraid of anyone, and Anjali did not feel any fear at all in the face of such a thing. He knows that after this kind of love is happening now, it may be a very bad thing for others. Zero ask for flowers. However, Anjali has never been afraid of him in the county, so at this time Anjali began to fight with this person. The two of them were quarreling here, but Anjali felt that from the beginning. There's absolutely no point in arguing with him. But at this time, this person did not have Silo who wanted to fight with Anjali. Since Anjali all hoped to use his own strength to confront him head-on, only in this way could they be truly. I realized what I was thinking, but no matter what, when the incident had already happened, and Danley was actually a little shocked. Anjali doesn't want to say anything more with this person, because Anjali is very clear about such a thing, and Anjali also feels that he has been fighting with this person for so long, which is actually completely meaningless. Because he feels that this person has been avoiding himself. In fact, Anjali still feels a little angry at such a person, because he thinks this person is really a coward. If there is any problem, they can face it. Going to confrontation can even directly solve such a problem, but this person has been avoiding, and now he can even hide in a shadow. When this person hid in the shadow, it really made Anjali feel very unrelated, and it felt a little ridiculous, because he knew that the relationship between himself and Zoro before this was very good. He is definitely going to avenge Zoro this time, but this person has always walked into the shadow. This really made Anjali feel that the party was very unfamiliar. Anjali really hoped that he could confront this person head-on, but nothing happened. This person walked away quickly. Jerry felt that he didn't know what to do. 45. Chapter 80. It doesn't matter. So at this time, Anjali came to this person and fought loudly against this person. Who are you? If you are really a person with or without sex, I really hope to have a positive relationship with me, and I think what you are doing now is simply a Confucian behavior. I really don't want to fight with a lover like you. When Anjali said this, people said that when Anjali finished saying this, in fact, that person didn't know that, because he knew that what he was talking about now didn't matter to others at all. That guy just doesn't want to fight him head-on. However, when such a situation happened, although this person did not give him any response, and he was in a state of hiding. But Anjali will never let him go so easily, because Anjali thinks that since this person has hurt Zoro, this is a very important thing for him and he will not do it so easily. Just do this. So at this moment, Anjali suddenly thought of another method. He guessed that if this person could hide in the shadow all the time, then this would be really a very delicate thing for him, and he also felt that if he really wanted to get entangled with this person, then this would really be a problem. It was something that made him feel very unrelated, so Angeli felt that he should not continue to refuse like this. And he also knows Lin, if he still uses such a method to fight with him, then the two of them will not fight in the dark, so there is a winner or loser, so at this moment Ange Column thinks that we should think of a new way. Because Angeli has now guessed what such a person is, what kind of thinking he is, and if he really confronts this person head-on, then they may not be opponents at all, so he will choose to keep walking. Go into the shadow, so at this moment, Angeli led this person out. When Angeli put this person on the show, he suddenly disappeared outside the shadow, so at this moment Angeli went to see the two of them when it happened so clearly. At this time, Angeli finally felt that there was a sign to follow him to defeat this person at once. At this time, this person suddenly felt very angry because he was here. Before, he felt that it was impossible for him to be beaten by Angeli because this person had always been a very powerful person, and when he was angry about this, he had finally cultivated. Now such a spell can hide in the shadows, so anyone would rather have nothing to do with him, but this Angeli used another method to defeat himself. It's a matter of love. The straight thing is to make this person feel very helpless, and he can be very angry. So at this moment, this person came to Angeli's side, ready to continue fighting with him, but he suddenly found himself it may be that the straight one is not the opponent, so all he can do at this moment is to run away as soon as possible, but when this person runs away, he always feels that what he is doing now is such a sensible thing to let them run away. I felt very helpless, probably because before this, Angeli had always thought that this kind of thing might be a very sugar cake problem. Because at this time, Angeli felt that since this person has been beaten by himself, if he really wants to continue the book with him, then Angeli will not be afraid of him at all. There will be another 300 rounds of battle, but no matter what, even if this person escapes, Angeli will not chase him. Because Angeli still felt a little scared in the face of such a thing, and when they discovered such a thing next, they still felt very helpless. At this moment, when this person was defeated by Angeli when the time came, he was ready to run away, because he felt that he really had no need to fight Angeli anymore. Because now they have already known. In fact, Angeli is a very close character, and Angeli had already defeated him before that. At this moment, this person is not a stubborn person at all. During the process of escaping, he said to Angeli, "Don't worry, Angeli, you are a big boy now, and today you are right in this series. Yes, I hope. All equal, don't forget that I will definitely seek revenge from you in the future." This person said this, and it was when this person finished saying these words that he turned around and walked away. When he was about to leave, he was still waiting for Sean to go to Angeli's state building, and after the prisoner told him that he was forced to say it, maybe anyone would feel very scared when they heard the county, but at this moment when he after finishing this sentence, Angeli said that he didn't give him any response at all. At this time, Angeli was just busy and hoped to be able to take care of Zoro with you because he knew that Zoro had been severely affected before this injury. If you don't rescue him, then this may get worse. So at this time, when this person finished saying this to Angeli, Angeli completely ignored him and didn't even look back. So this person is really shocked at this moment. He doesn't know what kind of relationship Guy and Zoro have. He just felt that he had always said such a thing to Angeli before this. Maybe Angeli never knew what kind of character he was now, but no matter what, this mysterious man would not, that's it. Because he had never suffered such a kind of grievance before this time. What he did today really made them feel very aggrieved, but no matter what, he still felt it and hoped to be with them. It's good to explain this kind of love, but Angeli is the one who gives him such a chance. Next, when Angeli came to Suozu's side, he swallowed Zoro's face and felt as if he had hurt himself. 2146__. Chapter 81. Surrounded, Sudden. Because what he did was completely severely injured, he didn't know what kind of method this person used to make him look like this. But no matter what Xenon was like, when Angeli was using the rope in front of his legs, he still felt a little helpless, and now the rope was injured. So he may not be able to do it now after being disturbed, that is, to accompany Suojiang well, or even go to Shu to heal his wounds, but Suojiang still feels like he is dying. At this moment, Suojiang just felt that he had suffered so many illnesses and injuries before this time, but he still felt that he seemed to be coming to Angeli, and was imprisoned just now. Zhang has been concise, but he can still hear what the mysterious person said to Andanli, and he feels that at this time, it is actually Angliel. Chu, what the life that person said in front of him meant to him. But Angela thinks that, for himself, Yan's words are meaningless, because now he simply can't care about so much. However, at this time, when Angeli suddenly appeared beside Zoro, he didn't know what kind of place this place was. He could only come to this place with the familiar atmosphere of himself and Zoro. He suddenly found out that Zoro was still dying, and he lifted Zoro up. At this time, Zoro said to him, "Angeli, I think we should leave this place as soon as possible. Now this place is a pirate group, and before this, I was not very clear about such a thing, but now I already know, we already know that this place is a pirate group, so there is absolutely no need for us to stay here any longer." Zoro said this to Angeli in the first issue, because Zoro's breath was still relatively weak at this time, and he even felt a little speechless. Zoro in front of him, and still felt that he didn't care, because he knew that even if there was a pirate group here, then this would not be a very important thing for him because Angeli he is very sure of one of his own strengths, and he also knows it. There is absolutely no need to be afraid of anyone with these feelings that I am doing now. But at this time, Angeli decided to play a joke, because he knew that Sozo was injured now, and he must be in a very bad mood. "Alright Zoro, now you already know about this local Shanghai orchestra, but why didn't you tell me earlier? Now let's hurry up and open this place, and I think this place is really not suitable for staying here for a long time. Then some life dangers may be caused to us in the future," Angeli said. "People should be safe at this time." When Gary finished saying this, Zoro still felt very helpless, because he knew that this person seemed to be glib and Mi Huan said something indifferent in front of others, but at this moment Zoro said to Angeli, "Angry, if you think I can get out of this place quickly now, I think you're a pretty box. But now that you've arrived, I've been seriously injured. If the two of us can leave this place quickly, it's really a good thing, but if we really can't leave, I'm really as helpless." When Zoro said this, people knew that when Zoro finished saying this, Angeli already knew what he was, and Angeli also felt that when he was with him, although he said that sometimes there would be some disputes. But now they are really in a very harmonious state. What's more, in this place at this moment, there is absolutely no need for them to crook others to have a quarrel together, and in the mind of the roper, he also felt that he had now met a noble person in his life. At this moment, Angeli brought prayers and surrendered to prepare to leave this place quickly. And if Angelina is still in this place, they may become more and more dangerous in the future. On the other hand, he knew that if he left this place alone, then it would be a matter of no adjustment, but he knew that he would have to take a wounded repel. Therefore, Angeli is very familiar with such a thing. He knows that the next thing to do should really be analyzed for himself. Now he is leaving this place with Zoro. However, suddenly a group of people appeared in the place and blocked their way. At this moment, Lu Yi returned to the group of people who were surrounding him next week. He suddenly felt that this group of people treated him. It's really far away. He had never seen such people before. The faces of everyone at this time really made Angeli feel very strange. Doesn't know why these people keep surrounding him and 250 Zoro, and he has always had a very good relationship with Zoro, never offending anyone, but now when they suddenly appear in front of him, it really made Angeli feel very shocked. Angeli didn't know why these people were blocking his way, but it wouldn't be so. The next thing they have to do now is to leave this place, even if they are now under medical treatment, then Angeli must also figure out a good way. Because now Angeli knows that if he leaves this place alone, even if there are so many people surrounding him, Anjali will definitely not take them seriously. But now, Anjali still has a normal Zoro by his side, so he still hopes to bring it with him. The other people made it clear the suffocation of this block together. He knew that when he and Zoro were together, he had to protect him because Zoro had been severely hurt. If he couldn't protect him, then he would take care of himself. Eye power, people will definitely start with Zoro and defeat the two of them. Chapter 82 Rescue Rashly. No matter what, when things had happened, Anjali still felt that such a problem was somewhat understandable to them, so Anjali told them at this time, "Don't think that there is someone around me who looks a little bit. It is a very serious UF, but I still hope that you can explain such a question well. If I hit you guys in a while, I hope you can understand me, and I also hope you don't look at me and play cards because of these brothers. At that time, I won't be confused about your men." Talking about the leopard like this, because when Anjali said these words, he had no other meaning now, he just wanted to let others know what he was thinking. And now, after it happened, Anjali still felt a little bit of a leopard. Because Anjali felt that while these people surrounded him behind their backs, they were really not acting like a gentleman, but acting like a husband, so at this moment, after they explained such a problem, the others people don't know how to go to the ditch. However, when Anjali finished saying this, the others didn't know what they were doing. However, at this time, a group of people had already brought back Anjali and Zoro. At this time, Anjali would not have been afraid of them at all before this, because Anjali already knew that Lin and these people would for me, it's just a side dish. But at this time, in fact, Anjali has been supporting a seriously injured Zoro, so when he was breaking outside, he didn't dare to use force at all. And he was also very afraid that these people would hurt Zoro, so he was accidentally caught by others in the process of protecting Zoro. At this time, when such an incident happened, I realized that Anjali was still in suspense. It's very serious, and Anjali doesn't know how to deal with this matter. Next, he may think that it may be a bit bad for him to have such a thing happen, but he still doesn't think that it may be a helpless thing for him now, because Peek's anger has developed to this day. It looks like it. Maybe Anjali is helpless to come to the leadership school next, since the two of them have been arrested now. Maybe other people also think it's very bad to be honest, but after that happened, Tashigi and Guina have also come to the scene. Because they didn't come here on their own initiative to study them, it was because they just didn't want to come, but when they came this time, it was really inexplicable, just like Shilu's bang. When they arrived in Angelai and Zoro couldn't take it anymore, so one day they decided to study them. At this moment, Tashigi originally thought that he had to talk to them, and this kind of affair happened. Tashigi knew that if he didn't study them, then they might become very sloppy. And what kind of things will be faced next? In fact, no one is clear, so after what happened at this moment, Tashigi was going to rescue Anjali and Zoro, but Guina stopped him at this time, because Guina thought that if such a thing happened, she really shouldn't act rashly. If she really acted rashly, then there may be a very serious consequence, but this Tashigi doesn't listen to him at all, because Tashigi thinks that he really has no need to worry now. Although he said that he didn't know what kind of problem he would have to face next, he still felt that he really shouldn't be like this now. After seeing it, he pretended that he didn't see anything. Because he thinks that if he really does nothing, then he really is not a good UF. So at this moment, Tashigi is really embarrassed when he wants to rush in. At that time, Ji Yuyina wanted to stop him, but couldn't. In fact, when such an incident happened, both Dazuki and Ji Yuyina felt a little overwhelmed, because they knew that facing the group of pirates, they still felt a little scared, because he knew this group of pirates. Pirates have no humanity at all. When the incident happened, many people didn't know how to deal with it, but Ji Yuyina knew that she couldn't stop Tashigi no matter what. But at this time, when Tashigi rushed up inexplicably like this, he was also ready to fight with them each. So Tashigi wanted to fight with them when he started, but he still felt that he was no matter what is said in front of them, they may also feel that they are nothing to blame. But when Daiki came down to ask, they were suddenly rewarded by them in the process of fighting. In fact, before him, Tashigi had already made such a mental preparation. Tashigi knew that, if you really want to fight with them, there may not be a chance at all at this time. In fact, when Tashigi rushed in rashly, he was accidentally caught by others. In fact, how should others deal with it? But now that such a thing has happened, other Nuo's people also feel very helpless. But no matter what, after the incident, Tashigi still felt that he was a little unfriendable. Then, when Tashigi and Anjali were talking together, and just such a thing, Anjali really realized. The only thing I feel is that Tashigi is simply stupid. Tashigi should not listen to such a thing at the time, and he already knew it at the beginning. In fact, Tashigi is not very powerful. But Tashigi knows it anyway. In fact, he really has no relationship. After he saw Anjali and Zoro being arrested, he really felt that he just couldn't ignore it. Greaves said to Zoro when he saw Zoro. "See, Zoro, it's called seeing is believing, hearing is disc." 411. Chapter 83 Trying to Leave. Look at this Tashigi, Liu Yu and the two of us are really very concerned. I think we two Sichi are really doing something or not. Now he has come to study us, so I still hope that we can do well next time. Go and study how to go out like this. When Anjali and Suojiang were very moved by this kind of thing, Tashigi also felt that he had some wishes, because at the beginning. In fact, Tashigi should have thought of another way, so that they would be able to cunning the two of them out of the blue, but now not only did they not rescue the two of them, but he was also caught by this high MI. They will laugh at themselves because of such a thing, but no matter what, in fact, in the face of such a thing, Zoro still feels very moved. The prisoner knew that this Tashigi could rush in like this to save them. Although it was a bit willful, it was still a kind of emphasis for the two of them anyway. However, when everyone was arrested, only Ji Yuyina was left outside. At this time, when Ji Yuyina was alone outside 147, in fact, Ji Yuyina had already arrived at Ji Yuyina. He knew that if Ji Yuyina continued to stay here, he would definitely meet Ji Yuyina next. Cause a bad effect. Maybe they will also cause a bad practice to Guy next, so when Anjali sees Guy like this next. It was decided that Ji Yuyina should leave this place quickly, so at this moment, Anjali looked at Ji Yuyina outside, so he used his eyes to meet him, probably hoping that Ji Yuyi could leave this place quickly. Because Guyana knows Anjali very well in her daily life. It was Anjali who was looking at his book and what was he trying to say, and when things developed to such an extent today, he didn't know how to communicate with other people, but he understood that what Guy did was actually this series of incidents are all for his own good. Next, he doesn't want to let others know what he thinks through such a feeling. But at this time, he knows that if Ji Yuyina is true BCAA, he hopes to open it by himself. If so, then he still has to listen to Anjali's words. The doctor knew that Anjali was a man with both wisdom and energy. At this time, when Gaichi heard these words from Anjali to himself, I already knew that, in fact, Anjali had already hinted to himself that he hoped that he would leave this island, and then he hoped to be able to hand over all his anger. Angrily went to deal with it properly, but Anjali still felt that he should not involve Gaiajao. He knows that now Tashigi and they have been caught together inexplicably, then only Ji Yuyina herself is free. He hopes Ji Yuyina can quickly open this place, but at this moment Ji Yuyina has also explained it to Anjali with his own eyes. He is now going back to the morning to wait for Guy. He hopes that Guyana can come back safely. However, at this time, Anjali has also used since ancient times. What did Na mean? However, when Guyana went back, Anjali decided that she should ponder this kind of thing. Anjali knew that if she wanted to leave this place like this, she would rely on his own willpower as simply impossible, because he now has a seriously injured Zoro by his side, and he knows if that's the case, if he really wants to get out of this place. You can't run in and run like this. At that time, if he is caught by these pirates at once, then Zoro may become very miserable. And he also knew that Suojiang and Tashigi were by his side. For him, although he was in the state of being a good UF, he should still consider their feelings now. Then, Angeli suddenly felt that he was now the most important thing is to talk to these pirate leaders because he knows the pirate leaders are for them. You should still have a good negotiation. Prisoner Angeli thinks that what the military wants for them now is to rush horses to open this place, and he also knows that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. How to deal with it? And at this time, the head of the pirates felt that something like this happened, but he still felt a little bad. At this time, Angeli also hoped to be able to quickly lure away from this place, but he still felt that some of these things were not for them. It's not very simple, so at this time, Angeli came to a little luoluo beside the pirates. At this time, he said to this little luoluo that I hope to see your boss, and I hope you can go back and take such a thing. I have to talk to your boss about the matter, so that I can explain such a thing to him as soon as possible, because I have a very important feeling to tell him now. However, at this time, when the young people heard him say this, they really felt very strange and didn't know what was going on. And before that, this group of pirates had already packed other people more than once. But when they go to surround others, others will feel very scared, and some people will even beg for mercy directly, but why this Angeli was not brave all of a sudden, it really makes them feel a little admirable. They all said I hope that through such a thing, I can let others know how to deal with this matter. But now when such a thing happened, Angeli didn't feel scared at all, because he really hoped to be with them and negotiate well. Only in this way can the island be opened as soon as possible. But when Zoro and the others knew about this, they thought that Angeli might be ill, because they felt that this matter could not be reversed at all. What kind of people are pirates? They are all ruthless people. It is impossible to let them go. 4125. 720__. Chapter 84 Dark. In fact, even under such circumstances, Angeli was still able to maintain his calmness that was different from ordinary people, as if this was his innate anger all his life. Listening to Yao's speech next to him, Dachi clenched her hands in a hurry, but did not let others find her. Angeli, once again, glanced at the pirate who was talking to him now, and continued talking in a blink of an eye. Say goodbye to Jingji, brother, listen to me, I have no ill will towards you, and you have to live a little more, that is, the three of us are now on your son, and we are still tied by you. Speaking of this, Angeli didn't know what to think, and Ji Yushuan dragged his tail to create a sense of mystery. Sure enough, when the pirate heard what he said, his eyes really stared at him again, and the curiosity in his eyes did not speak. And Zan, like that, he is waiting for him to continue talking. Angeli smiled in his heart. This alone is enough to prove how powerful your pirate group is, isn't it? The pirates heard the public praise of Anchanli. Although I don't know what the person who was arrested was thinking, the pirates were quite happy. There was also a smug smile on his face. That's right, don't you think we are ordinary pirates? It's more than enough to catch the three of you, even if you do another dozen. Angeli heard this, he remained calm, but instead nodded in agreement. Then continued to say, so, now that we are weak and under your control, in order to save our own lives, we want to meet your boss. Even the county dare not agree to such a request. When the pirates heard this, they didn't know that they had already entered Angeli's condom. Instead, they really thought about it. They turned around and saw Zoro, who was seriously injured next to him. It didn't seem like there was any threat. Not to mention weak, Tashigi still doesn't know that his image in the eyes of others is actually weak. The pirate will say, I also know the current affairs so well. Then if you want to see our boss, just come with me, but then how will our boss treat you? That is, your fortune-telling pirate said that, and gave a particularly indifferent look, and then he turned around and led the way in front of Angeli and glanced at the two disciples next to him, motioning them to watch their pace quickly. Zoro and Tashigi didn't understand what Angeli wanted to do, but Angeli always had something in their hearts. This kind of majesty, and Angeli is right. Soon, the three of them walked from the deck to a position closer to the cabin. There were more pirates gathered together. They didn't know what they were talking about. It seemed that there was something in the middle of the crowd, but it was true. In the middle of a group of pirates with 5 big and 3 thick, sit a very beautiful woman, sitting on a chair in a lazy posture. With bright red nail polish on her beautiful hands, she tapped on the armrest of the chair little by little, intentionally or unintentionally. Anjali could only see the beautiful shadow of this woman through the crowd. The people who arrived were 3 prisoners who said they wanted to see you. She and the 3 of them are like weak chickens, and they don't have any threats, so I brought them here. The stumbling pirate said that to the boss as soon as he came up, and Anjali was a little surprised to hear what he called this woman. I didn't expect such a pretty-looking woman to be the boss of the pirate group. Anjali thought in his heart that a person should not look like a person. Then, when the pirates heard it, they all moved aside one after another, and the 3 of them were in front of the woman who appeared unobstructed. Anjali looked at this beautiful woman, with deep eye sockets and high projections on her nose. She was a very standard Western beauty. I'm Anjali. It's an honor to meet you, boss. Anjali made a self-introduction as soon as he came up, first reported his home, and his tone was neither green nor aggressive, and his standing posture was not like a prisoner at all. The beautiful woman on the chair's eyes fell on Anjali for a long time, so that she didn't even glance at the person behind him. The woman smiled. Anjali, I haven't heard of the feud but you can remember my name. A quick smile flashed on Shuta Anjali's face, and she quickly returned to her normal appearance. Well, I haven't come out with such a beautiful woman. Will it be the boss of the pirate group? Schuta didn't pay any attention to what Andan Lili just said, just a smile from the corners of his mouth. Hong Yan's lips curled up on his temples, and he looked so charming. Fresh. Anjali, whether you are tempting or trying to please, don't say these unnecessary nonsense. I can see that you are a smart person. Anjali met Schuta's scrutinizing eyes, neither dodging nor evading, and since Schuta County had already said so, Anjali didn't go around and said directly, You are right, Ms. Schuta, I don't know about you. Have you ever heard the saying that Mingran's time is important? Schuta's smile remains the same. So, I hope I can get out of here in the quickest way. Instead of chatting with Ms. Schuta here, don't finish talking about Anjali, and the pirates standing next to me are immediately dissatisfied, and some even endure it. I couldn't help but want to rush up, but under the pull of my companions, I just stood there and said very unhappy. You think you're an old man, but you're actually talking to our boss like that. Boy, you don't know the rules. Lao Sushi, you've been upset for a long time, and there are some grumpy pirates who have already pulled up their sleeves and said, I'm here. He forgot whose boat he was on. I'm here to teach the boss a lesson and teach him Anjali in this discussion. He didn't even move his body, and he didn't even look at them from the corner of his eye. It is still arrogant and casual to say that it is safe. Sure enough, these people all listened to the words of the leader of the pirate group. With the 3 words Schuta, all the pirates were quiet and Schuta continued to say. Let's hear what this daring guest is going to say. There is no meanness in Anjali's eyes. Even if he has already felt the ferocity in Schuta's eyes, it doesn't matter if he threatens him. Anjali says. It's very simple. I want to have a meeting with the boss of your pirate group, that is, Schuta, and pray and continue. I won and the 3 of us left. Rim, just let you deal with it. After speaking, the whole audience was quiet, but Schuta suddenly laughed softly. Okay, I will draw together. 0720__. Chapter 85. Sudden Repentance. This time, on the deck, which was still very quiet, one by one couldn't bear the thoughts in their hearts, and the pirates discussed the products one after another. How dare this man named Anjali be so daring? Hee, Boss Schuta has a good heart today, so he doesn't care about this savage. Let's see how he will be beaten down. Having said that, I seem to have foreseen that this group of pirates has already foreseen that the result of the competition will definitely be Schiudali. Greg was completely absent from what these people thought and what to do with their temples, but his 2 apprentices couldn't stand hearing these comments. Do these idiots think they are all prophecies? One by one so sure. At this time, Sichi was a little timid and didn't speak loudly. The rope was different, and she didn't care about her injuries, she said in her voice. It's so beautiful. Watch. 823 Anjali defeat Shuta. A bunch of arrogant people. Zoro said, looking at Shichuda with contempt, as if he despised her, just like he despised women in the past. Shichuda noticed Zoro's eyes. Her face turned cold for a moment, but she quickly covered it up and said, "Don't worry. The three of you are just new arrivals today. I will give you a little time to relax. I put it on Anjali, especially you, Anjali, but you must prepare well. Don't let me down." The group of pirates also laughed along. Anjali was not stimulated by these words, as if it was nothing but optional to him, and nodded solemnly. Then, Shuda asked his pirate subordinates to bring Anjali and the three into a room on the top. The pirate man said, "The boss ordered that the three of you sleep here today. It's so nice to you." Zoro saw a room that was so bright and distant, and couldn't help complaining a little bit. "Could this be good for us? Is your pirate's life very difficult?" The pirate's subordinate heard it, raised his head and gave Zoro a vicious look, but instead of arguing with him, he turned and left Dan. Inside the room, the pirates opened for a while and then sent someone to deliver the food, and then locked the door from the outside. Anjali was completely undisturbed by the outside world during the entire period. "I wanted to talk, but was stopped by Tashigi. At this time, let's collect your nonsense. Anjali is really thinking about something now." Zoro glanced at him and shut up. Long because he was injured, and after a day of consumption, he basically didn't eat anything, so he quickly waited for the kelp to deliver come and swept away the food. Tashigi was watching his actions beside him. He originally thought that these pirates would be uneasy and kind-hearted to give them some medicine, but seeing that Zoro had finished eating, it was fine, and Tashigi was relieved to follow him. The two counties belonged to the same county. Anjali left a portion. After Anjali opened his eyes, he ate more food without saying much, because he was likely to go through a Tibetan battle and needed to replenish his physical strength. Tashigi looked and prayed. He said, Master_Biao, what do you think of Shichuda's strength? Is it a big deal to win against him tomorrow? Anjali paused for a moment, did not hide, and said according to what he thought, the daily test should also be a master, but I may not be able to beat me. I will try my best to try to get a quick solution. Tashigi nodded, but roped and said, I'll just say, Master is like this, it's not a problem to defeat a woman, no matter what she is. The boss. Anjali glanced at Zoro and sighed for a long time. Suojiang, don't you think you've been a little impetuous recently? Long was stunned. After thinking about it, he obediently closed it. It's just because he admires Anjali too much in his heart. Moreover, Anjali mainly says that if he has a chance of winning, Zoro will automatically magnify him into a sure victory. After Anjali finished eating, he closed his eyes and began to practice his combat power. On the second day, Anjali and three woke up early. Anjali was still worried about Zoro's injuries at the beginning. After all, it has been so long, and it is very likely that it will worsen without treatment. However, seeing how the boy looked exuberant when he woke up, Anjali didn't worry too much. Not long after, someone unlocked the room from the outside, and then took the three of them out of the room. Chuda has long been. I changed my size and wore a black outfit. I was sitting on the chair just like yesterday. When you waited for Anjali to arrive, you saw the big waves on Shichuda's head, so the sea breeze kept flying, and the black tights also outlined out of the beautiful curve of Shichuda. However, Anjali just swept his eyes away. He wouldn't underestimate Shuda and stood up because of this. Anjali nodded, because now Bai has already started with a sentence. His two disciples and those pirates have already withdrawn some distances. Shichuda picked up Shishao, and Anjali also quickly took out the sword from his back and entered a state of comparison. None of the two of them would despise this decisive battle. Shichuda was aimed at Anjali, and after shouting, his body flew up and rushed over. Anjali quickly used the executioner to deflect the opponent's attack, but was forced to move 2 steps because Shichuda was too hard at first. Device. The backhand sent the tip of the sword forward. Shichuda could only let it go in order to avoid it, and Anjali launched an attack. After dodging Anjali's attacking move, Shichuda used enough strength, and the weapon was aimed at Anjali and chopped down. Anjali just used a big move, Baiyun Tianqing 53, and the dark clouds covered the ground in an instant, and then Sichuda cleverly used her momentum to make the dark clouds roll over. His big move. Gree's eyes widened, and others might seem a little stunned, but at this critical moment, Anjali was waiting for the most clever moment. White clouds opened the sky. The time has come, Anjali let out a loud voice. The sword in his hand seemed to have the strength of a dry jack, and he punched it out on the internet. The weapon that Sichuda cut down was instantly bounced back. Sichuda also couldn't control it for a while, and the tiger's mouth on both hands was shocked. And that's not all. Behind Anjali seems to be able to condense strong winds, and the scene of Sichuda, who has already fallen behind, is out of control for a while. 4175. 721__. Chapter 86. The Mission After Escape. After Sichuda fell to the ground, there was an expression of disbelief on her face, as if she did not believe that she had fallen so quickly to Anjali, and she did not calm down at this time. The salutation trembled slightly, and the wind blew behind him and couldn't stop for a while. And the whole pirate moved violently several times because of the strong wind brought by Anjali, and finally calmed down with the help of Haibo. Anjali's eyes are calm. Shudas, I'm leaving. He didn't use words like you to insult the other party, and it was a light sentence that I won, and he has already shown a different atmosphere from ordinary people. Chuda slowly stood up from the ground. Although he was the loser, his every move was graceful, and he even touched his own big waves. All right _ and file, since you won. Then stay and play with me for a few more days. At Sichuda, not expecting that she would regret it. Anjali didn't speak for a while, and the pirates didn't speak either. The surprised expressions they showed just now because their boss lost, haven't been taken back by the county. Tashigi held the injured Zoro to the side, and the two of them reacted with angry expressions on their faces. Sichuda, you actually didn't believe what you said. Thankfully, you are still the leader of the pirate group. You don't even give credit when you say good things. No wonder you will lose your father's power and kill your pirate group. Believe it or not, say it here, and the pirates will respond quickly. Come here, but they act like their boss. Yes, but angry with Zoro and their language. The thief was aggressive, and the expression on his face became fierce and surrounded the three of them, Anjali. However, her eyes kept on Sichuda, as if she wanted her to give herself a reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, Sichuda was just a faint issue on her cheeks, and she lightly checked Song Nan's shoulder, as if she had put herself out of this matter. Pick it out and say. I promised you to compete with you, but I didn't say that you will definitely keep your promise. Say, Shudad action. You know, soldiers never tire of deceit, Anjali. The undisguised lightness in that tone made Anjali's eyes deepen. Sichuda went as if he was going to do what he was going to do next. He raised his hand, waved it in the air, and ordered to catch the three of them soon. After the pirates got the order, they all rushed forward, trying to make Anjali's eyes change again. This time, he didn't need to remind him. Tashigi also quickly separated. To deal with these injuries, Zoro is not very flexible. The task of resistance is mainly on Tashigi. He can only use some sensitive moves. When Anjali turned his wrist, the treasure in his hand changed direction. He turned around and was about to deal with the pirates. During the melee, Anjali suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind him. What? But no matter how quick his reaction was, when he turned around to take precautions, Shuda's weapon still fell lightly in front of Anjali's liver. Just 1 centimeter away from Anjali's artery. Sichuda looked at Anjali, and picked on the hair with some pride, and said that she couldn't do it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that Anjali will cut off his head in the next second. When the two of them heard this, their faces were a little unbelievable, but they pinched their heads. Anjali is indeed now threatened by Shuda. The two had no choice but to give up their resistance reluctantly. After the pirates on the side went up to pick them up with a rope, Sichuda gently withdrew Anjali in her hand and did not move, but she went down. In a second, Wu Fan in Si Chuda's hand suddenly appeared in the position of the master in the position of the file. Tashigi called out at the same time. Anjali's eyes became a little angry now. If all this was within his tolerance just now, then now, Si Chuda's sudden action of stabbing him has ignited Anjali's anger. Duh, Anjali said this sentence through the back molars, but Chuda just said that there is no way. Anjali, you are too powerful. In order to avoid you running away under my nose, I had no choice but to say sorry to you. Si Chuda was like a peacock who had won a victory. She arrogantly retracted her weapon and turned around. Anjali realized that something was wrong. From the wound on his shoulder, came a tingling sensation quickly spread throughout his body, making him unable to lift up any strength. Anjali quickly realized that this was Si Chuda's trick, but it was too late to kiss him. These pirates also came up quickly, tied Anjali too, and then sent the three of them to be taken out today. However, this time, all three of their hands and feet were bound and unable to move. Anjali was full of thoughts. The man was sulking, and he closed his eyes and wrapped around the wall for a long time without moving. He just tried to break free from the rope, but his breathing body did not cooperate at all. With such an injury, Anjali can't even escape from the current anger. Let alone Zoro and the others. 9109 Chibi and Tashigi were worried and kept looking at Anjali, but Anjali didn't give the two of them a little reaction. Even if they are anxious, they can only do their best. At night, Anjali is the teacher who can lift a little bit of strength, but when he moves, Anjali is trying to break through. There were footsteps outside the door. Zoro thought it was a pirate on the ship at first, so he snorted heavily, expressing that he was in a good mood and stopped struggling temporarily, but at this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a man dressed as a pirate walked in. What surprised Anjali and the others was that the pirate who came in not only did nothing to them, but untied the ropes on them, deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Take advantage of the slack defense outside, the three of you leave quickly." "One, who are you?" Anjali stared at each other with tight eyes. But the pirate's face was covered with a black cloth, which didn't make anyone sway back to Anjali. He quickly turned around and left the room, and threw the key and the others on the ground. Without further delay, Greg got up slowly, let Tashigi support him and went out. But it didn't go very far. Lai suddenly heard a notification from the system that there was a task. Chapter 87 Leave Alone. At this time, Anjali also carefully checked the tasks happening around him, because at the beginning, he already knew that this task was very important to him, and he knew that he should take good care of it. I went to check this task, and at this time I found a very important thing. Because at the beginning of in fact, Anjali thought that after this kind of thing happened, there was absolutely no need to check with others, and he also informed that when faced with these things, it might be very lucky for him. Cake. He checked it carefully. It turned out that the mission took place on the island where he came out before. This mission really shocked him, and he was very surprised. He didn't know what was going on. Could it be that before the escaped island set another record for itself? I couldn't figure out what Shin Anjali could do about such a thing, but he still felt that such a thing was a little powerless. Because one of the locations where Ganwang's mission is now assigned is here, Seishi and Anjali can only accept such a reality. Even if you can't accept this fact, there is no other way, so Anjali feels that the next situation really needs to be carefully considered from the beginning to the end. So at this time, in fact, Anjali also discovered that such a love affair is really very important for him. He doesn't want the following things to affect anyone. If Yuanqi is his apprentice, it is because of this. If one thing affects his apprentices, then Anjali will definitely feel very lonely, and Feichang will feel helpless. And before that, Anjali had already thought about it, and the next things should be faced by himself. So at this time, Anjali actually felt that if he just let his apprentices leave this place, maybe the apprentices wouldn't leave like this. Because after this kind of thing happens, other people may feel that it is an insignificant thing. But in Anjali's mind, he still hoped that his apprentices could have a safe environment, so at this time, Anjali called his apprentices, and then told them that I would take care of myself. People are quiet for a while, I hope you can stop disturbing me, and before this, I have already made it clear to you, and then I hope you can help me explore what else is in this troubled scene. Kind of this exploratory thing. Anjali said this, because Anjali had already thought about it before that, if he wanted to keep the apprentice next to him in a safe state, then he should follow him properly. These people communicated together, not to mention that he understood that the apprentices were very loyal to him, and some of the anger that had happened in the past was still very moving to Anjali. Because Anjali knew about the incidents that were happening now, if he really went straight to tell his apprentices clearly, maybe the apprentices didn't want to leave at all, but then unless you find such an excuse, otherwise no one would think about opening this place. At this moment, when the apprentices heard Anjali say these words, they felt that Anjali's words were also meaningful because they knew that Anjali might be straight. The reason is to set up a new plan for himself, so when Anjali finished saying this, the others believed what he said and they left the place slowly. After the affair happened, Anjali still felt that this kind of problem happened to him, and he was a little lonely, but no matter what, he still needed to face it alone. But when Anjali finished saying this, although the apprentices are a little unconvinced, but after all, things have happened, then they can only follow the one thing in their minds, and seriously solve it. So Anjali has already used one advocated that all the apprentices around him had been taken away, because he felt that he should return to this island alone and complete this task well. Although it was said that what happened on that island at the time made Anjali feel a little unforgettable, but no matter what, Anjali would not feel any secret fear at this time in the face of such a thing. Leedon returned to the island alone, where he was supposed to find a place to go because at the beginning of the pseudonym. In fact, Anjali has already suffered a little injury because of this kind of thing. At this time, Anjali thinks that he should find a place near this island to take care of his body, and by that time he will not be able to repair his injuries. Now, you can go and fight with them again. So at this moment, in Anjali's mind, he has come up with such a comprehensive situation. He feels that what happens next may not be very important to others at all, but he still hopes to let everyone knows what they think. Left Anjali's body and returned to the morning. On the way back to the morning, he has been thinking about these things that he will face next. What it means to me. If Guoji has a new task, how should he handle it? What happened next may be a really bad problem for others, but no matter what, Anjali still hopes to ensure the safety of the apprentices. As long as the apprentices are safe, then Anjali will become a little more at ease, because this is really a very important thing for him. After everything has happened, in Anjali's mind, he hopes to let everyone understand such a thing. This matter is actually very important to him, and he has always hoped that everyone would have a bad dispute because of such a situation. By that time, they were embarrassed by each other. 4194. 1953 Chapter 88 Restoring Calm. Gree is still very confident in himself, and he told him that even if he can't cause some disputes because of such a thing, then he should complete the next task well. He knew that these tasks were really very important to him. After all the preparations were made, Anjali was alone on the island and was just recovering from his injuries. By now, his wounds had almost recovered. Because at the beginning, when Anjali faced such a wound, he felt very indifferent. Because he knows, although this wound is a little annoying for him. But no matter what, these are more or less a small wound for Anjali. And other people don't know how to communicate with each other, but no matter what, it has already happened, so there is no need to say more about other research situations when Anjali adds it alone. When he was almost healed, he decided to go back first, because he knew that there might be some helplessness in what he was going to face next. And 697 Chiran has now arrived on the island, so they should quickly communicate such a matter to others, not to mention now that he knows that he is back on the island alone, for him what does it mean, this time back? So at this moment, when he returned to the morning again, he had already started his own road of revenge, because at the beginning, he knew that he was inexplicably orphaned by that child, but this time he hoped to be able to go back again to complete such a task well. Even if the mission was to capture the island by others at the beginning, he still wouldn't feel any fear, because Anjali knew that even when he faced Xiaokong again, he wouldn't feel it. It was a little bit lonely, but at this time, it was a coincidence that he really saw Jin again. How time flies so fast. Anjali himself is not very clear, and now facing such a situation. The realization of the matter really made Anjali feel that I couldn't take this bad breath now. At this time, Anjali found out that the person who caught him was Sechuda again, and he was inexplicably given to him again by Sechuda. It was tied up because before that, Shuda's subordinates had been sending people around the island to look for them. Anjali and the others knew that it was absolutely impossible for Anjali to escape like this. Let him go. And it is absolutely impossible to let it go. But they never thought. Lai Dang will come back again in such a short time, because they know that if a person really escapes, then he may never come back. No matter what, Dad should still leave the place of right and wrong, but why didn't they think that Anjali would come back again? The occurrence of such a thing really made Sechuda and the others feel very helpless, and they really didn't know how to continue with such a thing. They always thought that Sechuda is a very powerful character, not to mention that when Anjali faced Sechuda, he must have no power to fight back. He was accidentally escaped by him last time, so what happened next? When angry, Anjali really felt very helpless. When Anjali was caught by them again, in fact, Shuda and the others thought that Anjali would beg him for mercy this time. If Anjali begged him for mercy, then he might still have a chance to let go he passed him, but when they arrested Anj Befd again, they never thought that Anjali was not the same as usual. He came to the island to fight against them when he was here. There will never be any good endings for the people who are here, and Sechuda has never let anyone go. Although it was said that such a thing happened, Sechuda felt very helpless, but when Sechuda brought Anjali back again this time, he really felt very excited, because he knew that this time he would meet again this time. For someone like Anjali, it is really possible to have a good communication with him. When Anjali seemed to be very indifferent, she really felt very angry when she went to the small class. At this time, the way Sechuda faced Anjali was also what she said to Anjali. Lao Song, don't think that I really can't do anything about you. You have to know that if I want to kill you now, it's really as simple as a maiden and a hornet for me. Knowing that you are now powerless to fight back, why are your watches still so awkward? I really don't wonder why you still say this to Sechuda, because in Sechuda's heart, he thinks that what he is doing now may not be good for others. But no matter what he is, he still hopes to be told by others what he thinks. Because before Sechuda paid attention to these tasks, it was probably because he felt that he was really powerful now. If it weren't for this, how could he have given this Anjali to Hujudin several times? But when he listed him, the expression on his face really made Sechuda feel very helpless. When Chuda saw such an expression on Anjali, he really felt very angry. He knew that this angel must be someone. He has a relentless attitude towards himself, but no matter what, he still hopes to make Anjali happier. At this time, Anjali came to Chuda's side, and said to Shuda, "Don't think that it is a very powerful thing to be frightened by me again. What I want to tell you is that it is because my injury has not fully recovered, and it is because the equipment you have on the island is simply too much. It's complete, but I still hope to seriously think about such a problem. If you open me up and let me fight alone with you, I don't think you have a good chance of winning. But I still hope that you don't repeatedly say such things in front of me because of such a question, because I think He paused and continued. 421,819, 53. Chapter 89 Mission Location. This is really a vexatious thing. When Anjali said this, people said that when he said this, Anjali didn't mean anything else. He just hoped that Sechuda could understand that he is now Lu to him. There won't be any secret clues at all, and he is really very calm about such a thing. However, at this time, when the little official saw Anjali say such words in front of him, he really felt he was extremely angry, and he felt that he wanted to never continue joking with such a person again, and he didn't know how to talk to him, so at this time Sechuda took the public's face and shouted loudly. I've let someone down on my subordinates. Pull this dead thing down to me. People have passed. Don't let him run away again. I need him in the end. What ability is there? When Sechuda said this, people said that when Sechuda finished saying this, one of his subordinates began to bring Anjali to a very dark place, because before that, Angel Lai already knew that the island was actually not very big, but he never imagined that there was a secret room on the island. Then Sechuda's subordinates, just like what Sechuda said, were all black. He did what he asked, and then Anjali was taken to a secret room by his subordinates. The secret was really becoming more and more terrifying. At this moment, when Anjali saw everything in this weak area, I didn't feel that little bit of fear at all. Although this secret room seems to be auspicious and wants to give people a very terrifying feeling, Anjali did not feel anything because of such a thing. A little bit of fear because in the face of such a thing, he will not feel afraid at all, because he knows what will happen next. It may not be a good thing for him, but if it is really because of this, if you still feel scared, then this is not something that a hero does. So at this moment Anjali came to this secret room very calmly, and he has now been detained by Sechuda. Now, even though Sechuda was before this, you had already tried every means to humiliate Anjali. But at this time, he suddenly found out that Anjali didn't seem to be in his way at all. Seeing Anjali in front of everyone, Sechuda didn't seem to feel very scared, so he decided at this moment that he should be good. Let's go and practice Anjali's mind. First of all, it may not take many days to take Anjali, and Anjali will make himself very scared. At that time, he told Xiaoguang for forgiveness, so on the first day at this moment, Sechuda didn't want to pay attention to him, but on the second day, Sechuda came to Lu's secret room again. He looked at Anjali's expression, and also faced Anjali and said to Anjali, I think if you feel really scared, you should apologize. I know that Xiao has always been very magnanimous. If there is anything serious, I can solve it face to face. Clearly, if you feel that you are really powerless now, you can forgive me too. At that time, I can let you go. Maybe I want to see my heart. If you say something nice in front of me, maybe I will let you go when I'm in a good mood, but I still hope you be able to say a few nice words in front of me. Sechuda said this, because Sechuda had already known before that, Anjali, he has always been like a boiled child. So it is very hard, but no matter what, he still hopes to continue to repair. Anjali can show how powerful he is in front of Anjali. But when the incident happened, he suddenly discovered that Anjali would never understand his own way. When he finished saying this on the first day, Anjali did not give him the prompt didn't give him any response at all. He just faked that he didn't hear it. This incident really made him feel very angry. In this way, Sechuda went back alone. When he went back, he suddenly found out that the original two happened to him. He hoped that he would feel a little innocent, and Sechuda felt very angry. Hopefully it will make them understand what they are thinking. But before that, Sechuda, you had already told him very much. If he could apologize to himself properly, then he might let him go quickly. This is how Sechuda, who was left and right, kept looking for Anjali to tell him such a sentence, but Anjali did not want to talk to himself about the idea. What a sky map for the root of the number that Ali thinks. It's impossible to be afraid of anyone because of such a thing, even though this Sechuda is doing some ideas every day. Want to humiliate oneself. But Anjali didn't care much about the things that Shudad said at this time. Shuda didn't even think that Anjali dealt with him head-on every day during the day, but secretly dealt with him at night. To practice one's own skills. At this time, the old driver has secretly improved his skills a lot. In fact, Anjali himself was somewhat unexpected when such a thing happened. Because Anjali had actually thought about it at the beginning, although it was said that when she was in the sky, that Sechuda would say nonsense in front of her every time. Once it's him, he doesn't care about it at all. At night, he should practice it well so that others can impress him or not, but how is it? He feels that such a thing happens to us. In front of me, I still feel a little embarrassed. At night, Sechuda had no idea what was going to happen next, and faced herself 4243. 1954 Chapter 90 Life-threatening. What did Anjali do every night? He just came over every day to ask him for help as usual, and the days went by like this, and Anjali's skills had become very strong. At this time, he has unknowingly improved his skills a lot. In fact, after this kind of thing happened, Anjali also felt embarrassed, and he didn't want to do it. He just hoped to be able to turn your attention when you are online. Don't be entangled by that Sichuta all day long. Being entangled by him every day, Jianbai is too annoying. Constantly improving, but at this moment, Sichuta actually felt a little unbearable, because the 8-character 0, Sichuta believed that there was no difference between herself and Anjali. At the time, I went to face Chi Angli. I hope he can say any words of forgiveness in front of him. As long as he says one sentence, then he can communicate with him well, but now he suddenly realizes that he is now all this was done to Anjali as if nothing had been said. It can be said that Anjali didn't take what he said to heart, so at this moment Xiaokong really felt a little unbearable when faced with such a situation. He didn't know what to do next, he just felt that he was the liquid and should do his best to let them understand that such a thing happened. He really wasn't to be messed with, so on the second day at this time, Sichuta came to a secret room that Anjali had heard of. He hoped to be able to show how mighty he was in front of Anjali. He knew that even though he had always said that before that, in front of Anjali, he never showed how good he was. But today he really couldn't help it, and he also felt that when this happened, he realized that he shouldn't let others make him seem like a very incompetent person. So at this time, Shuta came to Anjali's beside him. He saw Anjali face such a feeling that he didn't care so much. He really felt that he was born at this time. When Sichuta finished the last sentence with Anjali, Sichuta seeing that Anjali hasn't given himself any reply at all. So when this happened, he was really very angry. At this time, Sichuta decided to reach out and use force with Anjali, and have a good test with him to see how powerful he is. I won't tell you about Wanchu. You don't even know how powerful I am. Today I will show you how fierce I am. I want you to do what you did before. Speaking of these costs, Shuta began to fight with Anjali, because in the past, he thought that Anjali would not eat or drink all day, and always looked unhappy. He must be exhausted. If he reaches out to him at this time, he will definitely not show how powerful it is, but the occurrence of such an affair really makes Sichuta feel he had no relatives. At this time, when Sichuta had just held hands, he was suddenly subdued by Anjali. At this time, when Sichuta was not paying attention, Anjali suddenly slapped Sichuta to the side. So, when such an affair happened, many people didn't know what was going on. When Sichuta herself was accidentally subdued by him, she was knocked to the ground, and she really felt very helpless. At this time, he was already seriously injured. At this moment, Anjali suddenly lived in Sichuta, and then said to Sichuta behind Sichuta, "Now, I will help me to go to the place of the quest that I have suggested to me on the quest, otherwise I will be rude to you, and what I will tell you next, I hope you can take it to heart, otherwise you have to know that what I'm doing now is actually already under my hands." What Grieg said. When Anjali finished saying this at this time, other people actually felt a little helpless. However, at this time, one of Sichuta's subordinates really felt very anxious. He didn't know how to deal with the matter of Lin, but at this time, Sichuta agreed to them. "Calm down, you don't need it, you all go back, let me handle it by myself." And they also feel that when this happens, others may feel that this is something that I am very irreplaceable. But in fact, it has already happened, so Anjali still hopes that they will stop interfering in such a thing. Moreover, Andanlai County has always hoped to reach the mission location as soon as possible, and then complete the mission that he wants to accomplish in his mind, and now I really can't wait for such a thing. If it drags on, it may become too late, because Anjali knew from the very beginning, what is the purpose of returning to the introduction domain this time, and he hopes to find it quickly location of this mission. Then complete the task in his mind. He understands that completing the task is very important to him. However, although he said that he has arrived at the island now, if he really wants to find the task point 35, then this is really a very sleepy feeling for him, so at this moment he can only hold Sichuta hostage. Because he knew that Shuta was very important to this island. He's been here for a long time after all. For many years, so. Know this. This king, think of taking over the throne. Come on, no matter what he does. It's a normal thing for them. Although they said that they hoped to let others know what they thought through such a thing, but it still happened, so they can only go through such opinions and think constantly. Such a question. I hope everyone can follow their own opinions. 4706, 32. Chapter 91 The Legendary Forbidden Land. And if you really want to reach a mission location, then all the things in Chien County can only be solved by Angeli himself, but Angeli is facing such a thing, and he will not feel any secret fear at all, because Angeli knows that such a thing will happen. It may not be terribly fearful in myself. For such a long time, Angeli has been able to complete all kinds of tasks very well. Before this, Angeli has completed many large and small tasks, and this time is not a problem, so said that when Angeli asked Sichuda to take him to any point at this moment, Sichuda didn't say much. Go and talk to Sichuda at the mission location, so that Sichuda can understand where this place is. So at this time, he will tell Sichuda the 16th name of the mission location, but at this moment when Sichuda heard these words from him, he was really shocked. Sichuda didn't know what to do. It was good, because he knew that such a place was a real fear for him. Moreover, he also felt that there was no need for Angeli to go to this place at all. Even if he went there, there would be no shame at all, and even if he went, he would be able to go there alive, but it was not certain whether he could come out alive or not. But at this moment, when Angeli just finished saying this, he looked at Sichuda's watch and already knew that Sichuda seemed to be a little scared now, but why would Xiaokong be afraid of Angeli himself? It's not very clear, so Angeli didn't say anything to Chuda at this time. Don't say goodbye to Chuda. I have already explained everything to you. Now you should take me to this mission location quickly, otherwise I will be rude to you. No matter what I do, I hope I can clarify some of my feelings in front of you, otherwise you will know how good I am. Don't think that at the beginning, I don't like to care about such a woman, it means that I can't beat it. Now that you already know how good I am, then I will no longer be a person who loves the king. I hope to be able to tell me the truth of such a thing. Angeli said this, and people say that he is safe. When Googly finished saying this, Chuda really wanted to feel very scared, because he knew that in the face of such a thing, even if he was angry at such a thing, even if he went to the most Angeli, he said nothing at all. What's the point? Because he understands that such a place, even if he goes there, he cannot survive, and this place is very dangerous at all. So at this time, Sichuda was straight that there was no way to take Angeli, because he knew that Angeli had always been such a straightforward person, and if there was anything, he should go to talk to others in time. I handed it over, so at this time and time, they made such a thing out of anger and went to Angeli to make it clear. That's good, Angeli, if that's the case, I should still take this as compensation and tell you clearly that you can go there. Don't worry about it. In fact, I already know that place, and I have everyone on the island knew that it was a forbidden area. Sichuda, who was not allowed to enter or leave at all, said this, because Sichuda knew that Angeli was actually a very upright person, and he would not talk to him if he had any sympathy. To make it clear, he will definitely not give up, but now that he has explained such a thing to him, so if Angeli still goes directly, then Sichuda himself has nothing to do. Forbidden place. Don't make fun of me, I don't believe that there is any place where I can't go there, otherwise I'll be rude to you. At the beginning, I thought you should know my power, although it is said that I have always done things with women if I don't like it, but today I really can't control my own eyes. But if you can obediently help me in the past, maybe I will think about it from the beginning, but you have to know that it is not a very difficult thing for me to have such a situation. I still hope that I can share the pros and cons of such a thing with what Angeli said, because when Angeli said these words, he was actually not very angry with Chuda, and he also I don't want Sichuda to go to Faye's own athlete because of such a problem. But when he saw this, he still felt that he was a little worried about being imprisoned. Facing such a situation now, Angeli felt that if he didn't hurry to this task location, maybe this character would be too late to do it. At that time, he may lose his qualifications for this task, so he still hopes that Sichuda can take him there quickly. But at this moment, when this happened to Sichu 673 Dajishi, he still felt a little scared for himself, because Sichuda knew that it was obviously a place that was not allowed to go, but why did this change the column just like that? Okay, I'll brush you over, but what I want to tell you is that if I really took you there, if it's really dangerous, I hope you don't bury me. Until then, don't say what I didn't tell you. And today I have told you everything about the leopard, so I hope you cannot blame me, and there may be a lot of danger in the next place we are going. If you really think that you are if there is no one in the world, then you can definitely try it. Siuda said this, because in Sichuda's mind, he always did not understand very much, why did Anjali do this, and he also knew that this was not just a task, even if so what if they don't go, so at this moment, they are what Anjali said. When he just finished saying this, he thought everyone would follow his own opinion. 42. Chapter 92 Hallucinations. In fact, Anjali still felt very happy. At this time, Anjali felt that what happened next might not be a good thing for him, but he knew that this kind of thing might happen at this moment. Dalian is actually a good ear. Okay, Sichuda, since you have promised me to take me there, then you should take me there quickly, because I don't think it's too late. If it takes longer, we may be too late for Anjali. Having said that, when Anjali finished saying this at this time, Sichuda had already promised him, because Sichuda felt that what happened now might not be very magical to others, but he still wanted to let them know what it was like, and he'd told him all the pros and cons. Going down, Sichuda and Anjali have already negotiated what is the right thing to do with such a power, so at this moment Sichuda brought Anjali and the two to the gate of the forbidden area. When they came to the gate of the forbidden area, they suddenly discovered that this place was actually just an ordinary cave. When this happened to him at this moment, he still felt a little shocked when he bought Anjali, because Anjali didn't know what was going on. Anjali has always heard from Shuda that this is a place where no one is allowed to come here. There must be something tricky about it. When he arrived at the door, Anjali suddenly realized that there was absolutely no need to let Xiaokong go with him. He knew that even though he and Sichuda had come to realize what happened next. If there are some disputes, then this is not a good thing, so Anjali let go of Shuda at this time. Let's go, Sichuda, the next thing to realize has nothing to do with you. Now that you have completed the task, you can go back. Don't tell others about today's leopard incident, because I think if such a thing happens, if you tell others, maybe others won't think it's a good thing for you. After he finished speaking, Anjali took Sichuda's hand away. At this time, he didn't want to go with Sichuda anymore, because he knew that the things that he would face next, maybe Sichuda was not very good. I'm happy, but no matter what Dad, he still hopes that he can let others use what he thinks and complete the task. There is absolutely no need to say anything to others, and he just hopes that a person can go to complete such a task alone, and when the next thing happens, C leaves alone. Although Sichuda also felt that it was not good for him to be angry, he still hoped that Anjali could pay attention to himself. Although it was said that before this time, he and Sichuda had already had some disputes, but Sichuda still didn't want him to die so easily. Because Sichuda felt that although he said that there was no life apart from the well, he still hoped that Anjali would not continue this risk, but he knew that Anjali did not listen to him in front of him. If so, and now that Anjali has arrived at this mission location, how could he leave so easily? At this time, Sichuda walked away alone, and then Anjali walked in alone. When he came to this cave, he found that it was just an ordinary cave, different from what it looked like from the outside. There is absolutely no difference. Because when he looked from the outside, he just saw that it was just an ordinary cave, and nothing else existed in it. But when he carefully observed such a common situation again, he suddenly found that the scenery of the cave inside was exactly the same as what he imagined. Such a well-connected cave, Luyu Anjali said that he really felt very magical, and Anjali didn't know why everyone would say that this is a forbidden place, and no one is allowed to go there. What is this? Once, other people are a little confused. However, at this time, when I walked into it by myself, he suddenly realized that this was just an ordinary tradition, but what kind of scene is this in Shandong? Anjali's own well is not very clear. Maybe it's because Anjali has a heart that is too shallow compared to Brother Huan, so he really feels that he is a little interested in this kind of thing. He must have something different in this cave. If it weren't for this kind of work, how could he be inexplicably turned into a forbidden place by others? Now that they have reached a mission location, then they must let others figure out such a thing because of such a thing, but then when all the things have happened, many people don't know how to continue the stitching, but in fact, after this kind of situation happened, Anjali himself was very clear. When Anjali kept walking into the cave by himself, he suddenly felt as if something was behind him. He turned around quickly and found that someone was attacking him. He didn't know this. What does man mean to himself? Why doesn't Qianhao appear strangely in this cave? A person calls him. What happened? Although Anjali was shocked, at this time Anjali and this person, the two people, couldn't fight their noses. When the two were fighting, Anjali suddenly found that this person didn't seem to be very powerful to him, because Anjali had been attacked by that person every day in the secret room before. The humiliation of the man named Shuda is that he has always been very tenacious and keeps exercising. Therefore, at this moment, what kind of scene Sichuda is, others are not very clear, but Anjali has no time to continue his father now, because Anjali thinks that the next step will be the most important for him. The most important thing is to quickly find a secret in this cave. If you want to crack this secret, you can only go deep into it. 429,606, 33. Chapter 93, Strange Monsters. Then I rushed to Z to figure out such a question, so in Anjali's mind, he didn't want to disturb such a purpose in his mind through such a thing, because the most important thing now is to complete the task quickly. However, after the incident happened next, other people didn't know how to get a job, but Anjali himself was very clear. This person knew that he was famous for attacking, and he must have come because of this mission, and this feeling must be related to the mission. Anjali had already thought about it from the beginning, although he said that this was just a common cave, but now that Lu is facing such a thing, he is actually very clear in his heart, he knows that this cave is for him. Although it seems that there is a national disaster. But if someone suddenly appeared to attack him inexplicably, then Anjali felt that this matter still seemed to fit. Because he knows that if he really wants to complete a task, then it is impossible to complete this task so easily. However, at this time, when Anjali turned back to 997, he suddenly realized that the person who was fighting the most was not someone else, but Zoro. Before that, he and Zoro were already very familiar with each other. He guessed that if Zoro really appeared in this cave, it would be a very sweet thing for him. Therefore, such an incident really made him feel very embarrassed. He didn't know what attitude he should use to communicate with others next, and he also understood that this kind of thing must be for others. Very good cake. Anjali has always known that what happened to him now may be a bit of a strong deal for them, and now facing the claim in front of him, Anjali really feels embarrassed. I don't know what's going on. Zoro in this inexplicable cave. Moreover, the two also had a fight, so at this moment, when the leopard happened, Anjali still felt a little embarrassed, and Anjali didn't know whether these things BIDF were true or false. When Anjali took a closer look at the Zoro in front of him, he suddenly realized that you were a fantasy in his mind. If it wasn't for an illusion, it would be impossible to appear here. At this time, he said that it should be someone practicing an illusion on himself. Because he knows that this person can't be Zoro at all, and if there is any half payment, they can make it clear in person. But now when he found out that this person was not Suobi at all, he began to obediently fight with him. At this time, when he desperately beat Zoro to the side. At first, he felt a little helpless about such a thing. He didn't continue to fight with this Zoro. He had always hoped that he could be with Zoro and explain it clearly, but he careful discovery, it turns out that this Zoro is not the Zoro in his mind at all. It was because he was cast on illusion that he became what he is now. When he found out that this Zoro was a fake, he suddenly felt that he should have a bold fight with him at this moment. When the two of them were reminding to fight, it really made Anjali feel very helpless. Although he said that after Jong Zoro was defeated, he suddenly discovered that Sulong's skill would change at this moment. Why did he? Anjali is still a little embarrassed about the fact that he will be brought down by ropes if the person is defeated, then it is really not a good thing for him, and now facing such a thing, he still feels a little clueless. Although Anjali already knows that this person is not a rope, but he still feels a little uncomfortable, because after all, this person looks exactly the same as the roping. Every time he knocked him down, Anjali suddenly found that the person in front of him became stronger and stronger. What happened? I hope that Anjali felt very unable to guess whether he was imprisoned for this. Has anyone installed any counterattack device? If it is really a prisoner to fish like this, then Anjali also hopes that he should take a good look at such a thing. Because he knew that the following things might not be very important to him, but, if it was really because of such a question. Instead, he kept arguing with him over the sand, so this is really a very frustrating thing. So at this moment when the incident happened, many people don't know how to record it, but Anjali still hopes to be able to fight this heartbreak in his heart. If Anjali knew that if he could occupy this new building, then he would no longer look at the person in front of him as Zoro, because he knew that this person could not be Zoro at all, and Zoro might appear. In this place, it may be because Anjali was mentally prepared to face such a thing before, so at this moment, when they watched what happened in front of them, they still felt when it comes to some seriousness. At this time, Anjali began to fight with the two Zoro people non-stop. If it is really, the face was surrounded by the front, and several people ordered the construction of the two, and Zoro struck hard at Anjali in front of him. Easy to end these things. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali can only go to Huan in front of him. After he casinos, he starts to attack again. At this moment, Zoro was knocked to the ground by Anjali again. Will he suddenly find out that the power of Anlong will be improved even more than before? It really made him feel very embarrassed to say that such a thing happened, that kind of blue embarrassment and no relatives, only he understood in his heart. 43,117, 17. Chapter 94, Success After All. He didn't know what the hell was going on with this Zoro. Does this phenomenon mean that the more someone is knocked down, the more power will increase? If this is really the case, then this kind of situation really makes Anjali feel very irreplaceable. What's wrong with Jong? If it's really because he's not Su Jong at all, then it's completely impossible for him to be like this. Therefore, at this moment in Shandong, there is really a flash of lightning. The two of them seem to be not letting anyone in the process of fighting, and at this time, Anjali feels that he should go all out with him. The fight was because at the very beginning, Anjali still hoped to let Chi Suo surrender, because he knew that even if he fought alone with this Suo Jong, they would not have any chance of winning, but he still hopes to stop it anyway. At the very least, after the incident happened, they could make such a question clear, but at this time, when Anjali found such a scene in front of him, he really felt a little evil. At this time, Anjali found that there must be something wrong with this incident. If they can really tell the truth in front of others because of such feelings, then this is really a good thing. Stunned, but since things are not right, even if Anjali wants to leave, it is not so easy. So at this time, Anfile decided that he should not continue to fight with the two Zoro, because if he continued to fight, they would have nothing to do. He still hoped that the Zoro would be the best. Personally think about the problem clearly. At this time he came to Zoro's side and restrained him at once. Because Anjali thinks that if he is not quickly subdued, then no matter how much the next two people fight, this Zoro will definitely become stronger and stronger. At this time, he subdues Zoro. After he suppressed Zoro, he found that Zoro's strength was stronger than before. Such an incident really made Anjali feel very embarrassed, so he didn't know what was going on. He just hoped that Su could make them understand what it meant to him after this happened now. He still hoped that they could explain the issue well, but Zoro at this moment seemed to have nothing else at all. Consciousness, It's nothing but a very indifferent person. However, when something happened to him at this time, Anjali still hoped that they could understand how to deal with such a thing. At this time, Anjali found that Sozo, who had been subdued by him, had changed his strength. But no matter what, after Dang Dang happened, Anjali still hopes to continue to fight against Zoro. But no matter what, he still felt as if he could do nothing, because now the strength of the case is getting stronger and stronger. He really can't figure out what is going on when things have become more and more serious. Anjali suddenly found that it seemed like a wrong thing for him to come to perform this task this time. He suddenly felt that if he hadn't come to carry out this mission at the beginning, he might not have encountered such a situation now. But this thing has already happened, so he just hopes to let others understand how to deal with such a thing. And after the incident happened, Anjali felt that even if he regretted it, it would be too late, and now he felt that when this happened, Qian should let them understand how he should deal with it. There are actually many people in Shandong. Knowing how to deal with such a thing, in Anjali's mind, he felt that it might not be a good thing for them to have this kind of two things, because in fact, Anjali already knew at this time that this person must be it's an illusion, and after such an injury in Re, other people will definitely think that this is something to blame, but Anjali still hopes to solve this problem completely. Because he can't solve this rope drop, then it is impossible to complete the task perfectly because before this, every time Anjali did something, he hoped to be perfect. Completing the task is in his mind. He thinks that it is very important for him to complete the tasks and these things for him, and it is absolutely impossible for him to waste such a good opportunity. Then, when he saw Sulong being subdued by himself again, his strength became stronger and stronger. He defeated Zoro again. After letting Zoro defeat this time, he suddenly realized that this Zoro is not an ordinary person at all. He has always been a person who quarrels with others because of such things, but no matter what has happened, he still hopes to let them understand that such a thing is for him. What does it mean? Anjali knew that if he continued to knock this Zoro down, then maybe his strength would become stronger and stronger, so at this moment Anjali thought that he should think of another method, although he said it now. What kind of method to use, he is not very clear, but Anjali has already noticed this, and he knows that if it is, then in the future, they may make this kind of fishing worse and worse, and maybe they will not take all such problems into account. Anjali still feels a little embarrassed when faced with such a thing, and he also feels this Zoro is completely different from what I thought. He reckoned that this case must be a heart in his heart. If he can knock down this heart, then he can quickly defeat this person now. Now, the acupuncture has been completed and the picture has been completed, so at this time, the hair of the Badang branch appeared in front of me. 0. 4335. 1718 __. Chapter 95 Crushing Strength. When he stood up again, he suddenly realized that this Zoro had become very powerful now, and he suddenly felt that he really shouldn't wait any longer. If you just wait and pray for this continuous drop to become stronger, then he may become more and more difficult, and this matter will become more and more difficult to handle, so at this moment Anjali decides to should think of this other way. If the military method does not work, then Anjali also thinks that this method should be implemented, so that they can take it seriously. After completing such a task, Anjali will not regret it. Therefore, at this time, Anjali decided that he should think of another good method. At this moment, Anjali suddenly felt that, if this person is really his own heart, then he should isolate his own heart to overcome. In this way, he can hit the rope as soon as possible, so at this moment he suddenly thought of another good way. Granted, when Anjali implemented such a method in his mind, he found the point of this Zoro before, and he knew that this Zoro was completely different from the Zoro he knew before. He understands that if it is really because of such a thing, he will show mercy to him next. Zoro down through such a thing. Then, under Anjali's struggle, finally defeated this Zoro. At this moment, after Zoro defeated, Anjali suddenly felt very happy. Because he knew that he had found a Zoro's weakness now, he knew that this Zoro would never be resurrected again. Because he understands that this Zoro is not his good friend at all, but because before that, he was indeed a person in his imagination, and this person just hoped to be replaced by Zoro's model. Can quickly disrupt his mind. However, after Zoro was defeated by Angeli, he has now failed and there is absolutely no need to do other things. Zoro, who failed, disappeared like this. At this moment, Lao Song suddenly I feel that such a thing is really a good thing for him. Then he has absolutely no need to continue to stay in this cave, so he just said that he felt that he should leave this place quickly, so at this time, he left the cave at once. Although Angeli thought that this cave might have been a place for him to complete his mission, he still hoped to escape from this place quickly because he knew if you continue to stay, things may become very sullen at that time, so at this moment, everyone still hopes to let them know what this matter means to him. He understands such a thing. Things can be very bad for them, but hopefully they can understand what's going on with them. When Angeli left this place, he suddenly found that this was just an ordinary cave, and there were some different places in this Shandong. That was because the Zoro in the cave was different from others. After Angeli escaped from this place, he suddenly realized that the things he had experienced before this might not be very bad for him. And he also understands what this kind of thing means to him at this time. Angeli suddenly feels that this thing is really very good for him, because he understands that in the process of reaching his descent, his strength has been continuously improved. At this time, his own strength has increased by another level, so at this moment, Angeli still feels that he is still relatively good in the face of such a thing. If it wasn't for this rarity in Shandong this time, then how could he have been a blessing in disguise? Immediately after praying for Angeli, he suddenly found that he was a blessing in disguise. There is something better for him than this. That means that he has not only completed such a big head now, but also suddenly found that his mission has been successful because at this time the system has also prompted. In fact, Angeli has now recognized Yan's after completing this task. Press down Angeli's task reward I has been given to him. At this time, Angeli suddenly realized that the things that he experienced before this time did not mean that he did not reach a mission location at all. It was because the mission had already started from the moment he entered the cave, and he kept hitting Zoro during the mission. And he has improved his strength, so at this moment he suddenly found that such a thing is a real task for him. Now that the mission is completed, Angeli really feels that he is debt-free, and he suddenly feels some of the things he has experienced before. It is very occasionally, because he knows that his strength has been improved by another level, which is more than anything to Angeli. Because Angeli knows that these things happen to him, and others may feel that this is a matter of course. 56 But Angeli still hopes that Angeli and the others will understand that after this kind of thing happens, they should be fine. To think about such a question. Angeli knows that others may find it understandable for such a thing as completing the task. But Angeli still thinks that this task can be completed by Kuiji, which is really a big deal. It's a good thing, although there are some difficulties in the construction process. And that Suozuo has been losing Angeli's mind all the time. He knows what this Zoro means to him. If Kai is not because that person looks very Zoro, then he may have wanted to call this Zoro a long time ago. Man was knocked to the ground. With such strength, as the opposite. 43, 49. Chapter 96 The Strength Faction. But no matter what, although the process is more difficult, the result is still good. At this moment, when Suo Zhang disappeared in Angeli's mind, Angeli suddenly found that this person was only in his heart. An inner demon. Now that he has completed the task, there is absolutely no need to think about other things. After the completion of the task, Angeli can quickly leave this place, and then Angeli suddenly finds himself at the original time. Being able to come to this cave quickly is actually a destiny. It is really a good thing. He hopes to let others understand what the injuries he has done today mean good things to them. The whole world about this kind of love. Because of this matter, he only needs to be alone. It's enough to know, for them it's not worth it at all. And what kind of meaning does the lion matter give guidance to people all over the world? And when the love affair happened, Angeli still hoped to be able to complete a task seriously, which was more important to him than anything else. The important thing is that Anjali has left the cave. Although it was not a good thing for him when he left the cave, Anjali still felt quite happy about what happened next. Because Anjali thinks that although he has only completed these battles easily now, these things are still very meaningful to Anjali, because these fights have become the next task of my own has been completed so easily. Although the process is still a little difficult, the result is a good result after all. So next, he still hopes to let them understand what this matter means to him. Next, he also hopes to let his apprentices get a good result. He understands that the next time is still before this. I should explain these issues clearly. At this time, after Anjali left the cave, he suddenly found that his strength had improved a lot. At this time, he would make people feel that he was no longer the Ainge he used to be. Listed, his current level can already crush Sichuda. Although before this, he has been constantly improving his level, but now his level can crush anyone. So at this moment, he suddenly found out that such an incident happened, and it was not a big deal for him at all. He was hunting for the love that he was limited to now, or should he go for revenge? He should go and look for those people who hurt his relatives and his apprentices. If it is because of this, he should let him pay the price first, because Bik was the original chef, and they hurt him. If it weren't for this, how could Anjali remember such a thing still fresh? Maybe it's because Anjali is actually quite strict with himself in his usual life. He guesses that if someone really hurts him behind his back, maybe he won't care too much, but now he knows that those people hurt him. It's not yourself, but your family and friends. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali feels that he should let these people go unpunished. If he has reached such a level now, then he should go to these people to seek revenge, so that they can do well for what he did in the first place. Things pay the price. So Anjali began to look for these people at this time, because at the beginning, these people had made a very serious injury to their friends and apprentices. So at this time, he decided that he should not let these people consume the law like this, and sometimes he came to these people's side, and then quickly defeated them. Before this time, in fact, Anjali didn't think of it at all, and he would try to defeat them as easily as possible, because at the beginning, Anjali's level was actually relatively low. 100 never thought that one day he would grow to such a level as he is today, and that these people could be defeated quickly, so when it happened, Anjali still felt very happy, such as giving these people to Angel. After the defeat, in fact, his heart still feels very good, because after all, he has already reported for those who hurt his relatives. In this case, he may become ignorant and light-hearted, and he will feel very happy, so that no one will continue to pay for his relatives and friends in front of him. When things go wrong, others will feel these things that I regret, but in Anjali's heart, I still hope that 973 can let them understand what it means when such a thing happens to me. At this moment, Anjali began to check the progress of a task, because he knew that the progress of the task was very important. At this moment, when he checked the progress of the task, he suddenly realized that it was not only his own level up. Moreover, the level of the apprentices around him has also increased. For Zoro, at this time, when Anjali saw that Zoro's level had increased, he was really happy, because he thought that Zoro was different from himself, so at the beginning, Zoro has also experienced a lot of confusing things. But fortunately now, his level has also been raised, so they will definitely become more and more happy because of this kind of thing. At this moment, in Anjali's mind, he thinks that everyone's level has been raised. Well, then it's time to celebrate. But now Anjali still hopes to ask them about such a thing and clarify it first, so that they can become very happy because of such a thing, maybe at this moment. For them, the most important thing is to know that your skills have improved. 4373. Chapter 97 New Experience. Your level has now improved. Maybe the next thing like leveling up is not very important for repelling, but for Anjali, I still feel very happy. Because Anjali still hopes that they can improve, so that everyone can make progress together, and maybe they will have a common language in the future. At this time, Anjali had already checked the level of everyone in the task level, and he found that everyone's progress had improved. I really feel happy for them, especially my apprentices. Before that, Anjali actually trusted his apprentices, and also recognized them. Because of such a thing, if others feel very happy, then this is really a good thing for them, but in Su Yang's heart, he still feels some problems like this, and he still doesn't know what to do. To communicate. And when Anjali knew about such a thing, his first choice was to hope to quickly explain such a question to them, and at this time Anjali came to Zoro's side and said to Zoro, did you know? Now your quest level has been raised, and your level may exceed mine in the future. At that time, the level of the two of us can be gradually improved together, and maybe we will not become so different in the future because of this kind of thing. More and more funny. At that time, the two of us can crush anyone at will, and now my skill has become very powerful, and my level has increased a lot. If you don't believe me, you can check the mission progress Anjali like this. He said that, because Anjali had already faced such a thing before him and felt very happy. He knew that even if he said more to Zoro would not become more angry. Now he already knows. In fact, Zoro has always been a very good friend to himself. And now, he has guessed that Zoro's level has improved as well as himself, which is really a good thing because at this time, Anjali is very clear. He knows that Rukai really wants to charge 34s. It is not easy to be an emperor-level swordsman, and if you really want to achieve such a goal, then it's not enough except for a few of his own disciples, so he guessed that if he should achieve such a goal, he must think about another method because he knows that he has always been and his apprentices are all very good, and he also hopes that he can continue to improve such a thing through this kind of love, but it's not good, except for the last one, he is still true. It should be good to go to the island to find other purposes, because Peek and each of them live on this island now, so he still needs to be able to do things like this next. Let them understand what he thinks. It can be said that he still hopes to hone his mood with the people on these islands. Because Anjali knows that he has thought about it before, although it is not very easy for him to complete such a goal now. However, he still needs to keep working hard, so that they can solve this kind of thing as soon as possible. Anjali has always felt a little embarrassed about such a thing, and after this kind of thing happened, other people may think it's a no-brainer, but in Anjali's heart, he still felt that this happened. But they know exactly what they think. Anjali knew that if he really wanted to achieve such a goal, he had to constantly seek other goals from this island. So Anjali came to the island at this time and went everywhere to look for these people who met his own rules, because at the very beginning, Anjali already knew that these feelings might not be very important to him, but he was safe. Gary still felt that if he wanted to accomplish such a goal, then he had to search for characters on this island. At this time, he came to the island to search for skills, and found a few people who were more in line with his requirements. Although the requirements for this matter are not very high, he still needs to be able to find some new investors with smarter materials. If their minds are not flexible, then they are saying that their words for their apprentices are completely meaningless, so at this moment when things happen, Anjali already has such a higher Xinqing and a more flexible mind. People. Because Anjali thinks that if Rukai really took them back, then this matter is really a good thing for him. Moreover, Anjali also believes that if he really finds such people with relatively high understanding, he can teach them very vividly as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you really find some people who seem very depressed, then even if you explain it clearly to them, they won't explain such a thing to others. So at this moment when things have happened, Anjali still hopes to let them understand what they think. When Anjali had made such a matter clear to them, these people, with good success, expressed their willingness to follow Anjali. Because before that, they had already seen a power of Anjali, and no one wanted to be with such a powerful person. In this case, not only can you be with a very powerful person, but this person will also explain things clearly in front of him. In this case, someone may be able to cover them in the future. So at this moment, when these people found out that Anjali wanted to follow his words, then these people were very happy, and after the incident happened, these people also hoped to be able to explain the problem clearly in front of him. Angeli felt very happy with such a group of people, because he felt that these people were still people who had their own ideas for him. His character is independent. Waxy God is independent. 4398. 1155 __. Chapter 98 Excellent Talents. Because he thinks that these people's xingxing and understanding are relatively high. If he can find some people who are comparable to his own vote, then he may not become very helpless because of this kind of thing. And since the incident has already happened, then he also needs to be able to explain the problem clearly in front of them. These people already know what Angeli means, and they know Angeli's previous time, a person of higher rank. And now, when someone with a higher level seeks them out and takes them out to fight, then these people will become very happy. In this case, their own things will also improve. So let's talk about the next step. When they found out that such a thing happened, they were still very happy, and this Angeli was also happy that he had found such a group of people with higher mood and understanding. Because he thinks that he may not be too far from the sun mark, and if he really wants to find 30 swordsmen of the 4th level in this place, then he really has no other way but this way. He also felt that he should really cultivate with these people 503, so that they could quickly achieve such a goal. Moreover, Angeli is still quite satisfied with such a result now, because at this moment he really has no other method besides such a method. This is the only way for him. Greg has already thought about it. He thinks he should take these people out to better understand. Only in this way can they become stronger, otherwise they may always be a little baby in the swaddle, the same, they will never become stronger. However, at this time, when Angeli took these people out during the experience, he suddenly discovered that these people are really not as vicious as he thought, and from the very beginning, he had already imagined that these people might seem to be more savvy. But if there are any accidents during the teaching process, he will not feel very angry because Angeli is very clear about such a thing. He knows that many people start from zero. If you feel very angry because of such a thing, then it is really a problem that is not worth the loss. And at the very beginning, Angeli couldn't find a mental preparation that you had made. He didn't want to make others feel that he was a very thoughtful person through such an act of resentment, so at this moment, when Angeli went out to practice before taking the old man, he suddenly found that these people are now starting to have everyone has made great progress. Everyone has made progress. At this time when the dormitory is in the eyes, Angeli suddenly found that he brought these people out to practice, which is really a good thing for him, not to mention that he said that he might be there are many people who stand out from the crowd. Although such a thing happened, Angeli still cares about some embarrassment, and he also thinks that although it is a good thing to bring these people out to experience, there are still many people who say that on the surface it looks relatively he's smart, but he's actually quite stupid behind the scenes. Because it is impossible for these people to be able to tell from the surface what kind of understanding he is. Therefore, Angeli has long been mentally prepared for such a thing. He will not make any waves because of such a thing. He just hopes to make these people mature slowly. Although it seems that some people mature slowly, and some people seem to be struggling, but CABD, no matter what, Angeli still has high hopes for them. Although before that, he suddenly discovered these people, in fact, they have all improved, and everyone's level has begun to gradually improve a little bit. This kind of thing is really good for Angeli, and Angeli also hopes that these people can show how close he is in front of him. Greg became a little bit fond of them. At this time, Angeli found that a 4 emperor suddenly appeared in the crowd. Although such a situation happened, although Angeli felt very happy, this song Angeli felt that he was really no one at all, and he also felt that the first one who appeared in the crowd was either someone else or a tyrant. He has no longer brought so many people out to experiences before, but if one person can be the first to become such a level, then others will definitely follow him and continue to work hard. Because in this way, it can play a leading role. Therefore, at this moment, Angeli still feels very happy in the face of such a thing. He knows that he really did not choose this time. In this crowd, although some people seem to be a little stupid, no matter what, although it has been promoted to a new level in a short period of time, Anjali is still a little surprised because of this opinion. They know that when this kind of thing happens now, it may not be a good thing for others, but in Anjali's mind, he still hopes to let them understand what this kind of thing means to them. Maybe it's because after something like this happens, other people don't know what to do, but in Anjali's heart it's still very clear. Anjali knew that these people had suddenly become the first 4 emperors in front of him inexplicably. Anjali still felt very happy, because he knew that these things really felt incomparable to him. Happy. He is even happier than his own level has been raised, because he knows that these people are making progress. Although many people don't know how to deal with such a thing after it happened, but in Gree's heart, he still felt that this kind of thing was not a good problem for them. Everyone is in trouble this time. 4423. Chapter 99 Traitor. And Anjali also thinks that next, this is a good thing for them after all. Once the first 4-year-old class appears, there will be a second and a third soon. Therefore, Anjali's face he really had high hopes for such a thing. Among this group of people, there must be someone who would make him feel very happy. At this time, Anjali began to shoot the acid dance in Otsuka. Everyone is now wise. When it arrives, after such a person stands out, he will definitely feel very happy. At this time, Anjali said to others that there is now the first level 4 in our crowd. I really hope you can learn from him. Next, we all work together. I guess you should all be similar to him, so I hope you can all put your trust in yourself all equal. Don't be discouraged till the heart. Anjali said this. You were in prison when Anjali said these words. He didn't have any other troubles, he just hoped that these people under his command could become more belly. In this way, they would be able to explain such things as quickly as possible. If after the affair happens, many people will feel that they are completely indifferent, then in fact, Anjali is also temporarily sweating them. And now they can finally show how powerful they are in front of others, but no matter what has happened, Anjali still hopes that they can continue to improve one of their skills because he understands such a thing. Things are not only good for themselves, it may also be of great benefit to these people themselves. Because they understand that after this kind of thing happens, many people don't know how to continue, but in any case, they still hope that such a thing can make the problem clear in front of others. And Anjali really felt very happy after knowing such a thing. He knew that he should go to see the progress of Kushiro and Mahak because he knew that Kojibu and Mahak were also busy now. If they can stop because of such a thing, Anjali still feels a little embarrassed. At this time, Anjali went to check the footage of Kushiro and Mahak. He found Koishibu and Mahak. The lens is also very fast. These two people are also very powerful, so after the anger happened at this moment, Anjali was actually very happy, because Anjali also hoped that he could get better as soon as possible, but at this time when Anjali was by the time his task progress bar keeps rising, he already knows it. In fact, this matter is really a good thing for him. At this time, he came to Kushiro's side. After seeing Kushiro, he was told to Kushiro. How's it going, Kushiro? Maybe it's going to be smoother for you guys next, and I've noticed that you have a pleasant face in the same series of circumstances. I already know that the situation must be going very smoothly, right? Anjali said this, because Anjali had already measured all of this before, and it was clear, and at this time, when Anjali saw the pleasant faces of Kushiro and Mizuke, I already know that this must be very beneficial. At this moment, Kushiro turned around and nodded to Anjali, and then said to Anjali. Anjali, we are now looking for people everywhere for you. I hope you don't have any worries because of this kind of thing. Next, we only need to continue to use these talents, and then let them continue to improve their level. So now we have a lot of excellent talents. Such a good thing is still I really should report to you. Kushiro said this, because when Anjali said this, he actually didn't mean anything else. He just hoped that through such a thing, Anjali could understand that there are so many outstanding people under them. There is absolutely no need to worry about anything. At this time, all the angels on the island felt a little happy when faced with such a scene at this moment. Because Anjali knew that Shiro was smarter when he heard that this person was usually doing things, but before now, although Anjali took those 30 people out to experience every day, so he was completely injured in many cases. I don't have time to do some other things, but now thanks to Yujung Sibu Bye by his side, I keep collecting these people for him. Now, when Anjali found that his condition was getting better and better, he also felt that such a thing was not a good thing for him, but no matter what, all the loneliness was gone. After Kushiro knew that this kind of thing happened now, the well may not be very important to others, but in fact, when such a thing happened, Kushiro actually felt a little embarrassed, because Kushiro felt that he and Anjali the relationship between Faye is very good, and this time he hopes to be able to settle all the excellent people on this island for Anjali. At this time, Anjali also feels very happy. Because Anjali knows that all the outstanding talents on this island have basically been taken back, at this moment Anjali feels very happy. At this time, he came to the front of the task bar, and carefully looked at the progress bar of the task. At this time, the progress bar of the task showed that they were no longer as low level as before. At this time, their level had begun to gradually increase. Ascension, and the task bar has shown that they have become a rising state. So when such an event happened, Anjali really felt very happy, and still very happy, because Anjali hoped to make them understand this. What does it mean to me? When it happened, Anjali actually felt a little embarrassed because Anjali didn't want them to know this feeling. With 47. Chapter 100 The injury is getting better. What the hell is going on for me? So after what happened at this moment, many people don't know how to enter. But Anjali still hopes to make Sulong and the others themselves become a small head. However, I still hope to continue to recruit some talents, so that they can continue to improve their level. Because Anjali has been more worried about them for the past 100 years, and now the quests you are looking at are in a state of continuous improvement in level, and Anjali really feels very relieved. Kay is really very capable, and he knows that Mahak has made a great contribution to this kind of loneliness. Although he said that he was praising Kushiro at all, he also understood that the prisoner, 020, although it was said that there had always been a very good relationship between Kushibu and Mick. But he still hopes that Jeng Sibu and Mahak can make a contribution to this kind of thing, so that the two of them will not have some disputes because of this kind of thing in the future. When things develop to such a level today, in fact, Anjali still feels very happy. Because Anjali knows that his relationship with Kushiro and Mahak is very good now, and what Kojibu and Mahak are doing now. It just makes Anjali feel so happy. Their mission level is constantly improving, which is good for everyone. Anjali hopes to make them understand what such a matter means to them. Although they have always been unaware of how to deal with this matter, in the face of such a matter, angry Greg is still happy. Anjali knows how to deal with such a thing, because he understands that such a thing may not be very happy for him, but he understands that this is a good start after all. However, at this time, when Anjali and the others were still happy about this matter, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. At this time, a traitor suddenly appeared in Kushiro's team. At this time, he suddenly felt such a thing. Kunz made him feel very embarrassed, so he escaped from the others and went to resist Kushiro. Because this person has always been a relatively unpopular person in the crowd, so at this moment, he feels that he should use such a sentiment to confront Kushiro and the two of them head-on. Because he knew that it would be impossible to confront Kushiro with his own strength, and he also hoped to be able to show how serious he was in front of Kushiro. Although after a lot of lobbying, there were many people listen to his words, and then keep attacking Kushiro with love. But at the end, it was rehabilitated by Kushiro. This incident was really bad for Kushiro, because Kushiro never thought that these people were a group of white-eyed wolves. At the beginning, in fact, Kushiro was working hard. Pulled them over and brought them over. In fact, Kushiro also hoped that they could show a more powerful side in front of him. They all hoped that such a thing could happen to them all the time. For a good impact. But when it happened, Anjali still felt a little embarrassed, because Anjali didn't know such a thing very well at all. All the things were solved by Kushiro himself. At this time, Kushibu found that someone was doing some rebellious things in his own crowd. It really made him feel very angry because he suddenly felt that this person was very ignorant. After all, it was Kushiro who was very kind to them before that. I won't yell at them, and I have always been in a very good state for them, and now when they put everything on Kushiro's head, Kushiro really feels very sad. The situation has also been rehabilitated and has been brought under control, but at this time Kushiro suddenly found that there were many traitors in his crowd. And such a thing really made Shibu feel very angry, and Kushiro knew that. What does this kind of injury mean to me? He didn't want to let others know through such a thing at all. What should we do about it? But when it happened, they felt that this kind of thing had already happened, so there was absolutely no need for others to know and cultivate the for what Dian felt was that he had really been looking at people before this, and he really felt very sad at this time. He doesn't know what to do next, he just thinks that these things may not be very good for him at this moment. But he still felt that there were not many of these people, so he rebelled against himself. What was the reason? Shibu felt that such a thing happened to him. He really felt very embarrassed, and he felt very sad. He didn't know what to do next. He just felt that it was really bad for him to fight against him behind his back. He would carefully check the crowd in his team at any time. At this time, Kushiro carefully found that the original crowd has lost a lot of talent, because at the beginning, if you really want to resist, then they have to have one rehabilitated, so at this moment when everyone rehabilitates, they have already lost a lot of talents. The two sides are fighting, and there are many people who have a bad situation because of this kind of thing, and many people have already sacrificed. So at this moment, Kushiro suddenly felt that he should not have recruited that person in the past. Because that person had already shown that he did not want to join this team from the very beginning, he was constantly following Kushiro's persuasion, so he reluctantly came to this team. But at this time when he came to this team, he always felt that he was the core of the team 4461. 419__. Chapter 101 Loyalty. It's not because of a good thing that something is good for him, so he starts to tell others how bad it is. So after this life, they also feel this kind of thing. What does it mean to them? At this time, Kushiro feels incomparably regretful, but it is too late to regret it. Although he has already rebelled against these people, and now there are no bottlers among the crowd, but at this time, Kushiro still felt that he was very distressed by the previous group of subordinates. If it was not because someone was rebelling, how could he have lost so many talents in a famous name? At this time, Kushiro suddenly felt it's a pity that these talents are so simple. If they weren't imprisoned for this, how could these talents lose their lives in a famous way? Kushiro felt that such a lover should not be famous to tell others, and he also I feel that such a 20 things, if you ask others what they have said, they may think that this is a very bad love. What's more, if what I want is to be given a posthumous title by others, and there is such a situation in their crowd, there may be more people coming to attack them, so at this moment, Kushiro feels that such a situation, it really needs to be kept secret. But there are no airtight walls in this world. So after what happened at this moment, they still felt that such a thing should be communicated with others. The only thing is that Fei Cheng has no face, but no matter what, if you have no face, you should make this issue clear to Anjali, and the most critical issue is that now Zheng Sixiao has also been injured. At this time, Zheng Sixiao's injury is not very light. Although he knows that such a thing is not a good thing for him, he still hopes to hide such a thing. But no matter how savage it is, Anjali still knows about it, because Anjali already knew the progress bar before that, and now it has dropped. If it has dropped, then someone must have been injured. Well, then who is injured? Anjali has already started looking for it carefully. At that time, Anjali found out that the injured person was none other than Kojibu. He knew that Kushiro was a relatively powerful character before this, but why is he injured now? Therefore, after what happened at this moment, Anjali felt that he should not just do it, Dad. So Kushiro, who was always looking for him at this time, hoped to be able to communicate such issues well in front of Kushiro. If you still understand that before this, I hope to make Jang Sibu less anxious. If there is any problem, they can explain it directly. Because Kushiro has always been very arrogant, he knows that there is absolutely no need to explain the current anger to others. And he also felt that it was not a good thing for them after this half-love happened, but when it happened, he still had to tell others about this kind of problem. Especially at this time. In fact, Anjali and the others have already come. At this time, Anjali found that Kushiro is now injured, then they must explain this problem well. Anjali knows that this kind of thing affects them. It's really bad, and Anjali has always known that if Kushiro is really injured, then this is a very important thing for him. He doesn't want it to be so inexplicable. He didn't care about him, so he came to Kushiro's side, and then saw Kushiro injured like this. I really feel very angry, and I feel very helpless. At this time, I still feel sorry for Kingsabu because he already knew it from the very beginning. In fact, Koshiro has always been a relatively good talent and is doing it. When something like this happens, I don't think about any other consequences at all. He is still very happy about this kind of peace, and if it wasn't because such a thing happened in front of them, maybe this kind of problem would not have been thought of by others, but now Anjali already knows the progress bar has some insight, it must be because Kushiro was injured. When Anjali came to Jang Sishao like this, he really felt extremely distressed. He hoped to help the 4 departments as soon as possible. At this time, he was helped by Zhang Zhengshalang, who knew that the 4 departments were injured. It may not be very desirable for others. Once it was Anjali, he still felt that this kind of love was very important to him, and he didn't want to let Kushiro go on like this. Because he still hopes to let the 4th division of farming find himself to start mining, and in the future they will be able to work hard together and fight again. And before that, if it wasn't for King Shishao, how could he have attracted so many people? So at this time, when Anjali found out that King Shiro was injured, he began to rely on his own strength to go to the hospital. Go slowly to restore Jang Sibu's injury to him. Originally before this, when Jang Sibu was injured, he didn't want anyone to know, and he had already told his subordinates, don't tell Anjali about this, because Jang Sibu actually felt that this kind of thing happened. In fact, it is still a rather humiliating thing, and the person who rebels is one of his subordinates. If he could keep his eyes open at the beginning, it would be impossible for such a thing to happen, so it is said that such a thing at this moment. After it happened, Kushiro had already told other people before him, don't tell Anjali about this kind of thing, but at this time when everything has happened, they feel that this kind of opinion issue is for them it's not very bad, but Anjali still hopes to be able to bring Kushiro to Shuji. This is the most important thing in painting. 4485. 419__. Chapter 102 The Backward Psychology. At this time, when Kushiro woke up, he suddenly realized that the person beside him was none other than Anjali. So at this moment, Kushiro really feels very embarrassed. He doesn't know how to explain this matter to Anjali. And he also understands that he really can't blame others for such a thing to happen. If he wants to take care of it, he can only blame himself. Then when Kushiro found Anjali next to him, he felt embarrassed. What people say? Who of you told him? Didn't I say so? Don't tell Anjali about this, but you are still trying your best to find him. How the hell did Kushiro say this? It was in Kushiro's heart that he thought that something like this happened. Still may not be very critical for others to mind. And when Ekuo happened, they also felt that if such a thing really happened, Jang Sishao would feel really embarrassed, because he didn't want this kind of thing to be known by others, especially Ange. Lie, if Anjali has already known about this matter, doesn't that mean that he is really a very kind person? And before that, he had been praised by Anjali. He knew that Anjali was constantly praising him in front of him. This kind of thing was really a good thing for him, but now he is inexplicably suffering again. If Anjali really found out about such a serious injury, wouldn't he want to disappoint Anjali? But at this time, Anjali smiled and said to Kushiro that the 4 parts are good, you should stop blaming other people for this kind of thing. What's the point? and neither this nor that book was told to me by anyone else, but I knew it by myself. It is only fruitful to say that, I am looking at Yutian Shiti and I bought Zaihui medicine. I think it is true, it is a secret year, so you don't need to worry about other things, but now I still have a lot of things to watch. Anjali said this, because when Anjali said these words, he didn't actually have any other thoughts. He just hoped that he could ask Kushiro this kind of question to say that he would be happier, and hoped that it would make him happy. Kushiro should stop saying these words because of his cancer. In fact, Kushibu still feels a little embarrassed, because he knows that he is just getting better when he goes public now, maybe if he really wants to start all over again. Then these feelings may become very difficult. So at this time, he turned around and said to Anjali that Anjali is really sorry. I know that these things are all my own, so I didn't get it because I received the if someone who feels very bored. How could he know that he is going to reverse the version like this, and we will not become like this now, and we will not lose so many talents. Ishiro sincerely apologizes to Anjali like this, because he felt that he really made such a big mistake because of his own mistake, but at this time, Anjali felt that he should speak clearly to him, so that they would not have been all because of such a thing to have a quarrel, and also think that if Kushiro really has realized his mistake, then he thinks such a thing is not wrong at all. Here, you say that Anjali has changed at this time. Come to Kushiro's side, and say to Kushiro, in order to cultivate the 4 divisions, you should not keep quarreling with others because of such things, and now. After I already know, you already understand yourself, but what I want to tell you is that even if it is wrong, it is not the condition at all. If you say that you have lead, I think it means that you have a little lead, which means that no matter how talented you are, it will not be more. If you take in a lot of people, but there are not many loyal people, I don't think it's necessary at all, and it doesn't make any sense at all. And now you have it. If a lot of people who are not central are staying in our team, then these people might as well not come, so at this moment. The words I said in front of me are all for your own good. I hope to be able to say this to Anjali. People said that when Anjali finished saying these words, in fact, for Jang Sibu, he felt that the relationship with Anjali was very good. At this time, he finally understood what Anjali meant to him. He understands that Anjali has been helping him all the time. At this time, Anjali said to Jang Sibu, now, I will gather some people for you, so that you can continue to strengthen the two of you in the future. If it is really because of such a thing that some disputes arise in the future, this is not a difficult angel. Said so. In Anjali's mind, he believes that what is happening now is not a very unusual thing for people. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please subscribe to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Love, but in Jang no money is good, Shiro's heart. He has always been now Anjali has for himself. There are a few people, so he still hopes to be able to explain things clearly. So then Kushiro's injury has been fully recovered. At this time, Kushiro feels that if he will have a dispute with others because of such a thing, then this is really a very bad time problem, but no matter what, in Kushibu's heart, he still hopes to continue to cultivate other outstanding talents. Because now the anger has happened, and Jang Seo has understood, Anjali knows that Anjali has always hoped that he can cultivate the talent in front of him. So at this moment Kushiro already knows what to do. 45,104, 20. Chapter 103, The Disappearing Talent. Through Anjali's constant guidance by his side, then they also hope to be able to cultivate it well. These few talents in front of him, in this way, they can seriously explain such things to understand the next few days. Kushiro keeps training these few people in front of him. It was because he knew that these few talents were very thoughtful about their own opinions, and if they had anything to do, they could tell them to woo-choo in front of others. At this time, Jingxi still felt, what does this kind of thing mean to me? He knew that Anjali had been here for 100 years, and he didn't stop coaching himself. If the prisoner did not have Anjali, then he might not be as good as he is now. After it has happened, the relationship between Zheng Xixiao and Anjali is actually getting better and better, and Anjali has already passed on his experience to Kushiro. At this time, Aoshiro already knows about this relationship. How should it be dealt with? At this moment, Kushiro, the talents around him have become more and more, so in the mind of Kojibu, he thinks that he only needs to train these thoughtful people in front of him. Now, there is absolutely no need for him to communicate more with others. Then, after the incident happened, many people didn't know how to deal with it, but in Anjali's mind, he feels that Anjali is also clear. He understands what such a thing means to others. But Anjali knew that it would not be a good thing if Kushiro kept going to the well because of such a problem, but only Anjali didn't think so, because Anjali believed that failure was the mother of success. If it is really possible to discuss it clearly because of such a thing, then they will definitely put such a problem in the clear and set out the practice of correcting the loss of the Campo knot in their minds. Then they can learn some lessons from this failure. Maybe they won't continue to fail in the future. At this time, there was another emergency on Daisuke's side. At this time, Tashigi accidentally fell into the sea, and then she could no longer use her abilities. At this time, Das suddenly felt very sorrow. When she was alone in the sea, she really felt that she couldn't count herself, and she didn't know what to do next. But at this time, when the anger happened, Tashigi really felt that she might not be able to be taught by others. When I got up, Zoro suddenly appeared at this time. At this time, Suobi rescued her at once. At this time, Tashigi really felt that she might have encountered it because in the past, Tashigi knew that she had been both are very unlucky people, although this time she accidentally fell into the sea. But when Zoro told her that such a thing happened to Dunchi, Tashigi still thinks that she is actually lucky. After all, there are still people who can save her. At this time, he really felt very happy. He still hoped that through such a thing, he could let others understand what he was thinking, and he also hoped to let them know, although it was said that after his incident, in Tashigi's mind I still feel like I'm a drag and drop bottle now. Mighty has always felt that this kind of thing is not a good thing for them. I hope that through such a thing, I can let others know that I don't want to be them now. Although I said that at this time, the rope has already rescued him. But these two things that happened when he came down the rope made him feel very embarrassed. At times, Tashigi felt that he was the weakest person among the crowd. If it weren't for this, how could he have gone to the sea with such a good name? So at this time, he decided to open this place higher. So at this moment, Daduanchi started to leave this place because he felt that pressing down was not a good thing for him at all. He hoped to leave this place as soon as possible, and from now on not to do anyone else's tow oil bottle. Wei has always hoped that through such an experience, others would know what it means to do these things now. Many people may think that it is not a good thing for them after such a thing happens, but I still hope that through such a thing, others can understand what this kind of thing means to them. Then he left this place inexplicably, making them feel embarrassed, and he always felt that it was a matter for them to go to the stable when such a thing happened. At this time, I said that it is up to you to decide. Enjoy secretly to practice. At that time, when he left this place inexplicably, it really made them feel very embarrassed. He was accustomed to practicing alone by himself. In the early morning of the second day, many people could not find him. It's Zoro. Zoro can't find Tashigi now. He really feels very anxious. He doesn't know where Tashigi went. This is the time when Luyu Zoro will talk about the most important thing, that is to sue this kind of thing quickly. He knows that in this crowd, only Anjali can bring this DOS through his own power, because he knows that if Tashigi disappears suddenly like this, then he may face great danger in the future. Because no one can tell what kind of danger will appear in this place, so at this moment Suobi is really in a hurry to face such a jerk. The only thing he can do now is to quickly put Ange list to find 4512. 2048 __. Chapter 104 The Second Four Emperors. When Angeli came to this place, he suddenly saw Zoro's anxious look. He asked Suojiang like this. What the hell happened to the repelling? Did this Tashigi just disappear like this? What exactly is going on? Before this, when was the last time you saw her? Gree asked this, because Angeli still hopes to be able to quickly bring back the power through such a relationship, because he knows that the little mother has been a relatively lonely girl for 100 years, so sometimes he is more savvy, so he left the crowd with such a good name. However, at this time, Suojiang felt that he should make such Angeli clear. Only in this way can Angeli be able to move quickly. Found, so at this time, Xiejiang said to Angeli. Love is like this, Angeli, I didn't know what the original prisoner was yesterday, and Duanqi didn't know what was going on, but fell into the sea inexplicably. I let him out, maybe because he thought I have already dragged everyone down, so let's say he disappeared in VVVV miraculously. For such a thing, I am really sorry. Well, this matter of Zoro has nothing to do with you. You can rest assured that I will continue to make it through my efforts, and then you will not need it because of this. When things are about to happen, I hope to be able to take responsibility seriously. When such a thing happens in our minds, how should we deal with it? You should not stop such opinions and problems on your own body. Next, I will clarify this issue. Said this, when Angeli brought back Tashigi at this time, he decided that he should still have a good talk with Sichi. Because she knows what kind of attitude Tashigi should have when facing her next, she understands that the idea must be because she feels that she has already embarrassed everyone in this crowd. But no matter what, everyone is a good friend, and now Mihawk still hopes to make Zoro not get angry constantly because of this kind of thing, and before that, he still hoped to be able to understand for them how to deal with this kind of thing. Maybe it's because in Angeli's mind, he feels that the relationship between himself and Zoro is very good, and now, they have been doing this kind of thing all the time. It may be a bit bad for others, but this kind of thing anger may be a bit bad for other people, so Angeli and Zoro continued to quarrel because of such issues. But they still hoped to have such a good result. However, when Angeli finally tried her best to call Tashigi back, she finally felt that the relationship between herself and Tashigi was no longer the same as before. There was nothing to talk about, and at this time she decided that she should persuade Tashigi well. Because he knew that Tashigi must be in a bad state of mind. If it weren't for this, how could she have left by herself inexplicably, so Angeli is here at this moment. He got to her side and said to Tashigi. When it comes to you, don't worry, I will never abandon you because of such a thing, and you have to know that although you feel that you are not very powerful now, I still hope to have some confidence in yourself because everyone starts from zero. If you become very powerful all of a sudden, I think then this matter may become very bad, and many people will be very unconvinced, but I still hope that such a problem can be given to make it clear because I've always had high hopes for you. I hope to be able to explain such things clearly in front of others, and now that you have explained such things clearly. But next time, I still hope to be able to seriously take this kind of problem, think clearly, don't give up because of this kind of thing. Asking Flowers Zero Angeli said this, but when Angeli finished saying this, he was always sore on the temples, because he still hoped to get it from the eyes of the students. Duanqi now he is no longer pregnant and unhappy as before. He hopes to make Duanqi's eyes suddenly a power of self-confidence. At this time, when N.J. Lai saw that Tashigi's calcium was finally filled with confidence again. I really felt that I was extremely self-sufficient. Because she felt that Tashigi was no longer as unhappy as before. Then when things happened next, other people didn't know how to solve it, but Angeli was very clear about such a situation. Because Angeli felt that he and Tashigi had already made the words very clear, so the first choice was to save Angeli's eyes, and then said to Angeli. Don't worry, Angeli, now I already know what you mean, and I will definitely not give up on myself in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely cultivate well, so there is absolutely no need for you to do this next time. Continue to worry about me, just look at my performance. Lee understands that what he is doing now is all for his own good, and he also understands what the next thing he is doing now means. He understands that many people have high hopes for him. The only thing he has to do now is to cheer up quickly, so that others will not be disappointed with him. But at this time Anjali will sort out his tone, and then tell Tashigi, you don't become unhappy because of such a thing. You have to know that after this kind of thing happened now, it may not be a good thing for us, but I still hope that you can seriously clarify such a problem. The ins and outs of the anger are very clear. 4537. 2048 __. Chapter 105 Dare to Try. Because in my mind, I think after this kind of thing happens, we should still explain this kind of problem clearly. You can rest assured, I will continue to explain such problems clearly in front of you, and I have always known that you are a very smart person, so if you can use my teaching, if you continue to improve your level, then this is really a promising hand. Anjali said this. When people knew that when Anjali finished saying this, the little boy actually felt very happy to do it, and then in the next paragraph, Anjali kept thinking about Yuji Station. It, s. 687, Tashigi is no longer as unhappy as before. Now he is constantly cultivating under Anjali's guidance every day. At this time, his level has been improved very fast. At this time, at this moment, when Anj was carefully swallowing, when Yuankai and their team suddenly appeared a second 4th grade student, it really made Anjali feel very happy. And Anjali also feels that these things he is doing now are really very meaningful. Emotions have become more interesting. He hoped to be able to grow up and become more and more happy. At this time, when he found that the second level appeared in the crowd, he really felt extremely happy. He did such a thing. For himself, in the end, what does it mean? Next, I hope that through such a thing, others can understand that these people around them are very powerful. At this moment, when things happen, many people don't know how to continue, but Anjali still went to check the progress bar of the task level. He suddenly found that their task level progress bar had risen again. At this time, Anjali was really happy for them, because Anjali had always faced such a progress bar as really very happy, because he knows that the progress bar is obviously rising now, which means that many people are constantly improving their own level. At this moment, Anjali found out. Everyone is working hard to improve their level, so this is really a good thing. However, at this time, the system suddenly prompted a new thing. Originally, when this happened before, other people would feel very uncomfortable. Oops, and Anjali also felt that such a thing was not a good thing for him. The system prompted a new task and told Anjali that there was a new shortcut during this same siege. Tasks can be completed quickly. In this way, after completing the task, he can catch these people under his hands. At this moment, Anjali still feels a little tangled in the face of such a thing, and he doesn't know what to do. Because he knew that such a shortcut would definitely have a lot of dangers. But when Anjali thought about it carefully, the system had already told him that if he took this shortcut, then he might complete such a task as soon as possible, and he could also after this task is completed. Such a thing is really very good for Anjali. Maybe after it happens, Anjali doesn't know how to deal with this matter, but he still feels that this kind of thing happened. After the incident, other people may think that this is an unreasonable problem, but Anjali still hopes to let them understand that such a thing happened to him, which is really a good thing for him. At this moment, Anjali thought for a while, because he knew that although this meant a lot of danger to him, he still hoped that he could make them understand that even if there was a risk, he also hoped to be able to finish the task as soon as possible after the task is completed, then they can go and figure out such a problem well. Maybe it is because the field he is in now makes him feel that such a thing is really true. You should let him accept it. Because Anjali knows that even if he is facing the next huge challenge, he will not feel afraid, because he knows that everyone needs to go through some risks in life. And even if he has experienced some huge challenges, this is not a very dangerous thing for him, because Anjali has experienced a lot of ill things in the past 100 years, he understands that it is given because of this. what to communicate with others, but no matter what, Anjali still wants to be just as they can. Enough to be happy. Anjali knew that if he could complete this task as soon as possible, then what would this mean to him? So at this moment, Anjali thought for a while, so he agreed without the risk of a hint from the system. Anjali still hopes to pass such a level. Let them know what these things they are doing now mean, but when what happened to Anjali may not be a very good thing for them, many people are expressed an objection, but Anjali still insisted on adding it, because Anjali felt that if he really took this path, then it would be a really good thing for him. After Anjali thought about it, he took on such a task. When the task was accepted, he might go to another place next. At this time, the system sent him to another place, probably because Anjali already knew it before that. For himself, he may have to constantly accept some new tasks, but if he really wants to, if this task is completed in such a short period of time, then it is really not a good thing for them, maybe because when things happen, they also feel that such a thing is not good for them. Saying wells is not a good thing. It was Anjali who always felt that this was a challenge for him. Although he has participated in many battles, this time is really different. 456,120, 49. Chapter 106 Demons and Monsters. All along, he has been constantly accepting a challenge, but last time he still hoped that he could continue to try new challenges in front of him, so that he could have a feeling of being alive when he came to a new one. When he was in this place, he suddenly found that this place was really unfamiliar to him, because he said that he had never picked such a place before, and every time he did a new task, it would make him feel very strange. Surprise. There are times when he can only be shocked and not his brother, but no matter what, Mick still hopes that he can continue to try some new challenges, so that he can make himself feel happy. This kind of feeling as Lou is very rude to him. Maybe even if the task cannot be truly completed, then Anjali will not feel any fear, but now I suddenly feel that even regretting it is completely meaningless, and because he has now 22A request for the slag system. Now he has come to such a new place, so there is no other way for him to complete the task seriously. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali has understood that he is really desperate now, and since he has agreed to the pound, the only thing he can do now is to quickly complete the task. The next thing is there's absolutely no need to think about anything. It may be because after the incident, many people felt that such a problem happened to them, and it seemed that it was not a very high-level idea, but no matter what, they were still more worried about Anjali, because they knew that Anjali now I have already accepted such a new mission and took a shortcut, and the system has also warned them that the risk will be relatively high. If this is the case, then Anjali still resists to participate in such a mission. For others, it was really a sweat for him. They didn't know whether Anjali would seriously complete this task to the end. If it was because of such a thing, what happened? Wrong words. So this is something that no one knows how to bear. Maybe it was because they didn't know how to bear such a problem before, but no matter what, when things happened, they still felt such a problem and felt a little embarrassed. When Greg landed in this place, he suddenly realized that he was really embarrassed in front of him. He checked the group at this time, and it turned out that there were a lot of things in front of him that made him feel very surprised, because before this, every time he participated in a mission, I had a lot of monsters, but this time when he carefully observed the monsters in front of him, he suddenly found that these monsters were very raw to him. He had never seen these monsters before, and he still felt these strange faces. Too a little scary. Then after the incident happened, Anjali still felt a little embarrassed, because when he was facing these things, he was really at a loss. He hopes that through such a thing, others will know that what he is doing now is really very bad for him. But now that he has arrived at this place, he can rest assured that he has come. The only thing he can do now is to quickly destroy all the monsters he sees, because he knows that these monsters are really for him. One challenge after another. When they destroyed a monster, they found that these monsters would emit a devil fruit. Anjali didn't know exactly what this devil fruit meant, but every time he issued a devil fruit, it will be found that the ability of these strange mountains will become stronger and stronger. At this time, he suddenly felt that such a thing was really not a good thing for him, and now he felt that these devil fruits appeared in front of him. At times, it still made him feel a little embarrassed that Lu's strength has become stronger. Such a thing is really very awkward for him. He doesn't know how to continue, and these strengths the more and more powerful monsters used to go to meetings in front of Angeli, which really made Angeli feel a little embarrassed. Because Angle County has always felt that even if he had fought these monsters, he would not be in a state of inferiority. When Yi Zheng's strength became stronger and stronger, it really made Angeli feel a little out of power. He suddenly felt that he was already struggling, but he didn't understand why such a problem would appear in his own life. At this time, Angeli suddenly remembered that before this time, Shi Qian had already reminded himself that he had a lot of troubles, but everyone still came directly to this very path, but it was not so good. If he can complete this task as soon as possible, then Angeli still thinks that this is a bird's matter, because he now has 707 strengths, but no matter what, he still hopes to be able to go all out with these monsters. An excellent event. Because he thinks that these monsters seem to be a national disaster for him, but he still hopes to make these strange Lu Yinbai do what he does every day. Of course, the monsters will ignore the security. Such an idea of greed, because they think that what Angeli is doing now may not be a good problem for them. But no matter what, the strange good people have been violent after the incident. Attack. Angeli feels that the most important thing right now is to quickly beat the monsters in front of him. Only in this way can he complete the task as soon as possible. Every time a monster is defeated, a nightmare fruit will appear on the ground. At this time, Angeli is excited to check these evil fruits. He suddenly discovered that these evil fruits were completely different from what he had seen before, and these cultural relic fruits would really increase the strength of these monsters, and at this time, the ability of the monsters had become stronger and stronger. Related to their frequent fighting. 4574. 2031__. Chapter 107 Numerous Devil Fruits. Looking at the current situation, Angeli felt in his heart, what the hell is going on, or that he still hasn't experienced this situation. It's just that I don't know how this situation can be maintained. It's just that Angeli has never known that this kind of scratch can still be such a fool. Angeli quickly solved all his current problems, but slowly. I feel that this is actually not very good. Because only when he got here, Angeli killed the previous monster like a torch, but it wasn't long before a strange thing suddenly appeared. At first, Angeli felt that this thing was nothing, but said lightly. A word of knowledge, what kind of bullshit is really nothing to be afraid of? Indeed, it is not the time to think about this question when we get here, but not too long after that, Angeli felt that something was wrong. The thing in front of him that I don't know what it was, suddenly became bigger and bigger. Anne didn't know what it was, and Angeli naturally wouldn't act rashly, so he just picked it up and looked at it, only to find that in this room, the thing suddenly became bigger. What the hell is going on here? Angeli remembered, this is probably the legendary nightmare fruit own problem. Another problem is that what makes Angeli feel bad is that he didn't know the origin of this thing before, otherwise how could it be like this? Having said that, Angeli looked at him like that, and still felt that he should try it in the past, so Angeli went over to try it. But found this devil fruit, it's really not easy. At this time, Angeli thought for a while, and it was estimated that it was this tricking system, so he could only pull it out and say, "You give me the master, can you tell me, what else do you have to do?" Ignoring the system's non-existent appearance, Angeli could only say one sentence. Tell me, what is going on with this devil fruit, and how is it dealt with? With Angeli acting like this, he just said helplessly, Master, in fact, all these problems need to be solved by yourself. What? When Angeli heard this, he didn't know what to say. He asked him to come over. Why did he just want to hear him say such a sentence, but he just wanted to listen to it? What the hell is going on? The system is actually talking to himself like this, so what should he say is the most angry? This system still doesn't leave, it's been here all the time, Jing Feng is on his own in the end. Angeli felt that it was really meaningless. I just said, then, tell me, what is going on here and what should I do? This time, Anjali just wanted to ask about the specific solution, but Anjali saw this situation and felt that the system probably wouldn't tell him. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with Anjali's thinking. What the hell is going on with this system? He just said, go away. Jigyu, before this sentence was finished, the system disappeared by himself. The helpless Anjali could only look at them and pray for them, feeling that all these things, it was estimated that he had to rely on himself, so he said, give me, I'll give it a try. I'm going to see if you still have any results. Anjali just said, this, what is it? Seeing this situation, I quickly lost my mind. Now that I know what's going on, this so-called evil fruit, I thought everything was quiet, maybe it was a legend, but now I know it, and it is really Anjali who has gone missing the evil haze fruit. He tried his best to find out that they were still indifferent. After the destruction, Anjali was really tired and felt that it was possible to continue like this. When the class arrived, he still called the system and asked, what was the answer? But the big news in his heart was that he knew what was going on, and he felt that the deceitful Xian Pound also knew what was going on, or that he himself did not know what was going on. More and more, Anjali was so angry that the party had to call out the system and ask what was going on. So, the poor system did not know what was going on, so he called it out again and said, Master, what else do you have to do? Hearing what the system said, Anjali also knew how it was going back to power. He didn't know anything about this system, so he reluctantly said, you said, what other way is there to solve the problem? I won't say anything else, what else do you say? The system was really silent, and it was only after a long time that the visitor said something thoughtful. To be honest, I don't have any special thoughts myself. Thinking of this, the system just said helplessly, actually, if it is possible, seriously, I still have an idea, it may be possible. Looking at the hesitant look of this scumbag system, he probably knew something, so he said something about it. Even if Li Laojiao heard this, the system still felt a little embarrassed. The problem of Bai Wan cannot be solved very well. I have already said this, I have never thought about this issue, but today I have this system and I don't know what to say. Probably after a long time, Anjali had done enough to know something, so he said, then, what else is there to do? You should hurry up and say, go on like this, you wait for me and say maybe I will give you Anjali like this. The system itself is afraid, maybe when this person really does something, what should I do? Yuzu sighed helplessly and said, tell me, I won't tell you what to do, as long as you are about to be driven crazy by this system. I really don't know what they think. 459,920, 32. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Chapter 108 Selection. Anjali didn't know the posthumous name. At this time, he could say something serious, but if this matter continued like this, it would not be very good for him. This case, Anjali just said helplessly, if you have something, just say it quickly, and see how it goes. Anjali looked at Gezang who was getting stronger and stronger, and felt a little helpless in his heart. After all, he was also struggling now. Anjali gritted his teeth and insisted, but the strange you in front of him didn't want to let him go. In fact, Anjali doesn't want to be like this, but the power of the evil fruit in front of him is indeed very powerful. If he continues, he will have nothing to gain. Grief put the leopard sword in his hand and slaughtered it out without hesitation. Yizung's figure was distorted. Anjali took advantage of this time to take a breath, and the sunlight fell away. It was Fei System who said, Tell me, as long as you can do it, then I can make these monsters stronger, and he will only get weaker and weaker. It won't work like this, Anjali thought about it. If he desperately kills the monster. Strange 017 can kill and injure thousands, but he may also be exhausted and fall down, just don't know if he will die in this world. For a while, the system was a little anxious. It's really not right to fight on your own, not to mention that it's not right for the host, so please don't have such thoughts. If you die in this spiritual world, you will also die in reality. The slightly mechanical voice of the system sounded in Anjali's mind. Anjali sighed helplessly. Although he expected it, he still felt a slight disappointment. System, if I give up the job, it will be sent out. Anjali said this with a helpless smile. The system looked at Anjali like this, and suddenly felt throbbing in his heart. Although Anjali used to be unruly, but now, it is still like this. Then, if he should let the situation continue. In the end, the system just comforted Anjali and said something. The host can choose to give up, but the reward for killing the monster will be reduced by half. The voice of the system machine Maple is a little cold. Anjali was very speechless and deducted half of the reward. Wouldn't he mean that half of the monsters in the back were killed in vain? Anjali thought about his mission, and felt a little sad in his heart. He was still very far from completing the mission. Anjali thought of his mission. He had to get these evil fruits. He knew that this matter was not so simple. It's just that the current system still doesn't say anything, and probably Anjali also thinks that only in this way can he have a better development when it comes to love. But now, I will never give up. I have such an idea in my heart, and even more helplessly say, what other way is there? The system is too crappy. Anjali had the urge to complain about the system, but if he gave up now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Anjali will not give up. If he gives up, it means giving up a chance to complete the mission. He knows that he has faced it. What happened in the end, it's just the stupidity of the system, I don't know what it is. I can really accept it. Anjali said lightly in his heart, I choose to accept. The system is helpless. It seems that it is the last time to ask, and it just said, you really think about it, if you can, then come. Anjali was depressed. She knew it was like this, how could it be so laborious, and she didn't know whether Uran did it here. Where is there any room for the system to reject her? Just, let things go according to security Greg's idea, just post it. Okay, I didn't ask about it, let's talk about the Lord's victory in the world of God. The system has no ripples. The system can only be a slander after a while. I hope Anjali can ask for more blessings. Although he said so, Anjali still feels that this shin is not that simple. Anjali took a deep breath and put his hand. The sword inside is tightly held, the slender fingers, and the neat nails show a slight need for it. In the world of the god of disaster, if he dies, he will die in reality. He must be careful not to wave. For a time, Anjali felt that there was something in front of him, so he felt a little dazzled. In the spiritual world, a space was distorted, and a huge purple-black animal slowly moved out of the already distorted space. The sword in Anjali's hand couldn't help but tightly grip Jaja. Rabbit-like animal looking at Anjali, little black. His eyes were fixed on Anjali. Anjali looked at the monster in front of him and had to say that he still felt a little nervous. For such a big purple-black rabbit, he didn't know that this rabbit's fighting power might be very high. He didn't fully grasp. It's all your own choice, and there is nothing to regret. Now, I can only deal with this exempt child with peace of mind. Anjali's eyes were already bloodshot. He took out his own sword and kept slashing at the rabbit. The rabbit's movements were inconvenient, but the lethality was very powerful. His sword didn't do much damage in front of rabbits. Anjali's sword has begun to crack, but the purple-black rabbit is not hurt. What? This is the case, there is still nothing to do. Anjali is a little out of shape in his heart, but he is still slashing the dick with all his strength, and the rabbit has no response. Just kept slapping Anjali, and Anjali's sword slowly slowed down, and his hand was shaking uncontrollably. Waipu did not want to let Anjali rest. and the wound in Angeli's hand was almost out of reach. It's stable. When I got here, Angeli suddenly became a little absolute. I thought maybe it was too easy at the beginning, or I came too suddenly. I didn't get a lot of anger in my exams. How could I say something like this directly? Looking at this vicious jerk in front of my eyes, how did I end up? But in this situation, I don't have any better ideas at the moment. One sentence said, "This system of deceiving people really doesn't deceive people, it doesn't pay for their lives." But looking at this rabbit, Angeli still felt that he had to try it by himself, otherwise there would be nothing else to do with this child. Thinking of this, suddenly there is no despair. 4623. 2032 __. Chapter 109 broke out. At this time, in the wonderful spiritual world, Angeli was fighting with monsters. Ha ha. Wei Zeng made a shrill scream, as if mocking Angeli, as if saying, "This human being is so weak. Hardy." At this moment, Angeli could not care about what the monsters were thinking, waving the stealing car in his hand to fight against the oncoming monsters. Oh, these monsters are not stupid at all, their attack power and dodging ability are also NB. While driving the net, Angeli pierced a minotaur who wanted to attack from behind. It's strange that the green blood did not rise up on Angeli, and the smell of fishy woo in the general good world came in time. Angeli didn't care about any fishy smell, and at this time, 4 goblins wielding mace came from all around. They made the sound of pears, and Angeli felt a little dizzy for a moment, and shouted in his heart, "Jing cake." Summoning waves to attack, Angeli did not expect that these monsters would also use disturbing attacks. Immediately guarding his mind, he made a sword move from Yun Baizwan and returned. Angeli's sword move centered on himself, and rolled up a defensive tornado, and the goblin's fangs were bounced off when it came into contact with the tornado. But the goblins didn't even care about the loss of their weapons, and the 4 monsters raised their right palms at the same time towards the tornado. Angeli had a shocked expression, because the defensive tornado actually disintegrated under the force of 4 strikes. At this time, there are 10,000 sleeping plus in my heart, it's too perverted. The sonic attack that disturbed the mind just for a moment has been lifted, and Angeli quickly retreated and rushed to a goblin. From the joint attack just now, it seems that these monsters will definitely have other combination moves. Say it again. Angeli's calm analysis of the battle. Cut the sky and pull the sword wood. Draw the sword, need the snow sword to quickly cross a goblin. Withdrawing the sword, the goblin fell to the ground, and the blood had been painted over by the cold creativity of Shuijian. When the other 3 goblins saw this, they jumped up and down the room angrily, and their mouths let out even more angry and sullen voices. The 3 goblins once again merged into a larger goblin under Angeli's surprised eyes, 3 times as tall as Angeli. The most surprising thing is that this combined monster can still spit people. Tell me. Human, you killed our 4th brother. You surrendered, and we can leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise, you can't survive and die. Spulin said in an angry tone. Damn it, hit the hammer. Angeli cursed in his heart. Start first to be stronger. Angeli hurriedly rushed to Hose Springs after he made up his mind. Shintian swordsmanship. Angeli continued to draw and cut, and made the move just now. Looking back at the group, there are 10,000 curses in my heart. The frost snow sword only left a snow-white mark on the goblin's body, and did not hurt any flesh and blood. Seeing that the human not only didn't kneel down to beg for mercy, but also confronted him with a sword, the goblin said in a rage, "Prepare for pieces." I saw the goblin evolve again, covered with hair and acupuncture suits, with sharp silver teeth growing out of his panting, and the nails on his hands and feet turning into shining blades. The goblins charged towards angry, smashing rocks with their bodies along the way, and tearing sturdy branches with their claws. Zhanfeng Zuying One Angel is not daring to be careless with the goblins rushing towards him. Kai Hanjian uses 3000 worlds, and wants to use this move to defuse the enemy's attack power. But when Sword Intent hit the goblin, it only scratched a little of the goblin's skin. Pervert, Pervert. The goblins didn't stop because of Anjali's attack. On the contrary, this human anger could hurt himself. He couldn't bear it, and his pace went faster. After thinking for a while, the goblin wielded a student with a heavy armor and roared. Arranged with the Jinxai sword to block, it was unable to support such a strong impact, and immediately ejected back and flew more than 500 meters. Anjali only felt that his chest seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood almost spit out. With a bang, Anjali finally learned to stay on a rock of the original armor. Kahei, it seems that some of the ribs are broken, and finally I can't stand it anymore. Am I going to die? Anjali's eyes were a little blurry at the moment. How about it, human, ha ha ha. Goblins are 4 days long. If I kill you, I will be able to go outside, kill all human beings at that time, and dominate the world. Anjali was on the verge of collapse at the moment, when he heard that the goblin actually said that he would be able to go out by killing him. He thought that the goblin had such a powerful strength, the person he guarded, his lover, and his relatives. Friend, he didn't care about his injury, and immediately burst into a super momentum. Ellipsis. For flowers. When the goblins were full of pride, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the sudden burst of terrifying aura from the humans they had defeated. At the moment, there was a gust of wind around him, and the shock wave emanating from the center of Ange caused all the rocks and trees to be shattered into pieces. Goblins didn't want to believe that there would be human beings who would do such a thing, so they turned into the strongest form with a snort, and didn't forget to say, "You are the first human to die in my strongest form." Ha ha ha. Zero said, rushing towards Anjali at a faster speed, shouting loudly in his breath, "Smash you, smash you." Anjali's face was gloomy, his eyes emitting super energy like a torch, and when the goblin student was about to sit down, he said coldly, 100 flowers fall in the cherry blossoms. A wave of snow-white cherry blossoms appeared from the GNGN, drowning Spulin in his eyes. Fuck, it's just a flower, I want to defeat it. Before uttering the last word of me, the goblin suddenly realized that every cherry blossom contains creativity, and each deliberately invaded the whole body, and the goblin couldn't help spitting out blood. You shouldn't touch my bottom line. Landing the goblin's terrified eyes, Anjali said lightly, break. The goblin's whole body boiled like magma, and then the body exploded, and the stench of energy and the stench of dark green blood shot to the ground. After Anjali defeated the goblins, his body couldn't support it anymore, and he fell asleep the most. In the dream, Anjali overthrew the world government and found the legendary treasure. I was having a sweet dream and was woken up by the sound of the system prompt. The task was completed. Please clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Looking around at the loot on the ground, my heart is full of joy. After cleaning the battlefield, Anjali obtained several evil fruits. If people outside knew that I had so many evil fruits, maybe the world would be shaken. T. 4636. 951__. Chapter 110 Strength Improvement. Especially those people in the world government will definitely be shocked by their jaws. Can this evil vine fruit gain demonic powers? Anjali's heart was full of Jingjing, and he had doubts. After a while, the sound of the Thai rap interrupted his thoughts. Guxi obtains the devil fruit N, which can improve personal strength and gain random ability boosts. There is still this kind of peace, and it is one step closer to the completion of the task. Anjali said with a smile. Then send me out. I want to stay in this place full of gall shells for a moment. Anjali said loudly into the air. Verified, mission completed, allowed to leave. Coming soon. Countdown 3, 21, teleportation begins. Anjali's eyes flashed again, and when he heard, transmission completed, he came over again. Looking at this week, July 17 inches was exactly where I came before, and I became more and more curious about this task in my heart. Anjali walked to the place where he lived with the fruits of bad wishes, thinking of using these fruits of bad wishes to improve the strength of Lu Wei's apprentices, so that the task would be completed quickly. Let's find a place to eat first. But I'm starving. Amperi walked into town with a good idea in mind. At this moment, it was noon. When he returned home and found that his apprentice was not there, he put down the fruit of his bad wishes. After washing the stench from his body, he changed into a pair of clean and tidy clothes, and went out to the market. When he arrived at a famous local restaurant, he smelled the aroma of meat in the restaurant, and Angeli's stomach was rumbling at this moment. "Boss, bring 100 caddies of beef," Angry shouted loudly when he found a seat. At one point, the boss and the people in the restaurant were stunned. What is the concept of 100 caddies of meat? Ordinary people are already full after eating 23 caddies of meat. When the boss saw that it was a big business, he didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare for a while, and the 50 gins of beef was served hot. The boss said that the rest would be done, and let Angeli eat Angeli first and gobble it down. At this time, a one-eyed yellow-haired boy with 7 or 8 people came into the store. His clothes were a little tattered, and as soon as he entered the door, he said viciously, "Who is the boss?" Seeing that the visitor was unkind, the boss immediately went to Ai Suchung and said, "Hey, what's your order?" "Our brothers have just returned from the sea, and we quickly prepared 70 caddies of meat and 50 caddies of fine wine with the labor and management." The boss was a little embarrassed and said, "Today, the meat in our shop has been sold out." "What? It's only sold out at what time? You boss won't be looking at the tattered clothes of our brothers. I'm afraid we won't have the money to pay the bill." "Look for it," said fiercely. "How dare you? That lord just ordered 100 pounds of meat." After the boss finished speaking, he patted Angeli, who was on the seat. Yin Mao was also a little surprised to see Angeli eating so much by himself. But then it occurred to him that he was eating labor and capital-hungry people there. Huang Mao grew more and more intense in his heart, strode over to Angeli and said, "Brother, you are afraid that you won't be able to eat that much by yourself. I'll give you twice the price for the rest and buy it." "No." Seeing that someone wanted to buy his meat, Angeli said a word and continued to eat it, ignoring Huang Mao at all. Seeing that this person didn't give him face like this, Huang Mao felt embarrassed. Just when everyone thought Angeli was in big trouble. With a sigh of relief, Angeli held the student head swung by Huang Mao with one hand, and when he closed it gently, the bones were broken. Huang Mao picked up the broken hand and the duck selection group stepped back and cried out in pain. My hand, my hand. Come on, brothers, kill him." Huang Maoqiang endured his illness and gave orders to his subordinates. When the 7 or 8 people saw this, each of them slashed at Angeli with a machete. After a while, it was the yellow-haired group who flew to the ground amid the surprised expressions of everyone. "You kid, do you know who my boss is? Say it and scare you. My eldest brother is in file. Ha ha, be afraid." Angeli, who was eating meat, almost died. "My men didn't know me and they came to attack me." At this time, the people in the hotel exploded, and there were various voices of discussion. "I'll go, this yellow hair is actually Angeli's subordinate. That kid is still eating meat, this time he is in big trouble." All kinds of envious eyes gathered on Huang Mao's body. Huang Mao heard various voices of surprise and admiration, and was very proud, thinking in his heart, "This Angeli's name is very useful." At this moment, 2 people came in outside the door, and all eyes immediately focused on the 2 of them. One of the 2 people who came in had green hair, 3 knives on their waists, and the other had an old wish. These 2 are Zoro and Hawkeye. The 2 have been waiting for the master to come back in the town. They just heard someone say Angeli on the street, and immediately came in to check. The appearance of the 2 people is very conspicuous, and everyone immediately recognized Zhelong and Yan, and there was a bigger movement. Zhelong asked loudly, "Who said Angeli just now?" When the boss saw this, he stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Zoro," the yellow hair next to him, said to be Angeli's subordinate. After speaking, he pointed at the stunned yellow hair. Huang Mao was terribly afraid at this time. Although Anjali had countless subordinates, Zoro and Yuyan were Anjali's direct disciples. If they were recognized, they would be maimed. Yingmao said with a guilty conscience. Just now someone made a slander to the boss of Yan Yan. I wanted to teach him a lesson. It turned out to be no opponent. Zilong is the car in front of you. Just come here in front of you. Hurry up and teach that rude words a lesson. Dude. Zoro and Yuyan did not recognize whether Yingmao was Anjali's subordinate, but when they heard someone insulting Anjali, their hearts were full of anger. Who is it? Zoro said, staring at Yingmao. Zilong looked at Anjali in the direction of Ying 32 Mao's fingers, and said in surprise, Master. The hotel was quiet, and Huang Mao fainted instantly. Then the three of them left under everyone's astonished eyes. After returning home, Anjali found that all his disciples had returned, so he took out the devil fruit and let everyone eat it. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Anjali had brought out so many devil fruits, and they admired Anjali even more in their hearts. After taking the devil fruit, everyone's abilities have been greatly improved. And Anjali's mission progress went a lot. When Anjali saw that the devil fruit had been absorbed by everyone, he asked Suojiang, which abilities have you improved? My attack power and agility abilities have improved a lot. 46,609, 51. Chapter 111 Breaking Through the Strength of the Four Emperors. Whoosh, by the way, Master, where did you get so many devil fruits? Others also agreed. Of course, this is the secret of the Master Leopard, Anjali said in a guise. Everyone also knew that Anjali had always been mysterious and did not ask any further questions. Anjali was a little worried after inquiring about everyone's ability enhancement. He didn't expect to increase so much, especially Ji Yuyishi, but he was about to break through the Four Emperors level. Kuina was very happy at this time, and felt that her ability had improved. She wanted to go to the duel with Angela and stopped her, and said to the crowd. Otsuka, be sure, tomorrow I will take you to the experience. You should absorb the evil fruit. The body is not suitable for people who are dancing, and temporarily decided to open an arty. Anjali suddenly thought of the yellow hair in that restaurant. I don't know what happened at this time, I couldn't help laughing. Kuina suddenly laughed when I arrived at Anjali. I kept asking if I wanted to gossip Anjali. I was afraid of Ji Yuyiching, a gossip, so I had to say that it happened in the hotel today. When Kuina heard about it, she laughed and said, that yellow-haired man laughed so hard, he had to pretend to be a little more like him. The deity is still talking sour in front of his eyes. People talk and talk, drink and eat meat, sing and dance. It was not until Ngalai came out to stop him from leaving early tomorrow that everyone would end up unhappy, otherwise they would definitely have a carnival at dawn. The next day, Anjali led the crowd out of the town and sailed to the port. Unexpectedly, as soon as they went out, they found a huge crowd of people. Among them, a restaurant owner whom Anjali knew was also among them. Anjali's admirers heard from the restaurant. Yes, after hearing the address, they came over to sign it so big. Marine is coming soon. Anjali thought that the master is so popular. Kuina was also frightened by the sudden appearance of so many people for a while, and the sound of Marine's whistle could be heard in the distance. Anjali immediately ordered the crowd to spread out. After the port assembled, everyone came to the port. I went to an admiral just now and almost didn't run away. Kuina said angrily that Trent and a few other people were also talking about it. I am already a big threat in the hearts of the world government and marine. Anjali thought of leaving, Angel said. Driving on the blue sea and blowing the mighty sea breeze, Anjali could not help but sigh that this may be the taste of freedom. The taste master who has fascinated countless pirates, where are we going? Kuina asked. Zoro and Yan also came over with great interest and were very curious about the training ground. Angalekar Isho says, secret. Everyone was speechless. If they hadn't understood the style of this master, they might have had a fight. Although it didn't last for a while, under the command of Anjali, the ship soon arrived at the outskirts of the island. Everyone saw that the island was raging with strong winds. dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The small island discovered by accident. Everyone should pay attention to the guardianship when entering the inner map. There are very ferocious sea kings in this sea. Even if I am the master, I have to be careful. Anjali seemed to scare everyone intentionally or unintentionally. After listening to this, everyone's nervous heart was mentioned in the throat. After entering the internal medicine, sure enough, some of the dense sea kings rushed over to the boat. Anjali was watching. I want to see what kind of power these disciples who have eaten the fruit of the evil limit can show. Both servers looked around, nodding from time to time, and the expression of satisfaction arrived soon after they got up. Everyone in the lower Yangbu gasped loudly, and scolded Mingming, "Where is this place? I have never dealt with such a sea royal family." One by one, welcome Otsuka to the Isle of the Dead. Everyone is doing their best to improve themselves here. If you don't pay attention, you will be eaten by the black things. Anjali intentionally scare everyone. After 7 days, everyone gathers by the boat. Now, let's go to the island. After speaking, Anjali returned to the tire. Determined to defeat Nami, Kuina rushed towards the island first, followed by Zoro and Hawkeye. After entering the jungle, Kuina encountered a wild boar monster, and immediately pulled out the accessories to defeat it, but unexpectedly, when the knife saw the wild boar's skin, it left only a light blood mark. Quickly rushed over, Kuina didn't have time to retreat, so he could only take out his sword to block. Kuina stepped back again and again, and also found that the power of the wild boar monster is far greater than that of the eyes and Zoro who came after him. "Guy, but don't die," Zoro quipped. "Ba ba ba. Green algae head, dare to curse me. See if I don't change you." Guy waved his sword and said. "No kidding. Keep going." I came forward to stop the two of them, and the others also encountered all kinds of monsters. Later, they found that one person was always difficult to match, and they formed teams, or groups of 2, or groups of 3. Kuina, Zonglong, and Binyan continued to go deeper. They understand that the most powerful monsters are often in the depths, and if they want to improve themselves, they must practice between life and death. This sentence was said by their master Anjali. Have such great strength. At this time, there was a roar from the depths of the jungle. Aina and the 3 listened to Lu Fei and rushed to the source of the sound. What catches the eye is a brown King Kong eating lizard legs, and next to it is the smashed lizard king who is covered in King Kong's face. Hearing the movement behind him, he thought that someone would dare to disturb his meal. When the group turned around and waved the student head, attacked. At the same time, the people used the moves for a moment and thought, and the blade slashed through the King Kong, but the fur was not damaged. At this moment, Kuina said, I'm coming alone. Suojiang and Wei Yanjin are persuading, you can't beat it alone. Between life and death, can you improve? Don't worry about it. Kuina lost the liveliness of the past, and said coldly. Seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Sujong and Wei understood Kuina's determination, so they had to pay attention and try my tricks. Gorilla. Kuina said that the cherry blossoms fall 100 flowers. Hearing this move, Suojiang and Eyes were also shocked. After a while, the gorilla exploded and died. Kuina raised her head and said softly on her temples, Nagwan, I'm here at the 3rd or 4th realm of Gu Yishi at this time. 4662. 1822__. Chapter 112 Challenge. Kuina came to the door of Nami's house and shouted with a loud laugh ha 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 _ frown beauty, please come out. I want to challenge you that Nami's house is by the sea, and it was relatively remote. After Kuina's words, the sound of waves crashing on the shore seemed to respond to her. Kuina turned her head to look at the sea beside Huo, but could not see Nami coming out of the house. She felt a little impatient and said loudly. Nami, come out. Xiaoguan still did not come out. Kuina was trembling with anger, pulled out her sword and angrily slashed at the door and went to the residence. With a sound, the door was cut into pieces. But what made Kuina surprised was that there was still no response from inside. Zan Yina left. After talking, I searched the inside and found no one, so I walked out in a hurry, but I didn't expect to see Nami, who was in the woods in the distance just after the harvest. Kuina laughed loudly and shouted to Nami. "Road. Nami, I miss you, why are you not at home?" "Look." I stood up Nami with a basket and saw that the door behind Kuina was rotten, so I walked over and said, "What do you think about this house and why do you want to chop the door down?" Kuina pointed at Lang Mei and said, "It's all your fault." Nami said with a look of surprise, "I'm a bookie, I stayed in the woods and didn't ask you to come." Kuina said, "Because I threatened to fight you, you were not at home, so I had to break the door first." Nami was stunned for a while, and then laughed, "Ha ha ha." Guichi said sternly, "Why are you not angry? I cut down the door of your house, why are you not angry?" Nami covered her stomach and laughed for a while before continuing, "Because this is not my house." Ha ha ha. Kuina was stunned and asked in a panic, "Don't you live by the sea?" "I live by the sea, ha ha, but on the other side of the woods, ha, you are so funny." Mei thinks this is very funny, but Kuina doesn't think so. Finger dead. Nami says, "Smile, I'm going to challenge you." Mei refrained from laughing, straightened up and said to Kuina, "Just to challenge me, you made someone else's door break." Nami laughed again, which made Kuina particularly unhappy, and suddenly held up the executioner and wanted to rush towards Mei. The Janchao Kime who came to Kuina slashed down. However, Nami's response was also very fast. She jumped back a few times, and jumped more than 10 meters away, and then took out the weather stick and said with a smile, "Since you then Wang Huan fights, then I will accompany you." Finally stop laughing. Kuina sneered and rushed over again. Nami quickly equipped the weather stick and played a few tricks with Kuina, and then her weather stick put a lot of bubbles. The bubbles flew to the sky, and slowly began to gather many dark clouds in the sky. Kuina didn't have any tricks on Nami. She kept using sword moves to deal with Nami, and she almost hit Nami several times. But Nami's escape skills are also very powerful, jumping left and right webbed, so that Kuina can't hurt her. Kuina's special fire, said to Nami. "Are you the jumping beam clown?" Nami smiled and said, "Haha, since you are not as skilled as others, since you are writing, it is hard for me to stand and let you cut Yina's slaughter," and made a trick. "It's really far away." This time using the trick still didn't hurt Nami, and Nami had gathered enough dark clouds at this time. She waved the weather stick. Xiaopu said to Guy that I'll teach you today, lightning attack. Mei said loudly, waving the weather horn to point at Kuina. There was a loud rumbling in the dark clouds in the sky, and after a few lightning flashes, suddenly one of the lightning Kuina slashed down. Kuina dodged the lightning attack at the last minute, glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, and laughed again when she saw her. To Nami, "Do you think only you can dance? Ha ha ha, you can't hit me." Nami sneered, waved the weather stick again, and suddenly dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sword sky. Kuina was so frightened that she hid in the house. Nami walked over slowly and told Guy that she was hiding now. Not to admit defeat. Kuina was very unhappy when she heard that she was going to admit defeat, and immediately jumped out and said, "I don't want to admit defeat, go to hell." Kuina waved the sword in her hand, and 3 sword chi slashed towards Nami, but Mei stood there motionless, and didn't move when the sword chi flew over, and the sword chi cut Nami into 3 pieces at once. Kuina laughed and said, "W die." But soon Mian couldn't laugh anymore, because that Nami was gone. She thought she was dazzled, but after a while, she still didn't see Nami. Just when she wondered and wanted to check, suddenly a stick hit her behind. Kuina fell to the ground, turned to look at Nami, and said in surprise, "How did you come behind me?" When Guy shouted, "Wait a minute," a bolt of lightning struck Kuina. Kuina Tuofu was bombed into a jet black body and returned to her residence. Anjali was surprised when he saw it, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Kuina said, "Lost, just Li Nuo Jiao, like this." Anjali said loudly, "Okay, let me change my shot. I'll go to Nami." Young Anjali took Lu and walked out. But seeing Nami standing at the door, Mei smiled and said that you don't need to look for me. I'm waiting for you here. Angalahan laughed and said, if that's the case, that's great. He drew out his sword and continued to say that Lin will ask me to meet you. You will be my apprentice when you are ready. Nami smiled and said, you are really mentally retarded, come on. Nami used the same trick to deal with Kuina again, attracting dark clouds and lightning, and also used Phantom, but these counties could not deal with Anjali. Anjali just used the sword wind to blow Nami's rakeage away. And then he easily defeated Shimei. Anjali looked at Nami who was lying on the ground and said, you are already double, now you are my apprentice. Chapter 113 Celebration. Anjali accepted that as an apprentice, there was a voice in the department that was very good, you accepted another apprentice. Anjali said, are you just complimenting me like this? System said, no, I want to give you some rewards. What is the reward? Department said, you go to the woods. Look under the tree with the red bark in the middle, and your reward is placed under that tree. Anjali said unhappily, why didn't I take him to my room but the system didn't respond to him? Anjali had no choice but to go to the woods to find it. But before he left, he told his leopard apprentices that you stay here, and I'll be back when I go. Anjali hurriedly walked to the woods, but he didn't see any red trees in the woods. He thought he was watching his jokes. He got angry, cut down a few trees, and then wanted to leave. Suddenly, he was alone. Walked towards him. Anjali felt that the man was like a villager, so he ignored him at first, but when he saw Anjali, he shouted to feed him, can you wait a moment? Anjali looked back at him and said, what's the matter with you? Villager hurried over and said to Lin, I saw that you were cutting down trees quickly just now, can you help me cut a few more trees? Anjali felt depressed and didn't want to help, and said that I am not a lumberjack, why do you want me to cut down trees? The villagers snorted and said angrily, I don't know that a neuropathy has cut down the door of my house. I just wanted a few trees to use as the door. Anjali remembered that Ji Yui said that she cut the wrong door, and thought that Kuina should have done it. Are you ashamed of this? Well, how much do you want? The villagers said happily, it doesn't need much, but it needs to be straight. You have cut this tree and cut down the others. Anjali cut down the tree according to the villagers' instructions, and then flattered it into sections according to the length of the villagers. The villagers said gratefully, young man, you are good at chopping down trees, how about I introduce you to a logging yard? Anjali said depressedly, forget it, I'm not the one who came here to find a job. Anjali was about to leave after speaking, but suddenly remembered the system reward, so I asked you, CHC, if you knew about mangrove bark, where is the book? Villager thought for a moment, pointed to the seaside and said, I remember that after passing Anjali on the right, I walked in the direction the villagers pointed, and sure enough, near the seaside, I saw a tree with red bark in the middle. Anjali found his reward under the tree. A few days later, Anjali and his apprentices came under a big rock after cultivating. Grief felt boring, looked up and looked around, and felt boring again, so he jumped on the big rock, then looked at his apprentices, and thought for a while before saying, brothers and sisters, I have something to tell you. Several of his apprentices came over to Anjali and said, what do you have to beep about? Anjali was depressed, and looked up at the white clouds in the sky for a while, saying that it had not rained for a long time. One of his apprentices said, it's not raining, do you want water? Anjali said, that's right, I'd better say it's true. Anjali sat on the stone and then continued to tell the disciples below that, I think you are already very powerful. You said again. We're great, so what? I think. And Phile thought for a while, and said, I think you should also go to experience and gain experience. The apprentices laughed. Anjali said sadly, why are you laughing? These apprentices said, why don't you laugh at such a happy thing? Anjali also smiled awkwardly, and then said to a few apprentices, okay, we can all get together, tonight, let's celebrate that night. There was no wind in the sky and there was no wind. Anjali and his apprentices came to the seaside. They brought a lot of firewood, beer and food. Anjali stood on the beach and looked at the distant view of the sky and the sea, and said to his disciples, "Let's start a bonfire." The crowd searched for the larger stones on the beach, and then drew them into one, then put the firewood in and ordered the crowd, and then took out beer and food and sat by the bonfire. Unconsciously, everyone played late at night on the beach. The sea breeze gradually became stronger at night, but everyone drank too much and lay on the beach and couldn't get up. On the second day, these people fell ill together. Anjali was very depressed. He brought everyone back to the house and everyone sat together in the living room. Anjali said to the crowd, "Unfortunately, we are all sick. Ha ha." Others called Hashu and did not speak. Anjali said again, "I'm here, we can't leave for the time being, let's leave here after recovering from the illness." One of his apprentices said, "Didn't you say you should call a doctor? Why are they worried that they haven't come to Anjali yet?" So they met a villager when they came back, and they asked the villager to help find a doctor, but now almost half an hour has passed, but they still haven't seen the doctor coming. 47. 1. Anjali said when everyone felt uncomfortable, "Wait a minute, I'll go to the doctor." But before he walked out the door, he saw the doctor come down from a carriage. What did the doctor say when he saw Anjali? "I was still sleeping late in the morning when someone woke me up." Anjali hurriedly invited the doctor into the room with a smile, and said, "It's all our fault. We slept at the beach for one night, and we fell ill after passing by." The doctor didn't say much. He examined everyone and said that they had a cold. Then he distributed medicine and left. Anjali sent the doctor out and came back, then told everyone to go back to their rooms to sleep. A few days later, everyone's illness was finally completely cured. Anjali happily said okay to everyone, "Everyone can go to experience again." "Shall we have to congratulate again?" said one of the apprentices. Everyone looked at him, and after a while, the county said, "Yeah, she wishes you, but this time they won't go to the beach." They bought beer and food again, but this time they didn't go to the beach, but ate those things in the house. Food. The next day everyone packed up the seasons. Anjali also packed up his luggage. After saying goodbye to everyone, he walked in a different direction. He was going to take apprentices again. 47. 1. 1823d. Chapter 114. Receiving new apprentices. The crowds are surging along the way, and there is a lot of waste waiting to be done. It is really prosperous. This also makes Anjali see it. Looking at these people, he feels that it is easy to find apprentices, but it is also easy to find apprentices. It's not easy to find, but also needs to be divided into green, so Anjali is not in a hurry. At this moment he also feels that he should take a break. "I'm already a little tired, and I also need to replenish energy, so I need to eat something." But Anjali is very particular about what to eat, because he thinks food is to bring people enjoyment, so his county is indispensable. Under such a relaxed environment, eating and drinking, life is a hero. Who is Lord Shen? Anjali's character is a bit lonely and cold, but his warm-heartedness makes him continue to do good things and not keep it. Even if he does not leave his name, many people are already familiar with the security guards. Anjali's name is not only a famous poet, but also handsome, with an extraordinary bearing. Anjali wanders aimlessly on the street to see which restaurant is suitable for him. He was about to go in and enjoy it. A big bowl of wine and a big piece of meat. Just walked aimlessly, but he came to a place. The environment of this place is extremely elegant, and the smell is also passed on in Anjali's nose. Angleton's time came to Shauko. Here it is. Anjali walked into this restaurant, and the features of this restaurant are just some beef from the hand fox and some old wine. These are enough for Anjali to fill his stomach, enough for Anjali to eat, and the business in the restaurant is extremely hot. There is just one vacancy, so Anjali quickly sits down, if he really has no place if he doesn't sit down. The second shopkeeper also watched Anjali come in with quick eyes. When the second shopkeeper saw this Anjali, he was an extraordinary person with an extraordinary bearing. "Here, how many of you are Zhaoyang?" Inside language. Anjali stared at the shop boy with no expression, which made the shop boy feel a little uncomfortable, and the heroic spirit on Angeli's interest also made the shop boy feel that Angeli was angry with 5 kilograms of beef. A jar of old sprinkles, make my father come up. The second shopkeeper, she, who was surprised, Angeli, has a very strong body and a tall appearance, but Angeli has a handsome and gentle face. It was so refreshing, and he had enough food and drink, which also made him a little surprised. He felt that Angeli couldn't eat so much, and he couldn't drink so much wine, but unfortunately Angeli did order so much, so it can only be a promise with a smile. The more Peak orders, the better, and the boss will be happier, so why not do it? Good guest officer, 5 caddies of beef and a jar of old wine. The person sitting next to Angeli also looked at Angeli from time to time, and felt that this person was really imposing. When looking at Angeli's outfit, he felt that Angeli was a fairy-like figure. Half of her hair is tied in a hurry, but the other half is blue silk like a waterfall shell hanging down. 47, 3418, handsome and thick face, also very fair. Anyone who looks at the county will take a few more glances, the county will be attracted by the appearance, and attracted by the atmosphere. The restaurant serves food very quickly. In just a while, a pot of hot beef is brought up by the second shopkeeper. Guest officer, your beef, come down with a jar of old wine, please wait. Really not small, this jar is enough. 20 pounds, so the shop assistant is worried, whether Angeli can leave the palace, your wine is here. The second shopkeeper put down the wine with some difficulty, and then brought another wine to Angeli. This wine bowl was also extra large, but the second shopkeeper looked at Angeli with doubts, thinking that Angeli could really go down. What if my mother said bad words? What if I don't pay when I'm drunk? But the shop assistant looked at Angeli's outfit and felt that Angeli was a person with status, and he didn't know how to account for it. But he was afraid that if he drank too much, he would become disorderly after drinking, and would do unexpected things, so the shop assistant only saw Angel holding the faint issue of the wine jar, and then picked up the wine easily. The jar, just pour the wine like this, and the wine pouring is really artistic. There are no flowers in Yudong County. The people around him also looked at Angeli's behavior from time to time, and felt that Angeli must be a person with profound skills, otherwise how could he be so relaxed, holding the jar in his hand like pinching a feather. It's a good drink. Drink this big bowl of wine into your stomach, it's cool, it's strong enough. When Angeli was about to pour the second bowl of wine, a little accident happened, which surprised him. The 2 strong men sitting diagonally across from him really wanted to eat the overlord meal, but looking at the appearance, he felt that these 2 strong men are not good people. They have beards all over their faces, and they are very dangerous. The bulging belly is also very clumsy. There is a pile of fat on their bodies. Walking outside the door, the shop assistant, at this time, the 2 guest officers were really stunned and walked slowly. You haven't settled your bloating yet, 2 tails of silver. The second shopkeeper followed these 2 people while talking. In fact, the second shopkeeper was also uneasy and worried that the 2 would suddenly do something to him, but there was no way. This is his duty and his job. Damn, I never gave money for food. The voice just fell, only. The big head hit the shop boy's eyelids, and the shop boy was too far away. Hai was on another table, and he also fought against other guests. And this state is also very rude. Spit on the ground, the very rude girl in the right shop, and the people present here, who dares to squeak. Xiaobai looked at these 2 people in disbelief. He wanted to make a move, but before he could make a move, he was led by someone else. At this time, a mysterious man made his move. This speed is enough, if not for someone with advanced martial arts. I can't see this action. In an instant, the mysterious man made a move, only to see the 2 strong men hooves into the street with a single kick, and they fell heavily on the ground like a pool of rotten hooves. Angeli looked quietly. This person is the person he was looking for, the apprentice he was looking for. It was him, there was no other choice, but he wanted to remember the applause. With Angeli's 4 eyes facing Angeli's hands, he is very appreciative of the ability of this mysterious person. Dry 47, 34. 1824 ___. Chapter 115. Looking at this mysterious man, he is also a handsome young boy, and he is also very strong and burly. His skin is indeed slightly dark, but he is also handsome and unrestrained. Anjali's martial arts are really profound. I also admire such a person with extraordinary bearing. After all, he has seen a lot of the world, but it is really rare to see a character like Anjali, especially in this small place. To meet Anjali, it's a real blessing. Anjali looked at this mysterious man up and down with admiration. He was ecstatic, and he was really happy. Today, he must drink the wine well, he must drink it all, and he will never waste a drop. Anjali picked up his big wine bowl, looked at the mysterious man, and drank it all. 263, this mysterious man is also a faint issue, and then turned around and returned to his position, continuing to drink in large bowls and eat meat in large pieces. The shop boy is also very good at seizing the opportunity. At this moment, the shop boy hurriedly got up and sorted his clothes. Since he bumped into the customer at the next table just now, the shop assistant also gave this guest a favor. The shop assistant is really a very smart person. I'm sorry to be objective, but I'll ask the boss to serve you some side dishes to make up for it. At this moment, there are bursts of applause in the restaurant. This applause is for the mysterious man, but the mysterious man is expressionless, still low. I was drinking and eating meat with my head down, and the expression of tearing the meat was really in place. The meat was chewing continuously and the oil was left along the corners of the mouth. It tasted so good, it felt like I had been hungry for a long time. Anjali looked at this mysterious man again, and felt that this mysterious man was a real man, a man in his temperament, and a heroic figure, so he really admired and appreciated such a character very much. He must not miss such a character, he must search for such a character as a picture, no matter what the price is, he must win it. The shop assistant clutched his ass and limped out of the shop, because he wanted to collect money from these two strong men. If he couldn't collect the money, the boss would deduct his money. You know, his monthly the salary is not so much. He also has to support the whole family, so he cherishes his work and everything in front of him. He can raise his family very fat and strong. I saw these two strong men eating the overlord meal, constantly rubbing their necks and their backs. Their arms were covered with injuries. They were really speechless and didn't dare to say anything. Because they have met opponents and powerful people, they can only give money quickly and obediently. If they don't give money, they will be beaten again. It also takes a lot of money to treat the pain, so let's continue a little longer, don't offend this powerful person. The shop's second is also a person who bullies the soft and fears the hard. Watching these two strong men who have eaten the overlord meal obediently give him money, he also spit on them. This is really a bit of a dog fight. Brat, you wait for me, we will come back. We went to the rescue shop and the second also ran back to the restaurant in a hurry, because I was afraid that these two people would teach themselves a lesson, and it would really not be worth the loss, but these two strong men are completely, they won't just leave like this, they really want to move rescue soldiers, and they really don't want to be taught by this mysterious man. This mysterious man has been in town for a while, and, he often does some good deeds, helping the weak and punishing some local bullies, so this mysterious man has been recognized by many people in the town. People also appreciate it, but at the same time, he also offended some villains. You must know that his behavior is indeed a bit of a hero. In the eyes of those villains, he is so good as a hero, and they will punish the hero, because they do all evil. But I was helpless, but I couldn't beat this mysterious man. I could only eat Wonglian as a mute. I couldn't tell if I was suffering, but how long could the mysterious man stay here? There will be a day when they will leave. After they leave, they will continue to do evil. Is also something that the mysterious person cannot manage. Anjali was extremely forthright, got another big bowl of wine, and then had a good drink with the mysterious man across the table. The shop assistant also served a side dish to the mysterious man, and he also smiled, bowing to the mysterious man. The mysterious man is also open to anyone who comes here. Since it is given to him, eat it. There is nothing to think about. The mysterious man is also a good drinker. The bowl of today's wine feels very delicious and refreshing. It tastes sweet in the mouth, and there is no wine taste at all, which makes Anjali's appetite widen. Anjali also rolls up the sleeves of his clothes at the moment, and then picking up a large piece of beef, he began to chew it with a big mouth, completely without a gentle appearance, which was a little out of tune with his appearance. But what does it matter? After all, they are the sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes. They are so bold and heroic. They are really enviable. Good meat, this meat is really delicious. Anjali couldn't help sighing, and the shop assistant also looked like a smile, but from time to time he covered his butt and rubbed it. The rest of the guests also whispered, talking about Anjali and this mysterious person, and they all felt that the two of them were really not ordinary people, they were too different. After just a while, the mysterious man ate all the wine and meat and drank it into his stomach, and looked very satisfied. After the mysterious man paid the silver taels, he just left without any information. Give Angela's happy smile at the moment Isho. Anjali beckoned to call the shop assistant to come over, and the shop assistant also came over with a limp. Second brother, do you know the name of this man just now, who lives and where? Tell me 49 is in your favor. The shop assistant looked at Anjali with a nod and bowed his head, but he also looked helpless as a guest officer. You don't know, this person really came and went without a trace, very mysterious. He also came to us some time ago, but this man is a chivalrous man, and he is well known among us. Anjali knew that the second shopkeeper couldn't say anything, and the second shopkeeper probably didn't know something. After many inquiries, Anjali came to this mysterious man's residence with great interest. It was very offensive to Anjali. I want to accept you as a disciple. The mysterious man looked at Anjali with disdain and said I think Anjali is a bit too abrupt, and he actually said that he wants to accept him as a disciple. Do you have the ability? Chapter 116 Active Muscles and Bones. Anjali looked at this person with a look of disdain, and also considered whether he was a little abrupt, or whether he felt that he was really showing his temperament, so he was so unruly, and made this mysterious person a little unhappy. Ah, I'm sorry, I seem to be a little abrupt, but nothing else. I appreciate you very much. I have finished my self-introduction. My name is Anjali's mother. What's your name? This mysterious person thinks Anjali is real. It's a bit abrupt, but it's still necessary to be polite. If he wants to return to Anjali, Bai Jing is a matter of etiquette. According to the age, I should call you Shangtai. My name is Subaru. I was in the restaurant just now. Please don't blame me for some ugliness. You said that you want to talk about pictures. I really don't have any ideas. After I offended Subaru, I clasped my fists at Anjali, but Anjali will never give up. Just these few words he can be dismissed. Absolutely not, because he really likes Subaru. This Subaru is his apprentice, the best choice, so he will never let go easily. Even if Subaru refuses, what does it matter? Anjali is just a faint Isho, but he continues to look at Subaru, which makes Subaru feel a little uncomfortable. After all, it is really uncomfortable to be stared at by a big man like this, and I also feel that Anjali's eyes have a kind of penetration. The force also made Subaru feel inexplicably uneasy in his heart. Although you and I met by chance, I believe in fate. I know that you have some doubts about my strength now, so it doesn't matter. How do you want to witness my strength? Even if you say, I will cooperate, but after the ceremony, you must respect the master, be a teacher for one day, and be a father for life. If I say east, you will understand. Laugh. This laughter is really true. Anjali's ears are a little uncomfortable, and it also shows the profound inner strength of the mysterious person. This stimulated Anjali even more, allowing Anjali to enjoy the mysterious Subaru as his apprentice even more. At this moment, Subaru held back his internal strength, and then looked at Anjali calmly, because if ordinary people were attacked by his internal strength like this, they would feel uncomfortable and even bleed from their 7 orifices, but Anjali did not have any. And Anjali didn't even exert his strength, which really scared Subaru. At this moment, he felt that there were people outside the mountains, and no one should be despised. Subaru Mimi's eyes, and then Xiaobai, who is looking up and down very seriously and carefully. It doesn't matter, this Xiaobai looks calm and composed, it is really a powerful aura, which makes Subaru feel that this person is really not angry. An angry brother. There are 2 times. Anjali twisted his blue silk at the moment, looking very handsome. It's useless to say, just agree or disagree with the teacher. Anjali is also very impatient at the moment and wants to know the answer. But Subaru just doesn't recognize Anjali as a master biography, which is really frustrating for Anjali, and Subaru is also very strong and majestic. Looking at Anjali, he doesn't know Anjali and his strength. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Although it is a simple contest, it also makes Subaru have some scruples. But Subaru still feels that he doesn't know what his own strength is, and he doesn't know what Anjali's strength is. Brother Subaru, you can think about it, answer me quickly, it is really urgent, a dignified 7-foot man, is it so difficult to make a decision? It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay to say why. Anjali seems to be really anxious and eager to accept Subaru as his apprentice, but at the moment he is saying these words, which really makes Subaru feel a little funny. I have been in the world for so long, but this is the first time I have seen someone like you. You must know that people like you are truly unique in the world. If you want to accept me as a disciple, then well, let's have a fight first. Say it again. Anjali was indifferent to Isho and looked at Subaru calmly. Okay, that's it, let's do it _. Before Anjali finished speaking, Subaru was indeed attacking urgently. I saw his very neat flying feet and quickly kicked in front of Anjali, but who is Anjali? Anjali also quickly escaped. Moreover, Anjali's hands are behind his back, and he was annoyed by not using any weapon moves at all. Subaru must know that Subaru felt that Anjali was really too domineering, so he didn't take him seriously. When I saw Subaru resorting to his own ultimate move, the power of the whole body erupted instantly and rushed towards Anjali. Anjali just flicked his sleeves lightly, but he turned this great power into nothing. This action frightened Subaru. You must know that many people can't catch his strength. At least no one has caught it so far. Anjali is the first person to have good skills. Subaru is also full of praise, because a capable person is a capable person, and Anjali is indeed very powerful. Anjali vv Isho, also not to be outdone, but he does not take the initiative to attack, just defend. This made Subaru very unhappy. Could it be that he felt that he had no strength and looked down on himself? So Subaru also tried his best, constantly attacking and punching. At this time, I saw Subaru leaping into the air and spinning rapidly. The flying feet were spinning so fast that ordinary people couldn't see the figure of 957. They only felt that the speed of light was in front of him. Anjali only stretched out his palm. Dissolve Subaru's shadowless feet. Subaru stumbled to the ground at this moment, feeling convinced, and there was no point in comparing it anymore because he knew that he was not Anjali's opponent at all, and Anjali didn't attack, but he was constantly attacking. Moreover, Subaru knew that he had exhausted his strength and had no reservations, but when he looked at Anjali, he was breathing freely. Subaru offended. Subaru conceded defeat, but I have a request to enjoy my disciples and help me teach someone a lesson. Anjali is eager to search at this moment, completely disregarding the issue of principles. He doesn't know who to teach, and it doesn't matter who this person is. As long as Subaru agrees to be his apprentice, he can do it. Because Anjali thinks that Subaru is a man of justice, and will never make an enemy of a righteous person, so the person he wants to teach should be a bad person. Okay, then it's settled. I also respect you as a hero. Subaru knelt down on one knee at the moment, clasped his fists with both hands, and hurriedly greeted Anjali. Anjali was really happy and laughed together. Do not close your mouth. Good disciple, please get up quickly. Anjali's face was so happy that he couldn't hide it at all. At this moment, his mouth was full of joy. Chapter 117, Elimination of Violence and Liang. Anjali helped up his beloved disciple, and looked at Subaru with great joy. Subaru was also calm and composed. Looking at Anjali, He felt that Anjali's martial arts were really too deep, and he could follow Anjali. Learning the fur is already great. With a big jar of wine and so much beef, Anjali's stomach was so distended that he just moved lightly at the moment, but it still made him feel a little full. Today is really fate, the wine is good, the meat is happy, and what is even more rare is that I received a Subaru. Such a good apprentice just makes Anjali very satisfied, so at this moment Anjali and Subaru have endless words. Subaru, who do you want me to teach a lesson to? I think it should be a corrupt official and bully. Subaru nodded thoughtfully. What the master said was not wrong. What the master taught him was a corrupt official and a bully, and this official is not easy to offend. Moreover, Subaru also felt that he was a little blind to Taishan, and he didn't know Anjali's name. To know that Anjali was a famous figure in the arena, he was really ashamed. To be arguing with such a well-known figure, and to make such a gesture with the master, you must know that the skills of those three-legged cats are really not worth mentioning. Master, the apprentice has been offended just now. Please don't blame the master. The apprentice is also blind and does not know the name of the master. It is really superficial. If you follow the master in the future, then there will be Master Lau's teachings, and the apprentice will also listen to the master. The teachings of this Subaru is really smart and good at speaking, and what he said is from the bottom of his heart. It is indeed like this. He is really arrogant. He really did not expect this Anjali in front of him to be like this. Terrific. And when he first heard Anjali's name, he really didn't think much about it. He really didn't think that Anjali, who was famous in the rivers and lakes, was this person, the one who enjoyed himself as a disciple. Subaru clasped his fists with both hands and bowed deeply to Master Anjali, and his eyes were full of apology and guilt, and he looked at Anjali with admiration. At this moment, Anjali was faint of issue, and gently stroked his blue silk, and his hands were behind his back. This action was extremely handsome and elegant. With this white robe, especially when dancing, it's like a fairy descending into the world. Disciple, since you and I think that there is a relationship between master and apprentice, don't talk about those lessons. You just need to respect me as a master. I don't need to say more. I will not begrudge my martial arts. I will teach it without reservation. For you. But as for how much you can learn, it depends on your aptitude and potential, but I think you, Huijin, are very smart and a prodigy in martial arts, so you are so persevering in chasing you. I'm very happy. He really didn't expect something. Today, he can appoint Angel as a master, and it is Anjali who finds himself sincerely. Master, you haven't asked me yet, who is the person I want you to teach a lesson. This person is none other than the city lord of this city. This person has done a lot of evil and burned so intensely, it really makes people hate Anjali's faint issue, and then played with his sleeves again. This is what a dignified city lord, he doesn't even look at it. It's not a problem at all. If you want to teach him, it's really easy to catch. Because Anjali is a chivalrous man, he has to take care of these injustices, so his mission is this, and he is not afraid of how sinister the villains are. There is only a city lord. Don't worry, he can do anything to me, you just see me teach him a lesson. And Anjali said lightly, he didn't exaggerate, because Anjali's name is really too loud. In the arena no one knows no one knows. When you mention his name, you will be scared shitless, not to mention seeing him, you will be shocked by this high-spirited appearance. Subaru also believes in Anjali's strength and knows the master's ability, so Subaru is also looking forward to it at the moment. Looking at the master's eyes, he really admires and worships the five-body master, so what are we waiting for? Don't delay the time, we are going to teach that President Cheng now, because the city owner has bad ideas all the time, and he wants to harm the people and bully women from good families. This Subaru is really in a hurry, and it is really a man of temperament, so Anjali is also helpless. Just eat well, exercise his muscles and bones, and see the strength of this city owner. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Woolen cloth. Let's go on our way. Subaru is very happy at the moment. The pigeons, the front and the back, are constantly turning left and right in Anjali, and they are also telling Anjali about this. Anjali also enjoyed listening to the gonzo in the city and laughed. In a short while, Anjali and Subaru came to the door of the city lord. Quickly ask your city lord to come out to meet me. My name is Anjali. These bastards and followers of the city owner looked at Anjali and Subaru outside with disdain, because they felt that they wanted people and soldiers. And they are also very powerful. They don't take these people seriously at all, thinking that they are just some people in the market, but they are just heroes. But when the bastard told the city lord was taken aback because he knew Anjali's name. You heard it right, Anjali was really shouting outside, and he really declared his name to be Anjali. This bastard kept nodding his head, he really heard it right, he heard it really, and Anjali also said his name several times. How can this be good? How can this be good? Why did Nuo Li Jiao provoke him? How did he come here? This person is really not easy to provoke, what should I do? The city lord walked back and forth with a sad face at the moment, because he was really worried and scared, worried about Anjali. If he was unhappy, just moving a finger like this would kill him. How exactly? If I see him, what if this Anjali asks for guilt? Because the city lord knows what he has done and what his crime is. If not, then Anjali will not leave like this, so the city owner is really in a dilemma at this moment, and he really doesn't know how to make up his mind. Oh, am I running out of gas? Could it be that I really encountered a disaster star? It's really unlucky, God wants to kill me. The dog legs beside him, looking at the appearance of the city lord, was also shivering with fright, because he was also a dog, and he also did a lot of evil things. The 118th Palm Punishment. City Lord, come up with an idea, such hesitation is not an option. Anjali is still waiting outside. If you don't go out to see him, you will anger him even more. At that time, he will raise our place to the ground. Flat. The city lord doesn't know, why doesn't he know the power of Anjali? You must know that Anjali can easily raise an island to the ground. These have all been legends, so the city lord is really stammering at this moment. Moreover, the beads of sweat kept flowing down from his face, and the city lord was constantly wiping his sweat, but what could he do? He also needed to go out and face it. Let me ask you, look at Anjali's attitude just now, whether he is angry, tell me in detail, and don't miss any details. If you miss it, I'll ask you, and your family will not want to live. This bastard was also frightened by the city lord. He knelt down at this moment, and then kowtowed to the city lord 3 times and kept begging for mercy. The city lord calms down his anger. The city lord spares his life. I will say that the city lord is really impatient. He just scared the follower. This follower is really scared like this. At this moment, the city lord is not following the same way, because he really is frightened by Anjali. You idiot, 647 I'm just scaring you. Say it quickly, you idiot, idiot. The city lord was already trembling with anger at the moment, and he couldn't tell whether he was trembling with fright or anger, but it was duolodoxin, and it kept flowing. Lai's attitude just now was very calm, and he didn't look angry, but I saw him not angry and arrogant, and I was also afraid that the city lord slapped his sleeves fiercely. This is damn scary, what he said. The words really made him tremble and made him dare not go out to face it, because Anjali is such a character. Anjali didn't need to be angry at all, and he didn't need any expression, but he still asked because he wanted to analyze Anjali's psychology from a little bit of micro-expression. In case Anjali just wanted to see him, there was nothing as for the matter, I hope so. At this moment, the city owner is also 7. God bless you, don't have any unexpected things. Just because of the evil things that you have done, you really make yourself feel bad and make yourself empty, especially when you see Anjali who is even more guilty. The city lord, what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and go out. If you go out late and Anjali is really angry, what should you do? He will raise us to the ground. The person who should face the city will eventually face the city owner. He knows that he can't escape. Today is really his calamity. Alas, let's go, whether it's life or death, let's listen to it, don't you just lose your head. The head fell off, which is a big scar. After 2+ years, he is a hero again. This city owner is really shameless. He actually calls himself a hero. What do you think? He is simply a faceless, skinless person. I saw the city lord, Pitioner, bowing his waist, and constantly wiping his sweat, coming towards Angeli. Seeing this situation, Angeli looked down on this person, and his face was also VV-isho. I saw the city owner suddenly knelt down on both knees and kept kowtowing to Angeli. Lord Angeli, I have missed a long way to welcome. I don't know how offended and rude Lord Angeli is when he arrives. Please forgive me, Lord Angeli. Please forgive me for Subaru when he saw all this. It's really amazing, his master is really famous. You are the city owner, don't be slick in front of me, don't say such flattering words. You only tell me what bad things you have done, and I tell you, from now on, you will not do all the duties here. I will call the shots to remove all your posts. When the city lord heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. As long as he didn't want his old life, he could do whatever he wanted, and he didn't need to be an official anymore at his age, because he had already made enough money. There is already money that will keep him alive for several lifetimes. Thank you Angeli for not killing me, I said. I arrested some people and did some coolies for me. Nothing else, I'll let them go, just let them go. Angeli nodded calmly, and then looked at Subaru. Subaru looked at Angeli with admiration at the moment. Seeing these innocent people being released, Angeli's heart also felt relieved, and he felt a lot happier. It was really good that Subaru was relieved a lot. It is also a chivalrous person who can do these things. Subaru, are you still hesitating at this moment? Just now, you just gave me the apprentice salute sloppily and also called my master perfunctorily. Now I want to see your performance and only hear a plop. The earthquake shook, but Subaru knelt down on both knees, in front of Angeli. It is also a very sincere kowtow 3 times and 9 bows. The master is in the next Subaru. It is you who is the master, the teacher for 1 day, and the father for life. If you violate it, you will be punished. This head kowtow also wanted to kowtow very sincerely, and Subaru's forehead was also covered with mud. Okay, I officially accept you as an apprentice, the master knows, you just need to practice and study with me well. Subaru was really too happy, but he didn't know where Angeli was going to take him to practice and study. But no matter where he goes, Subaru will follow the master for the rest of his life. Let's go, I'll take you to the fairyland on Earth to practice. The vast sea, the boundless and vast ocean, is really full of vitality, and the blue sea is so beautiful that Subaru feels that he has no regrets in this life. Angeli did not hesitate to hand over all his martial arts and stunts to Subaru one by one, just to see how Subaru understood. Subaru is also in the 3rd shift. Get up early to practice the exercises, and exercise your muscles and bones at night. It is more diligent and studious than anyone else. It also makes Angeli amazed. In his spare time, he can also blow the sea breeze and enjoy the sea view. Subaru is very comfortable. I also felt that I didn't know the master earlier. If I knew the master earlier, he must be very powerful and his level must be very high. Subaru also secretly made up his mind that he must cultivate the best, put his heart on it, and let the master rest assured. The master's sincere acceptance of himself as an apprentice really moved Subaru. Subaru, what do you think of my place? What do you think of my master? Subaru thumped and knelt down to Angeli again, kowtowed to Angeli again, and bowed to Angeli again. It also made Angeli unable to laugh or cry. Angeli shook his head helplessly, feeling that this apprentice was really cute. Chapter 119 Teaching Martial Arts. Seeing the whole town, it regained its tranquility once again. At this moment, Angeli led his beloved disciple to the sea. It can be said that this is the most comfortable place for him. He likes to stay at the sea and the sea breeze blows on his face. That cozy feeling. The feeling of comfort made Angeli feel at ease. At this time, seeing his beloved disciple, he had a sense of justice, and of course he was happy in his heart. It can be said that his disciple not only has high understanding but also has a very good character. Gregory's sole criterion for choosing an apprentice. Master, Is this your home? Is that where you stay often? The scenery here is so beautiful. It can be seen that Subaru is also very satisfied with this place. With brilliance in his eyes, he seems to be grateful to Anjali for helping him fulfill a wish, and he is also glad that he has found a good master. Of course, he has seen Anjali's ability. When he taught the city lord, he saw it in his eyes. Anjali is a very righteous person, and his martial arts are strong. If he can get the true inheritance of his master, that is of course a very good thing. This is not my home, but I like to be at sea. How? The environment here is okay. Master, when will you teach me martial arts? I can't wait. Looking at Subaru's urgent eyes, Anjali at the moment is also satisfied. Of course, this is the nature of martial arts practitioners. Maybe everyone is like this. As long as they know that the other party is an expert, they want to learn all their martial arts from themselves. The panda at the moment is like this, and he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Smiled at Subaru. No hurry, I will give you everything I know, it depends on your understanding. Thank you master, no matter how high my savvy is, I believe I can only learn 1 or 2 things from master. Subaru seems to be very honest, but it is indeed very listenable when he speaks. At this moment, Anjali can't help Vivi's smile. Although he is unwilling to accept other people's smugness, he still makes me hear such words. It is more useful to me. Anjali Vivi nodded and said. Be my apprentice, you can rest assured, I will teach you all of myself, but whether you can master it depends on your understanding, but I have seen that your understanding is still very high, and I am most optimistic about it. Your character, I accepted you as a disciple because of your character. Thank you for your teacher's teaching. I will always behave like this. You can rest assured that even if I get your true biography in the future, I will definitely learn about Mayday. It can be said that Anjali's apprentices have really received a lot. He is now a person who is full of peaches and plums. Regarding the character of some of his apprentices, he is really very good. Of satisfaction. Although some of their martial arts have only learned 1 or 2% of their own, and some have only learned 30 or 40% of their own, they have not fully learned their current skills, but when they are walking in the rivers and lakes, they can really eliminate violence and peace. This made Anjali feel satisfied. In the process of discussing with Subaru, what he had mastered in locking the door was only some thunder and lightning. At this moment, Anjali wanted to teach his fantasy swordsmanship to Subaru. Subaru stood on the deck, overlooking the sea, facing the sea breeze. The empty career made him feel relaxed and happy. A paradise, it can be said that here you can let yourself forget all your selfish thoughts. There is no fighting, and there is no darkness. There was a small boat accompanying them. They were floating on the sea. The floating feeling made people feel casual. Anjali walked into the cabin and quickly took out a sword from the cabin. The sword has a golden hilt. Yellow. It can be seen that Anjali likes this sword very much. It is a treasure of the master. At this moment, Subaru is greedily looking at the sword in the master's hand. This sword is really beautiful. Touching the extremely sharp, golden sword, at this moment Subaru's eyes showed a greedy color. Take it, this is for you. Master, this is such a precious thing for me. I really can't accept it. I really can't repay it in the future. The master taught me martial arts and taught me how to be a human being. I'm already grateful. I really dare not accept the words given to me. For my apprentices, there are greetings. This is the treasure that my master gave you. I hope he will follow you in this lifetime. Subaru of the mobile phone took the sword in both hands, and immediately knelt on the ground and said to Anjali. The master is above, please accept the disciples. Hurry up, disciple, I have seen the martial arts on you, and I can say that I will give you all the essence of this sword. Subaru practiced swords at sea. It was very hard and his understanding was very high. Looking at Subaru, he practiced this fantasy sword to perfection. At this moment, Anjali nodded with satisfaction. Coupled with his original martial arts background and the phone number of Anjali, the speed at which Subaru mastered this skill was really fast. When the two returned to the town again, it was already late. At this moment, Subaru was looking for it in the town. When they went to a hotel, the master and the apprentice took a rest. While they were resting in the guest room, they suddenly heard the sound of the playground. Angeli didn't care when he brought it up. He thought that the people living in the store were naturally noisy, but gradually he heard these people as if they were talking about the city lord. There was a little dissatisfaction in the words. At this moment, Angeli pricked up his ears and listened to the comments of these customers about the city owner. Of course, he had taught the city owner a lesson before, and the city owner had already repented and said that he would definitely enforce the law fairly, manage the entire city, but only one day later, the old problem of the city owner relapsed again. Really does not make sense. Hearing these words, Angeli suddenly sat up from the bed at this moment, because he heard people outside talking about the city lord occupying their land and their homes, and now they are homeless. I can only find a hotel to stay in. This city lord is simply stubborn. If this is the case, then he can't do things after he has come here. No matter, Angeli is sitting on the bed and angry, he blames the last time he attacked the city lord too lightly, resulting in he's still doing a lot of wicked things, and he doesn't change his mind. Let's see how I deal with him. While speaking, Angeli picked up the lighting sword and walked out of the guest room. Chapter 120. Establish the city lord. Angeli, who was lying on the bed, heard that the common people were talking about whether the city owner was not. He was very angry, so he walked out of the guest room with the sword, followed by Subaru. The two walked straight to the city owner's house. At this moment, the city owner was celebrating at home. He thought that Angeli and Subaru had left the city, then the city was its own world again. It can be said that he can do whatever he wants. He is the king here. As long as Angeli does not participate in this matter, then no one can interfere with his rights. The door was kicked open with a clang. At the moment, the city owner was laughing with his wife on the bed. He didn't expect that Subaru and Angeli rushed into his house angrily. At this moment, the city owner was trembling with fear. Of course, he also knew Angeli, and once again returned to, what is the purpose of coming here at 280? It seems that the things he has done have been known by Angeli, and the city owner at this moment is so frightened that he is all over his head. Beg for mercy to Angel. Master N, just spare my dog's life, I don't dare anymore. You seem to have said this sentence, and you seem to have not counted what you said, so you don't have a chance now, and you only have one chance, which has been wasted by you. While talking, he stepped forward and picked up the city lord's clothes, holding it high like a chicken, and then forcefully poured the city lord on the ground and squatted like a piece of mud. On the ground, unable to move. Although the city lord also has a certain foundation, he knows that in front of Angeli, if he is using his two-legged cat kung fu, he believes that in front of Angeli, he is courting death, so he is simply like a corpse. As long as Googly's disposition doesn't have any effect on the language, then believing that his limbs are doing any action will be a kind of harm to him. Angeli picked up the city lord and poured it on the ground. At this moment, the city lord was on the ground, rolling back and forth in pain, and begging for mercy. Angeli would no longer believe in such a persevering person. He held a town residents meeting overnight and told the town residents that he would call the people of this city and appoint a new city lord. As long as he can think about the people of the city and the interests of the common people, then this person will be the new city lord. At this moment, Angeli has also inquired from many sources, saying that the deputy city lord's personnel and his character are relatively good. In that case, the opinions of the entire town's residents in Angelo hope that they can recommend the deputy city lord as their city lord. Angeli's decision was strongly supported by the city residents. Seeing that the whole city was once again in a peaceful state, Angeli's decision was also recognized by the people. At this moment, Angeli felt a little relieved. Of course, if a city has a good leader, then I believe it will be a boon for the city's residents. On the bed again, Angeli finally couldn't open his eyes. First, when he woke up the next morning, Subaru had already filled the water and put it next to Angeli. Of course, as an apprentice, he should do it all. Master, wash your face first, and I'll bring you breakfast to the bed right away." The two quickly finished breakfast, and Anjali was going to lead Subaru out of here. The two quickly got on the big boat. This was a very novel thing for Subaru. People, being by the master's side gives him a sense of security and pride. It can be said that no one can violate the master's ability, and he is safe. Of course, when the master's name is mentioned, I believe many people they will all be frightened, and naturally they will become Anjali's apprentice and feel very proud. While the two of them were standing on the deck watching the scenery on both sides of the strait, a big ship came over not far away. And the speed is very fast. At this moment, Anjali knows that this big ship is coming for him. Of course, the ship encountered at sea should be the ship of a pirate. These pirates, it can be said that their actions were very rampant during this time. There is no law in their eyes at all. As long as the prey is found at sea, no matter who the ship is, they will dare to rob and attack. To the Subaru beside him, "Did you see that big ship?" Following the direction pointed by Anjali, Subaru at the moment looked around and saw that a ship was very fierce in his direction. He nodded to Anjali, but he couldn't see it on his face. To a trace of fear. Because there is Anjali standing beside him, so as long as he is with the master, he has nothing to be afraid of. Looking at Subaru's calm appearance, Anjali feels very happy at the moment. After all, his only apprentice does not panic for a while. This is a very stable performance. Only in this way can we handle things without panic. "Master, they came to us. Are these people friends or foes?" It seems that Subaru doesn't know anything about the situation at sea. He thought that the people who came to this big ship were his friends. 80% of these people are pirates. While talking, Anjali turned around and there was a big ship sliding towards him. It can be said that the two ships had a plan, and they wanted to flank him and Subaru inside to form an encirclement. Although Anjali has also fought against these pirates many times, the number of pirates who came today is really quite large. Soon, the two large ships were getting closer and closer, and Anjali could clearly see the number of people in the cabin. There are about 100 people in the two ships. 05. It seems that the pirates really regard themselves as their target this time. I don't know if they know that the person on this ship is themselves. If they knew, I believe they would also be afraid, just watching these two ships, moving so fast. It seems that they don't know that the person they are attacking is Anjali, who is calmly welcoming this battle at the moment, even though the two ships appeared by his side unexpectedly. But Anjali is now mentally prepared, and believes that if their ship really comes, and if they are really close to him, they will not do anything to him, even though there are many of them. "Alas, master, there are a lot of people on these two ships. It seems that they are bound to win." Chapter 121: The Decisive Battle. At this moment, Anjali looked at Subaru standing beside him to see if he would be afraid when he saw so many pirates, but he didn't really see the sun of fear on Subaru's face. In fact, he stood there calmly, looking left and right at the number of people on the two ships. Although I felt that there were a lot of people on the two ships, they did not mean to be afraid. Anjali nodded with satisfaction and said to Subaru, "How about it? It's the first time I've seen such a big battle. If you face so many pirates, don't you be afraid. With the master here, what am I afraid of? Not to mention that these thieves can't hurt any of us at all." Subaru is more confident. Although he also learned some martial arts with this Anjali, he only learned some of Anjali's fur. At this moment, the boy also wanted to see what kind of potential Subaru had, so he returned. He looked over and looked at the two pirate ships and said to Subaru, "Disciples, these people will be handed over to you." Listening to Anjali's words, Subaru clenched his fists at the moment, expressing to Anjali that he would do it and would be able to defeat them. Subaru stood on the deck like a chicken blood and waited for the two boats. The 06 is now on two ships. It can be said that it is close at hand, but the people on the two ships have not attacked them yet. The old man is domineering at sea, and on land, I have already taken care of you. Although Subaru has only learned a few skins, his tone is really very big. Looking at Subaru's self-confidence, Anjali also decided that he wanted to try Subaru to see how far he had learned his martial arts and where there were still some flaws. Of course, as a bystander, he should be able to quickly see the shortcomings and advantages of the martial arts learned by Subaru. The two pirate ships were almost simultaneously caught in the small boat that Subaru and Anjali were sitting on. After approaching the boat, the pirates jumped on the boat one after another. At this moment, the boats of Subaru and Anjali were swayed by these pirates. Anjali stood firmly on the deck, watching Subaru deal with these. The pirates at the moment rushed to the boat with weapons and started to attack Subaru. Subaru held the fantasy sword given by Anjali to open the bow from left to right, and saw the pirates falling into the water one after another. Anjali stood on the deck, and was quite satisfied with the martial arts that Subaru performed. It seems that Subaru is really hard-working, and its internal strength is also good. Coupled with its own guidance, it really brings this sword to the extreme. Although it is still lacking on the whole, it has been learned for so many days. Mastering so much knowledge is already very valuable. Several pirates were shot into the water one after another, but although there were too many pirates, all the pirates on the other boat also stepped onto the boat. If it weren't for the size of the boat, if it was small, I believe those pirates would swarm. It's just that the boat can accommodate not many people. It can only accommodate a dozen pirates and Subaru to fight. At this moment, Subaru is really invincible. Watching those pirates being stabbed by Subaru's sword, blood is flowing, and some pirates are simply kicked into the water by Subaru. Go! Other pirates saw their companions being kicked into the water, and some were injured, so they rushed up recklessly, probably because they were not afraid of any ships found at sea. Anything is their prey, and they are bound to get it. In addition to fighting against these pirates, Subaru would look back at Anjali from time to time to show his abilities and see if Anjali was satisfied with his abilities. These pirates are not all mediocre, and their abilities are also very large. Coupled with their strong physique, Subaru obviously felt a little powerless after a period of competition. After all, these pirates have played one wave after another. Although Subaru can shoot a few people into the water and get injured, after all, the sea there are many thieves. Looking at Subaru's strength, it is obvious that there are some sharp turns and declines. At this moment, Anjali is also a little worried, but people have some potential that can be stimulated at critical times. He will see if this wicket has potential to be stimulated. Of course, it is often possible to encounter situations such as walking alone in the rivers and lakes. I can't always be by their side to protect them. These things should be handled by themselves. Anjali did not step forward to help but quietly stood on the deck and watched the situation, although some pirates were defeated by Subaru. But Subaru's power is also taking a sharp turn. Moreover, Subaru's body has also been slashed by a pirate's knife. At this moment, Anjali quickly stepped forward to rescue Subaru when he saw this. Of course, as long as he shoots himself at this time, then these pirates will be beaten by himself. The lost sight saw Anjali step forward and kick a few pirates. A few pirates were kicked into the water, and the other pirates picked up their knives and slashed in the direction of Anjali. It seemed that they were not very familiar with Anjali. If they were familiar with Anjali, I believe that there is no need to fight. As long as you see Anjali, you will run away. But these people don't know what kind of ability 963 Anjali really is, but they rushed forward recklessly. Because they feel that there must be some valuable things on this ship, and their purpose is to get things and at the same time hurt these people. Of course, the waterway is their world. Master. Subaru saw that Anjali finally made a move, and his heart was overjoyed. He could say that he could not stand it anymore. I saw that Anjali changed quickly and opened up a path to come to his side. Like the blessed child, he immediately gained momentum. The two of them were back to back, facing the attack of the ferocious pirates, and they began to spread directly below, and some pirates were struggling in the water. Of course, they were all injured and some of them fell on the deck, moaning and struggling. At this moment, Anjali flew towards him, and a few pirates flew over and kicked them. Individuals are like candied haws. One hits and the other falls into the water one after another. The few pirates in front of them attacked Anjali violently. It can be said that they have never seen such a powerful character, and just after they came up, they knocked down the one in front of them. Chapter 122, Fight When You Meet. Anjali helps Subaru start healing. Subaru felt that his meridians were opened up in an instant, all the pores were open, and he could absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The next warm current entered the body as if the wounds he had just suffered were slowly being recovered, and his physical energy gradually recovered. Stand up. Subaru admired Anjali's powerful skills in his heart. I am also very grateful to the master for healing him at this time. Through this fierce battle, Subaru also summed up a lot of experience, his level has risen a lot, and his experience value has increased a lot. All of this is thanks to the master for helping him heal and help him improve Subaru's body, and their physical strength has been restored, so their task has not been completed. Now Anjali can't leave here, and can only let Subaru go to find Zoro and them. Stay on your own and continue to complete the mission. Subaru listened to Anjali's arrangement and went to find Zoro and the others. Anjali was left alone to continue the task in this place. Only a quick upgrade is the only way to make yourself stronger and stronger. There were a lot of beasts around. Anjali used the Sakura sword to knock them down one after another. The business at this time was to kill all the monsters in this castle. It can only be said that Anjali is here now. If other people are there, they may not be able to complete such a task. Anjali is the most powerful swordsman in the world, so it is impossible for others to surpass him. A ferocious beast came at you. I saw that Anjali said it was too late, and then quickly took out the frost snow sword, a cherry blossom and 100 glowing flowers. The sword energy contained in the dark cherry blossoms will explode when it touches anything and cannot maintain balance. I saw the beasts and monsters around him, and they all shattered when they hit the weather. Anjali's sword was as sharp as it was about to destroy the entire world, and all the surrounding species were broken. This may be the fear of Janao. Anjali can feel that his level has risen again, his points have increased Anjali's efforts, and the system has sent him a reincarnation pill. This is a good thing. After you run out of physical energy, you can restore your physical energy and come back to life again. Anjali's disdain for the surrounding atmosphere is the feeling of invincibility. Go ahead and complete the task. Wherever the snowflake sword went, all the monsters were instantly destroyed. During these business processes, Anjali was rewarded by the system and gave a pair of purple-yellow boots. Anjali's speed was even faster. Let these humble monsters be the stepping stones for Anjali to conquer the world. At this time, the fighting power has increased a lot. The monster of the castle continues to rise. This is Anjali, and there is still a certain amount of skill. Keep working hard, keep using his tricks. Anglia continued to move forward because of the task, and these monsters blocking his way were also turned into ashes under his double snow swords. After Subaru left Anjali, he continued in the other direction. He wanted to find Zoro and the others and join Zoro and the others. Subaru now also belongs to the 4 Emperor level combat power. So it's okay to deal with some of the beast monsters in the picture. Let him act alone, Anjali is also to train him. Subaru walked and wondered how he could find Zoro, he was not familiar with Zoro and them. Just when he thought of this, several beasts in front blocked his way. It was time for him to exercise again. The black cloud crow killing that Anjali taught him has not been used yet. At this time, Subaru was killed by a black cloud crow, only to see Subaru's sight, like a black cloud, and like 1,000 crows, it went straight to the beast. Several beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. Subaru was stunned when he saw several beasts turn to ashes in an instant. He didn't expect this trick taught by his master to be so powerful. The blissful beasts that were eliminated, the level of Subaru has increased a little. The system gave him some magic weapons to protect himself. I thought that after the war, my body would not recover so quickly, but I didn't expect that he would use this trick to the fullest. The body did not feel any strangeness. Subaru is thinking that the master is too powerful. As expected of the swordsman who is admired by the world and continues to move forward, he is looking for the whereabouts of Zoro and the others. Went to the most desolate part of the castle. Several people ahead blocked his way. Everyone is fully equipped. Holding a long sword, he looks like a very high-level expert. But no matter how high the level is, you have to fight them yourself. You don't know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, but you can only move forward if you kill a bloody path first. Who is the comer? Why are you blocking my way? Subaru said seriously. His eyes showed his chest. That feeling is that the person who blocked me is dying. Who are you? Why are you here? The people who came here were not willing to tell their true identity, but questioned Subaru. Most people who want to know who I am are people who are dying. Subaru's temper is not very unpleasant. Not much to say. Just pick up the sword and see you. This is what it means to do it without a word. The opponent's swordsmanship is also quite good. Subaru took the palm of his hand and used his strength to talk, holding a long sword. Snowflakes formed where the sword tip was drawn and went straight to the person's chest. But the opponent's black cloud pressed the top, and it seemed to resolve this sword move. Subaru didn't understand why all the swordsmanships he used could be cracked by the other party. Could it be that they are the Zoro and the others that Shichuan asked me to find? Your name is Zoro. Subaru and the powerful voice questioned each other. Okay, tell me who you are. How do you know my name? Zoro was also very surprised when he heard Subaru say his own name. Could it be his own? Why is his swordsmanship similar to that of his master? Stop it, we are our own. Subaru can be sure that the other party must be Zoro and the others that the master asked him to find. I am Subaru, the new apprentice of the master. You don't know me, the master asked me to come to you. You are all right. As Subaru put it away, he told Zoro about his origins. How is the master? Where is the master? Zoro can't wait to know what happened to Angeli. Master is very good. He is still doing the task ahead. Don't worry, he asked me to come to you and meet with the master. Subaru told Zoro and the others about Angeli's situation. Yes, as long as the master is fine, Zoro they were relieved. Chapter 123 Adjustment Status. This is really a flood that broke through the Dragon King temple, and I don't know my own people. Zoro still sighs. He thinks it's very strange. No wonder the tricks he uses are the master's tricks. It turns out that we are brothers. Zoro looked at Subaru as his own and felt that he was being so rude just now. He was really sorry, so Zoro apologized to Subaru. I'm really sorry, I thought you were the enemy who committed the crime, so I didn't ask you clearly and fought with you, and spent so much energy. Zoro explained to Subaru that I wasn't good either, and didn't explain who I was, so we fought, and we all hurt each other like this, and we beat our own people. Subaru is also blaming himself for not telling the truth from the beginning. If he were to directly say that he was looking for Zoro, then there might not be so many misunderstandings, and the two sides would not spend so much energy. Well, we don't need to apologize to each other. It's good to know that we are all brothers and sisters. We are a family and our own, that's good. Zoro also feels that since they are all his own, then don't delay the time here any longer. We should go to find the trace of the master together. Subaru, please go to the boat with us, and we will go to the master. Zoro invited Subaru take a boat together to find Angeli and Angeli rendezvous because Zoro said so. So Subaru will pay attention to 267. It turns out that there is a large ship docked on the shore. Yeah, it would be much faster if you sailed to find Angeli, and you didn't have to go through so many hardships. Zoro thought the same way. He felt that it would be faster to get on the boat together to find Angeli, and the earlier the driver and his heart would be put down earlier. Subaru accepts Zoro's invitation and joins them in a boat to find Angel. At this moment, the water surface suddenly appeared, and there were huge waves. Subaru, Zoro and the others stood on the deck and looked over. It turned out that there was a large pirate ship on the opposite side, and it was rushing towards him in this direction. This is Fromen, the pirate ship of the pirates. This gang of pirates is extremely fierce, and they only do bad things to bully the entire sea. Make this piece of sea domain name boring. Zoro and Subaru introduce the situation of the pirate ship. Since he is doing evil like this, he must not be kept. We will destroy them today, Cold said gloomily after listening to Zoro's introduction. Since you are confident, we will never be afraid, so let's prepare for Age together. Zoro was thinking in his heart, what happened? Why are the master's apprentices like this? They are as confident as me. Self-confidence is for the reason of self-confidence, because they are the strongest land in the world, so they must also be the strongest. They have a mission to save the world, so no matter what difficulties they face, they are bound to go up. But the other party is not weak, the Comer is not good, the other party can dominate the whole sea area, and he is not a generalist. The momentum of the pirate ship coming in time is like fighting everything. After reaching their ship, some people on the pirate ship flew directly to his ship to face the snatch. But the people of the pirate ships were also unlucky, and what they encountered today was not an ordinary sailing ship. Zoro, Subaru, and some brothers and sisters holding long swords, all kinds of swordsmanship. The people who just jumped on the boat became cannon fodder. The whole scene is spectacular. Subaru pointed out the white clouds, and Zoro resorted to the black clouds. The other brothers and sisters used 13 silver lights to kill people, not to mention that the people on the pirate ship were also very strong in martial arts, but the enemies they encountered were too powerful. Some people just jumped on the boat, and they were killed by Jonfang before they knew how to start. Naturally, every time Zoro and Subaru kill a batch of pirates, their level increases by 1 level. Because of the parents, they became more and more brave, and Zoro and Subaru and their swords were bloody everywhere. Even if batches of pirates came to the ship, there were not many left. In this fierce battle, Subaru discovered the sword moves used by Zoro, some of which he could not understand. Brother, what is the name of this trick? I think your use of this move is quite wonderful. The power to destroy the enemy is very powerful. Subaru doesn't understand it, so he wants to ask Zoro what kind of swordsmanship this is. Angry still hasn't had time to teach him. This move is called 13 silver lights. The pirate ship really suffered a big loss this time. I didn't expect that such a team that was once popular in the sea was actually destroyed by Subaru Angeli and his brothers. Subaru is very happy. He has never fought such a victory before. It can be said that this battle was really very enjoyable. Although it took a lot of physical strength, it was worth it. It seems that I learned this from the master. Building a tree has really enhanced a lot of energy for oneself, and at the same time, it has also made oneself more comfortable when walking the rivers and lakes in the future. Master, you are resting here, I'll go find some food. At this moment, Subaru saw Angeli sitting quietly with his eyes closed, so he volunteered to find some food. After this battle, they really spent a lot of energy. At this moment, Subaru saw Angeli Vivi's right. He nodded to himself and left alone. Angeli closed his eyes and rested on the pirate's boat. It can be said that the whole big boat has its own person. Not only did they stand on the pirate's boat, but they also took the pirate's boat as their own. The boat left here and wanted to find something to eat to supply them. Of course, the journey by sea is also very long, so we should find more food to avoid starvation on the boat. Although there are some fish and shrimp at sea kind of, but Subaru still wanted to be nice to the master, to show his filial piety, and he rowed the boat towards the distance. When he saw a small boat appearing in front of him again, Subaru at the moment had experience this time. He felt that the small boat in front of him should still be a pirate. It seemed that there were really many pirates on the sea. At this moment, Subaru is already mentally prepared. Of course, the number of people in the small boat in front should be not many, because the two big boats that attacked the two of them just now, Lai and himself, were defeated. There should not be too many people on this small boat, and he should be able to handle it alone. Looking back at the big ship where the master was resting, Subaru did not alert the master, but faced the small ship and drove over quickly. Chapter 124 Misunderstanding. In Subaru's thinking, he felt that the people he encountered on the ships at sea were all pirates, so at this moment, Subaru rowed the boat quickly towards the boat that was going to the opposite side, and also quickly when they came over, it seemed that the people on the two boats were really full of gunpowder. "You gangsters are really daring this time," Subaru yelled at the people on the boat. Zoro also felt very puzzled at the moment. Pirates are absolute city-states, but there is only one person on the boat in front of him. No matter what, the people they meet at sea are the pirates. "The pirates ahead, let the horses come," Zoro spoke confidently. Soon the two boats were quickly approaching each other. Subaru, who came forward, quickly drew out the sword that his master had given him, and stabbed him violently towards the opponent's chest. Zoro was just about to distinguish the opponent's routine, but the opponent's health care had already reached his chest. There was no time to think too much. Zoro flew up and was about to kick the opponent's wrist, but Subaru was also very fast. He turned his direction suddenly, and pointed the blade at Zoro again with a slow hand. "Hey boy, this sword came quite fast. Heroes cherish each other. It has been like this since ancient times," and now Zoro sees the pirate opposite. This sword dance is so skilled, but there is one thing he feels a little familiar with. His routine seems to have been seen somewhere, and many of the master's disciples, Zoro, have seen it, but the person in front of him seems to have some similarities with the master's routine. Who is this person in front of him? Could it be that the master's apprentice went out of the way and became a pirate, and this idea formed in Zoro's heart? At this moment, Zoro did not dare to neglect, because the opponent's swordsmanship is really very fast. One sword after another is pressing towards him. If he didn't react in time, I believe that the first piece just now has stabbed into his chest. Dodging the first Subaru's sword, he stabbed Zoro's throat again, and now Zoro leaned back to avoid the arrow. The increasingly familiar swordsmanship made Zoro want to ask the other party where he came from, but the other party didn't give him such a chance at all. At this moment, Subaru saw that neither of his two pieces stabbed Zoro, so he quickly turned around, raised his legs and kicked Zoro's body. "Boy, who are you? Don't care who I am, eat my sword first." Subaru responded with a two-pronged approach. Although one of his legs flew and kicked Zoro, his health care was not idle. He picked up the sword in his right hand and stabbed Zoro's body again. At this moment, Zoro saw that the other party was pressing step by step, and he didn't want to answer himself at all, so he hurriedly avoided the kick that Subaru flew over. This kick was avoided, but Subaru's health care once again arrived at his body. At this moment, Zoro felt that this sword was really very familiar. "Say who you are and why you have the master's health care." Seeing the familiar sword, Zoro now confirms once again that the person in front of him is related to Master He. Otherwise, the master's sword will not be in his hand, but with his martial arts, if he wants to do something to the master, that is impossible. Zoro is not worried that the master will be hurt by the other party or what. He just thinks that the person in front of him should have a relationship with the master. If he doesn't know if it is really unpleasant, then I believe it is also true for the master. A disrespect. "Master, who is your master?" "Master Angelion." Facing the pressing step by step of the person in front of him, the small road at the moment did not go out of his way to resist, but just dodged blindly. When he first heard Angelie's name, Subaru put away his sword and his figure. "You are, how do you know Mr. Angelie?" Hearing the other party calling out the master's name, Zoro was overjoyed at this moment. "That is my master, and I am his eldest disciple, Zoro." The big water rushed to the Dragon King Temple. The family didn't know the family. At this moment, Subaru felt that he had committed the following crimes. What about the collision master? Arriving here first, Subaru quickly threw down his sword and knelt on one knee on the ground to express his apology to the brother in front of him. 0. Ask for flowers. Senior brother is above, please accept the apprenticeship. Just now, the junior brother has eyes and does not know Mount I. You don't care about the villain. I am also the apprentice of Master N. The apprentice just accepted. Please get up. Get up quickly, I said. How can your swordsmanship be the same as your master's? Junior brother, so you and the master are together. At this moment, Zoro's trip was to find a master. When he heard the master's information, he was very happy, and quickly asked the whereabouts of the Subaru master in front of him. The master was on the big boat behind him. I came out to find some food. We encountered a group of pirates just now. Pirates are prevalent in this sea, and it can be said that these pirates can be seen everywhere. Yes, brother, just now I regarded you as a pirate, so I didn't even bother to talk to you. There was a big ship in front of you, speeding towards them. Zoro saw this, and he stood up. He frowned. Of course, apart from the pirates, there was no other person on this sea who could tell him that the big ship in front of him was the pirates' ship. Seeing the ferocious approach of the other party, Zoro at this moment hurriedly told the brothers behind him to cheer up and prepare for the battle. It can be said that it was a fierce battle, because the other party's ships could see that after walking on the sea for so many years, Zoro was very concerned about the pirates. The level of the pirates is also understood. The group of pirates who came here should be the people led by their generals. Seeing Zoro so nervous knowing something, he felt that Zoro didn't need to make such a fuss. Relying on the skills taught by the master to deal with these seas should be no problem, and Zoro is also a proud disciple of the master. I believe that Zoro has been with the master for a longer time. In this contest, Zoro never fought back. The big ship quickly approached and a group of pirates shouted on the deck. Zoro also enriched his brothers, ready for battle, ready for everything. Chapter 125, Disparity in Strength. Subaru originally planned to find some food filial masters, but now he did not expect to meet the senior brother, which made him very happy, but the ships of the pirates followed. It seems that these pirates are really rampant. It can be seen everywhere on this sea. At this moment, Zoro feels a little pressure for the pirates who come because he has had physical conflicts with the pirates many times. Therefore, he is very clear about what kind of afterlife these pirates are, but in Subaru's view, these pirates are insignificant, because he and his master used to be outnumbered and repelled many pirates. They were killed and injured countless times, so in the face of such a fierce battle, Subaru was like fighting chicken blood. He was very excited about the pirates' big ship and quickly took Zoro's 773, Balu's two small boats. Although the brothers on the ship were ready, the trees of the coming imperial pirates, including their strength, were clearly in front of us, and soon the pirates boarded the Subaru where they were. The boat. Soon the pirates and the group led by Zoro fought together. Although the group led by Zoro were all Angeli's apprentices and grandchildren, after all, the minority fought against the majority and the victory was quickly won. The strength of the negative pirate was revealed, and there were many brothers who had been thrown into the water. Zoro looked back and was heartbroken, but now the roads in front of him is also strong. Although he watched the brothers being bullied by the pirates wantonly, Zoro really couldn't spare his hands to help them rescue them. At this moment, Subaru saw that the strength of these pirates was stronger than what he and his master met just now. Pirates are even stronger, and he really doesn't dare to despise the enemy, but it is more than enough to deal with pirates with his own strength. Just looking at the 17-year-old brothers and sisters next to them who have no time to take care of Zoro is also very anxious. At this moment, Subaru, while fighting back, informed Xiaolu that he should inform the master of this news in time and let the master come out to rescue. The master's big ship was far away from them and could not see that the battle had already taken place in it. At this moment, Subaru saw that his brother was also severely injured, so he quickly informed Zoro, and tried to pass on such a message to the master, so that the master can quickly find a way. After all, his old man is the one who has the most ideas. Now that this group of pirates has already compared the number of pirates with the number of pirates and the number of brothers, the number of pirates is far from the number of pirates that the two small ships are in a state of water. If you go to tip off, I believe that no one is capable of such a job. In the gap between the battle with the opponent, Subaru evacuated the opponent with a quick feint, thinking that Subaru was attacking in his own direction, so he had already pulled up his stance and was ready to meet the opponent's invasion. But I didn't expect that after Subaru opened the stance, it just feinted and ran away quickly. Seeing that Subaru jumped into the water and quickly swam to the front, the pirates on the boat could watch Subaru leave. And there is no way to continue. The moment he jumped into the sea, Subaru shouted at Zoro, who was still fighting. "Brother, I'm going too." Seeing the departure of Subaru, Zoro at this moment pressed his heart, although now his brother, the injured and the dead, fell into the sea, and fell into the sea can be said to be terrible. But there is no other way but to continue to fight and wait for the master to come to the rescue. Angeli was lying on the big boat resting quietly, waiting for Subaru to retrieve some food to replenish his nutrition, but he didn't think of him. He felt the splint shake slightly. The slight shaking of the deck awakened Angeli. At this moment, Angeli quickly stood up. When he saw Subaru emerging from the water, he was very surprised. Subaru was not rowing a boat to find food. "Something. How can you be so embarrassed in the water right now? The master is not good. My senior brother and I encountered pirates." Subaru, who climbed on the deck, stroked the sea water on his face with his hand, and said anxiously to Angeli, "Big brother, pirates." The series of words made Angeli inexplicably surprised. Where did the senior brother come from, and where did the pirates listen to Subaru? At this moment, Angeli looked around and saw that the sea was calm. "What pirates?" Subaru, who climbed on the deck, recounted the acquaintance between him and the senior brother. After meeting the senior brother, he met the pirate again. He heard the ins and outs of the matter clearly. At this moment, Angeli hurriedly started the big ship and said what Subaru said. The place where the encounter with the pirates sailed. "Master, this group of pirates is quite powerful. They are fundamentally different from the pirates we encountered before. I thought these pirates were not surprising. Just like me and Master, we can solve them by dividing 3 and 5 by 2. I didn't expect my senior brother and I to be seriously injured." Driving the big boat quietly, Angeli did not speak, but his brows were very tight. He did not expect that there would be so many pirates in this sea, and these pirates were already rampant to the extreme, and it seemed that he would not do anything. It is really impossible to stop their evil. Driving the big boat, Angeli looked into the distance and saw that there were 2 big boats ahead, and 2 small boats drifting on the sea. The slow curtain was slowly able to see clearly, and there were people fighting on the boats. Subaru excitedly pointed to the fighting ships in front, and said to Angeli that the master was the ship, the pirates. Angeli had increased the speed of the boat to the maximum throttle. The big boat flew towards the location of the incident. At this moment, Angeli raised his brows. He saw that the pirates on the small boat had already gained the upper hand. There were only a few of his apprentices left. Of course, he knew that Zoro was also following him. After docking the ship, Angeli quickly boarded the ship where the incident occurred. The pirate Angeli in front of him had seen it before at sea. It seems that Rhodes personally went out this time. Looking at his brother's collapse, Angeli is really heartbroken at this moment, and some brothers are struggling in the sea. The whole scene made Angeli see it in his eyes, and it was painful in his heart. Chapter 126. Disperse the crowd. There are few brothers left by Zoro. Some fell on the deck and groaned in pain, while others were immersed in the sea, struggling to see the wreckage of the ship Zoro was driving. At this moment, Angeli was heartbroken. Unstoppable, but he quickly climbed up and launched his most violent attack in the face of Ross. The enemy in front of him made Angeli hate him. Rhodes has heard of it. It can be said that Angeli Lai is a frightening figure. When he saw Angeli again, Ross was also timid. Seeing that the disciples under Angeli had been beaten to pieces by his own men, Ross was satisfied at this moment. It can be said that this battle is the most brilliant battle since he and Angry fought. It was also because Angeli was not present that he succeeded in this battle. At this moment, after seeing that the other party was severely injured, Rhodes waved his hands to his brothers and prepared to shout. Listening to the leader's order, the heavy pirates at the moment, just like Husun, scattered one after another, driving their big ships toward the depths of the sea. At this moment, Angeli saw that the 06 pirates had left one after another, and looked back to see that there were not many of his brothers left. At this moment, the brothers have been smashed into pieces by these pirates. Looking around for 4 weeks, Anjali instructed Subaru to quickly drive the big boat towards the shore, believing that these brothers should have swam to the shore. There is a small island by the shore. There is no one on the island, but after all, this is a landing. If people are immersed in the sea for too long, I believe that no one can bear it. At this moment, Anjali concluded that his brother must be it is to swim to the shore and rest on the island. Of course, this island is also unsafe. Staying here for too long, I believe that these pirates will definitely regroup and attack them again. Although his brothers were defeated, Anjali had the confidence to organize them again. After all, he believed in pirates by his side, and it would be difficult to attack them. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. 2 people, Subaru and Anjali, landed on the island. At this moment, Anjali looked around for 4 weeks and saw that the island was overgrown with weeds. It can be said that on this desolate island, it should be easy to find something to eat. As long as the brothers have something to eat, I believe they can survive. Anjali started the system, and the security bar of the system once again prompted Anjali that his brother was safe. Keeping your brothers safe is your greatest comfort. It's just that Anjali's well after landing on the island did not see the brothers, nor did he see where the people like Zoro went. At this moment, Anjali really felt a little anxious, if these people were flooded with other people. If you encounter those pirates again, then they will be severely damaged. Anjali calmly started the system, hoping that the system could guide him in a direction, but the system does not have this function now. It can be said that the system can only remind him that his brother is safe, but this kind of safety is only temporary. The pirate system well did not prompt Anjali, fearing that these pirates would make a comeback again. Of course, this is the first time that these pirates have gotten the sweetness from him. Whether they will pursue the victory or not is unknown. Although his brothers suffered some casualties, most of them still stayed. He hopes that these people will be able to quickly. I met my master. There seems to be a sign of someone walking here. Just as Anjali raised his brows and looked into the distance, Subaru next to him shouted. Shaoban looked down and followed the direction pointed by Subaru to practice a field of weeds. It was a sign that someone was walking. Anjali was very happy to see this. Of course, he should be able to find his apprentice following this sign. Go, let's go in this direction. Subaru had just encountered such a thing with his senior brother. He felt that he and his senior brother were really in trouble. At this moment, Zoro is leading the brothers and is walking towards the depths of the island. They are also afraid that the pirates will come back again. After all, the brothers are not lightly injured. If they encounter those pirates again, I believe that with their current the strength of those pirates to contend with should have certain deficiencies. Zoro was afraid that the brothers would be injured again, so he led the brothers to the depths of the island. What the island looks like is also unknown to Zoro. It's just that staying away from the sea and some pirates will make the brothers safer. Although the island will also have certain dangers, it is still much safer compared to those pirates. Senior brother, let's stop and rest, I really can't walk anymore. Senior brother, my current leg is basically unable to move forward. Let's get some water to drink, I'm dying of thirst. At this moment, Zoro turned his head to look at his brothers who were seriously injured and hungry. He also felt very sad in his heart. He tried to lead the brothers out to find the master, but he did not find the master but found these pirates. These pirates were defeated. If the master knew about such a thing, I believe that the master would definitely blame himself. It seems that you should really work harder at ordinary times, otherwise, it will cause the current situation at a critical moment. It's just that these juniors and disciples have just been taught by Anglia and their abilities are still limited. Seeing the situation of the juniors, Zora waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down and rest for a while. Of course, this place is not safe. Everyone can only rest for a while before continuing to walk. Brothers, just sit down and take a short rest. I'll find some fresh water for everyone to drink. After receiving the order, the brothers slumped on the ground one after another. It can be said that the stand just now really made them feel extremely frightened. I didn't expect that the strength of pirates would be so powerful. They had encountered pirates before, but those pirates were vulnerable. I didn't expect that this pirate team was so powerful, but they were defeated. The brothers who threw away their armor looked at each other. Everyone didn't say anything, but just took the time to rest and recuperate. Zora walked forward slowly, listening to the sound of the water. He wanted to find some fresh water for the brothers to drink, and also wanted to find the trace of the master. Chapter 127 Local Indigenous. Looking at Subaru like this, Anjali didn't know what to say for a while. But after thinking about it for a while, I felt that I really had a lot of problems here, so I opened my mouth and said, "What's going on? How is your situation here?" Subaru watched Anjali come over, so he said helplessly, "Rose is so powerful, I don't think I'm an opponent at all." What? Anjali felt a little surprised. Although he already had his own plans for this matter in his heart, it still sounded like a little headache. But according to the current method, there is really nothing to do, just comfort Subaru and say, "It's okay, in that case, let's go out and see what's going on." Originally, Subaru, who was now without a master, was naturally excited when he heard such words, and just said, "Well, okay, then let's go now." The two discussed it and felt that there was no other way except this way. When the two of them were about to leave, suddenly a person came over and watched them say, "Hold on, you have a lot of things, do you tell me?" Anjali looked at the person who came over and felt uncomfortable in her heart. She just said, "Who the hell are you?" Subaru looked at them like this, and just told Anjali, "They are local natives. If this problem can't be solved well, we probably can't leave here." Of course, we haven't waited for Subaru to say something. "Natives." There, he came directly and asked Anjali, "Where do you want to go? What are you here for?" But Anjali knows that the people who come here are not good people. In this situation, what should I say? But when I came here, it can only be said, "Well, we do have something, but we are leaving now, I still can't tell you, I feel that I told the natives, they don't know what to say, but they just feel that the natives can understand." But of course the natives couldn't let them leave like this, so they said something with an unfriendly attitude. "Tell me, what do you think, or what questions do you have, and what is your purpose for coming here?" Looking at their appearance, Anjali probably knew it too. It seems that if he didn't say anything, he probably couldn't leave here. But now that's the case, he just opened his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, I still can't tell you some things, as for you." Before the words were finished, the natives felt that this person came to challenge their own rights. The natives have always been friendly, but they are only aimed at their own people. Now, I really feel this way about Anjali. It is indeed unsafe to look at the uneasy eyes of the natives towards them. Anjali is indeed feeling difficult, but he has nothing to say. No one is willing to give in, actually stands still like this. In the end, it was Subaru who looked at Anjali and said, "Why, we have to be like this, it seems that we can't leave safely." In fact, Anjali also has this in his heart. Chapter 128 Anjali just looked at the natives and said, "It is true that there are still many inconveniences, but I really hope that everyone will make it easier." Having said this, the indigenous people thought about it. Originally, they felt that the attitude of outsiders towards them was not good. But that's it now, who knows what else might be in it. So he looked at Anjali and said, "In this case, if you don't leave, we're welcome." Anjali didn't think about what it was for, and felt that it was really good to let himself go at this time. But now, seeing this situation, suddenly, the system said to Anjali, "Master, you can't leave this place." What the hell is going on here? Anjali felt uncomfortable in his heart. He had negotiated things with great difficulty, and now he regrets it. This group of people probably won't have to kill himself. But looking at this task of his own, Anjali felt that there was no way to do it, and he just froze in place. Looking at Anjali like this, Subaru thought there was something else wrong, so he said, "What's the matter, can we leave now?" Anjali suddenly remembered something. Only Neng said helplessly, "I'm afraid, we can't go." How to say this? Subaru hurriedly said, "Look at these indigenous people, if we don't leave, we may not know how to target us at that time, you are." Before the words were finished, the natives on the opposite side obviously knew what they meant, just talking. It seems that when you come here, there is really nothing that Subaru knows. Anjali must have his own business to do this, but now he is here, and he is really embarrassed. He knows in his heart, and he does not know what to do what. I can only look at the group of indigenous people and say weakly, "No, it's not like this, you listen to us." However, Subaru himself knew how pale and powerless his explanation was. Sure enough, the indigenous people also knew that he was very angry now, and they all felt that there was no good end to outsiders. So I didn't give them any chance to explain. I turned around and said to the people behind me, "Let's punish these sins to get souls and bring them Qianlis to hell." Looking at them like this, Anjali felt that I had nothing to be afraid of because I could always solve it this way. Just looking at Subaru's worried look now, he comforted him and said, "It's okay, leave the matter here to me." After finishing speaking, they started a fight. Anjali has always been very powerful, but the opposite side is also a lot of people. For a time, the two sides were actually tied. Now, it was Anjali's turn to suffer. According to the system, he had a special mission here, but looking at it now, there seems to be nothing here. So I just looked at the situation around me quietly, and I kept thinking, is there something else, or that this was something I hadn't discovered for a while? Anjali also felt that he still hadn't discovered it, and suddenly thought of it. System. Chapter 128 has a mission. Anjali just looked at the natives and said, "It is true that there are still many inconveniences, but I really hope that everyone will make it easier." Speaking of this, the indigenous people started to think about it. Originally, they thought that outsiders had a bad attitude towards themselves. But that's it now, who knows what else might be in it. And said, "In that case, if you don't leave, we'll be welcome." Anjali didn't think about what it was for, and felt that at this time, it was indeed, really good to let himself go. To Anjali, "Master, you can't leave this place." What the hell is going on here? Anjali felt uncomfortable in his heart. He had negotiated things with great difficulty, and now he regrets it. This group of people probably won't have to kill himself. But looking at this task of his own, Anjali felt that there was no way to do it, and he just froze in place. Looking at Anjali like this, Subaru thought there was something else wrong, so he said, "What's the matter, can we leave now?" Anjali suddenly remembered something. Only Neng said helplessly, "I'm afraid, we can't go." How to say this? Subaru hurriedly said, "Look at these indigenous people, if we don't leave, we may not know how to target us at that time." You haven't finished what you said, and the indigenous people on the opposite side are also obviously I knew what they meant. Just said, "It seems that you come here, there is really nothing to do." Subaru knows that Anjali must have his own business to do this, but now he is really embarrassed here. He knows it in his heart, and he doesn't know what to do. I can only look at the group of indigenous people and say weakly, "No, it's not like this, you listen to us." However, Subaru himself knew how pale and powerless his explanation was. Sure enough, the indigenous people also knew that he was particularly angry now. For outsiders, they all felt that there was no good end. So I didn't give them any chance to explain. I turned around and said to the people behind me, "Let's punish these sins to get souls, take them to hell, and see Anjali like this, but I feel that this is not me. What to be afraid of, because I have always been able to solve it this way. Just looking at Subaru's worried look now, he comforted him and said, "It's okay, leave the matter here to me." After finishing speaking, they started a fight. Anjali has always been very powerful, but the opposite side is also a lot of people. For a time, the two sides were actually tied. Now, it was Anjali's turn to suffer. According to the system, he had a special mission here, but looking at it now, there seems to be nothing here. So I just looked at the situation around me quietly, and I kept thinking about whether there was something else, or that I didn't discover this. In time, Anjali also felt that he still hadn't discovered it, and suddenly thought of the system. Chapter 129 Hurry Up and Run. Soon, Subaru felt that he couldn't hold on anymore, so he looked at Anjali like this, and just said quickly, "I guess it's impossible, what should we do?" Looking at Subaru like this, Anjali didn't know what to say, but just said, "Well, if that's the case, let's leave here." Hearing this, Subaru looked at Anjali like this, "So, 1-0, just nodded and the two of them moved in the same direction and passed. Anjali always felt that there was probably something in this place, but now, the slanderous thing in the system didn't know where it was going. Behind the back, the natives didn't seem to intend to let them go, but just watched them like this, and continued to say, "Tell me, what the hell are you doing here?" Anjali realized this place. In the end, why haven't I seen it? Is it the tribe of the indigenous people? Anjali saw a strange thing. Why does this thing seem to be the devil fruit I saw just now? So Anjali saw that it would take some time for them to come over, so he went over and took it directly. Suddenly, the system prompts, "Your mission has been completed, so this is what you want." Anjali just smiled and said, "Okay, now we can leave." Subaru nodded, and suddenly at this moment, the natives saw that their things were gone, and they felt flustered, because this thing, which was very important to them, was equivalent to their symbol. He just looked at the leader and looked at Anjali and said, "Tell me, what are you doing? You took our things like this, who are you?" Subaru was curious, just looked at them, and suddenly said something. "Say, what do you want this for?" Anjali didn't say anything, just put the thing up and said, "Don't worry about this, I won't give it to them." The two sides were in such a stalemate, but Anjali knew that he would not leave like this. Suddenly, the natives looked at them and said, "If you give us your things, you can leave." In time, Anjali knew that this thing was indeed important to them. "But for me, this is really useful, so I just said, hurry up." Subaru heard this, and he didn't react to what he said at the beginning, so he looked at Anjali in surprise, but he looked at Anjali. In this way, I also knew what was going on. The two of them didn't entangle too much, so they hurried to this place and left this place. How could the indigenous people behind them let them leave like this? So they chased them too. Don't let go. 07 time, Subaru looked at Anjali like this. What the hell is going on? I used to think Anjali was not like this. What is going on now? However, Subaru felt that Anjali did this. I must have something to do with myself, so I just don't say anything, I just don't get caught.